The northwest border of the Qin Empire is full of smoke. On the bloody battlefield, I stood among countless headless corpses, the long sword in my hand still dripping with blood. The soldiers around me shouted enthusiastically, "General Yun is invincible. Long live General Yun." They raised their weapons high, shattering the silence of the sky, announcing that the war that had lasted for half a year was finally over. I can finally go home, I whispered to myself. This victory not only means the end of the war, but also means that I will be crowned the only king of the Qin dynasty in 300 years. However, just as I was immersed in the glory of being crowned king, a black shadow quickly swept to my side. "Yun Shuai, the phone you had someone monitoring just rang." Black Shadow knelt on one knee, looking respectful. "This man is my deputy, the leader of the Shadow Army, Black Feather." "What?" My heart suddenly shook, and countless thoughts flashed through my mind. The soldiers under me were all shocked by my loss of composure. After all, something that could make me, Li Yuntian, so flustered was definitely not ordinary. When the familiar ringtone sounded, I suddenly snatched the PHS from Heiyu's hand, and my heart seemed to stop for a moment. I took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Dad, are you Dad?" A childish voice came from the other end of the phone. Tian is so scared. The bad guys don't give Tian food and beat him. Mommy is missing. Please come and save Tian. Hearing this voice, my heart suddenly tightened. The girl on the phone had a clear voice, full of helplessness and fear. Who was she? I didn't know her, but when I heard her cry for help, my anger instantly ignited. "Little boy, did you dial the wrong number? Uncle can help you." I tried my best to keep my voice calm, but the turmoil in my heart was hard to suppress. "No. You are my dad," the girl cried. "My mom told me this number belongs to my dad. Dad, come and save me, the bad guys are coming, don't hit me." Then, I heard a man's roar and a girl's scream from the other end of the line. My fists clenched and my knuckles turned white. I had never seen this girl before, but based on this phone call, I had decided to save her. "My friend, no matter who you are, I will pay you to release the child." I suppressed my anger and tried to calm the other person down. However, the voice on the other end of the phone was full of sarcasm. "Haha, who are you? Are you that bitchy Chinyu's wildman? You think you're so awesome after being missing for 5 years?" Boom. When I heard that name, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in my heart. Countless images flashed through my mind. Yi Chinyu, my former best friend, the woman who saved me when I was seriously injured. 5 years ago, I left without saying goodbye, and now, this child. She is my daughter. You. Who are you? Tell me who that girl is. I growled, my whole body consumed by rage. The sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, and all the soldiers on the battlefield knelt down in silence, watching this scene in horror. "Haha, you want to wipe out my entire family? You are dreaming." The call ended abruptly. Instantly, anger erupted from my body like a volcano. Dust flew all around, and the wind howled in the sky. I yelled, "Check! Find the location of the phone for me. Hey you, mobilize the fighter planes and rush to Los Angeles as quickly as possible." Li Yuntian suddenly appeared in front of Heyu, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The horrifying murderous intent made Heiyu's heart tremble and his whole body turned cold. "Yes, as you command." Heiyu responded quickly, then suddenly turned around and roared at a group of warriors. "What are you still standing there for? Move the train. Have the Suzaku army start the Suzaku number 1. Commander Yun wants to go to Luocheng, hurry." In an instant, the entire battlefield was in chaos. More than a dozen tanks appeared in front of Li Yuntian in an instant. Before the car stopped, Li Yuntian rushed into the car with a whoosh. "Walk," Li Yuntian said while gritting his teeth. The chariot sped away. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a fiery red aerial fortress took off. It was Suzaku number 1, a war machine, the overlord of the Empire's sky. Even in this great war, the Northwest Army never used Suzaku 1. And now, it moved, just because Heiyu said that Yun Shuai wanted the fastest fighter. A moment later, Li Yuntian and Heiyu appeared in the main control room of Suzaku No. 1. The terrifying murderous intent from Li Yuntian caused the temperature in the entire control room to drop rapidly, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. General Yun, Luo City has been located. Suzaku 1 will arrive in Luo City in 30 minutes. A woman in fiery red armor knelt on one knee. She was the leader of the Suzaku Legion, one of the 5 major legions in the northwest, codenamed Suzaku. Let's go, quickly. Li Yuntian spoke in a low voice. At this moment, he was on the verge of exploding at any time. People who were familiar with him knew that this was the prelude to a killing spree. Yun Shui, we have located it. It is in a suburb in the eastern part of Los Angeles. Heiyu spoke cautiously to Li Yuntian. What are you still standing there for? Just go there. Quickly. Why isn't Suzaku No. 1 moving? Are you all useless? Didn't you hear what I said? Li Yuntian roared at Heiyu, his eyes turned terrifyingly blood-red, and 2 hot tears instantly flowed out of his eyes. Seeing this scene, Heiyu and Suzaku were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they quickly knelt down in response. I dare not. Commander Yun, Suzaku No. 1 has been launched and is advancing at full firepower. They were filled with shock at the moment. What could have made this man, who was known as the strongest man in the Empire, cry? And what could have made him unable to even sense the activation of Suzaku No. 1? But they knew one thing, that is, Yun Shui was angry, and things were going to change in that small city of Luo. Tian, she is really my daughter, why am I so stupid? Tian, Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian talked to himself, tears in his eyes, and pictures flashed through his mind. 5 years ago, his mother died tragically and he fled to Luocheng with serious injuries. He should have died from his injuries, but he was saved by Yi Qianyu, the daughter of the Yi family in Luocheng. Yi Qianyu bought medicine for him to treat his injuries and helped him recover with meticulous care. At that time, Li Yuntian had just lost his loved ones and was being hunted by a mysterious enemy. He felt sad and desperate. But Yi Qianyu's appearance was like a bright light, bringing a glimmer of light to Li Yuntian's heart. The two of them talked about everything and became best friends. Until one day, Li Yuntian discovered that the enemy who was chasing him appeared again. In order not to implicate Yi Qianyu, he left without saying goodbye. After leaving, Li Yuntian only took away the mobile phone that Yi Qianyu gave him. The phone number was only known to her in the world. Carrying a deep blood feud, he joined the Northwest Army of the Empire because he wanted to be strong and he wanted revenge. He fought bloody battles all the way and killed countless enemy soldiers with his sword. Finally, 5 years later, he became the supreme commander of the Northwest Army and the king of the Northwest, who was feared by the Empire and terrified by the enemy countries. He has been carrying that pager with him for the past 5 years. Due to guilt, he dared not call Yi Qianyu, but he hoped that the other party would suddenly remember him and call him. Until today, that call was connected. It was a call for help from his daughter, whom he had never met. Dad, Tian is so scared. Can you come and save Tian? The bad guys didn't give Tian food and beat him up. Tian was in pain. Dad, please don't ignore Tian. Tian is so scared. When Li Yuntian recalled his daughter's frightened voice, his heart was broken, filled with pain and regret. Ah. Why hasn't Luocheng arrived yet? You idiot. Speed up for me. I want to save my daughter. Li Yuntian roared and punched himself in the chest, blood spurting out of his mouth. He hated it. He hated himself for not calling Yi Qianyu, hated himself for ignoring some details of his past with Yi Qianyu, and hated himself for not realizing right away that Tian was his daughter. When he was drunk that night, he remembered that Yi Qianyu accidentally told him that the girl's name was Tian and the boy's name was Yunyun. Li Yuntian beat his body vigorously. Why was he so stupid? Why was he so foolish? Why did he ignore those details? Yi Qianyu gave birth to a daughter for him. Boom. Li Yuntian burst out with terrifying murderous intent. His daughter was imprisoned, someone was abusing his daughter, and someone wanted his daughter's eyes. He wanted to kill people, he wanted to tear all those bastards into pieces. At this moment, Heiyu and Zhuchue also learned the truth from Li Yuntian's words, and they were instantly filled with murderous intent. Someone wants to harm Yuan Shuai's daughter. The supreme commander of the Northwest Army, the only person to be crowned king in the empire in 300 years, the king of the Northwest who terrifies the enemy armies of the Six Nations. Who dared to harm Yuan Shuai's daughter? Did he want to have his entire clan executed? Heiyu silently took out the communicator. At this time, many generals of the Northwest Army had already asked about the situation. Marshal Yun was furious on the battlefield, and all the soldiers of the Northwest Army already knew about it. Someone wants to harm Marshal Yun's daughter, and their target is Luocheng. Marshal Yun has not ordered the army to mobilize, so you can do whatever you want. In response to the general's questions, Heiyu typed a sentence. In an instant, the entire Northwest battlefield was filled with murderous atmosphere. As Heiyu spoke, the entire Northwest border was filled with murderous intent. The 6 enemy nations that had just been defeated were shocked and horrified. Didn't the Northwest Army already win? What else did it want to do? Did it want to start another war? Similarly, the top leaders of the empire were also alarmed, and the 6 elders of the Imperial Council of Elders gathered urgently. The Northwest King Yuan Shuai was furious on the battlefield and mobilized Suzaku No. 1 to rush towards the inland Luo City with murderous intent. Senior generals of the Northwest Army left their posts one after another, and their target was also Luo City in the inland of the empire. What happened? What does Li Yuntian want to do? What does he want to do? Isn't it enough to make him a king? In the Elders' Council, 6 thrones stood in a circle. A white-haired old man roared, and a terrifying aura filled the entire Elders' Council. He is Xingtian, the Grand Elder of the Empire. Grand Elder, don't make random guesses. Marshal Yun wouldn't do anything rash. The third Elder Sheng Lin said, frowning. So what exactly does he want to do? Suzaku 1 is the overlord of the Empire's air force, it is the foundation, it was not used even when the 6 nations attacked. Now that the war is over, why would he want to fly it to a city like Los Angeles? Also, the 5 Northwest Army commanders, 25 commanders, and 3,000 war emperors have all left their posts. What on earth are they going to do? Who can tell me the answer? Xingtian continued to ask questions, furious. Because their Yuan Shuai moved, they moved too. Someone spoke up. It was one of the 6th elder of the empire. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They certainly knew that the Northwest Army was moving because of Li Yuntian, but what they wanted to know now was what exactly happened. The enthronement ceremony is coming up soon. He will become the only king to be enthroned in the past 300 years of the empire. He will establish a new royal family. Is there anything that cannot be tolerated? Xingtian said, his tone somewhat helpless. Reporting to the elders, the governor of Qingzhou has called urgently, Suzaku No. 1 has landed in Qingzhou, please tell us whether to intercept it. A figure suddenly broke into the hall, half-knelt and spoke to Xingtian and the others. In an instant, the 6 people in the hall all stood up, their breathing unstable. Intercept your ass. Is Qinghai crazy? Does he know who is inside Suzaku No. 1? Does he want to commit suicide with the entire Qingzhou army? Idiot. Xingtian roared with a ferocious expression. Intercept Li Yuntian. Even if the entire Qingzhou army was buried there, it might not be enough for the Northwest Army to fight. Tell Qinghai not to try anything suicidal and stop all attempts to intercept and interfere with the route of Suzaku No. 1. Forget it, I'll go to Qingzhou myself. The third elder spoke with a serious expression, with such a big thing happening, a small Qingzhou governor would not be able to play any role at all, so only the Council of Elders can come forward in person, otherwise, the empire would be uneasy. Go quickly. As long as he doesn't rebel, agree to all his requests. Xingtian hurriedly gave instructions with a serious look on his face. Yes, as long as Li Yuntian does not rebel, the empire can forgive all the disrespectful actions of the Northwest Army today. If you look down at the empire from the sky at this time, you will find that starting from the northwest border of the empire, the fiery red Suzaku No. 1, followed by countless fighter planes, tanks and troops on both sides, are surrounding Luo City in a semicircle. On this day, all the top family forces in the empire were shocked. The war was over, and King Yuan Shuai of the northwest returned from the south, but he was not given the title that everyone expected. Instead, he returned south with murderous intent. An abandoned factory in the suburbs of East Los Angeles. In a room, a little girl was lying on the ground. She was wearing a tattered white princess dress. There were many torn places on the clothes, and there were several places with particularly conspicuous blood. She was lying on the ground, motionless. A bald man with a ferocious face was sitting on the sofa next to her, looking at the little girl coldly without saying a word. There were two young men standing next to the little girl. One of them, a yellow-haired young man, kicked the little girl from time to time with a look of disgust on his face. At this time, a one-eyed middle-aged man came in with a bucket of ice water and poured it on the little girl on the ground. In an instant, the little girl was shocked by the ice water and her body curled up. She cried softly, and her big eyes looked at everyone in the room in panic, feeling helpless and scared. Shit, he really fainted. I didn't hit him hard just now. This little bastard is so weak. The yellow-haired young man raised his eyebrows, then waved at the big man on the sofa and said, "Boss, this is not my fault. I just found out that this little bastard was secretly making a phone call and I couldn't stop myself. Who would have thought that I would knock her out? Luckily you knew the severity of the situation and didn't hit her on the head. Otherwise, if you destroyed her eyes, we would all be finished." The bald burly man on the sofa gave the yellow-haired young man a cold look and spoke. "Boss, who is the buyer? Why is the price so high?" the yellow-haired young man asked curiously. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Knowing too much can be fatal," the bald strong man said coldly. "I'm just curious. A pair of eyes is so valuable. This little bastard is lucky. We won't even have to sell her other organs to make a fortune," said the yellow-haired man. Several people in the room smiled when they heard this, and it was obvious that they were very satisfied with the money they earned this time. "The customer is coming soon. Clean this little bastard and deliver it later," the bald strongman said after checking the time. Tion Tion is not a bastard. Tion Tion has a father and a mother. "Uncle, can you please let Tion Tion go? Tion Tion will be a good boy." Hearing the bald man's words, the little girl sobbed and her eyes were full of panic and helplessness. "You have a shitty father. Your bitch mother doesn't even know who your father is," the bald man said with a sneer. "You little bastard, no one loves you. Even if we let you go, you'll starve to death on the streets. Your mother is hoping you'll die right now." "No, Tion Tion has a dad. Mom said Dad is a hero and will come to save Tion Tion." "You are lying. Tion Tion is wanted by someone," the little girl said crying. "Haha, you bullshit hero, it would be even better if your dad came. I can make a fortune by selling his organs," the bald strongman said with a smile, his expression extremely arrogant. "Heh, I thought of the idiot who called just now. Maybe he is the father of this little bastard. He even said he would wipe out my entire family. He was quite arrogant. If he can really find this place, I will make him regret coming to this world." Huang Mao laughed. "You bad guys, don't say bad things about your dad. Dad is a hero and he will defeat you bad guys." The little girl burst into tears. "Childish." The bald strongman sneered disdainfully. At the same time, the yellow-haired young man picked up a bucket of water and poured it on the little girl again. "Ah. It hurts every day." The little girl was stimulated by the ice water and felt both pain and cold, so she burst into tears, while the yellow-haired man laughed abnormally with a look of satisfaction on his face. Boom. In the sky, the huge Suzaku No. 1 disappeared, and three figures jumped directly to the ground from midair. Bang. 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 After three loud bangs, Li Yunqian and the other two landed in the factory yard. At this moment, a burst of harsh rock music came from the room in front of them. "Master Yun, this is it." "Hey, you said." Bang. Li Yunqian rushed into the room and kicked the door open. In the room, several bald strong men who were celebrating making a lot of money were suddenly startled. "Are you looking for death?" The yellow-haired man turned off the music and started cursing at Li Yunqian. The other people in the room also had gloomy expressions. "Kill him," the bald strongman ordered, and his three men immediately rushed forward with machetes. Li Yunqian ignored him and quickly searched the room until he saw a watch and mobile phone that had been stepped on. In an instant, Li Yunqian rushed to the phone and picked up the broken pieces with trembling hands. There was a lot of blood on the red fragments of the mobile phone. At this time, the three yellow-haired men had rushed to Li Yunqian's back and were about to chop him. Presumptuous. Bold. Two loud shouts were heard, and Heiyu rushed behind Li Yunqian and kicked the three Huangmao men away. Crack! The chests of the three yellow-haired men were all dented, and they slammed hard against the wall, letting out ear-piercing screams. When the bald man saw this, his face changed instantly. He took a machete and blocked it in front of him, saying with a serious expression, "Friends, who are you? You are so cruel, have you ever thought about the consequences?" But Heiyu and Zhuchue did not respond to him, but stood quietly behind Li Yunqian. At this time, Li Yunqian was holding the broken pieces of the mobile phone in his hand. After seeing the blood on it, his body trembled violently and his eyes were extremely bloodshot. "How dare you? My friends, Lord Long of Luocheng is my brother." The bald strongman was furious when he saw that Li Yunqian and the other two ignored him. He was about to continue to say harsh words, but halfway through his words, Li Yunqian grabbed his neck. "Where is she?" Li Yunqian asked coldly. But the bald strongman obviously did not realize the source of the danger. He called out the name of Lord Long, and these people still dared to attack him. They were simply seeking death. He stared at Li Yunqian and said, "My friend, do you know what you are doing? You dare to touch me, my brother, snap." With a loud bang, the bald strongman screamed instantly, and his arm was broken directly by Li Yunqian. "I asked you where is she? Where is my daughter?" Li Yunqian roared, raised his hand, and broke the bald man's other hand. "Oh!" The bald strongman screamed, his eyes full of fear. At the same time, the yellow-haired men also had pale faces, looking at Li Yunqian as if they saw a devil. "You are the father of that little bastard. How is that possible?" The yellow-haired man was the first to react, pointing at Li Yunqian with disbelief in his eyes. But as soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blood appeared and his right hand was broken. The one who made the move was Heiyu. "You are disrespectful to the young master, you deserve to die." Heiyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If these people didn't know the clues about the young master, he would have killed these four people long ago. At this moment, the four bald strong men were scared. They realized that they had hit a wall. She's not here. She was picked up 10 minutes ago," the bald man said hastily, enduring the pain. At the same time, he was terrified. What were the origins of these three people? Were they really here to save the little girl? Who? Where was my daughter taken? Li Yunqian asked with red eyes. "She." The bald strongman was about to speak, but when he thought of the buyer's identity, he immediately held back. The buyer's identity was mysterious, and if he told it, his life might be in danger. "Speak!" Li Yunqian roared. "My friend, I know you are very powerful, but I can't tell you. The buyer's origin is mysterious. If I tell you, not only will I die, but you will die too," said the bald strongman. Crack! A sound of breaking bones was heard, and the bald man's left leg was broken by Li Yunqian. "Ah! Are you crazy? Is it worth losing your life for a little bastard?" The bald strongman screamed, his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He had already told him the consequences, so why did this madman in front of him still want to take action? Crack! In response, his only remaining right leg was broken. At this moment, the bald strongman let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were filled with horror and a bit of unbelievable hope that his four limbs had been crippled. The three yellow-haired men were so frightened that they lay on the ground, motionless. They thought themselves to be extremely vicious for trafficking in human organs, but who would have thought that today they would meet someone even more vicious than them, who was simply a madman. "Boss, go ahead and speak," said the yellow-haired man. I'll tell you." The bald strongman spoke. "They are from Qingcheng. I don't know who they are, but I only know that they have a military background." Boom. Instantly, Li Yunqian was filled with murderous intent. The army. Who is it? The Council of Elders? Or the Li family? Do they really have to force themselves to rebel? General Yun, they are going too far. Give the order and let our brothers rebel for you. Black-feathered Suzaku knelt on one knee with a murderous look on his face. Li Yintian suppressed the disrespectful thoughts in his mind and gritted his teeth as he gave orders to Heiyu. Investigate. Block off the area within 100 miles and find them for me. Yes. Suzaku responded unwillingly. At this time, the bald strongman obviously realized that the young man in front of him was not simple, and he asked in a trembling voice. You, who are you? Did you hit her? Li Yintian ignored the bald man's question and asked him with murderous intent on his face. The bald strongman shuddered subconsciously when he saw this, and said in a pleading tone. We didn't know that little girl had such a big background. We didn't mean to do that. How dare you hit her? She is still a child, how dare you do that? Li Yintian gritted his teeth and growled, then threw the bald man against the wall. Bang. The bald strongman screamed and blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang. 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 There were 3 loud bangs, and Li Yintian raised his legs and kicked the 3 yellow-haired men away again. One of them was kicked to death on the spot. Have mercy. Several bald strong men begged for mercy, with expressions of extreme fear. They were scared. You shouldn't hit her, she is my daughter. Li Yintian said, and then ordered Heiyu. Lingqi punishment. I want to know all the information. Yes. Marshal Yun. Heiyu grinned, took out a dagger and walked towards the bald men. Screams suddenly rang out. Li Yintian watched this scene indifferently. He would not torture the enemy. He would only kill the enemy with one blow, but this was obviously too easy for the bald man and his men. Marshal Yun, we didn't find them, and all the satellite surveillance of this area has been destroyed. Zhu Chue said to Li Yintian, feeling panic and anger at the same time. She was panicked because she didn't complete the mission, and angry because only the military could destroy the satellite surveillance. They wouldn't be that stupid. After hearing Zhu Chue's report, Li Yintian suppressed his murderous intent and spoke. He believed that no matter how much the Empire feared him, it would not use such means to deal with him, because doing so would only force him to go on a killing spree. Let someone locate Yi Qianyu. She might know who kidnapped Tian Tian. Li Yintian ordered. Yes. Suzaku responded and quickly gave the order. Master Yun, this group of people were instructed by Wong Xingyang of the Wong family in Luoqing to kidnap the young lady. They were originally planning to sell all of the young lady's organs, but a mysterious buyer from Qingqing found them and bought the young lady. I heard that he was going to transplant the young lady's eyes to another child. Heiyu came behind Li Yintian and said, with murderous intent boiling in his heart. These people wanted their entire clan to be exterminated for daring to treat Yun Shuai's daughter like this. Puff. After hearing Heiyu's words, Li Yintian instantly became furious and spit out blood. General Yun. Black-feathered Suzaku and the others were shocked. Are all the brothers here? Li Yintian said, gritting his teeth. They are all on the way and will arrive in Los Angeles in half an hour. Heiyu replied. Let them go to Qingqing and block Qingqing. Yes. At this time, the bald strongmen and others in the room were already covered in blood. Heiyu's knife skills were very precise, and he had not let these people die until now. You, who are you? Let me die knowing clearly. The bald strongman looked at Li Yintian and spoke. Li Yintian did not respond. Northwest Army, Marshal Yun. Heiyu said. Boom. In an instant, the bald strongmen's eyes widened and their heads buzzed. Northwest Army, Marshal Yun. The most powerful king of the northwest of the empire, with 1 million strong troops under his command, terrifies the enemy and makes the empire wary. My father is a great hero. The bald strongman thought of the little girl's words and felt endless fear in his mind. This is more than a great hero. This is the god of the empire. In the blink of an eye, the bald strongmen were no longer breathing. They were scared to death. Master Yun, we have found out Ms. Ye's location. She is at the Yundian Hotel in Los Angeles. Zhu Chue glanced at the message on his phone and said, then he continued with a hesitant look. Ms. Yi and Wang Xingyang seem to be holding an engagement ceremony at the Yundian Hotel. Engaged. There was a flash of anger in Li Yuntian's eyes. His daughter was kidnapped, and she was engaged. Zhu Heiyu's heart trembled when he heard this and he didn't dare to respond at all. Go to Yundian Hotel. Li Yuntian took a deep breath and said, hoping that it was not what he thought, otherwise, he would really go on a killing spree. Los Angeles Yundian Hotel, 9th floor. In the room, a woman in ancient wedding dress was staring at the mirror in a daze. Her skin is as white as jade and her complexion is as beautiful as snow. She has a stunning face. Dressed in red, she looks like an ancient beauty walking out of a painting. She is Yi Qianyu, the daughter of the Yi family in Luocheng. At this moment, her face was full of sorrow, and her brows were filled with pain and worry. Qianyu, are you really going to get engaged to that guy Wang Xingyang? You should know what kind of personality this scumbag has. A woman walked into the room. It was Yi Qianyu's best friend Shen Wenxin. What can I do? Tian is in his hands. If I don't agree to get engaged to him, I will never see Tian again. Yi Qianyu said helplessly that Wang Xingyang kidnapped her daughter and threatened her to agree to the engagement, and she had no choice. Hey, don't worry, Tian will be fine. I've asked my dad to send someone to look for Tian. We'll get the news as soon as there is one. Shen Wenxin said, walking over and hugging Yi Qianyu, with a look of heartache on her face. Look at you. I asked you to abort the child, but you refused to listen to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dragged you down for so many years. Shen Wenxin said. Tian is innocent, she is a child. Yi Qianyu said. I know Tian is innocent, but I hate that unfaithful man who made a mistake and just walked away. He hasn't even shown up in the past 4 years. Shen Wenxin said with an angry look on her face. Yi Qianyu's eyes flickered when she heard this, but she did not respond. Qianyu, even now you still don't tell me who that ungrateful man is. For the past 4 years, you have been kicked out of the Yi family because of Tian, and you have raised Tian with untold hardships alone. What about him? Has this ungrateful man ever fulfilled his responsibilities as a father? Shen Wenxin said sharply. He is being kidnapped every day now, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Where is he? Is it worth it for you to sacrifice so much for him? Not for him, I just want to grow up happily every day. It has nothing to do with him. Yi Qianyu shook her head. Bang. Suddenly, the door of the room was kicked open and Li Yuntian walked in with murderous intent. The 2 women in the room were startled. Who are you? Shen Wenxin scolded. Yi Qianyu, who was standing aside, stood there in a daze, looking at Li Yuntian with a complex look of grievance, resentment, excitement and a hint of expectation. Why is he here? 5 years ago, this man left without saying goodbye, leaving her pregnant. At that time, she felt like the sky had fallen. She could have aborted the baby, but she couldn't bear to do it. She also had some illusions about this man and naively thought that he would come back soon. But she waited for 5 years. Because of her unmarried pregnancy, she became the shame of the Yi family, the laughingstock of the entire Luo City, and was kicked out of the house by the Yi family. Even her biological parents were unwilling to have much contact with her. In order to support her daughter, she, a rich lady, worked hard at the bottom of society, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring work, and lived with her daughter in a shabby little room. She once expected that Li Yuntian would suddenly come back one day and work with her to support their daughter. But, it's been 5 years. Her expectation had already turned into despair. Originally, she had accepted the reality, but God played a joke on her again. Wang Xingyang of the Wong family took a fancy to her and kidnapped her daughter in order to force her to obey. Her world collapsed again. And now, Li Yuntian is back. What is he back for? Want to make up for your past mistakes? Oh, maybe, but it's too late. Something happened to your daughter, don't you know? Li Yuntian took a deep breath and said to Yi Qianyu, his face terribly gloomy. The daughter was kidnapped and her life or death was unknown, but the mother was engaged to someone else in the hotel wearing her wedding dress. How could he not be angry? Although he felt very sorry for Yi Qianyu for leaving without saying goodbye 5 years ago, he has been filled with guilt for the past 5 years. But now, it's gone. All he has is anger. He could never imagine that a mother would treat her daughter like this. If you didn't love your daughter, why did you give birth to her and let her suffer? I'm asking you a question, did you hear me? Did you know that your daughter is missing? Li Yintian spoke again in a cold voice, his eyes full of murderous intent. Are you the unfaithful man? How dare you come back? What do you want to do with such anger? You were irresponsible at the beginning, and now your daughter is in trouble. Why are you angry at Qianyu? Shen Wenqin shouted loudly. Li Yintian's attitude made her angry all of a sudden. Take her out. Li Yintian glanced at Shen Wenqin and said. Behind him, Zhu Chue took a step forward, grabbed Shen Wenqin and walked out. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm telling you, you ungrateful man, if you dare to bully Qianyu again, I will never let you go. Shen Wenqin shouted. Li Yintian and Yi Qianyu were the only ones left in the room. Are you blaming me? Yi Qianyu asked Li Yintian, her eyes full of resentment and disappointment. I just want to know where my daughter is. I don't want to care about anything else. Li Yintian said, avoiding Yi Qianyu's gaze. After all, he owed her. Heh. Yi Qianyu laughed, her expression full of despair and hatred. She pointed outside the door and yelled at Li Yintian. Get out. Get out of here. Don't show up in front of me, I'm disgusted. What does what happened to my daughter have to do with you? Who do you think you are? You care about your daughter now, but what were you doing before? Get out, I don't need a scumbag father like you every day. Don't worry, I will leave, but now I just want to know why my daughter was kidnapped. Who is against her? You tell me, I will go to save my daughter. As for you, after you save my daughter, we will disappear from your world. Li Yintian took a deep breath and said, his tone cold. Bang. With a slapping sound, Yi Qianyu slapped Li Yintian. Li Yintian looked at Yi Qianyu coldly. With his strength, he could have easily avoided the slap, but he didn't. He just regarded it as atonement for leaving without saying goodbye. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to say these things to me? Yi Qianyu cried and looked at Li Yintian with hatred in her eyes. Do you know how I've been living these years? Do you think I'm deliberately ignoring my daughter just to get engaged? I, Yi Qianyu, am such a vicious woman in your eyes. You know nothing. What qualifications do you have to question me in this way? What gives you the right? Tian is my daughter. She has nothing to do with you. If anything happens to her, I will save her. You don't need to worry about it. Get out. Get out now. Never bother me and my daughter again. We don't need your hypocrisy. Yi Qianyu cried heartbreakingly, her tears had already blurred her makeup, her face was pale and her expression was painful. She gritted her teeth and looked at Li Yintian with endless resentment, then pushed Li Yintian away and quickly walked out of the room. Qianyu. Li Yintian spoke, and reached out to grab Yi Qianyu. He felt complicated. Was he wrong? Did he misunderstand the other person? Get out. Don't touch me, I'm disgusting. Yi Qianyu shook off his arm and said coldly. Yi Qianyu ran out of the room and Li Yintian hurriedly followed her out. Qianyu. Shen Wenqin's face changed slightly when she saw Yi Qianyu with a painful look on her face. But Yi Qianyu did not stop and ran towards the elevator alone. She didn't want to see Li Yintian again. What's wrong with you, you unfaithful man? You left right after you had your fun, but do you know how Qianyu survived these 5 years alone? If it wasn't for saving the child, do you think she would have been engaged to Wang Xingyang? As soon as you came here, you acted like the whole world owed you something. Who are you trying to displease? Shen Wenqin glared at Li Yintian fiercely, then broke free from Suzaku and chased after Yi Qianyu. Boom. At this moment, Li Yintian stood there in a daze, his mind blank. Yi Qianyu waited for him for 5 years. Getting engaged in a hotel was also to save the child. So, he really misunderstood the other party before. Hey! Yi Qianyu, are you in such a hurry to see me? Huh? What's going on? Why are you crying? Who made you like this? At this moment, the elevator door suddenly opened, and Wang Xingyang, dressed in a suit, walked out with a smug look on his face. When he saw Yi Qianyu waiting at the elevator entrance, he felt excited, but when he saw her appearance, his face suddenly darkened. "Go away, don't touch me." Yi Qianyu dodged Wang Xingyang and walked towards the elevator. "Where do you want to go, you bitch? Do you still want to save your daughter? You're getting engaged soon, what do you want to do down there like this? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Wang Xingyang became furious upon seeing this and started swearing at Yi Qianyu. But what he didn't notice was that Li Yuntian in the distance was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. "Why don't you speak, you bitch?" Wang Xingyang was still cursing at Yi Qianyu, but the next moment, his body flew away. He was kicked away by Li Yuntian. "Break his legs." Li Yuntian ordered Heiyu, who was following closely. "Ah!" Wang Xingyang screamed in an instant, and his legs were broken by Heiyu. "My legs, who are you? Do you know who I am? You are finished, I am going to kill you." Wang Xingyang shouted with a resentful look in his eyes. He hadn't even figured out what was happening before both of his legs were crippled. At this moment, Yi Qianyu and Shen Wenqin were also shocked by the cruel scene before their eyes, and both of them stood there in a daze. "You actually broke his leg. It's over, do you know who he is?" Shen Wenqin pointed at Li Yuntian and shouted, his face pale. Wang Xingyang's leg was broken, and Luoqing was going to be in chaos. "Him? Just an ant." It was Heiyu who answered. He slapped Wang Xingyang in the face to make him shut up. At this time, Li Yuntian looked at Yi Qianyu with a guilty look. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now," Li Yuntian said. "Do you want to force me and my daughter to death? It was he who had Tian taken away, and you beat him. Do you still want to save your daughter?" Yi Qianyu shouted, her face full of hatred, but then she fainted on the spot because of her emotional excitement. "Qianyu." Li Yuntian reached out to help immediately upon seeing this. "Go away. You ungrateful man, do you know what you have done? You might as well not show up and just cause trouble for Qianyu." Shen Wenqin pushed Li Yuntian away, extremely angry. "When you left, you should never have come back. Now you come back and break Wang Xingyang's legs. Do you want to never see your daughter again?" Shen Wenqin said, supporting Yi Qianyu and preparing to leave, but how could a woman like her support the unconscious Yi Qianyu? "Nothing will happen to Tian. I will definitely rescue her," Li Yuntian said in a deep voice, then winked at Suzaku, asking him to help Shen Wenqin support Yi Qianyu into the elevator. "I don't know who you are, but I advise you that the Wong family is king in Luoqing. If you hit him, I won't tell you the consequences. Now take your people and run away. As for Tian, my Shen family is here, so there's no need for you to take action." Before leaving, Shen Wenqin said to Li Yuntian with a look of annoyance that the other party had made things completely out of hand as soon as he appeared. Now she could only pray that someone from her Shen family would find Tian as soon as possible. The elevator door closed, and Li Yuntian's face instantly darkened. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from his body, and he turned to look at Wang Xingyang. "What do you want to do? You should have heard what Shen Wenqin said just now. I am the eldest son of the Wong family. If your men hit me, you are dead. If you know what's good for you, cut off your legs immediately and kneel in front of me to apologize." Wang Xingyang shouted at Li Yuntian with a ferocious look on his face. "Slap," Li Yuntian said coldly. "Pa." Heiyu on the side slapped Wang Xingyang in the face, and a scream rang out in the empty corridor. "It was you who had my daughter kidnapped. Who instructed you to do this? What on earth do they want to do with my daughter's eyes?" Li Yuntian stared at Wang Xingyang and said through gritted teeth. "You only have one chance. If you don't tell me, you will die." I. Wang Xingyang was so frightened that his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was scared and very angry at the same time. This was in Los Angeles. His legs were broken in his own territory, and now he was being slapped in the face like an ant. Do these people know what they are doing? Aren't they afraid of their own retaliation? Speak. Heiyu slapped Wang Xingyang again with his backhand, with murderous intent on his face. If he didn't want to get the information, he would have killed the men with just a slap. "I'll tell you, I'll ask Lord Long to send someone to capture that little bastard." As long as they make sure that little bastard disappears, I don't know anything else. As for her eyes, I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Xingyang spoke hurriedly. He was afraid. Although he was of noble status, his status would be useless when facing a group of people who were not afraid of death. Moreover, he did not bring his bodyguards with him. Lord Long. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Li Yuntian's eyes. Boss, those bald guys said before that they are Lord Long's men. He Yu said with an angry look on his face. They dared to send people to capture the young master of the Northwest Army. Is Lord Long tired of living? Go find him. Li Yuntian said. What about him? He is disrespectful to the young master, he deserves to die. He Yu looked at Wang Xingyang coldly. Letting him live would be too easy for him. I will settle accounts with him one by one after I rescue my daughter. Li Yuntian said, glancing at Wang Xingyang. Wang Xingyang said nothing, but his eyes were full of malice when he looked at Li Yuntian. Especially after hearing what Li Yuntian said, his eyes flashed with disdain. Settlement. The other party didn't realize how terrifying his Wang family was. Li Yuntian and He Yu went downstairs. At this time, a group of soldiers was standing next to the off-road vehicle they drove downstairs. The leading officer saw Li Yuntian and He Yu and immediately ran over. Sir, I'm Zhang Heng, the commander of the Luo City Guard. The governor has specially ordered me to come and wait for your orders. Zhang Heng said cautiously. The man in front of him was the legendary king of the Northwest. He felt scared when talking to him. How dare you? Marshal Yun is here in person, and the governor of Qingzhou only lets you come. Where is he? Make him come here immediately. Facing Zhang Heng of the Luoqing army, Li Yuntian ignored him, and instead He Yu scolded him. Marshal Yun came to Qingzhou in person, and the governor of Qingzhou actually sent a small minion to welcome Marshal Yun. He was very brave. General Yun, Commander He Yu, the governor can't come. Zhang Heng was so scared that he was trembling all over, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and then he said hurriedly. Qingqing has been sealed off by the Northwest Army. Without Marshal Yun's order, the governor cannot come out. Zhang Heng wanted to cry but had no tears. Qingqing was the main city of Qingzhou and the governor of Qingzhou was stationed in Qingqing. Originally, Marshal Yun was going to Qingzhou in person, and the governor of Qingzhou had to come to meet him in person. But who would have thought that Qingqing was blocked by Li Yuntian's order, allowing only entry but not exit? The governor of Qingzhou had no choice but to let Zhang Heng come. After hearing Zhang Heng's words, He Yu's mouth twitched and he stopped blaming the other party. Then just follow me. Lord Long, do you know who it is? Li Yuntian asked Zhang Heng. Lord Long. Marshal Yun is talking about Long Bangkeng. Zhang Heng said. It should be him. Take me to find him. Li Yuntian said and got into the car directly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng immediately got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As Li Yuntian left, the Yundian hotel became chaotic. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of the Wong and Yi families, but no one expected that the hero Wang Xingyang had his legs broken and the heroine Yi Qianyu disappeared. For a moment, the whole city of Los Angeles was alarmed. Lord Long, Long Bangkeng, the uncrowned king of the underground world of Los Angeles. Although he is not from a noble family, in Luo City, no matter they are from noble families or ordinary people, they will turn pale when they hear the title of Long Yi. There is no other reason, because the other party has 3,000 dragon sons and grandsons in Luo City, and he is the strongest person in Luo City. There is a saying circulating in Luo City, it is better to provoke the noble families than to offend the dragon king of half city. If you offend a noble family, the worst outcome is losing both your life and your wealth, but if you offend Lord Long, you won't even be able to leave a complete body in the end. There are only evil things in this world that people cannot think of, but there is no evil thing that Lord Long cannot do. Luoqing Dragon King Hotel, Long Banqing's own hotel. Today, the Dragon King Hotel was packed with guests, and many celebrities from Los Angeles families were present. Outside the hotel, on both sides of the avenue stood a man in black tights every 1 meter, like two long black dragons. Everyone present turned pale with fright after seeing this scene. The 3,000 dragon sons and grandsons of Lord Long are truly worthy of their reputation. The reason why the Dragon King Hotel has made such a big fuss is because today is Long Banqing's 50th birthday. The Zhang family in Luoqing sends a pair of jade rui to wish Lord Long all the best. The Sun family in Luoqing sends a jade sculpture of an evergreen pine tree to wish Lord Long a long life. The Wong family of Luoqing presents a painting of an ancient golden dragon flying in the clouds. I wish Lord Long to soar thousands of miles. The guests present couldn't help but exclaim as their names were called out. On Lord Long's birthday, almost all the famous families in Luo City came to congratulate him. Although because of Lord Long's status, those families only sent gifts, but this was enough face. In the whole city of Los Angeles, whose birthday can be celebrated by both the black and white worlds. Apart from Lord Long, there is probably no one else. May Lord Long live a long life and rule Luo City forever. In the banquet hall, 300 of Long Banqing's confidants knelt on one knee and congratulated Long Banqing, who was sitting on the main seat, their voices shaking the sky. Ha ha ha, everyone, get up. We won't go home until we are drunk today. Long Banqing, who was wearing a red robe, laughed with a happy look on his face. Thank you, Master Long, everyone shouted, and all stood up and sat in their seats, their movements unified and their momentum unparalleled. At the same time, a team of military vehicles stopped outside the Dragon King Hotel. When Long Banqing's men on both sides of the avenue saw this, they couldn't help but look puzzled. It was Lord Long's birthday, and the military actually sent people to congratulate him. They had reasons to think so. After all, with Long Banqing's status in Luoqing, even the Luoqing military had to give him face. Seal off the hotel and prepare for the aftermath later, Li Yuntian said to Zhang Heng. His tone was calm, but in Zhang Heng's ears it was full of murderous intent. Yes, sir. Zhang Heng bent down and felt cold all over. Something big was going to happen tonight. Li Yuntian walked towards the Dragon King Hotel. The door of the banquet hall had been closed at this time. There were several guards in black outside the door. When they saw Li Yuntian walking straight towards them, they surrounded him. Friend, do you have an invitation? Bang. As soon as the guards opened their mouths to ask Li Yuntian, who would have thought that Li Yuntian would kick the door directly? In an instant, the 2-meter-high door shattered and fragments flew into the banquet hall. And those guards were all blown away by Li Yuntian's sudden kick, hitting the wall and spitting blood. Inside the banquet hall, Long Banqing and his 300 men were shocked by this sudden scene. The entire venue was silent. They were just drinking and laughing happily. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly break in? At this moment, everyone in the venue looked at Li Yuntian with incredible expressions. How dare someone come to Lord Long's birthday party to cause trouble? Doesn't he know what he's doing? This is a desire to exterminate the entire clan. The next moment, all the eyes at the banquet turned cold and murderous intent boiled over. Boy, do you know what you are doing? Have you thought about the consequences? At the big round table in the back of the banquet, Long Banqing sat on the armchair and glanced at Li Yuntian and asked. He was very angry because his birthday party was interrupted. He didn't want to kill anyone today. Are you Long Banqing? You know my daughter Tian, right? Li Yuntian asked with murderous intent, then raised his leg and walked towards Long Banqing. How dare you? Calling Lord Long by his name directly is a death penalty. In an instant, 300 strong men in the hall roared and rushed towards Li Yuntian with murderous intent. But Li Yuntian's eyes were fixed on Long Banqing, and he ignored the crowd that rushed to the venue. It seemed that Li Yuntian was about to be drowned by the crowd. Bang. 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 Heiyu rushed forward, and in just a moment, more than a dozen strong men flew backwards, spitting blood. Li Yuntian walked towards Long Banqing step by step. Figures of people were flying around him, and anyone who dared to try to approach him was knocked away by Heiyu. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was filled with screams. A minute later, Li Yuntian walked to the big round table and continued to ask while looking at Long Banqing. I was asking you a question, didn't you hear me? The banquet hall was already in a mess at this time, with people lying on the ground wailing everywhere, and many of them were completely silent. They were dead. Heiyu stood silently behind Li Yuntian, as if the person who had attacked before was not him. Base. At the big round table, Long Banqing's group of people all stood up in fear, each with a look of horror on their face. It took less than a minute to walk from the door to the large round table, a distance of dozens of steps. Before they could even come to their senses, all 300 strong men in the hall were knocked down by the men in black. What shocked them even more was that the men in black seemed to be just a subordinate of the man who was speaking in front of them. When did such a person appear in Los Angeles? May I ask what your identity is? Is this one of? Long Banqing took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked Li Yuntian. But before he could finish his words, Li Yuntian interrupted him. I'm asking you, who took my daughter away every day? You only have one chance to speak. In an instant, the temperature around them dropped. Long Banqing and his companions all felt their bodies go cold. At the same time, they were somewhat angry. When had they ever been bullied like this? Let's fight and kill this guy. At this moment, a strong man at the round table suddenly roared. Except for Long Banqing, the other 6 strong men took out pistols from under the table and pulled the trigger at Li Yuntian. Bang. 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 Bullets rained down on Li Yuntian. Humph. Li Yuntian snorted coldly, and a violent wave of air burst out from his body. Boom. In an instant, the big round table shattered, and all the people in Long Banqing were blown away, hitting the wall and spitting blood. So strong. At this moment, Long Banqing and his companions were all horrified and looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief. Is this still human? With a cold snort, he destroyed the bullets they fired, leaving them no chance to resist. When did they provoke such a terrifying and powerful person? You, who are you? Long Banqing looked at Li Yuntian with a terrified tone. Boom. Li Yuntian waved his hand, and a strongman next to Long Banqing exploded instantly, and blood splashed all over Long Banqing's face. I told you, you only have one chance to speak. Where is my daughter every day? Li Yuntian asked with a cold face. Tian Tian. That Tian Tian. I have captured too many little girls. I don't know who you are talking about. Long Banqing was panicked and his face turned terribly pale. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, another person was beaten to death by Li Yuntian. Oh. At this moment, Long Banqing and his companions all collapsed and screamed in fear. Although they are the uncrowned kings of Luo City, where have they ever seen a strongman like Li Yuntian? A casual slap from his palm could take a life, as if all people were ants in his eyes. On the outskirts of Luo City, the bald man. Li Yuntian said expressionlessly, and then continued. Now, do you remember? Outdoors, Baldy Chong. A glimmer of clarity suddenly flashed across Long Banqing's eyes. He remembered, but then his eyes became flustered. He looked at Li Yuntian and asked. I said, can you let me go? Boom. Long Banqing was halfway through his words when the bodies of the other strong men present, except for him, all exploded. You have no room for bargaining, said Li Yuntian. I said, they are from the Qingqing military, but I don't know their specific identities. I only know that they used the military communication channel and had military vehicles. Other than that, I don't know anything. Long Banqing spoke quickly, he was afraid. Qingzhou Army. Li Yuntian's face turned cold. Yes, it was them. Since they were from the military, I didn't dare to ask for their information. I only knew that they wanted the little girl's eyes. It seemed that they were going to transplant them to the daughter of a big shot. Long Banqing said, and then continued speaking with some hesitation in his eyes. I heard them say that the surgery was going to be done today, and I'm afraid it has already started. Boom. As soon as Long Banqing finished speaking, a murderous intent burst out from Li Yuntian, and a terrifying pressure descended directly upon him. Boom. 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 In an instant, everything in the venue exploded, and everyone in the venue was bleeding from all 5 orifices and died on the spot. Outside the venue, all the glass exploded. The men in black guarding outside the hotel and the Luoqing army led by Zhang Heng all half knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. Great, so strong. Long Banqing struggled to speak, blood spurting out of his mouth, and then he lost all his breath. He opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with reluctance and regret. He never imagined that he, the uncrowned king of Luo City and the half-city dragon king feared by everyone, would die because of a little girl. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have gotten involved in the organ trading business. Puff. Li Yuntian, who was furious, spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath quickly dropped. Master Yun. Heiyu looked worried. Tell Qinglong and the others to seal up the Qingzhou army and ask them to hand over Tian. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Li Yuntian said to Heiyu with red eyes. Even Heiyu couldn't help but tremble in his heart at those scarlet eyes. Yun Shui was really angry this time. A Qingzhou army of 100,000 people, he just slaughtered them. Of course, they deserve to die. Yes, Marshal Yun. Heiyu responded quickly and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Qinglong. Li Yuntian stood there, his eyes filled with pain and hatred. Was he late after all? Daughter, he has never seen his daughter. Why? 5 years ago, his mother died tragically and his best friend's family was wiped out. Now he is the king of the Northwest with all the power in the world. Why can't he even protect his own daughter? Why does God punish himself like this? General Yun, don't be anxious. I think you still have a chance. Heiyu said. What did you say? Tian still has a chance. Li Yuntian grabbed Heiyun and asked anxiously. Yes, have you forgotten? Qingqing has long been blocked by Qinglong and his men. If those people want to take the young lady away for surgery, they must enter the city. If they dare to enter the city, they will definitely be discovered by Qinglong and his men. Heiyu analyzed that Li Yuntian was confused by the situation and did not expect Qingzhou to be blocked. Yes. Qingqing has been sealed. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Yuntian's eyes. He still has a chance. And Marshal Yun, I don't think it's the Qingzhou army that did it. Have you forgotten? The commander of the Qingzhou army is Wong Meng, who came from our Northwest army. He is strict in military discipline and would never allow the army to do something like child trafficking. Heiyu continued to speak. Qinglong just sent me a message saying that Wong Meng knew something was wrong with the young master and immediately brought the Qingzhou army to help, so he should know nothing. I think someone must have used the power of the Qingzhou army to take the young lady away. After hearing Heiyu's analysis, Li Yuntian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He was really confused. He couldn't figure out such a simple thing. So, Tian is still alive and she hasn't started the operation yet. She can still be saved. Li Yuntian said to himself. Yes, General Yun, and I have told Qinglong to seal off all the hospitals in Qingqing. So, even if that group of people manage to enter Qingqing, they will have no place to perform surgery. Heiyu said. That's right, let's go to Qingqing now. Li Yuntian said hurriedly, his tone urgent. No, Commander Yun, the most important thing now is to find out who took the young master away. Even if we go to Qingqing now, we won't be able to find the young master without knowing who took her away. Besides, if that group of people know the young master's identity, they will be desperate and do harm to the young master, then. Heiyu analyzed, but didn't say the rest. Yes. You are right. After listening to Heiyu's analysis, Li Yuntian immediately calmed down and thought quickly in his mind. The person who took Tian away was able to mobilize the power of the Qingzhou army, which shows that he is very powerful in Qingzhou. If the other party knew Tian's identity, he might do something bad to Tian in order to protect himself. Therefore, he cannot panic at this time. The more panic he suffers, the greater the risk of being exposed every day. Bang. 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 At this time, Zhang Heng entered the hall with his men. When he saw the bloody scene in the hall, he was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. The banquet hall in front of me can only be described as hell on earth. When Zhang Heng saw Long Bangheng lying on the ground, he was even more shocked. Long Bangheng, the uncrowned king of Luoqing, is dead. Although Zhang Heng had guessed the result when Li Yuntian entered the Dragon King Hotel, he was still terrified when he saw it with his own eyes. General Yun, General Heiyu, I'll have someone clean up this place first. Zhang Heng approached Li Yuntian and the others cautiously. But neither of them had time to pay attention to him and just walked out of the hotel. Zhang Heng was not embarrassed when he saw this. He quickly ordered his men to clean up the scene, then trotted after them. Go see Yi Qianyu, Li Yintian ordered. If you want to know who took Tian Tian away, you can only look for clues from Yi Qianyu. The other party may not know who it is, but Tian Tian has always been by her side, and she is the one who knows Tian Tian best. At the same time, in the watching Yi family. In the hall of the Yi family manor, swords were drawn and crossbows were drawn. Old Madame Yi, who was dressed in a regal dress, sat in the main seat in the hall, staring at Yi Qianyu with a look of disappointment on her face, and said through gritted teeth, "Who is that wild man? Where did he escape to? Let him come back." After injuring young Master Wong's legs, he ran away. He wants our Yi family to die. Grandma, I don't know where he went, and I don't have his contact information. Yi Qianyu said with a pale face, looking helpless. Qianyu, isn't it uncle who is telling you to do this? Why are you still protecting that beast? He broke young Master Wong's leg, and even our Yi family will be implicated. If we can't find him to vent our anger on the Wong family, I'm afraid the Yi family will really be finished this time. Yi Qianyu's uncle, Yi Hongtao, the patriarch of the Yi family, spoke with an angry look on his face. Grandma, Dad, I think she wishes our Yi family would be in trouble. Our Yi family has ignored her for 5 years. I'm afraid she has long wished that our Yi family would be destroyed. The speaker was a gorgeously dressed woman named Yi Qianrong. At this moment, Yi Qianrong's eyes were full of gloating. She had never been as good as Yi Qianyu since she was a child. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Qianyu was better than her. Outsiders only knew Yi Qianyu but not her, Yi Qianrong. Therefore, as long as there is an opportunity to take advantage of Yi Qianyu's misfortune, she will never miss it. No, I don't hate the Yi family. I really don't know where he went. Yi Qianyu hurriedly explained. She had Li Yintian's contact information, but the other party broke Wang Xingyang's leg. If he was caught by the Wang family, he would surely die. Although she hated Li Yintian, she didn't want his life to be in danger. Asshole! How dare you talk back to me? Old Madame Yi yelled, picked up her cane and hit Yi Qianyu. But then, a hand stopped her. It was Suzaku, who had always stayed by Yi Qianyu's side. Let go, who are you? How dare you, an outsider, interfere in the affairs of my Yi family? Old Madame Yi scolded Suzaku. I am the subordinate of the wild men you mentioned. Don't worry, my boss didn't run away. It's just a small Wong family. It's nothing. Zhu Chue said, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. If these people were not Yi Qianyu's elders, she would have started a massacre long ago. Yun Shuai, is he someone that you ants can insult? The subordinates of that wild man. Old Madame Yi was stunned, and then looked at Zhu Chue with a vicious look. Okay, you actually dared to come to our Yi family. Come, arrest her and send her to the Wong family. In an instant, many guards rushed in from outside the hall. Grandma, she is not, she is my friend. Seeing this, Yi Qianyu hurriedly stood beside Zhu Chue and whispered to Zhu Chue. Run. But Zhu Chue remained unmoved. Instead he glanced at the Yi family guards with a look of disdain. Asshole, Yi Qianyu, you still want to protect that wild man. This bitch is his subordinate. Capture her and send her to the Wong family. Maybe the Wong family will spare the Yi family. Old Madame Yi scolded Yi Qianyu. Humph, just a small Wong family. You bitch probably have no idea how powerful the Wong family is. Yi Qianrong said to Zhu Chue in a mocking tone. Seeing that a group of Yi family guards were about to rush over, Zhu Chue pulled Yi Qianyu behind her with a murderous look on her face. She couldn't touch the Yi family, but she would not tolerate these guards. How dare you? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Li Yintian rushed into the crowd in an instant and waved his hand. All the Yi family guards present were blown away and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his face was full of murderous intent. On the way here, he learned from Zhang Heng about Yi Qianyu's experience in the past 5 years. She got pregnant before marriage and became a joke in Luocheng. She was kicked out of the Yi family and lived alone with her daughter. A weak woman, living a hard life with her daughter in Luocheng, helpless and often bullied by the Yi family and disliked by her biological parents. Li Yuntian found it hard to imagine how Yi Qianyu had managed to hold on. At the same time, he felt endless regret in his heart that he shouldn't have misunderstood Yi Qianyu in the beginning. At this moment, he felt 1,000 times more sorry and guilty towards Yi Qianyu. So, when he saw the Yi family guards surrounding Yi Qianyu, he became angry instantly. In the hall, everyone in the Yi family was shocked by this scene. With a wave of their hands, all 8 guards flew out. Where had they ever seen such a scene? You. Who are you? Old Madame Yi asked Li Yuntian with fear in her eyes. He is the wild man you are talking about, and he is also my boss. Don't you want to catch him? Here he comes. The one who spoke was Suzaku, and at this moment she looked at the Yi family with disdain in her eyes. It's you. How dare you come back? Old Madame Yi shouted and wanted to curse something, but thinking of the strength that Li Yuntian had just revealed, she forced herself to hold it back and kept winking at Yi Qianrong. Humph. I'll settle the score with you later. Li Yuntian snorted coldly, then looked at Yi Qianyu with an apologetic look and spoke. Qianyu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. What are you doing here? Get out of here. I told you I don't want to see you again. Yi Qianyu yelled out of control. Sorry. Oh, she didn't need to apologize. Qianyu, listen to me. I will make it up to you later, but the most important thing now is to save Tian Tian. Li Yuntian said. He knew that the other party would not forgive him easily. Did you hear me telling you to get out? I don't need you to worry about anything every day. When Xin will help me. I don't need you to interfere. Get out of here right now. Yi Qianyu shouted at Li Yuntian, her face full of tears. Qianyu, calm down. Tian Tian is no longer in Luocheng. The Shen family can't find her. Think about it carefully. Li Yuntian said, but was interrupted by Yi Qianyu halfway through his words. Don't you understand when I tell you to get out? If you hurt Wang Xingyang, you will die. Yi Qianyu burst into tears. At this moment, her mind was already extremely confused and she couldn't understand what Li Yuntian was saying at all. Qianyu, Tian Tian was taken to Qingqing by someone. The other party's origin is mysterious. I can't find them. I need your help. Li Yuntian said, feeling even more guilty towards Yi Qianyu, as the other party was still thinking about him. The Wong family is the #1 family in Luo City. They are the sky of Luo City. They will not let you go. You should leave quickly. Yi Qianyu said, her eyes blurred with tears as she continued to speak. My daughter doesn't need you to take care of her. Even if the Shen family doesn't help me, I will go to the Wong family and ask for help. As long as I marry Wang Xingyang, he will definitely let Tian Tian go. Yi Qianyu. Tian Tian is about to die. Wake up. Li Yuntian suddenly shouted. What? Yi Qianyu turned pale and panicked upon hearing this. Her daughter was about to die. This is impossible. I want my daughter. I want to go find her. Yi Qianyu shouted, and she looked like she had lost her backbone. Qianyu, calm down. Don't worry, I will rescue Tian Tian. Li Yuntian quickly put his hands on Yi Qianyu's shoulders and continued. Think carefully, have any strange people come to see you and your daughter recently? Someone wants Tian Tian's eyes. Have you taken Tian Tian to the hospital recently? Eyes. No, I didn't take Tian Tian to the hospital. Yi Qianyu turned pale and swayed when he heard that, and he was about to faint. At this moment, Yi Hongtao, Yi Qianyu's uncle in the hall, suddenly had a look of panic in his eyes, and then he secretly walked out of the house. Where do you want to go? Do you know something? Heiyu instantly blocked Yi Hongtao's way with a cold tone. What? I just want to go to the bathroom. I don't understand what you are saying. Yi Hongtao said hurriedly, his face turning pale instantly. This scene instantly caught Li Yuntian's attention. At the same time, Yi Qianyu next to him seemed to have thought of something. She rushed towards Yi Hongtao, pulling Yi Hongtao's clothes and shouting. Uncle, you know, don't you? Tian Tian told me that you stabbed her with a needle a few days ago and pulled out a few of her hairs. Is that you? Boom. Hearing this, Li Yuntian instantly became murderous and looked at Yi Hongtao with cold eyes. You're talking nonsense, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Yi Hongtao panicked, pushed Yi Qinyu away and tried to run away. Bang! Li Yuntian kicked Yi Hongtao away in an instant, and the opponent's body hit the wall hard. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuntian grabbed Yi Hongtao's neck and said with gritted teeth. Do you know who took Tian away? Tell me, or I'll kill you. What are you doing? You wild man, let go. Old Madame Yi shouted from the side and raised her cane to hit him, but was stopped by Suzaku. Yi Hongtao's breathing became difficult due to Li Yuntian's grip and his face turned extremely red. I'm telling you. It's the Sun family. The little princess of the Qingqing Sun family has damaged her eyes and needs the eyes of this little bastard. Yi Hongtao spoke quickly, for he was afraid that Li Yuntian would really kill him. Bang! Upon hearing this, Li Yuntian threw Yi Hongtao to the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Sun family, I finally found you. However, unlike Li Yuntian and the other two who were filled with murderous intent, the other people in the hall had different reactions when they heard about the Sun family. It's over, it's over. Yi Qinyu's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground with a desperate expression. But old Madame Yi was shocked at first, and then looked surprised. The Sun family, are you talking about the Sun family, one of the 3 top families in Qingzhou? Old Madame Yi asked Yi Hongtao excitedly. The Qingzhou Sun family is a top family that has been passed down for thousands of years. If the Wong family is the sky of Luoqing, then the Sun family is the sky of Qingzhou. The Sun family is hundreds of times stronger than the Wong family. Hee, yes. If this succeeds, our Yi family will have the support of the Sun family. Yi Hongtao said while lying on the ground. Although he was spitting blood, his tone seemed a little excited. You two seem very happy. Li Yuntian asked with a cold face. After all, the other party was Yi Qinyu's relative, and he really didn't want to kill anyone. Haha, that's the Sun family. This is an opportunity for my Yi family to be able to hold on to the Sun family. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Yes, young man, you are very strong, but in front of the Sun family, you are not even an ant. Yi Hongtao looked at Li Yuntian with resentment and gloating in his eyes. After knowing that the opponent is the Sun family, I am afraid you are also afraid, right? Yi Hongtao thought to himself. Grandma, uncle, Tian is your relative, and she is still a child. Yi Qinyu said in a hoarse voice. Shut up. What do you know? That little bastard is not worthy of being our relative. Old Madame Yi scolded Yi Qinyu, then continued speaking with a happy smile on her face. But that little bastard has done a great job in connecting my Yi family to the Sun family. At most, I can just burn more paper money for her in the future. Haha, that's right. We should burn more paper money. Our Yi family is a kind-hearted family who knows how to repay kindness. Yi Hongtao said with a smile. Yi Qinyu trembled and felt extremely cold when she heard this. It was hard for her to imagine that these words came from her grandmother and uncle. Just because I got pregnant before marriage, I brought shame to the Yi family and could not bring greater benefits to the Yi family, so I was punishing myself like this. Yi Qinyu paused for a moment and then fainted. Seeing this, Li Yuntian hugged Yi Qinyu, then looked at old Madame Yi and Yi Hongtao coldly. At this moment, he really wanted to kill these two people. But he couldn't, because he remembered that Yi Qinyu had told him before that she loved her family very much. Stop. Where are you going? Seeing Li Yuntian suddenly leaving with Yi Qinyu in his arms, old Madame Yi immediately shouted. Go save my daughter. Li Yuntian said. No. You can't go. When Mrs. Yi heard this, she became anxious and stepped forward to grab Li Yuntian's clothes. Mom, just let him go. He'll just die if he goes. Yi Hongtao said with disdain. No. He can't go. What if he goes and angers the Sun family, and implicates our Yi family? Besides, he has to stay and apologize to the Wong family, said old lady Yi. Boom. In an instant, Li Yuntian could no longer control his murderous aura. A wave of air burst out from his body, directly shocking Mrs. Yi and causing her to spit out blood. Boss. The Yi family deserves to be destroyed. Heiyu and Juchue also had murderous intent on their faces. They really couldn't help it. Let's go, Li Yuntian said. He couldn't do anything to make Yi Qianyu sad again. The three of them walked out of the house. At this time, a group of people just walked in from the Yi family's gate, led by Yi Qianrong. Qianrong, second Master Wong, stop him quickly, he is the one who injured young Master Wong. In the hall, old Madame Yi struggled and shouted. Yes, it's him. Yi Qianrong looked excited. How dare you? You injured my nephew and still dared to stay in Luocheng. You are looking for death. Upon seeing this, the second master of the Wong family shouted loudly and rushed forward with his men. Die. Seeing that they were about to approach Li Yuntian took a step forward, and in an instant, terrifying energy rushed towards the second master of the Wong family and others. Bang. 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 Suddenly, the bodies of the second master of the Wong family and his men all exploded, leaving no intact corpse. Li Yuntian left the Yi family with a cold face. He couldn't kill members of the Yi family, but he could kill everyone else. The three members of the Yi family were shocked when they saw this scene. More than a dozen living people were gone in the blink of an eye. They looked at Li Yuntian's back and were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Take her to the hospital and protect her. After leaving the Yi family, Li Yuntian handed Yi Qianyu to Suzaku. Yes, Marshal Yun, said Juchue. Zhang Heng. Li Yuntian looked at Zhang Heng, who had been waiting in the car, and spoke. The Wong family is surrounded. No one can go in or out. Yes, I obey your command. Zhang Heng's heart trembled, fearing that there would be no Wong family in Luocheng anymore. After arranging everything, Li Yuntian and Heiyu boarded Suzaku 1 and headed towards Qingcheng. At the speed of Suzaku 1, it would only take a few minutes to reach Qingcheng. At the same time, Qingcheng, the main city of Qingzhou, is the power center of the entire Qingzhou and has countless aristocratic families. But today, the people of Qingcheng are in panic, and all the important figures are worried. Because Qingcheng was sealed. The main city of a state was blocked, and information, transportation, and the internet were completely blocked. It can be said that the entire Qingcheng was completely cut off from the outside world. This has never happened since the founding of the empire. You have to know that in the past, even if a city was sealed off, it was only the traffic that was blocked, but the people in the city could still contact the outside world. But this time it was different. The phone couldn't be dialed, the internet couldn't be used, and even the TV signal was gone. The entire Qingcheng turned into a dead city. Countless people were speculating about what had happened, and many aristocratic families sent people to inquire about the governor's mansion, but the door of the governor's mansion was closed and all visitors were refused. The entire Qingcheng was waiting in agony. In a mountain villa in the eastern district of Qingcheng, this is the Qingcheng Sun family, one of the 3 top families in Qingzhou. With businesses spread across the entire empire, it can be said that it is a prestigious family across the country. In a hall with ancient style and charm, a middle-aged man sat in the main seat, drinking tea slowly and calmly. He is the head of the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng, one of the most important figures in Qingzhou. In front of him, a young man in his 30s was walking back and forth in the hall, looking anxiously and looking outside from time to time. Boer, sit down and take a rest. With your temper, how can I be confident in handing the family to you in the future? Sun Qingfeng said, glancing at the young man. Oh, Dad, I'm anxious. Everything is ready, except for that little girl. Sun Bo said, drinking a whole pot of tea in one breath. Qingcheng was suddenly sealed off. I don't know if my brother can bring the little girl back. Sun Bo said worriedly. Haha, you are confused. So what if Qingcheng is sealed off? Don't forget your brother's position in the army. You should know that it was the Qingzhou army that sealed off Qingcheng. Sun Qingfeng said, and then continued. What you should be preparing now is to host a celebratory dinner for our little princess. Hee, that's right. Qiao Qiao was born without light. It's so pitiful. We should celebrate it. Sun Bo said with a smile. Dad, big brother. At this moment, a young man in armor walked in, looking very heroic. Brother, have you brought the little girl back? Sun Bo quickly came over and asked. It's brought back. We can prepare for the surgery immediately. Sun Yu said with a smile, and then continued. It is a blessing for this little girl that her eyes can be transplanted to Qiao Qiao. Well, that's good. After you're done with it, find a place with a nice view to bury it. It will also be considered as a good deed for Qiao Qiao. Sun Qingfeng nodded and said, then pointed at Sun Bo and said to Sun Yu with a smile. Your brother is still worried that you won't be able to bring the girl back. Haha, he's worrying for nothing. Hee, Qingqing has been sealed, but I am the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army. It is easy for me to bring a little girl in. My brother has been worrying for nothing. Sun Yu said with a hint of pride on his face. Although Qingqing was sealed off by the Northwest Army, it was too large and the Northwest Army had few men, so they mainly relied on the strength of the Qingzhou army. As the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army, it would be easy for Sun Yu to bring a few people into the city. Of course, the main reason is that Li Yuntian is worried that his daughter's identity will be exposed, which will only make things more dangerous, so he has been blocking the news. Even the news that the Northwest Army has arrived in Qingqing is currently only known to the governor of Qingzhou, the commander of the Qingzhou army and the three elders. Do you know why the city is closed? I always feel that something big will happen during this closure. Sun Qingfeng looked at Sun Yu and asked. Dad, this is a military secret and I don't know much about it, but I should have guessed something. Sun Yu said, then smiled mysteriously and continued. Someone from the Council of Elders has arrived, and the person who came is most likely one of the 6 elders. Hiss. Sun Qingfeng took a breath of cold air when he heard this, one of the 6 elders. You must know that the most powerful existence in the empire is the Council of Elders, and the 6 elders are the 6 people standing at the pinnacle of power in the empire, and any one of them is a godlike existence. It was reasonable for Sun Qingfeng to lose his composure. I see. No wonder Qingqing is blocked so thoroughly this time. I just don't know which elder has come. Sun Qingfeng said, and then continued. If it's the 3rd elder, then our family can still use some connections. You know, your grandfather was an acquaintance of the 3rd elder a few times. It shouldn't be the 3rd elder. In addition to the Qingzhou army, there is also a group of soldiers sealing the city. I saw them from afar and they are all killing gods on the battlefield. Among the 6 elders, only the 6th elder has such a powerful guard. Sun Yu said. That's a pity. Sun Qingfeng felt a little regretful. Dad, I should go back. I need to keep an eye on the East City Gate. Sun Yu said, and left quickly. At the same time, at the south gate of Qingqing, a sturdy man wearing Qinglong armor suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. In an instant, countless figures gathered towards him. In the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 figures gathered at the city gate, each of them full of murderous intent and evil spirit. This frightened the Qingzhou soldiers, who were also soldiers, so much that their faces turned pale. These people were too strong. Any one of them gave them the feeling that he was stronger than their commander. In the distance, the 3rd elder hurried over and was shocked when he saw this scene. The 3 commanders of the Northwest Army, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, 25 army commanders, and 3,000 war emperors. The top combat forces of the Northwest Army are all here. This is a force that is enough to destroy a country. General Qinglong, why did you suddenly summon the entire army? The 3rd elder asked Qinglong. Marshal Yun has ordered to surround the Sun family. Qinglong said with a cold face, and with a wave of his hand, the entire army was dispatched. Sun family. The 3rd elder was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly went over to grab Qinglong. General Qinglong, why is it the Sun family? And where are Commander Yun? Marshal Yun has passed by. Qinglong said, looking at the sky. There was nothing in the sky, but at this moment everyone present felt a terrifying pressure. The 3rd elder was horrified. Suzaku No. 1, Li Yuntian actually drove Suzaku No. 1 into Qingqing. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to destroy Qingqing? 3rd elder, Marshal Yun asked me to tell you that this is his own family affair and he hopes to resolve it himself and doesn't want others to interfere. Qinglong said to the 3rd elder and then left. At the South City Gate, the 3rd elder, Qingzhou Governor Qinghai, and Qingzhou Army Commander Wang Meng looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the departing Northwest Army. They all understood Qinglong's last words. Li Yintian didn't want them to get involved in this matter. To put it bluntly, you just watch from the sidelines and don't bother me. Third Elder, are you really not going to care about this? Qinghai was a little unwilling. You know, he is the governor of Qingzhou and the entire Qingzhou is his territory. Now, he doesn't even have the qualifications to intervene in what is happening on his territory. It's really frustrating. Care? Do you want to die or bury the entire Qingzhou army? That guy is too lazy to even see me, the third elder, and you, a mere governor, want to care about his affairs. The third elder glared at Qinghai. What should we do now? Qinghai's heart trembled and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was also confused. He was used to bullying in Qingzhou and almost forgot who the protagonist of this incident was. King of the Northwest, commander of the Northwest Army, the strongest man in the empire. Not to mention that the other party had become the host in his own territory. Even if they killed him, the governor, no one would dare to stand up for him. The Qingzhou army continues the blockade, so let's wait here. The third elder said, then muttered to himself with a bitter look on his face. What happened? What did the Sun family do to offend Yun Shuai? Marshal Yun's daughter has been kidnapped by the Sun family. The damn Sun family seems to want to dig out Marshal Yun's daughter's eyes. Wong Meng, the commander of the Qingzhou army, said with a murderous look on his face. He wished he could lead his troops to destroy the Sun family directly, but Li Yintian did not let him intervene, and he did not dare to disobey Li Yintian's orders. What? Marshal Yun's daughter. The third elder was shocked when he heard this, and his mind was buzzing, as if he didn't believe it was true. The Sun family actually dared to kidnap Yun Shuai's daughter and even gouged out her eyes. This is a desire to exterminate the entire clan. No wonder Marshal Yun returned from the battlefield in a rage, and no wonder the top leaders of the Northwest Army were full of murderous intent. Everything is clear now. Anyone who encounters such a thing would probably go crazy. You bastards, what does the Sun family want to do? The third elder yelled, his face full of anger. Qinghai, who was standing aside, was already frightened silly and stood there in a daze. At this moment, he suddenly regretted that he was the governor of Qingzhou. Yun Shuai's daughter got into trouble on his own territory. Even if he was not sentenced to death, he would not escape punishment. Damn it. The Empire misunderstood Yun Shuai. The Empire is sorry for Yun Shuai. The third elder roared, his heart filled with guilt. Marshal Yun was fighting for the Empire on the front lines to defend his country. But there are people in the rear who want to harm Yun Shuai's daughter. Who can tolerate this? Sun family. Sun family. Come here, kill all 9 clans of the Sun family, said the third elder with red eyes. Third elder, Marshal Yun said that outsiders do not need to interfere in this matter. Wong Meng shrugged and said. This. The third elder was stunned when he heard this, then he glared at Wong Meng and spoke. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Marshal Yun has ordered that we cannot tell anyone, Wong Meng said. You are a general of the Empire, and I am the third elder. Are you still hiding things from me? The third elder roared, feeling extremely angry. Upon hearing this, Wong Meng lowered his head and remained silent. It's true that I'm a general of the Empire, and it's also true that you're the third elder, but I'm Marshal Yun's soldier. If he had not been injured and sent back by Marshal Yun to retire, he would not have been willing to leave the Northwest Army. Seeing Wong Meng's silence, the third elder understood the reason. He couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly in his heart. The Empire didn't even have a chance to make up for it this time. At the same time, outside the Sun family manor, Li Yintian arrived first. He jumped directly from the air and slammed heavily in front of the Sun family's gate. Who dares to act so presumptuously in the Sun family? This is the Sun family's important territory. Who dares to come and cause trouble if they don't want to live? In an instant, dozens of guards outside the Sun family manor rushed over, each of them with an angry look on their faces. Li Yintian landed directly in front of the Sun family's gate from the sky, coming uninvited, which was simply a provocation to the Sun family. In an instant, all the guards of the Sun family rushed out, forming a black mass. Boom. Seeing that the Sun family guards were about to surround Li Yintian took a sudden step forward. In an instant, all the people blocking his way were blown away, and the force continued to increase and directly hit the Sun family's gate. Boom. With a loud bang, the Sun family's gate that had stood for thousands of years was shattered into pieces. For a moment, everyone was stunned, with a look of horror on their faces. They looked at Li Yuntian with shock and anger in their eyes. What was shocking was the opponent's strength. He kicked more than a dozen people away and destroyed the gate of the Sun family. What made people angry was that the Sun family's gate was gone, which was equivalent to a slap in the face to the Sun family. The Sun family, one of the 3 top families in Qingzhou, has been passed down for thousands of years and exists in Qingzhou like a behemoth. When have you ever been so provocative and insulted? Kill them all, and blockade the Sun family with Qinglong. Don't let anyone escape. Li Yuntian ordered Heyu, who was following closely, and then walked towards the Sun family under the gaze of countless Sun family guards. Yes. Heyu responded, then looked at the Sun family guards in front of him with a sneer. He could finally start a killing spree. All of a sudden, screams were heard and alarm bells rang throughout the Sun family. Who is it? Someone invaded the Sun family. Who is so bold? Do you want to be exterminated? How can this be possible? Who dares to provoke our Sun family like this? As the alarm sounded, at this moment, the people of the Sun family roared in anger, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Someone invaded the Sun family. This hasn't happened in many years. Who in Qingzhou doesn't know that his Sun family is here? Who dares to invade the Sun family? Who dares? Do you want to be exterminated? Can the invaders withstand the wrath of their Sun family? At this moment, the Sun family had no fear at all, only anger. Because no one would think that the newcomers would pose a threat to their Sun family. This is the confidence of being a top family. At the same time, the lobby of the Sun family manor was facing the Sun family gate, so Sun Qingfeng happened to see his own Sun family gate being destroyed by Li Yuntian. At this moment, his face was terribly gloomy and full of murderous intent. In his field of vision, Li Yuntian rushed straight into the hall from the gate, and all the guards who tried to intercept him died tragically wherever he passed. But seeing such a horrifying scene, Sun Qingfeng did not have the slightest fear, only anger, and looked at Li Yuntian as if he was looking at a dead person. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuntian stood in front of Sun Qingfeng, his whole body filled with murderous aura. Young man, do you know where this place is? Sun Qingfeng stared at Li Yuntian and asked. Bang. In response, Li Yuntian kicked him, sending him flying against the wall, causing him to spit out blood. There was a flash of horror in Sun Qingfeng's eyes, but it was followed by endless anger. The other party actually dared to hit him. He is the head of the Sun family. When has he ever been insulted like this? Shame. This is a shame. I ask, you tell me, otherwise you die. Li Yuntian looked down at Sun Qingfeng. He could tell that the other party was of extraordinary status, otherwise he would have kicked him to death with just now. You captured a little girl, she is my daughter, where is she now? Li Yuntian asked Sun Qingfeng with extremely cold eyes. Sun Qingfeng originally wanted to say something harsh, but at this time the masters of his Sun family had not reacted, and many people were on their way. He was afraid that the young men in front of him might be angered by him and kill him, which would be a big loss. She is in the back house, in the white attic. Sun Qingfeng said. Swoosh. Li Yuntian left in an instant. At this moment, he just wanted to save his daughter first, and then slowly settle accounts with the Sun family. As Li Yuntian left, Sun Qingfeng slowly stood up. At this moment, his face was terribly gloomy, and at the same time, there was a hint of sarcasm. The other party did not kill himself, which was his biggest mistake. Did he think he could still leave the Sun family? Sun Qingfeng thought to himself. Master. Master, where is the enemy? One after another figures rushed into the Sun family hall. They were the real masters of the Sun family. Gather everyone and go to the back house. Sun Qingfeng ordered, he wanted revenge. Master, there seemed to be enemies outside the manor. Someone said, because they could still hear screams outside the manor. Send a few people to clean up the enemies outside, and the rest of you go to the backyard. Sun Qingfeng ordered, and walked towards the backyard with his men. As for the screams outside the manor, he didn't care, because this was the Sun family. Any enemy who dares to invade their Sun family will have only one outcome, and that is death. At the same time, in the white attic of the Sun family's backyard, a crying little girl was tied to an operating table, her face full of tears and her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Uncle, sister, I'm afraid every day. I don't want to get the injection, please. I'm afraid of the pain, woo-woo," the little girl said to the doctor holding the syringe beside her, her tone pleading. "Please, Tian will be very good from now on. Please don't give Tian the injection, okay? I miss my mother every day. I want my mother every day." A 4-year-old girl had no idea what she was about to face. She only knew that the doctor would give her an injection and she was very scared. Next to the operating bed was a male doctor and 2 nurses. They were indifferent to the little girl's pleas and instead carefully checked her physical condition. "Don't use general anesthesia. Be careful not to kill him. It will then be difficult to transplant his eyes," the male doctor instructed the nurse. The little girl cried in panic, feeling helpless and scared. "Tell her to shut up, she's making so much noise." The doctor glanced at the little girl and said. Immediately, a female nurse reached out and pinched the little girl's arm, leaving a red mark. "Ah! Woo-woo!" The little girl screamed in pain and cried even louder. "Shut up! I'll strangle you if you cry again." The nurse glared at the little girl fiercely with a vicious tone. Seeing this, the little girl bit her lips in fear, her small body trembled and she dared not make a sound. She was so scared. On the other side of the room, there was also a little girl lying on the operating table. But she was holding a doll in her arms and smiling happily. Next to her were Sun Bo and a young woman, who were telling jokes to the little girl in gentle voices. The picture is full of warmth and happiness. When the little girl tied to the bed saw this scene, a hint of desire appeared in her frightened eyes from time to time. She really wanted to have this scene. But she has no father, only a mother, and a stuffed bear that has one arm missing. "Dad, will you come to save Tian? Tian misses you so much," the little girl said softly, her eyes blurred with tears. "Mr. Sun, you can start the operation." At this time, the doctor said to Sun Bo with a respectful look on his face. Sun Bo said, then glanced at the little girl tied to the bed and spoke. "It's better to tell her to shut up later and not scare my daughter. Don't worry, Mr. Sunday. If necessary, I will destroy her vocal cords and will never let her scare the little princess," said the doctor. "Well, let's start. I'll go out and take a look. Someone has invaded the Sun family, and I can't stay here all the time," Sun Bo said, and then prepared to leave. "Who is it? Stop." Boom. At this moment, a loud shout was heard suddenly from outside the attic, but then a loud bang sounded. Click. The door of the room opened and a figure appeared in front of everyone. "It's Li Yuntian." In an instant, everyone in the room changed their expressions. "How dare you? I don't care who you are, get out of here right now," Sun Bo shouted at Li Yuntian. Even though he knew that the other party was an enemy who invaded the Sun family, his daughter's surgery was a big deal and must not be disturbed. "Friend, I don't know what grudge you have against the Sun family, but now we have to perform surgery on the princess of the Sun family. The child is innocent. I hope you will leave immediately and don't disturb us." The doctor also spoke to Li Yuntian. To be honest, when Li Yuntian broke in, no one present reacted with panic or fear. Because they all know that this is the Sun family. Not to mention someone breaking into the Sun family, even if someone brought people to surround the Sun family, the result would be death. Not to mention the background of the Sun family, just take the second young master of the Sun family as an example. He is the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army. He came to the Sun family to cause trouble, which clearly shows that he doesn't want to live anymore. But at this moment, Li Yuntian ignored everyone and stared blankly at the little girl tied to the bed. The little girl with fear and helplessness in her eyes, with big, blinking eyes, looked at her quietly. She is Tian, her own daughter. It was a sense of blood relationship. Li Yuntian knew that the little girl was his daughter at just one glance. Tian, you are Tian, right? Li Yuntian walked towards the little girl with a gentle tone. I'm Li Yuntian, your father. You called me before. Dad is here to save you. Li Yuntian said, his eyes blurred with tears. Friend. Seeing Li Yuntian getting closer and closer, the doctor spoke with some indignation. Shut up. Li Yuntian shouted, shocking the doctor so much that he collapsed to the ground. He didn't kill because his daughter was in front of him and he was afraid of scaring her. But this also frightened everyone in the room so much that they dared not make a sound. Although Sun Bo was extremely angry, he held back. Tian, don't be afraid, Dad will take you home. Li Yuntian walked to the little girl and spoke softly. Wow. Woo. The little daughter burst into tears the moment she heard the word, go home. Don't cry, Tian, don't cry. Li Yuntian panicked and reached out to wipe his daughter's tears, but in his anxiety he bumped into the operating table, and the little girl immediately screamed. Ah. It hurts. Ouch. Li Yuntian was stunned when he saw this, then he gently lifted the quilt and looked at his daughter's body. Seeing this scene, Li Yuntian's heart tightened. He clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red in an instant. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes, and his body was shaking as he tried to suppress his murderous intent. This is his daughter. She is the daughter of the King of the Northwest, the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Army. But now, his daughter's body is covered with scars. At this moment, Li Yuntian's heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. He wanted to kill people. He wanted to cut all those who bullied his daughter into pieces. That was her daughter. How dare they mistreat his daughter like this? How dare you? The King of the Northwest, the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Army, the strongest man in the Empire. Haha, it's all bullshit. Li Yuntian screamed in his heart, he couldn't even protect his own daughter, what was he? Li Yuntian gritted his teeth, trying hard to control himself from exploding, and gently picked up his daughter. Woo-woo. Although the little girl kept crying, after being picked up by Li Yuntian, she hugged Li Yuntian's neck tightly with both hands. Li Yuntian's heart trembled, he patted his daughter's back gently and whispered to comfort her. Be good every day, don't cry, and Daddy will take you home. Seeing Li Yuntian taking the little girl away, Sun Bo immediately reacted and shouted at Li Yuntian. How dare you? Put her down. She must stay to cure my daughter's eyes. You can't take her away. Boom. At this moment Li Yuntian couldn't bear it anymore and blasted Sun Bo away with a palm. Sun Bo slammed against the wall, spitting blood. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room was stunned and no longer dared to stop Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian walked out of the room and closed the door. At this time, the outside was already surrounded by a crowd of people, a dark mass, and a terrifying murderous intent was locked on Li Yuntian. Humph. Young man, where do you want to go? You come to my Sun family, and you want to leave without leaving your life. Sun Qingfeng said to Li Yuntian with a cold tone. But Li Yuntian did not respond to him. Instead, he clapped his hands towards the house behind him, boom. Boom. Boom, 3 times. In an instant, a smell of blood wafted out of the room, followed by the terrified cry of a girl. In the end, Li Yuntian did not attack the child, although he understood that the incident was caused by the other party. What did you do? What did you do? Sun Qingfeng's eyes turned red in an instant and he stared at Li Yuntian. At this time, a guard near the attic opened the window, looked inside, turned pale with fright in an instant, and then said to Sun Qingfeng. The head of the family is dead, all dead, except for the little princess, everyone else is dead, young Master Tian is dead. As the window opened, the people outside also saw what was happening inside the room, and suddenly, everyone's face turned pale. The room, the walls, and the roof were all stained red with blood, and everyone inside was blown to pieces by Li Yuntian. Boom. 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 In an instant, the Sun family guards present burst into terrifying murderous intent. The eldest son of the Sun family is dead. He was killed in front of so many people. They looked at Li Yuntian with eyes full of shock and anger. How dare he? How dare he? You killed my boer. You killed him. Sun Qingfeng roared, his eyes bloodshot. His own son was killed in front of him. So what if I kill him? I just hate that he only has one life. Li Yuntian said in a cold tone. At this time, his daughter had fallen asleep and he didn't need to endure it anymore. After today, there will no longer be any Sun family in Qingcheng. Li Yuntian looked around at everyone present with murderous intent, his eyes were cold and without a trace of emotion. How dare you? In an instant, all the Sun family guards present roared in anger, with murderous intent rising to the sky. No Sun family. Haha, you want to destroy my Sun family. First you killed my Tian'er, and now you are so shameless as to say that you will destroy my Sun family. You are so bold. Sun Qingfeng grinned, shaking with anger. His son died tragically, and the enemy still boasted in front of him. How could he not be angry? I want to see, all the strong men of my Sun family are here, how can you destroy my Sun family by yourself? Sun Qingfeng roared, he was already crazy. He was about to order his men to kill Li Yuntian. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Who said that our commander is just one person? You dare to bully our military leader, the Sun family. It's not just our commander who wants to destroy you. A loud shout rang out in the distance. Sun Qingfeng looked over quickly, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. I saw that the area 10 meters away from the hundreds of guards of the Sun family was already full of people. On the ground, on the roof, everywhere you look are figures in armor, looking murderous. They were surrounded without realizing it. At this moment, the faces of the many Sun family guards, who had been filled with murderous intent before, turned pale. Because they found that any one of the people surrounding them was a strongman who made them tremble with fear at the mere sight of him. You, who are you? Sun Tiancheng asked, and there was finally a hint of fear in his tone. As the head of the Sun family, he could of course see that these people were full of the aura of the battlefield and that they were a group of veterans of hundreds of battles. Because ordinary soldiers simply don't have such momentum. But no one responded to him. All the strong men of the Northwest Army were looking at the Sun family coldly, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Qinglong walked straight through the crowd. Wherever he passed, the guards of the Sun family all retreated subconsciously and no one dared to stop him. Commander, except for the people of the Sun family who are here, the rest of the 321 people have been detained. Qinglong knelt on one knee and then spoke again. Brothers don't want to blockade, they also want to join the battle and avenge the young master. Qinglong's words immediately made Sun Tiancheng lose his composure, and he pointed at Qinglong and yelled. How dare you arrest my Sun family? Do you know what you are doing? This is the Sun family. Who gave you the courage to act so recklessly here? The Sun family, huh, are they so powerful? In the eyes of my commander, they are nothing but an ant. Qinglong said in a sarcastic tone and glanced at Sun Tiancheng with disdain. How outrageous! Sun Qingfeng was furious when he heard this, but he also realized that these people were Li Yuntian's subordinates, so he quickly looked at Li Yuntian and said, Who are you? You don't deserve to know who I am. You just need to know that your Sun family is doomed to be destroyed today. Li Yuntian said. Asshole! My great Sun family, a family with thousands of years of heritage, has never been provoked like this. Do you really think that you have a sure win just because your people have surrounded us? Sun Qingfeng roared, and then shouted to the Sun family guards around him. Kill them all. Kill them all. Fuck, let's fight, the Sun family cannot be humiliated. How dare a group of unidentified people act so recklessly in my Sun family? Kill them all. This is the Sun family. Even if a dragon comes, it has to coil around. In an instant, hundreds of Sun family guards roared and rushed towards the Northwest Army. At the same time, the group of people closest to Li Yuntian also attacked Li Yuntian. Some people even took out machine guns and fired bullets at Li Yuntian like rain. How dare you? Qinglong roared upon seeing this, smashing the bodies of several people, rushed to the man holding the machine gun, and blasted him to death with one punch. At the same time, many commanders of the Northwest Army also took action, quickly taking the lives of the Sun family guards one by one. Screams were heard, and hundreds of Sun family guards died in the blink of an eye, with no one surviving. As a result, many generals of the Northwest Army died before they could even take action. Bang! Sun Qingfeng collapsed to the ground, his face full of disbelief and eyes full of horror. Who are these people? Why are they so powerful? The Sun family compound was completely silent, without a single sound. It was terrifyingly quiet. Sun Qingfeng slumped on the ground, his expression showing anger, disbelief, and fear. When had the Sun family ever been insulted and provoked like this? The enemy came to kill them, and all the guards were killed. This is a shame. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength of the commanders of the Northwest Army. The hundreds of guards of the Sun family were all top-notch masters, but they could not even last 3 minutes and were all killed. And the enemy suffered no casualties. This is simply incredible. You, who are you? Do you really want to be an enemy of my Sun family? Sun Qingfeng looked at Li Yuntian and asked. I don't want to be an enemy of your Sun family, it's you, the Sun family, who are seeking death. Li Yuntian said in a cold tone. Just for a girl. Sun Qingfeng screamed, and then continued. She's just a daughter. If you're willing to leave, my Sun family is willing to compensate you. Money, power, whatever you want, my Sun family can give you. My friend, I admit that the Sun family has hit a wall this time, but what you see now is only the surface strength of the Sun family. The foundation of the Sun family has not been touched. Everything can still be saved. The Sun family has stood in Qingzhou for thousands of years. It is definitely not as simple as you see. There are some backgrounds that I am unwilling to touch, but if you force me, then all of you will die here. Sun Qingfeng gradually recovered from the terrifying strength of the Northwest Army. After all, he was the head of the family, and this was his territory. He had the opportunity to turn the tables at any time. My friend, I advise you to think carefully and not do anything that you will regret. It's not worth it to ruin everything for a little girl. Sun Qingfeng said, standing up and facing Li Yuntian. It has to be said that at this moment Sun Qingfeng has a strong sense of self-confidence and confidence. He is fearless when facing Li Yuntian and other 3,000 strong men alone. How dare you? In an instant, 3,000 strong men shouted in unison, with murderous intent rising to the sky. They are the Northwest Army, the invincible Northwest Army. How could they have ever been looked down upon like this? Haha, is the Sun family very powerful? You may think that your Sun family is extremely powerful. Even now you think you have a chance to turn the tables, but do you know that in my eyes, the Sun family is not even as good as an ant? Li Yuntian sneered. Bastard. You forced me to do this. Later, I will make you kneel in front of me and confess your guilt. Sun Qingfeng roared and pressed a button in his hand. Boom. 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 In an instant, 3 terrifying auras suddenly erupted from deep within the Sun family, and the murderous energy soared to the sky. Young man, I have already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. When all your people die before your eyes, you will realize how terrifying a being you have provoked. Sun Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said this with a look of pride on his face, but what he did not notice was that at this moment, the soldiers of the Northwest Army looked at the sudden burst of breath from the depths, their eyes shining, as if a pervert saw a beautiful woman. What happened that requires you to wake the 3 of us from our retreat? In the blink of an eye, 3 old men in long robes appeared on the roof of the white attic, each with an indifferent look on their face. Father. Second uncle, third uncle, you have to avenge the Sun family. The Sun family was invaded by the enemy. They captured all the members of the Sun family and killed all the guards. They threatened to destroy our Sun family. Sun Qingfeng bowed deeply to the 3 old men with a look of grievance on his face. Presumptuous. Bold. You are the enemy of my Sun family. Do you want to be exterminated with your entire clan? The 3 old men shouted loudly, and murderous intent suddenly filled them. In the blink of an eye, they came behind Sun Qingfeng. Young man, are you the one who wants to destroy my Sun family? Do you know what you are doing? Have you thought about the consequences? The leading old man said to Li Yuntian with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. What will be the consequences? Will anyone dare to settle accounts with me after I destroy your Sun family? Li Yuntian said disdainfully. He actually hoped that someone would stand up for the Sun family so that he could kill more people. Simply destroying the Sun family was not enough to eliminate the anger in his heart. His daughter suffered such inhuman abuse, and he hated that there was only one Sun family and he could only destroy it once. How dare you? My Sun family's 3 great strengths are out, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Sun Qingfeng shouted first, with a look of anger on his face, but at the same time a hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. With the Sun family's strengths out, all crises will be solved. Haha, young people always talk big. Do you know how terrifying the 3 old men in front of you are? The old man in the lead laughed and looked at Li Yuntian with disdain. He glanced at the thousands of Northwest army around him and continued in a flat tone. I'll give you a chance to live. Anyone present who has taken a life in the hands of my Sun family will commit suicide to apologize. The rest of you will be spared the death penalty if you cut off one of your arms and serve as a slave in my Sun family for 100 years. As for you. The old man looked at Li Yuntian, smiled and spoke again. You don't have any chance. If you commit suicide to atone for your sins, you can absolve your family and friends of their sins. Otherwise, if you die, everyone related to you will die too. How dare you? In an instant, the 3,000 soldiers present roared in anger, with murderous intent everywhere. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if a storm was coming. Anyone who dares to insult their king in front of them shall be sentenced to death. For a moment, the 3 elders of the Sun family changed their expression slightly, looking at the 3,000 soldiers around them with disbelief. Why did it feel that any one of these 3,000 people was stronger than them? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. The 3 old men looked at each other. Maybe they had been in seclusion for too long, so they felt something was wrong. Otherwise, how could there be so many powerful people gathered in their Sun family? This force is more than enough to destroy their Sun family, let alone an entire country. Haha, I've been in seclusion for too long, and I was almost scared by you ants. The leading old man laughed at himself. Li Yuntian glanced at the Northwest Army members. In an instant, they all restrained their aura and became like ordinary people in the blink of an eye. He looked at Sun Qingfeng and said, Is this the foundation of your Sun family? Are there any more? If so, show them all. Asshole, young man, do you know how terrifying the 3 people in front of you are? Any one of them can kill all of you. Sun Qingfeng roared, and at the same time scolded the Northwest Army people around him. You bunch of ants, do you understand that your fate is no longer decided by yourselves? My Sun family's 3 great foundations give you a chance to live, so don't neglect it. Haha, young people just like to brag. They won't cry until they see the coffin. The leading old man laughed and looked at Li Yuntian with eyes full of disdain and contempt. Who dares to break into my Sun family? I am the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army. Do you want to die? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, followed by a deafening cry that shook the sky. I saw a white figure rushing over quickly from the distance, and behind him, dense Qingzhou troops surrounded him. Hee, young man, didn't you ask me if the Sun family still has any foundation? My son Sun Tian is the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army, does this count? Haha, are you afraid? Do you regret it? At this time, Sun Qingfeng laughed at Li Yuntian with a look of satisfaction on his face. The Sun family has already grasped the victory. At this time, the Sun family was in a state of chaos and shouting, and all they could see were Qingzhou troops everywhere. They surrounded all the generals of the Northwest Army, and they were all full of murderous intent. But what surprised them was that none of the people they surrounded retreated or showed any fear. Instead, many of them curled their lips in disdain, seeming very dissatisfied. At the same time, next to the white attic, Sun Tian, dressed in white armor, walked in, looking heroic and murderous. You bastards, you bunch of ants actually dare to bully my Sun family. Do you really think you have lived too long? Sun Tian roared with murderous intent on his face. Haha, the pride of my Sun family is back. An old man from the Sun family said with a smile. 3 grandfathers, why are you all out? Father is also out of seclusion. Why should I trouble you with such a small matter? You are just a bunch of ants. I can solve it with just a few words. Sun Tian said to the 3 old men of the Sun family with an arrogant look on his face. Tianer, someone killed your brother and threatened to destroy the Sun family. If I don't invite the 3 elders out, outsiders will think that my Sun family is easy to bully. Sun Qingfeng said, glancing at Li Yuntian. In his eyes, Li Yuntian was already a dead man. Bastard. Sun Tian was immediately filled with murderous intent when he heard that. He stared at Li Yuntian, pointed his spear at Li Yuntian, and said through gritted teeth. You deserve to die. Are you all here? Does the Sun family have any other cards? Unexpectedly, Li Yuntian ignored Sun Tian and looked at Sun Qingfeng and asked. Haha, you still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Young man, I really don't know who gave you the confidence to challenge my Sun family. Now that my Sun family's strengths are all out, what chance do you have to turn the tables? Sun Qingfeng sneered. Come back. No, from the beginning to the end, it has always been your Sun family that has been saving yourselves. However, the ending has already been determined. Even if I give your Sun family more time to call for help, the Sun family will not escape the fate of being exterminated. Li Yuntian said in a flat tone. How dare you? You ant, you are looking for death. In an instant, Sun Tian and the three old men of the Sun family were all angry, and each of them burst out with terrifying aura, and their murderous intent was fixed on Li Yuntian. Grandpa, father, you guys just watch from the sidelines, I will take action to kill these ants. Sun Tian said, intending to show off in front of the three elders. Haha, since Tianer is so interested, then these ants will be handed over to you. We three old men can also take a look at your progress over the years, said an old man. Sun Tian walked towards Li Yuntian with a spear in his hand, his face cold and his eyes disdainful. Ant, how do you want to die? Do you know? I can kill you with one move, but I won't do that because it will be too easy for you. I will cripple your limbs and let you watch your people die in front of you, so that you will regret your stupid behavior today. Sun Tian said, his aura growing stronger. Li Yuntian glanced at Sun Tian indifferently, then spoke. You are the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army. The Sun family kidnapped my daughter and wanted to kill her. I came here to save my daughter. You brought people to kill me without knowing the truth. You used the national weapon for your own benefit. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Haha, are you scared? You want to overwhelm me by being careless? Haha, in Qingzhou, the Qingzhou army is the army of my Sun family. Sun Tian laughed, and then continued. If I had known that my Sun family would be provoked like this because of this little bastard, I should have chopped off her limbs and collected some interest in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntian's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Prepare to die. Sun Tian shouted, his spear humming, and a powerful aura rapidly surged, stabbing towards Li Yuntian. Tianer is great. He has such strength at such a young age. He is worthy of being my son Tian's Qilin son. In the back, the three elders of the Sun family commented with admiration on their faces. But the next moment, the expressions on their faces all froze. Sun Tian was seen with a mighty force like a dragon, holding a spear like a god descending to earth, and was about to stab Li Yuntian. But who would have thought that Li Yuntian just slapped his hand casually, and in an instant, a terrifying air wave burst out, and Sun Tian's limbs exploded directly and turned into blood foam. Ah! This is impossible. Sun Tian screamed and fell to the ground, struggling in pain. His expression was horrified and his eyes were full of disbelief. He actually had his limbs broken by a single palm strike. Tianer. Seeing this scene, the three old men of the Sun family roared one after another. They were all angry. They looked at Li Yuntian with bloodshot eyes and attacked instantly. You ant, you have the guts to destroy the limbs of my Sun family's Qilin. The three old men burst out with terrifying murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Li Yuntian and were about to hit Li Yuntian. I'll give it to you as a reward, crippling your limbs. Li Yuntian said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of the three elders of the Sun family. They were Heiyu, Qinglong, and Baihu. A mere ant dares to stop us. The three old men roared, but the next moment, their expressions turned into horror and their bodies flew backwards. Heiyu and the other two attacked with lightning speed, directly crippling the limbs of the three old men. Oh! This is impossible. How could this be? The three old men screamed in disbelief. They couldn't understand why such strong men like them could have their limbs crippled in an instant. But then they all looked terrified and shocked. They thought of the amazing aura of the Northwest Army that the three people had felt before. Any one of them gave them the feeling that they were stronger than them. I thought it was an illusion caused by seclusion for too long, but now it seems that it is all real. This is impossible. Why would so many powerful people come to find their Sun family? What are you yelling for? You're all like slaughtering pigs. A loud roar was heard, and everyone in the Sun family shut up. It was Xuanwu from the Northwest Army. He had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Just now, he was competing with Heiyu and the other two for the opponent, but he was a step slower and did not get the chance to attack, so he felt very aggrieved. Hey, patriarch of the Sun family, does your Sun family still have any foundation? Shout it out so that I can break my limbs for fun. Xuanwu said to Sun Qingfeng. Bang. Sun Qingfeng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Background. Where was the background? He stared at Li Yuntian with fear in his eyes and said tremblingly. You, who are you? At this moment, the three members of the Sun family and Sun Tian were all shocked and terrified. What kind of terrifying enemy did their Sun family provoke? You don't deserve to know. Now, I'll give you another chance. Think about it carefully. Can you still ask for help? If not, the Sun family will be destroyed. Li Yuntian said in a flat tone. One member of the Sun family is not enough to kill. What he wants is revenge, and he wants to establish his authority. After today, the identities of his wife and daughter are no longer a secret to the top brass of the empire. Therefore, in order to prevent his wife and daughter from being in danger again in the future, this time, he wanted to let the empire see how miserable the end would be if anyone dared to attack his wife and daughter. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, everyone in the Sun family turned pale. A trump card. A helper. Where can there be a trump card helper? Even if there is one, why would they dare to show it at this time? Isn't this just courting death? Sir, the Sun family is wrong. Please forgive them. The Sun family is blind and shouldn't have provoked you. Please give them a chance. Sun Qingfeng pleaded. He finally understood that the young man in front of him was just teasing them from the beginning. Just like what the other party said before, it was their Sun family that had been saving themselves all along, but they were foolish enough to think they had a sure win. I've already given you the chance. If you don't have any more trump cards, then let's end it. Be a good person in your next life. Li Yuntian said. No. No. You can't do this. My Sun family cannot perish. I still have a trump card. At this moment, Sun Tian shouted. He was unwilling, he didn't want to die. I am the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army, and I also have the Qingzhou army. Sun Tian shouted, his eyes suddenly lit up, he still has the Qingzhou army. The rest of the Sun family were also shocked when they heard this. Yes, their Sun family also had the Qingzhou army. Qingzhou army, listen up and kill them. Sun Tian shouted. You must know that at this time the Qingzhou army had already surrounded the periphery, just waiting for his order. Although they were all defeated, what happened here could not be seen by the Qingzhou army outside. Yes. Kill. Qingzhou soldiers, kill them, kill all these bastards. Sun Qingfeng also reacted, jumped up and shouted, then looked at Li Yuntian and said with gritted teeth. You're dead. You're dead. So what if you're powerful? Can you be as powerful as the Qingzhou army? Kill. Upon hearing Sun Tian's order, the Qingzhou army outside shouted with murderous intent and rushed towards the Northwest army. And at this moment, a loud shout was suddenly heard. How dare you? Stop it all. In the distance, the commander of the Qingzhou army and the governor of Qingzhou came together and shouted at the Qingzhou soldiers. Seeing the two Qingzhou leaders appear, the Qingzhou soldiers stopped one after another. What they didn't know was that it was the timely appearance of these two people that saved their lives. When everyone in the Sun family saw Wong Meng and Qinghai, they were all surprised. Commander, save me. This man crippled my limbs. Please kill him to avenge me. Sun Tian shouted. Governor, my Sun family was invaded by bandits. Hundreds of our family members were killed and they ignored the laws of the empire. I beg you to take charge and severely punish these villains, said Sun Qingfeng. Shut up. Who would have thought that Wang Meng and Qinghai would shout angrily, and then quickly come to Li Yuntian? Under the incredulous gaze of everyone in the Sun family, one knelt on one knee and the other bowed to salute. Sir, please forgive the Qingzhou army for their offense. The Sun family's actions do not represent the Qingzhou army. For a moment, everyone in the Sun family was shocked, their eyes widened in disbelief. They just felt their minds were blank, as if they were dreaming. One is the governor of Qingzhou, and the other is the commander of the Qingzhou army. These two can be said to be the sky of Qingzhou. They are kings. Even if we look at the entire empire, there are only a handful of people who can make these two people so servile. But now, what do they see? These two actually bowed humbly to Li Yuntian. This is just a dream. Spare the Qingzhou army. Ha! Someone said before that the Qingzhou army was the Sun family's private army. Why should I spare a private army? Li Yuntian sneered. Also, Wang Meng, let me ask you, in the empire, what is the crime for a soldier who rebels against his superiors? Sir. Wang Meng was so scared when he heard this that he knelt on his knees and said to Li Yuntian humbly. Please calm down, sir. The Qingzhou army is the army of the empire, not the private army of a certain family. After saying this, Wang Meng stared at Sun Tian and spoke with gritted teeth. Sun Tian, from now on, you are no longer the deputy commander of the Qingzhou army, and all your positions in the army will be cancelled. Boom. In an instant, the Sun family members were shocked again, and they looked at Li Yuntian in horror. The fact that the commander of an entire state's army could be made so humble could only mean that the identity of this young man in front of him was terrifying. What exactly did the Sun family do? This is like poking a hole in the sky. Haha, Wang Meng, are you scared now? Why don't you try to resist? Now your Qingzhou army has surrounded us, why don't you try to resist? I haven't made a move yet. Xuanwu said to Wang Meng. Your Excellency is joking. Even if the Qingzhou army dares to resist, they will only be seeking death. Wang Meng said nervously. At this moment, everyone in the Sun family looked ashen and terribly pale. The Sun family is beyond saving. Sir, the Sun family was wrong. Please forgive them. The Sun family is willing to hand over all the family property. Please let them go. Sun Qingfeng said while kneeling in front of Li Yuntian. At this moment, they were afraid. From the very beginning, I never thought of sparing your Sun family. Li Yuntian said lightly. Sir. Please. The Sun family does not deserve the death penalty. Everyone in the Sun family begged. They did not want to die, and they did not want to be exterminated. Father, Grandpa, the Sun family can still be saved. There is still hope. At this moment, Sun Tian suddenly shouted, then looked at Li Yuntian and said. You can't destroy my Sun family. The third elder of the empire stands behind my Sun family. If you destroy my Sun family, the third elder will definitely not let you go. As soon as these words were spoken, several people in the Sun family showed their secret joy. Yes, their Sun family has a backer, and that person is very powerful. Young man, although you have a noble status and the governor and commander Wang treat you with great respect, I have been friends with the third elder for many years. You cannot destroy my Sun family, said an old man from the Sun family, his eyes shining. As long as the Sun family escapes this disaster this time, they will still be the top family in Qingzhou. But what the Sun family didn't notice was that Qinghai and Wang Meng looked at them as if they were idiots. Haha, third elder. Humph. Li Yuntian laughed, then looked at the open space beside him and spoke. Third elder, do you want to stand up for the Sun family? Third elder. The Sun family members were stunned and looked towards the open space, only to see the figure of the third elder gradually appearing. Third elder, please save the Sun family. Shut up. Unexpectedly, the third elder shouted angrily and looked at the Sun family with murderous eyes. This made all the members of the Sun family stunned, but the next moment, their eyes were all filled with fear, despair, and complete despair. The third elder just bowed to Li Yuntian and then spoke. Marshal Yun, you are joking. The Sun family has brought this upon themselves. They dared to kidnap Marshal Yun's daughter. Even if Marshal Yun did not take action, the Empire would destroy the Sun family. Boom. Suddenly, all the Sun family members' minds were buzzing and went blank. Yun Shuai. Sun Tian's voice trembled and his eyes were full of fear. As a military man, he naturally knew who Yun Shuai was. In the entire empire, there is only one person who can be called Yun Shuai. That is the commander of the Northwest Army, the patron saint of the northern part of the empire, the defending king of the Northwest, Li Yuntian. You are Yun Shuai. Sun Tian's face turned pale. Yes, I am Li Yuntian. Your Sun family abused my daughter. Tell me, should we destroy them? Li Yuntian sneered. As Li Yuntian's identity was exposed, the faces of the Sun family members turned pale. They actually captured Yun Shuai's daughter. This is simply wanting to exterminate the entire clan. No wonder, even after the Sun family played all their cards, they still couldn't escape death. The ending of this game was determined from the very beginning. Sun Qingfeng smiled miserably, just because of a little girl. He looked at his granddaughter who was still crying in the attic and wished he could strangle her to death immediately. If it weren't for the need to treat the other person's eyes, their Sun family would never have done this. The Sun family is destroyed. All the main figures were beheaded on the spot, and all the women and children were exiled to the border. At the same time, the Qingzhou soldiers who participated in the kidnapping were all executed. A huge monster that stood in Qingzhou for thousands of years disappeared quietly. By the time the major families in Qingzhou found out, Qingqing had already been unsealed. For a moment, countless families were terrified. What frightened them even more was that they had no idea who destroyed the Sun family. Even if they used all their connections to find out the truth, the result they got was that the Empire sent people to warn them directly. Half an hour later, Li Yuntian returned to Luoqing with his daughter in his arms. In a very dilapidated old community, on the 7th floor of building number 3, Li Yuntian came to the door holding his daughter, his heart full of guilt. Has Yi Qianyu lived in a place like this with her daughter for the past 5 years? He hated himself so much. In the past 5 years, if he had been more proactive, he would have called Yi Qianyu or sent someone to find out about her situation. The mother and daughter wouldn't have lived such a miserable life. Moreover, I had misunderstood the other party before. At this moment, Li Yuntian's heart was full of regret. He was really not a man. From now on, I will never let you and your daughter suffer any injustice. Li Yuntian swore secretly in his heart. Bang. 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 Li Yuntian knocked on the wooden door. Why are you here? Ah. Tian. It was Shen Wenxin who opened the door. She was shocked. She had already learned from Yi Qianyu that Tian had been taken away by the Sun family, and she also knew that it was impossible to rescue Tian. But who would have thought that Li Yuntian actually rescued Tian? That's the Sun family. How did the other party rescue Tian from the Sun family? Where is Tian? Where is my daughter? Yi Qianyu rushed out like crazy, and when he saw his daughter, he grabbed her and hugged her. Tian, my daughter, woo, you're back, Mom missed you so much. Yi Qianyu cried bitterly. Tian, wake up and come look at Mom. I have prepared your favorite cake for you. Don't scare me. When Yi Qianyu found her daughter unconscious, her face turned pale in an instant. She's fine, just a little tired. She'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Li Yuntian said. He had already cured his daughter's injuries. Thank you. Yi Qianyu said with a complicated expression, sitting on the sofa holding her daughter. At this time, Li Yuntian saw that in addition to Yi Qianyu and Shen Wenxin, there was also a middle-aged couple in the room. They were Yi Qianyu's parents, whom Li Yuntian had met before. How did you save Tian? Shen Wenxin looked curious, but before she could finish her words, Yi Qianyu's mother Zhang Cuifang rushed to speak. You are that wild man. You still have the nerve to come back. Who told you to bring this little bastard back? Do you know that bringing her back will ruin Qianyu's entire life? Hearing this, Li Yuntian's expression instantly turned cold. He looked at Zhang Cuifang with murderous intent and said in a cold voice. Tian Tian is your granddaughter. Hey, talk less. Weren't you worried about Tian Tian just now? Yi Qianyu's father Yi Nanshan said. Shut up. Zhang Cuifang glared at Yi Nanshan, then looked at Li Yuntian and continued speaking. Why are you looking at me like that? What? Are you unhappy when I call your daughter a bastard? Do you know that because of you, my daughter has lost her bright future and our family has lost its status in the Yi family? It was so hard for the Sun family to take a liking to this little bastard. Our family was about to prosper, and Qianyu also had a new life. But now, you brought this little bastard back, and everything has been ruined by you. Mom, Tian Tian is not a bastard. If you say one more word, get out of here now. You are not welcome in this family. Yi Qianyu said with a cold face. You're such a stubborn person. Mom is doing this for your own good. This little bastard will only be a burden to you. Zhang Cuifang said. Enough. Li Yuntian shouted, which immediately scared Zhang Cuifang. I know that what I did before was wrong. I owe Qianyu and Tian Tian, but now that I'm back, I will make it up to them. In the future, I will let them live a life that everyone envies. Li Yuntian looked at Zhang Cuifang coldly, and then continued. Now, I don't want to hear you say anything insulting to my daughter, otherwise. What else? Li Yuntian, do you still want to beat my mother? You have been missing for 5 years, and now you come back to save my daughter, so you think you are a hero. Also, please leave immediately and don't appear in my and my daughter's lives again. Yi Qianyu interrupted Li Yuntian with a cold look in her eyes. Qianyu, that's not what I meant. I know I owe you. I'm sorry to you and to Tian Tian. Don't worry, I will compensate you and your daughter 1,000 times in the future. Li Yuntian said. Yes, he was the person least qualified to lose his temper. Humph. Compensation. What can you offer as compensation? You can't even protect yourself now. If you really want to compensate my daughter, then go to the Wong family and apologize. Don't implicate our family. Zhang Cuifang said with a mocking tone. Mom, he can't go to the Wong family. The Wong family will kill him. Yi Qianyu spoke, then looked at Li Yuntian with a cold face and spoke. Go now. Thank you for saving Tian Tian. We are even now. You don't have to feel guilty. Tian Tian is my daughter. She is a gift from God. I don't think having her has ruined my life. Qianyu. Enough. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Yi Qianyu said angrily. Zhang Cuifang, who was standing by, wanted to speak when she saw this, but was stopped by Yi Nanshan. Well, you young people should discuss yourselves. Qianyu, your mother, and I will go back first. Yi Nanshan said, then pulled Zhang Cuifang out. Why are you stopping me? He owes Qianyu, and he owes our family even more. If it weren't for him, our family wouldn't be like this now. Zhang Cuifang muttered as she walked. Her voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it. Although Auntie's words are harsh, she has no bad intentions towards Tian Tian. To be honest, you not only implicated Qianyu, but also caused Uncle to lose his position in the Yi family. It is reasonable for Auntie to complain a little. Don't take it to heart. Shen Wenqin said that she knew Li Yuntian was a good fighter and was afraid that he would retaliate against Zhang Cuifang. I know I was wrong and I will make it up to you, said Li Yuntian. Compensation. Haha, whatever you want. I'm leaving too. Shen Wenqin said, smiled disdainfully, and then left. At this time, only Li Yuntian and Yi Qianyu, mother and daughter, were left in the room. For a moment, they both fell silent. Go now, escape quickly while the Wong family doesn't know you're back. My daughter and I don't need your compensation. Yi Qianyu said to Li Yuntian. Qianyu, please give me another chance. 5 years ago, I let you down, but please believe that from today on, I will do my best to compensate you and your daughter. Li Yuntian said. Go away, I don't need your compensation, and I don't want to see you again. Yi Qianyu said, tears streaming down her face. Qianyu, I'm sorry, please believe me and give me another chance. Li Yuntian stepped forward and grabbed Yi Qianyu's hand, refusing to let go no matter how the other party struggled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a bastard. I made you and your daughter suffer so much in the past 5 years. It's too late, everything is too late. Yi Qinyu said. It's not too late. There's still time, Qinyu, please marry me. I want you to be my wife. I want you to be the happiest bride in the world, and I want Tian Tian to be the most noble princess. Li Yuntian said. I know that what I'm asking of you now is too much, but please give me a chance, and I will definitely let you see my sincerity. Tian Tian can't live without a father. This family needs a man. Stop talking, stop talking. Yi Qinyu burst into tears. No, I want to say that from now on, I will always be by your side and be a good husband and a good father. Please believe me. Li Yuntian grabbed Yi Qinyu's shoulders and said sincerely. Please believe me, I will definitely give you a happy and complete family. Stop talking, I beg you to stop talking. Yi Qinyu was already sobbing and her voice was weak. As a woman, she had had such fantasies before. Who doesn't want to find a husband and father who loves her and her daughter? Who doesn't want to have a perfect wedding? She got pregnant before marriage, which made her a joke in Los Angeles and among her classmates. She had thought before that Li Yuntian would come back and give her a happy home. I don't ask for too much, as long as my family is safe, happy, and healthy. But she had waited for 5 years, and this fantasy was long gone. Qinyu, I swear, from now on, I will never leave without saying goodbye again. Never. You may not agree to me now, but I will prove it to you with my actions, said Li Yuntian. But you will die, the Wong family will not let you go. Yi Qinyu cried. Qinyu, I'm not afraid of death. I will resolve the Wong family's affairs tonight. Believe me. Li Yuntian hugged Yi Qinyu tightly. Yi Qinyu struggled for a while, but couldn't break free, so she simply gave up. At this moment, tears welled up again, and all the grievances that had been suppressed for 5 years burst out. I hate you. I hate that you left without saying goodbye, and I hate that you never contacted me again. You don't know how I have been through these past few years. My daughter often asks me for her daddy, and every time I cry secretly. Why is God so unfair to me? Why is God so unfair to Tian Tian? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Yuntian hugged Yi Qinyu tightly. Dad, Dad, I want Dad, Dad, don't leave. At this time, Tian Tian spoke in a daze, and she was thinking about her dad even in her sleep. Dad is here, and he won't leave. Li Yuntian held his daughter's hand and cried, and the family hugged each other tightly. The only sound in the room was crying, nothing else. The generals of the Northwestern Army hiding in the dark also shed tears at this moment. For the sake of the empire and them, Marshal Yun had been separated from his wife and daughter for 5 years. Everyone says that the king of the Northwest is in awe, fear, and respect. He has a noble status and power over the world. But who could know that the man also had pain in his heart? After a long time, Yi Qinyu said to Li Yuntian, Let's leave Luo City, leave now. I haven't forgiven you, but you said you wanted to make amends. I'll give you a chance to make amends. The Wong family has great power in Luo City. If they knew you were back, they would never let you go. Don't worry, I will resolve the Wong family's issue tonight. Zhang Heng, the commander of the Luoqing army, and I used to be comrades in arms. He promised me that he would help me deal with the Wong family. Li Yuntian said, but he did not reveal his identity after all. He owed Yi Qinyu too much, and he wanted to compensate her as an ordinary person, a husband, and a father, so that she would accept him. After settling his wife and daughter, Li Yuntian walked towards the Wong family. As he moved forward step by step, more and more figures appeared behind him, and the Northwest Army followed him silently with red eyes. At this time, the Wong family had already been surrounded by the Luoqing army, and the entire Wong family could only enter but not leave. But the Wong family was not frightened by this, but filled with endless anger. Although their Wong family is not a famous top family in Qingzhou, but in this small piece of land in Luoqing, their Wong family is the king. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. This is exactly what is happening to their Wong family. With the Wong family's business in Los Angeles, it can be said that it is more deeply rooted than the Los Angeles government. What the Los Angeles government cannot do, the Wong family can do. This is strength. This is the foundation. On the mountain where the Wong family manor is located, there is a guard standing every step from the foot of the mountain to the top. Moreover, outside the Wong family's manor, there are 3 layers of guards inside and outside. Not only that, families with close ties to the Wong family also came to help. Including the Wong family, there are 4 major families present, with thousands of guards. Although the Luocheng army surrounded the Wong family, they actually only surrounded the foot of the mountain because they could not climb the mountain. The Wong family's troops and the Luocheng army confronted each other. So what about the military? To put it bluntly, the army of a small city is not as powerful as the guards raised by these noble families. At this time, on the road leading from the foot of the mountain to the Wong family, 4 armchairs were placed, on which sat Wong Tianhao, the head of the Wong family, and 3 heads of aristocratic families who came to help in the battle. Behind them stood the core members of the Wong family, including 2 old men with powerful auras. Master Wong, do you know who asked the Luocheng army to surround the Wong family? They are too bold, aren't they, said the master of the Luocheng Tang family. Humph. No matter who it is, my Wong family must blow the lid off Luo City today. Let everyone in Luo City see who is the real king of Luo City. Wong Tianhao said with a cold face. His son's limbs were broken and his second brother was killed. He was filled with rage. If he didn't vent his anger, how would his Wong family have the face to act in Luocheng in the future? Don't worry, Master Wong. The 3 of us will stand by the Wong family forever. He's just a small commander of the Luocheng army. We usually give him face and call him commander. Does he really think he's an important person, said the master of the Zhou family with a look of disdain on his face. Humph. Using a national tool for personal gain. This time, I must teach Zhang Heng a lesson. I've asked someone to find out. The governor's office didn't even know that the Luocheng army had been dispatched. This time, the Luocheng army surrounded the Wong family. I think it was Zhang Heng abusing his power for personal gain. Haha, I'm very grateful to the 3 of you for coming here. Once this matter is resolved, I will hold a banquet to treat you 3 in return, said Wong Tianhao. The head of the family is here, said an old man behind Wong Tianhao. At this time, the Luocheng army at the foot of the mountain moved, forcing the Wong family's troops to retreat step by step. Upon seeing this, Wong Tianhao and others' faces instantly turned cold and angry. Don't worry, Patriarch. We too are here. Once you give the order, we can capture Zhang Heng in an instant. To capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. Once Zhang Heng is captured, the Luocheng army will disperse without a fight, said an old man with a look of pride on his face. As the Los Angeles army pressed forward step by step, the entire mountain seemed to be dyed, turning darker from the foot of the mountain to the top. At this time, the Los Angeles army had already been quietly replaced by the Northwest army. On the mountain, when Wong Tianhao and others saw the Luocheng army, which was different from the past and full of murderous atmosphere, their faces changed slightly. The Luocheng army in front of them actually gave them a kind of pressure as if they were looking up at a mountain. But then they shook their heads. The Los Angeles army was just a local army. They were there to maintain law and order and had never even been on the battlefield. There was nothing to be afraid of. In the blink of an eye, Li Yintian appeared in front of Wong Tianhao and others. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Yes, there are so many people coming, enough to kill. Li Yintian said to Wong Tianhao and others with a cold tone. It's you. You bastard. How dare you come to my Wong family? You injured my son and killed my second brother. Who gave you the courage to come to my Wong family and die? Wong Tianhao shouted angrily with an extremely cold face. He recognized Li Yintian, the person who injured his son. Haha, Patriarch Wong, why waste time talking to him? Since he's here, just take him down directly. This game should be over. The Patriarch of the Tang family said with a smile, his eyes full of disdain. It's time to kill you, kid. Do you know who are standing in front of you? Don't think you can be fearless just because you have the Luocheng army backing you up. Our strength is beyond your imagination. The head of the Zhou family sneered, looking at Li Yintian as if he were an idiot. You are not a member of the Wong family, right? Have you thought about the consequences of bringing people to cheer for the Wong family today? Li Yintian glanced at the head of the Zhou family and others with cold eyes. Haha, kid, are you threatening us? You are threatening us on the territory of Luo City, are you sure you are not kidding us? Hearing Li Yintian's words, the head of the Zhou family and others laughed, with contempt in their eyes. Family heads, the Wong family will definitely die this time. Are you sure you want to die with the Wong family? Behind Li Yintian, Zhang Heng, the commander of the Luoqing army, said to the Zhou family head and others. At this moment his heart was filled with fear. When he saw that there were 3 other families present besides the Wong family, he realized that after tonight, things would change in Luo City. Humph. Commander Zhang, you abused your power for personal gain and conspired with this man to surround my Wong family. Now you say in front of me that my Wong family is doomed to die. Do you really think that you can win with your Luoqing army? Wang Tianhao snorted coldly, his face full of anger. Their Wong family had never been provoked like this. Zhang Heng, I advise you to think twice before you act. Take your Luoqing army and go back quickly. Otherwise, after tonight, my 4 major families will jointly report your abuse of personal power to the governor's office, said the head of the Zhou family, his tone full of threats. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly upon seeing this and stopped talking. These heads of aristocratic families were used to being high and mighty. He wanted to save the Zhou, Tang, and Zhao families, but they simply would not accept it. In that case, let's end it. Li Yintian said calmly. He still had time and was anxious to see his daughter. Haha, it's time to end, kid. I'll make you kneel in front of me and confess your guilt later. Wang Tianhao said with a sneer, then waved his hand, and the 2 old men behind him moved instantly. Boom. Boom. Powerful aura burst out from the bodies of the 2 old men. They walked out from behind Wang Tianhao and looked at Li Yintian as if they were looking at a dead person. Boy, be more careful in your next life and don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. The 2 old men sneered and punched Li Yintian from the left and right with amazing momentum. Wang Tianhao and others looked at this scene with sneers on their faces. These 2 old men were masters invited by the Wong family. If they took action, everything would be settled. Xuanwu, here's your reward. Li Yintian said lightly when he saw the 2 old men were about to hit him. Xuanwu had not made a move, but he remembered that as the boss, he must treat everyone equally. Haha, thanks, boss. Xuanwu laughed, instantly appeared in front of Li Yintian, and then slapped the 2 old men directly. Bang. Bang. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 old men flew backwards, their bodies exploded in the air, and blood splattered on the faces of Wang Tianhao and other family heads. For a moment, Wang Tianhao and the others' expressions froze, their eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 old men, whom they regarded as their foundation, were actually slapped to death by someone. How is this possible? Gudong. The head of the Zhou family and others swallowed their saliva, and their foreheads were instantly covered with cold sweat. They vaguely felt that coming to help the Wong family tonight was the worst decision in their lives. Boy. Who are you? Wang Tianhao asked solemnly. You don't deserve to know. Li Yintian said lightly, then waved his hand. Kill them all. Kill. In an instant, the northwestern army present moved, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. The terrifying aura made Wang Tianhao and all the others change their faces. How come there are so many powerful people? What did the Wong family do? Are they making an enemy of a country? Bang. 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 Wang Tianhao and others knelt down instantly. They were scared. Feeling the extremely terrifying Northwest Army soldiers, they knew that they were doomed. Sir, please forgive the Wong family. The Wong family is willing to apologize. Wang Tianhao said hurriedly. Sir, we were wrong. We are not here to help the Wong family. Please forgive us. We are willing to pay any price to ask for your forgiveness. The head of the Zhou family and others looked pale. But their pleas for mercy were ignored by Li Yintian, and what greeted them was the crazy killing of the Northwest Army. Wang Tianhao and others collapsed to the ground, pale. They never thought that tonight was just a game dominated by them. But it turns out they are all clowns. The Wong family is destroyed. Thousands of guards on the mountain were wiped out, and the Wong family was sent to the border overnight. The same is true for the Zhou family, Tang family, etc. Late at night, a drizzle began to fall in the sky. At the door of the dilapidated unit building, a little girl sat on the steps of the corridor holding a flashlight, looking eagerly outside with expectant eyes. Tian woke up not long after Li Yuntian left. As soon as the child saw that her father was missing, she ran downstairs. If Yiqinyu hadn't told her that Li Yuntian would come back, she might have run out to find her father. Tian, come home. You haven't eaten yet. Your Aunt Wenxin gave you a cake. It's your favorite. Let's eat first and then come downstairs to wait for Dad, okay? Yiqinyu said. She felt distressed when she saw Tiantian's young body sitting in the corridor. A little girl, who had just been rescued, was exhausted but still insisted on waiting here for her father. Li Yuntian, it doesn't matter if you let me down again this time you come back, but I hope you won't let your daughter down. She has been longing for a father since she can remember. Yiqinyu thought to herself, sat down and hugged Tian tightly. She felt distressed for her daughter like this. Mom, is Dad lost? Should we go pick him up? It's raining outside, what if Dad gets wet? Tian sat on the steps and hadn't seen Li Yuntian for a long time. His little face was full of anxiety and he wanted to rush out grabbing Yiqinyu's hand. Mom, let's go get an umbrella for Dad. He'll catch a cold if he gets caught in the rain. Tian, Dad will be back soon. Why don't we go home and wait? It's too cold here. Or you and Mom can go home to get some clothes and we can come downstairs and wait. Yiqinyu said, feeling a tight grip in her heart. She knew that her daughter had always been very sensible. When she was very young, she often asked her for her father. But after she saw her crying once, she never mentioned her father again from that time on. But she always took Tian with her when she went to work. When she saw other children always had their fathers around, Tiantian's eyes were full of envy and longing. Yiqinyu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her daughter's young body. She was still a child. Other children were listening to their fathers telling stories in their warm beds and getting ready for bed, but Tian was sitting in the cold and dark corridor waiting for her father with her eyelids open. Mom, why don't you go back first? I'll wait a little longer. I feel Dad will be back soon. Don't worry, I won't run around. Tian said to Yiqinyu, looking outside from time to time, expectantly. Be obedient every day, okay? Let's eat at home while waiting for Daddy. Your little stomach has been rumbling, can we feed it first? Yiqinyu said. I'm not hungry. Tian shook his head stubbornly, even though he would subconsciously drool every time he heard the word eat. Mom, is Dad leaving again? Is Tian disobedient and doesn't want him anymore? Tian wants Dad to stay. Mom, what if Dad comes back later? I give him my favorite cake. Will Dad stay? Tian said nervously. Yiqinyu could no longer hold back her tears after hearing this, and quickly turned her back and cried silently. Li Yuntian, did you hear that? No matter whether you lied to me just now or not, you must come back safely. Your daughter really needs you. Even if you have to escape because of the Wong family, you must take time to see your daughter. She misses you so much. Yiqinyu said to herself. The Wong family is the heaven of Luocheng. She knows that Li Yuntian may not come back, but she still hopes that he can come back to see her daughter. Even if she really marries Wang Yuanchang, Tian cannot be without a father anymore. Seeing her daughter's young body trembling in the cold wind, and thinking that her daughter had been kidnapped by bad guys these days and might not have had a good meal, Yiqinyu could no longer bear it. She hardened her heart and picked up Tian and said to Tian, Tian, go home with your mother, don't wait here. If your father comes back, it's the same if you wait at home. If he doesn't come back, you won't be able to wait until dawn. Be obedient. Tiantian's body trembled slightly, and her little face was instantly filled with fear. She struggled in Yiqinyu's arms, crying and shouting. Tian doesn't want to go back. Tian wants Daddy. Daddy will definitely come back. He will definitely come back. Woo. Tian doesn't want to be without Daddy. Woo. Yi Qianyu ignored Tiantian's crying and prepared to go upstairs while holding Tian. It was still uncertain whether Li Yuntian would come back or not, but she and her daughter still had to go on with their lives. If Li Yuntian really left, it would be better to suffer a short pain than a long one, so it would be better for her daughter to accept the reality now. Mom, Tian begs you, can you wait a little longer? Just a little longer, I feel Daddy will be back soon, and Daddy will not abandon us, Mom, Tian begs you. Tian cried. Qianyu, what happened to Tian? Why are you here? Just when Yi Qianyu was about to take Tian home by force, Li Yuntian's voice suddenly came. In the darkness of night, Li Yuntian walked towards the corridor. Dad. Tian was surprised and quickly got down from Yi Qianyu's arms and threw himself into Li Yuntian's arms in the drizzle. Dad, I knew you would come back. You wouldn't abandon Tian, whoa. Tian hugged Li Yuntian tightly and sobbed. At this time, Yi Qianyu was standing there in a daze. Li Yuntian was back, really back. How is this possible? That's the Wong family. How did the other party escape from the Wong family? Why is Tian crying? How could Daddy not want Tian? This time when I come back, Daddy will never leave Tian. Li Yuntian wiped away Tiantian's tears and said with a distressed look on his face. That's great. Dad, you can't lie to me. We have to pinky promise. Tian said happily. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. We'll never change. Li Yuntian said. Are you okay? The Wong family didn't make things difficult for you, did they? At this time, Yi Qianyu walked over. It's not a problem. It seems something happened to the Wong family. When I went there, I saw that the Wong family was surrounded by the Luoqing army. My comrade in arms Zhang said that it seemed that they offended some big shot. I'm afraid that after tonight, the Wong family will no longer exist. Li Yuntian said. That's great, I'm glad you're okay. Yi Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief. The family of three returned to the room. When they went upstairs, Tian kept talking to Li Yuntian, as if she was afraid that Li Yuntian would leave at any moment, and she hugged Li Yuntian tightly. Dad, wait here, I'll get you something delicious. As soon as he got home, Tian hurried into the kitchen and brought out a small plate with a piece of fruit cake on it. Dad, you eat it. This is Tiantian's favorite food. It's delicious. Eat it quickly. Tian handed the cake to Li Yuntian and said, secretly swallowing his saliva. Li Yuntian took a bite. He didn't like sweets, but since his daughter gave it to him, he had to eat it even though he didn't like it. It's delicious, thank you Tian. Li Yuntian said, hugging Tian and giving him a kiss. Really? Then I will use my New Year's money to buy another one for Dad tomorrow. It's delicious. I could only eat it once a year before. Tian said happily. But Li Yuntian didn't expect that these words would make his eyes moist and his heart ache. He looked up at Yi Qianyu, and saw that her eyes were slightly red and she turned her face away. Li Yuntian's body shook, feeling extremely guilty. He was the king of the Northwest Army, and everyone in the empire had to respectfully call him Marshal Yun. In his eyes, wealth was just a string of numbers. But now, his daughter can only eat a small piece of cake once a year, and his heart aches. He owes his wife and daughter so much. After finishing her meal, Tian couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep hugging Li Yuntian tightly. Even though she was already fast asleep, she still held Li Yuntian tightly and didn't let go. At the same time, Zhang, who had just returned home, suddenly received a message from Li Yuntian. Tomorrow morning, buy me all the cakes in Los Angeles. Zhang was so shocked when he saw the news that he didn't even sleep. He directly mobilized the Luoqing army to wake up all the cake shops door to door and asked them to make cakes immediately. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. Yi Qianyu brought a quilt over for Li Yuntian. The house she lived in was a one-bedroom apartment and she and her daughter slept in the bedroom, so Li Yuntian could only sleep on the sofa. Li Yuntian sat on the sofa and issued orders to the Northwest Army with his mobile phone. If the Northwest Army knew that their Marshal Yun was sleeping pitifully on a sofa, they would probably turn the sky of Luo City upside down. Everything has been resolved, and the Northwest Army no longer needs to stay in Los Angeles. Without strong men guarding the border, problems will arise. Although no enemies of the Empire dare to invade now, the defense cannot be relaxed. Moreover, Li Yuntian's actions are also giving face to the Empire. The strong men of the Northwestern Army gathered inland, and there was no telling how many important figures in the Empire were unable to sleep. He only left behind Heiyu and Suzaku. Heiyu followed him around and did things that were inconvenient for him to do, while Suzaku lurked in secret and was responsible for the safety of his wife and daughter. Moreover, Li Yuntian was still worried, so he asked Zhu Chue to dispatch a team of 100 people to lurk in Luocheng and protect his wife and daughter in all aspects. Are you really okay? If you want to leave, leave now. Otherwise, if you leave after Tian wakes up, she will be sad. Yi Qinyu walked up to Li Yuntian and said. She always felt that Li Yuntian's previous words were unreliable. How could it be possible that a big shot wanted to attack the Wong family? The Wong family had been operating in Luocheng for many years, and even had connections with the Qingzhou governor's office. To destroy the Wong family was not as simple as just saying it. I won't leave. Don't worry. The Wong family is really destroyed. I secretly watched for a while. Except for the women and children, all the other members of the Wong family have been arrested. Li Yuntian said, feeling touched that Yi Qinyu still cared about him. Is the Wong family really gone? Yi Qinyu felt a flash of shock in her heart. Yes, that's why I won't leave. Don't worry, I said I would take care of you and your daughter, and I will definitely do it. Li Yuntian nodded and said. What about the Sun family? How did you bring Tian back? Yi Qinyu asked. The Sun family, Tian's eyes don't match the little princess's eyes, so they didn't touch Tian. I sneaked into the hospital and brought Tian back. Li Yuntian explained. He had thought of these excuses a long time ago. Thank God, Tian will be fine from now on. Yi Qinyu looked relieved. Since you have decided to stay, you have seen the situation on my side. I don't ask you to make a lot of money, I just ask you to find a job and be a good father. As for us, we'll talk about it later. Yi Qinyu said. Well, don't worry. I have saved a lot of money in the army over the past few years. Let's move into a bigger house tomorrow. Li Yuntian nodded, then looked at Yi Qinyu and continued. Qinyu, I'm sorry. You've worked hard these past few years. I know you let me stay now for Tian's sake, but please believe that I have always thought of you in my heart for the past 5 years. I will work hard again to make you accept me. Stop talking. I don't want to hear any of this. Just be nice to Tian. Yi Qinyu shook her head, then ignored Li Yuntian and went back to her room to sleep. And after she entered the house, she locked the door. Li Yuntian smiled bitterly when he heard it. He knew that it would be very difficult to make the other party accept him again. But it doesn't matter, he is back and will never leave. He will definitely make the other party accept him again. Early the next morning, Heiyu drove his car downstairs and Li Yuntian got in the car with his wife and daughter. Hentang Highlands is a famous wealthy area in Los Angeles, where there are only villas. When Yi Qinyu saw the 3-story villa in front of her, she was stunned, especially since the villa was filled with cakes with various children's elements. Li Yuntian, why are you crazy? Did you listen to what I said last night? Li Yuntian thought Yi Qinyu would be happy, but who would have thought that the other party had a cold face and cold eyes at this time? Qinyu, I'm doing this to give you and the child a good life. Li Yuntian said, feeling somewhat helpless. Tian also hugged Li Yuntian timidly. It was really scary to see her mother angry. Heiyu and Zhongheng, who were standing by, were so frightened when they saw this scene that they said nothing and their whole bodies tensed up. In the entire empire, the only person who could speak to Yun Shuai like this and make Yun Shuai answer honestly was probably Yi Qinyu. You promised me last night that you would live a good life in the future. I know you have saved a lot of money in the past few years, but your money didn't come from the wind. You bought a villa and bought so many cakes for Tian. You have a lot of money. Yi Qinyu scolded. You know, Tian will be going to school soon. She will need money for elementary school, middle school, and tutoring. No matter how much you love your daughter, you should at least discuss it with me in advance. Buy a small 2-bedroom house that is big enough for her to live in, and save the rest. Besides, you don't have a job right now. You've spent all your money at once. If you can't find a job for a while, what are we going to do in the future? The property fees for this villa for a month will kill us both, not to mention the cost of going to school every day. Hearing these words, Li Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief and felt warm in his heart. He spoke. Qianyu, don't worry, I didn't spend money recklessly. I saved the money for school every day, and this villa didn't cost much. Zhang Heng used his connections, and I only spent half the money to buy this villa. As he spoke, Li Yuntian glanced at Zhang Heng. Ahem, Madam Li, no, sister-in-law, what Brother Li said is true, and these cakes were not bought by him. I gave them to my niece. Zhang Heng spoke quickly, sweating in his heart. Yi Qianyu didn't say anything else, but her rising and falling breathing clearly showed that she was still angry. As an ordinary woman, she had lived a hard life in the past 5 years. Wouldn't she want to improve her life? But in her opinion, Li Yuntian's extravagant spending was a waste. A house should be big enough for her to live in. It didn't need to be so big. Of course, she did not continue to scold Li Yuntian, mainly because Yu and Zhang Heng were around, and a man always had to save some face. I hope you will discuss with me before doing anything in the future. You have been in the army for many years and have no idea how difficult life is. Yi Qianyu said calmly. Yes, definitely. Li Yuntian nodded, then pointed to the villa and spoke. Can I go in now? Yi Qianyu nodded, and Li Yuntian immediately ran in with Tian in his arms. His precious daughter kept staring at the cakes, drooling greedily, and he was watching her the whole time. Well done. If you don't want to stay in the local area in the future, you can come to the Northwest Army. Outside the villa, Yu patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and said. Lord Yu, thank you for your praise. I will try my best to carry out what Marshal Yun tells me to do. Zhang Heng said excitedly. He was very excited in his heart. The Northwest Army, since Marshal Yun took charge of the Northwest Army, it has become the place that all the soldiers of the Empire dream of going to. With Yu's words, how could he not be happy? The house and the cake were prepared by Zhang Heng. Li Yuntian only said that he wanted to move to a better house. As a local, Zhang Heng naturally chose the best one. 3 days had passed since Li Yuntian's family moved into the villa, and Yi Qianyu had no choice but to accept the reality. It is worth mentioning that on the second day, Yi Qianyu's parents found out that Li Yuntian had bought a villa and moved in that night, saying that Li Yuntian owed them money. Li Yuntian didn't care about this situation. After all, he did owe Yi Qianyu too much. On the contrary, Yi Qianyu felt a little apologetic about this matter, but after all, they were her parents. If they insisted on moving in, she couldn't kick them out. Li Yuntian, come here. At noon that day, Li Yuntian was washing dishes in the kitchen when he was called out by Zhang Fong. These days, Yi Qianyu was always running outside because she had to find a school for Tian, so the task of cooking fell on Li Yuntian. Zhang Fong and Yi Nanshan became the hosts and enjoyed everything as a matter of course. Auntie, what's wrong? Li Yuntian walked out and saw Zhang Fong and Yi Nanshan sitting on the sofa with serious faces. Yuntian, the thing is, your aunt and I want to discuss something with you. Yi Nanshan spoke with a somewhat embarrassed look in his eyes. Uncle, you say. Li Yuntian sat down, looking curious. Cough cough. Yi Nanshan coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Fong, who was standing beside him, became furious upon seeing this and spoke directly to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian, let me ask you, do you admit that you owe our family for the past 5 years? Aunt, I really owe Qianyu and Tian too much in the past 5 years. Don't worry, I will make up for what I owe to them. Li Yuntian said. He owed his wife and daughter too much. It's not just Qianyu and the child, but also us. Li Yuntian, do you know that because of you, I lost my job and Qianyu's father lost his status in the Yi family? All this is caused by you. Not only do you have to make it up to Qianyu and the child, you have to make it up to us too. Zhang Fong said with an arrogant look on her face. Aunt is right. From now on, I will treat you as my own parents. Li Yuntian nodded. After all, they are Yi Qianyu's parents, and it is his duty to show respect to them. No need for later. There is an opportunity now. Zhang Cuifang said, then took out a contract and placed it in front of Li Yunqian and continued. Sign it, and you won't owe either of us anything from now on. Li Yunqian picked up the contract, the property transfer contract, looked at Zhang Cuifang with a puzzled look and asked. Auntie, what is this? Just sign if we ask you to. You owe us this. I live quite well in this villa, but it belongs to someone else after all. I calculated that if your uncle and I continue to work the same as before in the next 5 years, we will be able to buy this villa in 5 years. Zhang Cuifang said as if it was a matter of course. So you sign this contract and transfer the house to my name, and you'll have paid off what you owed my husband and me for the past 5 years. After hearing this, Li Yunqian, who originally wanted to look at the contents of the contract, put down the contract and looked at Zhang Cuifang and said. Auntie, this is not good, right? I don't need the house, but even if I want to transfer it, it should be in the name of Qianyu or Tian. It's just a house. Li Yunqian doesn't care. To be honest, the other party is Yi Qianyu's parents, his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. It's only right for him to give them a house directly. But he knew how Yi Qianyu and the child had been through the past 5 years. Zhang Cuifang and Yi Nanshan, as Yi Qianyu's parents, had not helped Yi Qianyu at all in the past 5 years. Moreover, when he rescued Tian before, he heard Zhang Cuifang calling him a little bastard all the time, and he heard it very clearly. If he signs this contract, he might be kicked out tonight. What do you mean? Are you trying to default on your debt? This house is what you should give to my husband and me as compensation. You must sign. As for what you owe Qianyu and Tian, you will have to compensate them slowly in the future. Zhang Cuifang said with a gloomy face. Yes, this house should be given to us. Qianyu and Tian are still young, and it is not safe to keep it in their names. Yi Nanshan also spoke up. Auntie, I think it's better to discuss this matter with Qianyu. If she agrees, I will sign it immediately. Li Yunqian said, handing the contract to Zhang Cuifang. Zhang Cuifang's face suddenly changed when she saw this. She grabbed Li Yunqian's clothes and started shouting. No, you have to sign it today. You owe me this. It has nothing to do with Qianyu. If it weren't for you, how could our family have lived so miserably in the past 5 years? You are such a heartless man. You just said you would compensate us. Now you can't even give us a house. What else can you give us as compensation in the future? Li Yunqian's face suddenly darkened and he looked at Zhang Cuifang coldly. If I remember correctly, although your life has not been as good as before in the past 5 years, your uncle's salary is enough for you two to eat and drink, and you live in a 200 square meter apartment with an elevator. On the contrary, Qianyu and Tian live in an old neighborhood and have a hard time getting by every day. Qianyu can only support Tian by doing odd jobs, and sometimes they only have 1 meal a day. Who is having a miserable life? I'm sure you two are having a much better life than most people, right? Li Yunqian had no intention of pursuing these matters. He had already learned everything from Zhang Heng. Yi Qianyu was kicked out of the Yi family after she became pregnant before marriage, and then her parents kicked Yi Qianyu out of the house as well. It can be said that Zhang Cuifang and her husband had completely ignored Yi Qianyu and her daughter for the past 5 years. Of course, if we count the times when Zhang Cuifang introduced someone to Yi Qianyu, she actually visited Yi Qianyu quite often. So, after hearing Zhang Cuifang say that her life was miserable, Li Yunqian could no longer bear it. She deserves it. I told her to abort that little bastard a long time ago. She deserves it. Who can she blame? Zhang Cuifang said subconsciously, but after she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong and quickly looked at Li Yunqian. At this moment, Li Yunqian's face was terribly gloomy. Who is the bastard? Li Yunqian asked in a cold voice, filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Zhang Cuifang subconsciously stepped back, and Yi Nanshan also quickly stood up. Dad, I'm back. Did you miss me? At this moment, the door of the villa opened, and Tian ran happily towards Li Yunqian, asking for a hug. I miss my daughter so much. Come here, let Daddy kiss me. Li Yunqian's expression changed. He walked over with a smile, picked up Tian, and gave her a big kiss. He. Tian Tian laughed because he was tickled by the kiss. Yi Qinyu also followed in, looking a little tired. Seeing that her parents were anxiously hiding something, she asked casually. Dad, Mom, what are you hiding? Nothing. Some information about your father's company. Zhang Cuifang said quickly, and at the same time glared at Li Yuntian fiercely with a warning look. Yi Qinyu's eyes flashed, and she keenly realized that something was wrong, so she walked towards Yi Nanshan and asked. Dad, what are you hiding? Let me see. No, nothing. Yi Nanshan spoke with a flustered look, avoiding Yi Qinyu's gaze. Seeing this scene, Yi Qinyu looked at Li Yuntian with an inquiring look. Li Yuntian, go and cook. Qinyu and the kids have been running around all morning and should be hungry. Why are you still standing there? Zhang Cuifang scolded Li Yuntian and snatched Tian Tian from Li Yuntian. Tian Tian, tell Grandma, are you hungry? I'm hungry, Dad. I want to eat grilled chicken wings. Tian Tian said. Did you hear that? We need to eat grilled chicken wings every day, why don't you hurry up and make them? Zhang Cuifang said. Li Yuntian smiled, made a face at Tian Tian and prepared to go into the kitchen. Wait, Li Yuntian, tell me what happened just now. Yi Qinyu stopped Li Yuntian and asked. She knew her parents' personalities very well. Judging from their expressions, they must have done something behind her back again. Aunt wants this house, but I don't agree. If I have to give it to you, it's to you and Tian Tian. It's no big deal. Li Yuntian said. He would not indulge Zhang Cuifang. Some things were better to be clarified face to face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cuifang and Yi Nanshan's faces changed instantly, and they both looked at Li Yuntian with resentment. Mom. How could you do this? This house was bought by Li Yuntian with his retirement pay. It's already good enough that he lets you live in it. How can you take advantage of him? Yi Qinyu immediately got angry. What do you mean by asking for more? He owes me that. If it weren't for him, would I have lost my job 5 years ago? Would your father's position in the Yi family company have been demoted? Zhang Cuifang said with a frown, and simply didn't hide it. It has been easy for your father and I over the past 5 years. Li Yuntian keeps saying he wants compensation, but he's not even willing to give us a house. What kind of compensation is this? Qinyu, you can't turn your arm outward. Yes, Qinyu, we are just trying him out for you. If he can't even bear to give up a house, how can he compensate you and your daughter in the future? Yi Nanshan also spoke. I don't need him to compensate me. He just needs to be nice to Tian Tian. Besides, I have been willing to do this for the past 5 years. He doesn't owe me anything. Yi Qinyu said, and then continued. Also, Mom, don't think about forcing him with this. Don't you know what's going on with your and Dad's jobs? You were reported for taking a salary without working, and my dad embezzled public funds. What does this have to do with Li Yuntian? Hearing this, Zhang Cuifang and Yi Nanshan's faces changed instantly and turned red. How can you talk like that? Is this what you should say as a daughter? If it weren't for him, would the Yi family pursue the matter between your father and me? Zhang Cuifang said loudly, then sat on the ground and started crying. What a sin! I worked so hard to raise an ungrateful person. How can you tell anyone about this? Yi Nanshan also glared at Yi Qinyu, somewhat exasperated. One of the two people was crying on the ground like a shrew, and although the other one didn't say much, the look in his eyes was full of dissatisfaction when he looked at Yi Qinyu. Dad, Mom, if you continue like this, just move out. You are not welcome here. Yi Qinyu said with a cold face. Hearing this, Zhang Cuifang and Yi Nanshan's faces suddenly changed. Zhang Cuifang hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed towards Yi Qinyu angrily. What did you say? You want to kick us out? We are your biological parents, how can you be so cruel? You ungrateful bastard. I raised you for nothing. I tell you, this is the house that Li Yuntian owes me. If anyone wants to move, it's you who should move out. I won't leave. Mom. You. Yi Qinyu's eyes turned red and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Mom, Grandma, don't cry. Tian Tian ran over, holding Yi Qianyu and Zhang Cuifang's hands, and said with a frightened look on his face. "Get out of here. You little bastard. If it weren't for you, your mother would have married into a wealthy family long ago. Why would I be crying over a house now?" Zhang Cuifang pushed Tian away with a look of resentment on her face. In the past 5 years, she has found many candidates for Yi Qianyu, all of whom have good family backgrounds. However, it is because of Tian that Yi Qianyu has never been able to get married. Therefore, she has never had a good impression of Tian. Tian is not a bastard, woo-woo. Tian was pushed to the ground and started crying in fear. Tian, what's wrong with you, Mom? What did Tian do wrong? Yi Qianyu quickly picked up Tian, looking aggrieved. Zhang Cuifang, on the other hand, looked nonchalant, not thinking she had done anything wrong at all, and kept scolding and accusing Yi Qianyu. Enough. Seeing Zhang Cuifang cursing more and more fiercely, Li Yuntian suddenly shouted and walked over with a cold face. Tian is not a bastard. This is the last time I warn you. If you do it again next time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Li Yuntian stared at Zhang Cuifang with red eyes, murderous intent boiling in his heart. "You, what do you want to do?" Zhang Cuifang stepped back subconsciously. "Li Yuntian, don't be impulsive." Yi Qianyu also hurriedly stopped him, her eyes apologetic. She knew that her parents had gone a little too far this time, but they were her parents after all, so she would just bear with it and it would be over. "Dad, hug me." Tian opened his arms and ran into Li Yuntian's arms. Li Yuntian touched Tian's head, then continued speaking to Zhang Cuifang. "First, I owe it to Qianyu and Tian. I don't owe anyone else. Second, I can give this house to whoever I want. If you want it, then you should be a good mother and grandmother. Even if you are pretending, you have to act decently for me." "Li Yuntian, what are you talking about?" Yi Nanshan scolded. Li Yuntian looked over coldly, and the other party instantly shut down. "Think about it carefully. If you want the house, then be honest. Otherwise, get out now." Li Yuntian spoke in a cold voice, his tone extremely cold. A hint of resentment flashed in Zhang Cuifang's eyes, and she wanted to say something, but after seeing Li Yuntian's eyes, she was scared and stood there for a moment. Tian, can Mom and Dad take you out to eat today?" Li Yuntian said to Tian, ignoring Zhang Cuifang. "Okay, Tian wants to eat cake." Tian said in a low voice. "Then eat cake. Tian can eat whatever you want." Li Yuntian said, then he hugged Tian and took Yi Qianyu away from the villa. "I'm sorry, my mother didn't mean it." After going out, Yi Qianyu said to Li Yuntian with an apologetic look on her face. "It's okay, I don't care. I only care about you and my daughter." Li Yuntian said, looking at Yi Qianyu affectionately. Yi Qianyu's face turned red when she was looked at, and she quickly distanced herself from Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian took his wife and daughter to the nearest cake shop to buy a cake for his daughter. Just as they were about to leave, there was a loud noise suddenly from the sky and heavy rain fell instantly. The family of 3 had no choice but to return to the cake shop to shelter from the rain. "Hey! Isn't this Yi Qianyu? Today is so unlucky. Not only did I almost get caught in the rain, but I also found a place to hide from the rain and encountered unclean things. I am so unlucky." Just as Li Yuntian and his family of 3 were talking in a low voice, a weird female voice came over. A gorgeously dressed woman walked into the cake shop. She had heavy makeup on her face and bright clothes, and she exuded the scent of green tea everywhere. "Qianyu, do you know her?" Li Yuntian asked with a frown. The woman in front of him made him feel disgusted at the first sight. "My former classmate is called Wong Qian." "It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Just pretend you didn't hear anything she says later." Yi Qianyu said, looking outside with a bit of anxiety. Yi Qianyu and Wong Qian were high school classmates. They were both the most beautiful girls in the class at that time. However, Yi Qianyu was a good student with a good family background. She could charm a group of boys to death without any makeup. Of course, Yi Qianyu didn't care about the title of most beautiful girl in the class at all. But Wang Qian was different. She was inferior to Yi Qianyu in every way, So she held a grudge against him and tried to make things difficult for Yi Qianyu when they were in school. Especially 5 years ago, when Yi Qianyu went from being a rich lady to a fallen phoenix, Wang Qian would show off her superiority in front of Yi Qianyu every once in a while. "Hey, Yi Qianyu, why don't you even say hello when you see your old classmate? Who is this? Is he your new man? No wonder you have money to buy a cake for your daughter. By the way, does he know that you are pregnant before marriage?" Seeing that Yi Qianyu ignored her, Wang Qian became more aggressive and glanced at Li Yuntian with disgust. "He doesn't have any branded clothes on him, so he looks like a poor guy." Li Yuntian's eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at Wang Qian and asked, "Are you okay? If not, shut up. What's wrong with you? Why are you so uncultured? Why is your mouth so dirty?" Wang Qian immediately became angry and said with an accusing look on her face. Li Yuntian looked at him coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. Seeing this scene, Wang Qian was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth. After all, she was a woman, and if she angered the men in front of her, she would suffer. "Humph, country bumpkin." Wang Qian snorted and then made a phone call. "Hey, honey, I'm at the cake shop, come pick me up." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qianyu and Li Yuntian with a proud look on his face. Li Yuntian's family continued to talk in low voices, and the two adults played with Tian. "Oh, Yi Qianyu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but even if you despise yourself, you should still find a decent man. You found such a country bumpkin who doesn't even have a car. I really don't know what you want." Perhaps feeling bored, Wang Qian continued to mock Yi Qianyu, looked at Li Yuntian with disdain, and then continued. "That's right. You were not disciplined when you were young. Even if you find a good one now, no one will be interested in you. Only a poor person like this would be so stupid as to treat you like a treasure." "Wang Qian, have you said enough?" Yi Qianyu couldn't help it and felt a little angry. In the past, she could tolerate Wang Qian's difficulties as long as she could, but this time, what the other party said was so harsh that she couldn't bear it. "Oh, are you angry? Haha, who told you to live an immoral life in the past? You had ambiguous relationships with 5 or 6 men when you were in school, and you gave birth to a child right after graduating from college. What? You can't stand me telling you a few truths?" Wang Qian said with a mocking look on her face, then glanced at Li Yuntian with disdain and continued. "Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at me, I have plenty of money now, and I have a husband who's a big boss who loves me. I just called him and he immediately drove a luxury car to pick me up. Look at you now. You found a country bumpkin, live in an old neighborhood, and eat cake like it's Chinese New Year. Weren't you quite arrogant in school? Why are you doing so badly now?" At this moment, an Audi A6 stopped in front of the cake shop. A middle-aged man got out of the car and ran to Wang Qian with a flattering look on his face. "Baby, I'm here. Look at you, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going out shopping? It's raining so hard outside, what if you get soaked?" The middle-aged man said to Wang Qian with a distressed look on his face. "Honey, you are so nice to me," Wang Qian said coquettishly, while looking at Yi Qianyu proudly. "By the way, dear, do you have a broken umbrella in your car? If you do, give it to my classmate. They are a family of 3 and are quite pitiful. We don't need the broken umbrella anyway, so just give it to them," Wang Qian said to the middle-aged man. Yi Qianyu's face changed when she heard this, and she immediately pulled Li Yuntian and wanted to leave. "Qianyu, wait here for me, I'll be back soon." Li Yuntian stopped Yi Qianyu and rushed directly into the rain. It was too late for Yi Qianyu to stop him. Seeing this, Wang Qian said to Yi Qianyu with a gloating look on her face. "Yi Qianyu, this country bumpkin you found doesn't seem to be reliable. Did he want to run away because he heard me talk about your dark history just now?" Yi Qianyu snorted coldly, hugged Tian and walked aside, simply ignoring Wang Qian. After all, she was used to it. "Dad won't run away. Dad won't abandon me and Mom," Tian said, staring at Wang Qian angrily. "Oh, you little bastard, if he's a boy, just call him Daddy. Yi Qianyu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's okay if you are shameless, but don't teach your child bad habits," Wang Qian mocked with a look of satisfaction. Every time she saw Yi Qianyu's aggrieved look, she felt extremely happy. Buzz. At this moment, a sharp roar of a car suddenly came from the heavy rain, followed by a big red supercar doing a beautiful drift and stopping in front of the cake shop. It caused countless people to exclaim in an instant. The car door opened, Li Yinqian got out of the car, walked into the cake shop and spoke to Yi Qianyu. Wife, I wanted to buy an umbrella, but when I passed by a 4S store, I saw this supercar and it was pretty good, so I bought it. I was hiding from the rain anyway, and this car can barely keep me out of the rain. The cake shop suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the supercar outside, and then thought about what Li Yinqian said, and they instantly lost their composure. Aston Martin, more than 5 million. Spending so much money to buy a sports car, do you call that easy? It can be used to shelter from the rain. Is this used to shelter from the rain? This is called showing off wealth. Are the tricks that rich people use so much nowadays? Yi Qianyu stared blankly at the red supercar and glared at Li Yinqian. This guy was spending money recklessly again. However, it was quite satisfying. Dad, I want to ride in the car. Tian shouted happily. The family got into the supercar and drove away amid everyone's envy. At this time, Wang Qian had already stood there in a daze, with an incredible look on her face. The people in the cake shop looked at Wang Qian with eyes full of ridicule and contempt. Look at other people, the men they found are better than yours, and the cars they drive are miles better than yours. You drive an Audi A6, and you still have the nerve to look down on Aston Martin. Ridiculous. In the car, Li Yinqian drove nervously, not knowing how to explain to Yi Qianyu. After all, he spent money recklessly. He never had a headache about spending money before, but now it's different because someone is watching over him. Ahem, Qianyu, this car belongs to Heiyu. He is a rich second generation. I borrow his car to load it. Li Yinqian's heart moved and he quickly thought of an excuse. Let Heiyu bear with it for a few days. After all, he is his subordinate. He has to stand up and take the blame for the boss at the critical moment. No wonder, return it to the owner immediately after use. This car is so expensive, don't damage it. Yi Qianyu said, looking at the decoration inside the car with a hint of envy in her eyes. Qianyu, do you like this car? I still have some savings. If you like it, I will talk to Heiyu and we can buy it in installments. Li Yinqian said. Forget it, why spend money recklessly? Just save the money you have. The property fee of the villa and Tiantian's schooling in the future, there are many places to spend money. Yi Qianyu glared at Li Yinqian. This guy wanted to spend money recklessly again. Okay, I'll save money and not spend it. Li Yinqian said quickly, smiling bitterly in his heart. He was the king of the Northwest, but he had to rely on saving money to make a living. How pitiful. Alas, school is about to start, and we have to quickly decide on Tiantian's kindergarten. She is already a year behind other children of the same age, and we can't delay any longer. Yi Qianyu sighed, with a worried look on her face. The kindergartens near where they live are all private and ridiculously expensive, while the cheaper ones are too far away. She has put a lot of effort in the past few days to find a suitable kindergarten. I heard from Zhongheng that the Qidian kindergarten near our community is quite good, with a nice environment and all the teachers there are graduate students. Li Yinqian said. Are you crazy? Qidian Kindergarten is an aristocratic kindergarten in Los Angeles. The children who go to school there are either rich or noble. It costs hundreds of thousands a year. Yi Qianyu widened her eyes and looked at Li Yinqian unhappily. Besides, you can't just go to Qidian Kindergarten whenever you want. If you want to send your child there, unless your parents are high-ranking officials, you must verify your family's financial resources to ensure that they can support their child to go to school. Forget it, don't worry about the kindergarten's affairs. Just look for a job these days. Yi Qianyu said. It turns out that men are unreliable when it comes to doing things. Li Yinqian drove silently, but when Yi Qianyu was not paying attention, he sent a text message to Zhongheng. Noble kindergarten. He was going to be crowned king soon, so he was considered a noble, right? My precious daughter is going to school, so of course she should go to the best one. He can listen to Yi Qianyu on other matters, but he cannot be vague about his precious daughter's schooling. Yi Qinyu probably never imagined that while she was still worrying about which kindergarten her daughter would go to, Li Yintian had already finalized the matter. When she returned home in the evening, Zhang Cuifang was stunned by the bright red supercar, but when she heard that Li Yintian had borrowed it from someone else, she immediately lost interest. But in the blink of an eye, no one knew what she was thinking of. Her eyes kept rolling around, and it was obvious that she had no good ideas. However, after Li Yintian's warning during the day, Zhang Cuifang and his wife restrained themselves a lot at night and did not cause any trouble. Late at night, Li Yintian appeared outside the villa, and then Heiyu and Zhuchue appeared silently behind him. "Boss, the Council of Elders sent a message asking when you will go to the capital to participate in the enthronement ceremony," Heiyu said, his tone slightly excited. "Crowned as king. The only king to be crowned in the empire in 300 years, and the fifth royal family since the establishment of the empire. Such an honor is enough to drive any aristocratic family crazy, and they would want to rush to participate in the enthronement ceremony immediately. In the whole world, the only one who can be so indifferent to such glory is probably Yun Shuai. Tell them that the conferring ceremony will be held in Luo City. As for when it will start, wait for my notification." Li Yintian said calmly, not worried at all that the guys in the Council of Elders would be angry. After all, those old guys were eager for him to accept the throne. Once he accepted it, it would mean that he would not rebel. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Li Yintian's eyes. It was ridiculous. Not to mention that he had no intention of rebellion. Even if he did, those guys were too stupid to be satisfied with just a throne. As for why it was held in Luocheng, Li Yintian had a plan in mind. He wanted to give his wife and daughter a surprise. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Qinyu accepted him. When the time comes, the wedding and the enthronement ceremony will be held together, and he wants Yi Qinyu to be the most eye-catching and dazzling bride in the entire empire that day. "Yes, boss." Heiyu responded with a wry smile in his heart. In the entire empire, perhaps Marshal Yun was the only one who could make the Council of Elders compromise. "By the way, there is one more thing. Please investigate the blood relationship between Zhang Cuifang and his wife and my wife," Li Yintian said with a twinkle in his eyes. Although Zhang Cuifang and his wife are Yi Qinyu's biological parents, he always feels that Yi Qingmei is just a commodity in their eyes, and Yi Qinyu does not have any characteristics of Zhang Cuifang and his wife. "You should handle this matter yourself," Li Yintian reminded. "Yes." Heiyu's heart trembled and he said quickly. "Suzaku, how's the investigation of that matter going?" Li Yintian looked at Suzaku and asked, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. 5 years ago, he fled to Qingzhou and hid in the home of his good brother Fong Yan for a while. Finally, he was discovered by those who were chasing him. The Fong family helped him with all their strength, which allowed him to escape to Luocheng. Since then, he has never heard any news about the Fong family. It was obvious that he had implicated the Fong family. "Boss, we found out. When you were hiding in Fong's family, it was Mr. Fong's fiancée Ma Rong who revealed your information to those killers," Zhuchue said. "That night, after you escaped, the Fong family fought with the people who were chasing you and suffered heavy losses, but the killers finally retreated. But after the assassins retreated, the Ma family and the Song family joined forces to launch a surprise attack on the Fong family, and annexed all of the Fong family's businesses overnight." Having said that, Zhuchue looked up at Li Yintian, then continued speaking with some hesitation. "That night, more than 300 members of the Fong family were killed. Not long after, the Ma family and the Song family formed an alliance, and Ma Rong married Song Zhe from the Song family. The Ma family and the Song family have now become first-class families in Qingqing with the help of the assets they acquired from the Fong family." Boom. Hearing this, Li Yintian could no longer control his murderous intent. The black-feathered Suzaku and the other two behind him turned pale instantly, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Seeing this, Li Yintian quickly suppressed his murderous intent and took a deep breath. He originally thought that his good brother Fong Yan and his family were killed by him, but who would have thought that there would be so many things behind it? Great. He felt guilty for causing trouble for the Fong family back then. Now he is back to avenge his brother. From now on, I will keep a full surveillance on everyone from the Song and Ma families, especially that bitch. I will make them spit out everything they did to annex the Fong family," Li Yintian said. When he has time, he will go to Qingqing to destroy the Song and Ma families. Blood feud must be repaid with blood. Early the next morning, Li Yuntian, who was still sleepy, was awakened from his bed by Tian Tian. The little girl used all her strength to push Li Yuntian to sit up. "Dad, you lazy bum, you said you would take Tian Tian to the amusement park today." Tian Tian frowned. Before, she had only seen other children playing in the amusement park from afar. She accompanied her mother to hand out flyers, with envy in her eyes. Yesterday, when she heard that her father was taking her to the amusement park, she was so happy that she got up before dawn. "Oh, Dad suddenly remembered that he has something to do today. How about we go another day?" Li Yuntian said with a smile, deliberately teasing the little guy. When Tian Tian heard this, her face fell, she pouted, and looked unhappy, but she was sensible after all, so she nodded aggrievedly and said, "Then Dad, you must take Tian Tian out to play when you are free someday. Tian Tian has wanted to play for a long time. If Dad is afraid of spending money, Tian Tian will not eat cake anymore and help Dad save money." In her impression, a trip to an amusement park costs a lot of money. When Li Yuntian heard this, his heart ached and he quickly hugged his daughter and kissed her. "Dad is just kidding you. How can I go back on my word to Tian Tian? Let's go. Let's go now." "Really?" Tian Tian's eyes lit up and he jumped happily on the bed. "Dad is awesome." The family quickly packed up and prepared to go to the amusement park, but after they went out, they discovered that the sports car was missing. "It's my mother." Yi Qianyu's face looked a little ugly. Last night, Zhang Cuifang took away the sports car keys, saying that she wanted to ride in a luxury car. "It's okay, Auntie, if you like to drive, then go ahead and let's take a taxi," Li Yuntian said. It was just a sports car. It was a big deal to delay his precious daughter's trip to the amusement park. "Don't worry about it. This car belongs to Heiyu, and she doesn't usually drive. What if it breaks down?" Yi Qianyu said with a serious face and quickly called Zhang Cuifang. "Mom, what are you doing? Who told you to drive the car away?" Li Yuntian borrowed the car from Heiyu, and he has to return it later. "Hey, it's just a drive out for a spin, why are you so fierce? Isn't Heiyu Li Yuntian's subordinate? Ask him to talk to Heiyu and return it in a few days." "That's it, I'm hanging up. I'm busy." Zhang Cuifang's impatient voice came from the phone, and then she hung up. "It's okay. Let's take Tian Tian to the amusement park first. Heiyu has a lot of cars, so it doesn't matter if there's one less," Li Yuntian said, pulling Yi Qianyu and preparing to go out to take a taxi. After Li Yuntian and his family left, Heiyu silently came out of the grove next to the villa with a depressed look on his face. "I have a lot of cars. How come I didn't know?" In the amusement park, children's nature is unleashed as soon as they enter the park every day. They don't even have time to eat breakfast and keep clamoring to play this and that. The whole family played until noon. Next to a pirate ship attraction, Li Yuntian took advantage of the queue and went out to buy some food for his baby daughter. Yi Qianyu was holding Tian Tian in her arms. Tian Tian was looking at the decreasing number of people in the queue in front of her with a look of excitement on her face. It would soon be her turn. After finally waiting for her turn, Yi Qianyu was about to carry Tian Tian in. At this time, a fat woman with noble airs came over with 3 children, and directly inserted herself in front of Yi Qianyu, and handed the ticket to the ticket inspector first. "Lady, how can you cut in line?" Yi Qianyu said with a rather unhappy look on her face. "Cutting in line? This amusement park is my home. What's wrong with me cutting in line? It's none of your business." The fat woman turned around and glared at Yi Qianyu with disdain, looking very arrogant. At the same time, the 3 children around her also made funny faces at Yi Qianyu. I watched the fat woman and her 3 children board the pirate ship. The 4 of them just happened to occupy the last 4 seats. Yi Qianyu took a deep breath. It was better to have less trouble than more. She was used to it anyway, so she endured it. After waiting for a long time for the pirate ship ride to be over, Yi Qianyu quickly handed out the tickets and prepared to take Tian Tian in. Unexpectedly, the fat woman came out with the child at this time, and when she passed by Yi Qianyu, she deliberately bumped into Yi Qianyu. Ouch! With this collision, Yi Qianyu lost her balance and fell to the side. Tian, who was held in her arms, hit his head directly on the railing, which instantly became red and swollen. "Mom, it hurts, oh." Tian said while crying. Tian. Yi Qianyu's heart started to panic. When she saw the lump on Tian's forehead, she immediately became angry and spoke to the fat woman. "What's wrong with you? It's okay for you to cut in line, but why did you bump into others?" Unexpectedly, the fat woman didn't realize her mistake at all. Instead, she came up and yelled at Yi Qianyu. "Are you blind? Which eye saw me bump into you? It was obviously you who bumped into me on purpose, and you lost your balance and fell, but now you blame me. I just cut in on your team. You wanted to take revenge on me but you couldn't. You deserve to be thrown down. Why didn't I throw you down to death?" The fat woman had a domineering look on her face, and she bullied Yi Qianyu, forcing her to retreat continuously, with an aggressive look on her face. "How dare you talk like that? You're right after you bumped into someone. Look at my child's head. You did something wrong and I didn't tell you to do anything. Just apologize. Do you have to curse someone to death?" Yi Qianyu said that 5 years of hard life had already smoothed her temper, and since her daughter was hurt, she just wanted an apology. "You are so rude. You were the one who hit her. We all saw it. Why were you so mean to her and her daughter? You are so aggressive in front of your own children. Aren't you afraid of corrupting them? What the beautiful lady said is right. Why are you cursing her to death for just an apology? That's too much." All around, parents who were also queuing up were criticizing the fat woman, obviously unable to stand her arrogance. "What are you arguing about? What does it have to do with you? What do I need you to tell me to do?" The fat woman was so angry and embarrassed by what the onlookers said that she started cursing and then glared at Yi Qianyu. "I cursed your whole family to death, so what? You still want me to apologize? You are in rags, and you don't even have $100. Do you think you deserve to ask me to apologize? Do you want to die?" At this moment, a low and murderous voice sounded. It was Li Yintian. At this moment, his face was gloomy and his eyes were extremely cold. As soon as Li Yintian appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Yi Qianyu hurriedly walked over with her daughter in her arms. "Daddy, it hurts, whoa." The child cried for a hug every day. Since Li Yintian came back, the child has been very close to Li Yintian. Li Yintian looked at the lump on his precious daughter's forehead, his eyes instantly turned red, and his heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. "Oh, so there's a man following you, no wonder you're so arrogant." The fat woman glanced at Li Yintian's clothes with a look of disdain, and then said to Li Yintian, "You are so arrogant. You are just a poor worker and you dare to threaten me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy? Ha ha ha, you poor worker, lelali." The fat woman's 3 children also made faces at Li Yintian, laughing at him. "I ask you, do you want to die? If not, then apologize," Li Yintian said coldly. He was just an ant. He really didn't want to teach him a lesson. It was too cheap. "Apologize to your mother. You stinky worker, are you blind? My husband is the manager of this amusement park. Believe it or not, I can just call someone to kick you out. I just hit your family, but I didn't kill them. Who are you threatening by saying death all the time?" The fat woman cursed with a look of contempt. To be honest, with her body shape, she was not afraid of ordinary men. Bang. But who would have thought that as soon as the fat woman finished speaking, Li Yintian slapped her in the face. The fat woman was beaten so hard that she rolled on the ground, looking very miserable. At this moment, all the onlookers were stunned. Isn't this man too fierce? However, seeing the fat woman's miserable appearance, many people applauded in their hearts, saying that such people deserve to be beaten. You dare to hit me? You, a lousy worker, dare to hit me? I'll fight you. The fat woman stood up from the ground and pounced on Li Yintian like a madman. Bang. But who would have thought that as soon as she approached Li Yintian, she was slapped away by Li Yintian. This time, the fat woman was stunned, and then she sat on the ground and cried loudly. You hit me, damn it. I won't live any longer. You stinky worker, you're dead. I'm going to kill your whole family today. Are you blind? I was beaten up. Why don't you let my husband bring some help over here? The fat woman yelled at the ticket inspector. The ticket inspector came to his senses, glared at Li Yuntian fiercely, then immediately took out the intercom to call someone. You're finished. You stinky worker, I'm going to make your whole family kneel down and apologize to me later. The fat woman shouted at Li Yuntian with a vicious look on her face. Li Yuntian's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to step forward and teach the other party a lesson, Yi Qianyu beside him quickly pulled him back. Yuntian, let's go quickly and don't cause any trouble. Yes, young man, hurry up and leave. Her husband is the manager of the amusement park. You can't beat them. The onlookers also advised. Don't even think about leaving. My husband can find out your ticket purchasing information. If you run away, believe it or not, I will bring people to your house and smash it up, the fat woman shouted, gritting her teeth. Li Yuntian signaled to Yi Qianyu with his eyes not to be afraid, then looked at the fat woman and said. Don't worry, I won't leave. If you don't apologize to my daughter today, I won't leave no matter who comes. Li Yuntian actually felt the timidity in Yi Qianyu's heart. 5 years had already made the fearless girl become timid and submissive, willing to swallow her anger when faced with difficulties. Of course, this was the other party's self-protection, but now that he was back, if he still made his wife endure the anger, he, the king of the Northwest, would not be considered a man at all. Li Yuntian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Heiyu. Find out who owns this amusement park and tell him I've bought it. Humph. You stinky worker, are you scared? You're using your cell phone to call for help, right? I'm telling you, no matter who comes today, you have to kneel down and apologize to me. The fat woman thought that Li Yuntian took out his cell phone to call for help, so she immediately shouted wildly with an arrogant look in her eyes. Li Yuntian glanced at the other person and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Which bastard is so bold? How dare you hit my wife? Are you tired of living? A loud roar was heard, and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked over with a cigar in his mouth. He looked like a decent human being, and a group of security guards followed him. Boss, I've been bullied by this stinky worker. His slutty wife bumped into me, and I said something, and he came up and beat me. Not only did he beat me, he also kicked our son. When the fat woman saw her husband coming, she immediately rushed to him and cried, looking aggrieved. Are you looking for death? Kill him for me. The middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned red when he heard this. He waved his hand and asked the security guard to rush forward, then continued. Beat the whole family. Beat them to death. They dared to beat my son. This is outrageous. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards rushed towards Li Yuntian with electric batons in their hands, sneering at him. The onlookers quickly stepped back when seeing this. Some men wanted to rush forward to help but were immediately stopped by their wives. Nowadays, there are some things that you just need to watch and never interfere with, otherwise you will suffer a great loss. Just as the group of security guards were about to drown Li Yuntian snorted coldly, and a powerful wave of air instantly burst out from his body. All of a sudden, all the security guards flew backwards as if they were punched, falling to the ground screaming. For a moment, everyone was stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief and shock. Pa! The cigar in the middle-aged man's mouth fell directly to the ground, with a look of horror on his face. The fat woman who was crying next to her also stopped talking and had an incredible expression on her face. With just a cold snort, one man knocked down more than a dozen security guards. What kind of strongman is this? Are you going to apologize? Li Yuntian walked slowly to the fat woman and asked with cold eyes. The fat woman subconsciously took a step back and looked at her husband for help. Apologize to your mother. You beat up my wife and injured so many of my security guards. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you can beat me? This is my territory. I have the Luo City family behind me. If you dare to act recklessly here, you're done. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was not frightened by Li Yuntian's strength at all, but cursed even more fiercely. In the Qin family of Luo City, the faces of the people around changed drastically when they heard the middle-aged man's words. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, the aristocratic families are all behemoths. Qin family. Ha! Li Yuntian sneered and slapped the middle-aged man with his backhand, causing his 200-pound body to fly up. He had destroyed the Wong family, the most powerful family in Luo City. What was a small Qin family to him? You dare to hit me? You're finished. The middle-aged man had a ferocious look on his face and picked up his cell phone to call for help. But who would have thought that a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, and a young man appeared on the scene, sweating profusely. Luha, do you want to die? The young man cursed at the middle-aged man. The young man's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, the middle-aged man Luha immediately put away his mobile phone, then pointed at Li Yuntian and said to the young man, Mr. Chen, you came at the right time. This blind man is causing trouble in the amusement park. This is not giving face to our Qin family. The young man was Qin Xing, the eldest son of the Qin family. When he heard Lu He's words, his face changed immediately. He walked up and kicked Lu Ha in the mouth, breaking half of his teeth. Shut up. If you want to die, don't bring trouble to my Qin family. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and Lu Ha was even more incredulous. He couldn't react for a long time. Chen Xiao actually hit him. Did the other party make a mistake? But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened with shock on their faces. Chen Xing hurriedly walked up to Li Yuntian, bowed and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Li. On behalf of the Qin family, I apologize for your unhappiness today. Any remarks made by Lu Ha have nothing to do with my Qin family. I hope you will forgive me and let the Qin family go. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping for air at the scene. Everyone looked at Li Yuntian with shock and curiosity in their eyes. Who is this person? How could he make a young master from an aristocratic family apologize in front of so many people? Chen Xing was also very panicked at this time. His Qin family was just an ordinary family in Luocheng. Today, he and his father were discussing the family's future plans at home. Unexpectedly, the commander of the Luocheng army, Zhang Heng, and a man in black broke into their house, and the first words they asked were, Do you, the Qin family, want to be exterminated, or do you want to sell the amusement park to ensure safety? This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone so arrogant when buying things. Especially when Zhang Heng vaguely mentioned the sudden collapse of the Wong family, the Tang family, etc., Chen Xing and his father were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats on the spot. Of course they can't be sold in an amusement park, they should be given away for free. So Chen Xing rushed to the amusement park immediately. Mr. Chen. Did you recognize the wrong person? He is just a lousy worker. Lu Ha said with a look of disbelief on his face. He had a vague suspicion that he had hit a wall, but he didn't believe it, because if it was true, then his life would be over. Shut up. Lu Ha, from now on, your position as the amusement park manager will be revoked. Pack up your things and get out of here. Chen Xing scolded Lu Ha, then looked at Li Yuntian nervously, feeling uneasy. Yes, I was thinking that if your Qin family doesn't appreciate it, I wouldn't mind destroying it for fun. Li Yuntian said lightly. I dare not, Mr. Li. The Chen family definitely does not have this idea. Chen Xing was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned terribly pale. Seeing this scene, Lu Ha was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, and the fat woman was so frightened that she trembled all over and became incontinent. Just now, one of you asked me to kneel down and apologize, and the other wanted to beat me to death. Now, do you still dare? Li Yuntian looked at Lu Ha and the fat woman and asked. Hearing this, Lu Ha and the fat woman hurriedly knelt down and crawled to Li Yuntian, crying and begging for mercy. Sir, we don't dare anymore. We know we were wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. Lu Ha begged for mercy and raised his hand to hit the fat woman on the head. You bitch, it's all your fault, why don't you apologize to the adults? Sir, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit your wife and daughter. I'm a bastard. The fat woman cried, her face covered with snot and tears. Humph. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it? Li Yuntian snorted coldly, picked up his daughter and left. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Lu Ha shouted, then looked at Chen Xing with expectant eyes. Get out of here now. Even if Mr. Li forgives you, Do you think our Chen family will want a dog like you who behaves like a lawless person? Chen Xing cursed. He saw through Lu He's thoughts at a glance. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Lu He suddenly looked distraught. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at the fat woman, beating her even harder than before. It's all your fault, bitch. You ruined me. I told you long ago that you can cut in line but don't cause trouble. Do you really think this amusement park is yours? The fat woman wailed, too scared to fight back. The crowds watching around cheered loudly. Mr. Li, this is a membership card that the amusement park gives to your daughter. From now on, your daughter can play any project in our amusement park for free. Please accept it. Chen Xing followed behind Li Yuntian and said carefully. Originally, he was planning to give the amusement park to the big shot in front of him, but who would have thought that after he proposed this idea at home, the young man named Heiyu actually said something disdainful. Giving our boss an amusement park, who are you insulting? So, he changed his mind and gave this membership card. Li Yuntian's eyes flashed, he looked at the other party with appreciation, then took the membership card and spoke. It's a nice gift, very thoughtful. Go back and find Zhang Heng and tell him what I said, asking him to help your Chen family. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Xing was excited when he heard that and bowed again. With the help of the commander of the Luoqing army, it would be hard for the Chen family not to prosper. After leaving the amusement park, Yi Qinyu kept looking at Li Yuntian with curiosity, with a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes from time to time. Obviously, through the actions of Chen Xing, the eldest son of the Chen family, she realized that Li Yuntian's identity might have been concealed from her. Ahem, I sent a message to Zhang Heng, asking him to find the Chen family to cooperate with me in acting out a play. Li Yuntian explained with a dry cough. Li Yuntian, I noticed that you like to pretend so much when you came back this time. Do you know that pretending will get you struck by lightning? Yi Qinyu showed an expression of realization and glared at Li Yuntian unhappily. Li Yuntian smiled bitterly. Was this considered pretending? Not at all. If he really wanted to pretend, he could just make a phone call and 3,000 war emperors would gather in Luoqing and demolish the amusement park. That would be the real pretending. The three of them had a meal and then returned to the community. Yi Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the red supercar parked in front of the villa. She was really worried that her mother had damaged the car. When entering the door, Li Yuntian caught a glimpse of Zhu Que walking out of the shadows. The other party looked as if he wanted to say something but was about to say something. Li Yuntian gave him a look to ask him to wait a moment, and then he entered the villa with his wife and daughter. Zhu Que was secretly protecting his wife and daughter, and he didn't want Yi Qinyu to discover them. As soon as the three of them entered the house, they saw Zhang Cuifang, dressed in jewels and precious stones, showing off to Yi Nanshan in the living room. She was wearing branded clothes, a jewelry necklace around her neck, a branded bag in her hand, and had a very happy look on her face. Mom, did you rob the bank? Yi Qinyu was surprised. The clothes on her mother's body were worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. What do you mean by robbery? I bought it with my own pocket money. By the way, I also bought gifts for you and Tian Tian. Zhang Cuifang said, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. As she spoke, Zhang Cuifang took out a piece of clothing and a box of cake and handed them to Yi Qinyu and Tian Tian. Thank you, Mom. I'm sorry for making you spend so much money. Yi Qinyu said, feeling a little touched. Tian Tian also looked excited. Li Yuntian's eyes flashed and his brows slightly frowned. The gifts Zhang Cuifang gave him were not even worth a pair of shoes. She bought herself a set of branded clothes and gave such cheap things to her daughter and granddaughter. How could she afford to do that? While Zhang Cuifang was showing off what she bought to her wife and daughter, Li Yuntian walked out. Boss. Zhu Que appeared in front of Li Yuntian with some anger in his eyes. What's wrong? Li Yuntian asked. Ms. Zhang sold all the parts of her sports car and replaced them with some scrapped ones. It can still be driven, but it is extremely dangerous. Suzaku said. As Zhang Cuifang is Yi Qinyu's mother, the Suzaku army has someone specifically responsible for monitoring and protecting her. But who would have thought that today Zhang Cuifang drove out in a sports car and actually replaced all the parts inside the sports car? Because they remembered Li Yuntian's instructions that the Suzaku army must not appear unless the person being protected was in danger of life, the people who were monitoring Zhang Cuifang did not stop them. To be honest, when Zhang Cuifang drove back in the sports car with all its parts replaced, the people who were monitoring her were extremely nervous, fearing that the sports car would explode the next moment. So that's it. That means she used the money from selling spare parts to buy herself a whole set of branded clothes, but in the end only a few $100s of the money was spent on my wife and daughter. Li Yuntian's face instantly turned extremely cold. He didn't care about a sports car, but what made him angry was that the other party used his money to please his wife and daughter, just like using it to please a beggar. Are you treating yourself as a fool? Or are you treating your wife and children as fools? And more importantly, this sports car can't be driven now because it's too dangerous. Li Yuntian didn't even dare to imagine that if there were no Suzaku army monitoring everything, if Yi Qinyu drove out one day and had an accident, the consequences would be disastrous. Didn't the other party think about the consequences of doing this? It could cost someone's life. Li Yuntian had a murderous look on his face and wanted to rush in to question Zhang Cuihua, but he held back because the other party was Yi Qinyu's mother after all. You can let Heiyu come back and let him cooperate with me in acting out a scene. Li Yuntian had an idea and instantly came up with a way to deal with Zhang Cuifang. Li Yuntian pretended nothing had happened and returned to the villa to play with his daughter. After a while, Heiyu came to the villa. Boss, sister-in-law. Heiyu said, feeling nervous and excited. He would show off in front of Yunshui later. He had never tried this before. You're here, the keys are in the car, just drive away. Li Yuntian said. He glanced at Zhang Cuifang, only to see that she looked nervous and pale. Look at you, Heiyu has finally come to our house, you should at least have a meal before leaving. Yi Qinyu glared at Li Yuntian and said. No, I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Heiyu said, then walked out of the villa to drive. Li Yuntian and his family went out to see them off, but Li Yuntian deliberately stood in front of his wife and daughter to prevent any accidents. I saw Heiyu got into the sports car, started it, and stepped on the accelerator. Boom. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the hood of the sports car flew up, with flames everywhere. For a moment, Yi Qinyu and Tian screamed in fear. What happened? Heiyu got out of the car in a mess, sweating in his heart. If he wasn't so strong, he might have been hospitalized. Heiyu, what happened? Why did the car explode by itself? Li Yuntian also pretended to be panicked. Could it be that the car is not working? I felt something was wrong when I was driving today. This car doesn't look like a good car, right? Zhang Cuifang said with a panicked look in her eyes. Thinking about how she had just driven back, she suddenly felt scared. What's not a good car? I just bought this car and spent more than 5 million. Heiyu yelled, then pretended to walk to the front of the car to check it. Zhang Cuifang was shocked when she heard this. More than 5 million. So expensive. She only sold all the parts for 600,000. She was cheated. But then she came to her senses and realized that the car had an accident and she would not be able to escape responsibility if it was investigated. Li Yuntian. What's going on? Why have all the parts of this car been replaced? What did you do? Heiyu shouted at Li Yuntian, feeling extremely panicked. If the Northwest Army knew that he called Marshal Yun by his name, he would definitely be beaten half to death. What he didn't know was that Suzaku was hiding in the dark and recording everything with his mobile phone, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. The parts were replaced. I don't know, it wasn't me. Li Yuntian answered in cooperation. At this time Yi Qinyu also came back to her senses and immediately looked at Zhang Cuifang. She had been staying with Li Yuntian all the time, so it was impossible for Li Yuntian to change the parts, and the car was driven away by her mother early this morning. Mom, what's going on? Yi Qinyu asked, a look of disbelief in her eyes. What's going on? Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything. Zhang Cuifang said hurriedly, then suddenly looked at Li Yuntian and spoke. Li Yuntian, did you change it? What's wrong with you? Heiyu was kind enough to lend you his car, how could you do such a wicked thing? Seeing Zhang Cuifang's reaction, Li Yuntian was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was still thinking of slandering him at this time. "Auntie, it wasn't me. I didn't drive today, and I was with Qin Yu yesterday. Qin Yu can testify for me," Li Yintian said, shrugging helplessly, and Qin Yu also hurried to explain. "Who knows if you drove the car out to change it in the middle of last night? I heard the sound of a car in the middle of last night. It must have been you. Why don't you apologize to He Yu quickly?" Zhang Cuifang said with a righteous look. "Enough. I don't care who replaced it. I'm too lazy to guess. The parts of my car are all located. Find out those who bought my car parts. Then we will know who replaced it." He Yu shouted, then picked up his cell phone and started calling. "Catch all the people who stole my car parts." Hearing this, Zhang Cuifang's face turned pale instantly, and she stood there in a daze, her body shaking. "Mom, did you do this? Where did you get the money to buy things today? Did you use the money from selling parts of your sports car?" Qin Yu noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Cuifang and asked quickly. "Qin Yu, Mom didn't mean it. I had no choice." Zhang Cuifang panicked and cried. "Mom, how could you do this? That sports car belongs to He Yu." Qin Yu turned pale and angry when she heard that. "Qin Yu, it's all Mom's fault. I originally thought that Li Yintian owed me money, and since he wouldn't give me a house, I would sell the sports car parts and just collect some interest," Zhang Cuifang said. "Mom. What are you thinking at this time? Li Yintian doesn't owe anyone anything." Qin Yu suddenly got angry and shouted. Zhang Cuifang was startled and realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly took Qin Yu's hand and said, "Qin Yu, Mom is wrong. Isn't He Yu Li Yintian's subordinate? Ask him to tell He Yu and let this matter go. I can't make the decision. I'm only He Yu's nominal boss. If he gets crazy, he might even beat me." Li Yintian shrugged and said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. "Ah. What should I do?" Zhang Cuifang became even more panicked when she heard Li Yintian's words. She was so scared that she almost couldn't stand. "I only sold the parts for 600,000. How about I give the money to He Yu and Yintian, can you plead for me?" Zhang Cuifang said. At this time, her attitude towards Li Yintian changed. 600,000. My car is worth 5 million. The parts are the most expensive, you can sell it for at least 3 million. He Yu shouted from the side, his face full of anger, addicted to acting. 3 million. Zhang Cuifang's eyes widened and she was completely shocked. "I don't care, you must give me an explanation today." He Yu shouted with a murderous look on his face. "Yuntian, what should we do? How much savings do you have?" Qin Yu was panicked, obviously wanting to help Zhang Cuifang clean up the mess. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhang Cuifang's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly spoke to Li Yuntian. "Yuntian, you have quite a bit of savings there, right? Help me once, and I will never ask you to compensate me in the future." "I do have some savings, but only a few 100,000, which is far from enough," Li Yuntian said. He had to teach Zhang Cuifang a lesson this time to prevent her from causing any trouble in the future. After a while, several Suzaku soldiers came over with 5 thugs. The 5 thugs looked disheveled, with bruises on their faces, and it was obvious that they had been beaten up once. "Second aunt, save me. Save me. You insisted on selling the spare parts to me, and you said I would only buy them if no one would pursue the matter." A yellow-haired gangster shouted at Zhang Cuifang with a miserable look on his face. When Zhang Cuifang saw the miserable condition of her nephew, she became even more frightened and quickly ran to He Yu to beg for mercy. "He Yu, Auntie was wrong. Please forgive me for Yuntian's sake. I can give you all the money from selling the parts." "Whose aunt are you? Why do I care about 600,000? What I want is a complete car." He Yu shouted. He had long been fed up with the other party. He pointed at the yellow-haired men and gave them orders. "Hit me. You dare to replace the parts of my car? You are so brave. I can tolerate it if you replace 1 or 2, but you replaced all of them. Do you know that this will cost someone's life?" Upon hearing this, several Suzaku soldiers beat Huang Mao and others with their fists and feet, making them scream in pain. Seeing this, Li Yuntian quickly covered his daughter's eyes. Hearing the screams of Huang Mao and the others, Zhang Cuifang was so scared that she collapsed to the ground and looked at Yi Qianyu for help. Yi Qianyu was about to plead for mercy when Li Yuntian stopped her. "Auntie, it's not a big deal if 1 or 2 parts are missing from the car, and it can still be driven, but you replaced them all. Do you know what would happen if Qianyu had an accident while driving the kids to school one day?" After hearing this, Yi Qianyu realized the seriousness of the matter and looked at her mother in disbelief, as if the mother in front of her was a very strange stranger. I don't know," Zhang Cuifang said in panic. "She knows. I told her when I changed the parts. She said it wasn't her who was going to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of." At this time, the yellow-haired man rushed to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntian's face suddenly darkened, and even Heiyu had a murderous look on his face. Before, they thought Zhang Cuifang didn't know and that the person who bought the parts had cheated her, but who would have thought that the other party knew? "Mom, if Heiyu didn't come today, Yuntian might have driven the car back to Heiyu. Someone would die. What do you think?" Yi Qianyu said with a pale face, feeling terrified. Moreover, if Li Yuntian took her and her daughter with him when he drove, then the whole family of 3 might be in an accident. "I was wrong. Qianyu, Mom was wrong. Mom really knows she was wrong, and Mom was just bewildered for a moment." Zhang Cuifang burst into tears. "Call the police and follow legal procedures," Heiyu said. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu wanted to beg for mercy, but finally held back. No, I don't want to go to jail, Heiyu, please forgive me this time. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time for Yuntian's sake." Zhang Cuifang was completely panicked and cried while hugging Heiyu's legs. Yi Qianyu on the side cried silently. In this situation, she didn't have the face to beg for mercy. Seeing this situation, Li Yuntian winked at Heiyu, and Heiyu spoke reluctantly. "How about this, for my boss's sake, my car is worth 5 million. You sign an IOU for 5 million and pay me back in installments later. That's it." Zhang Cuifang was delighted when she heard this, but when she thought about having to pay back the 5 million, she hurriedly said, "But I only sold it for 600,000. But you ruined my new car." Heiyu said with a glare. "Sign, I'll sign." Zhang Cuifang was so scared that she quickly agreed. After all, she didn't have to go to jail, and for the 5 million, she could just think of more ways to deal with it later. Next, Zhang Cuifang signed the IOU, and then Heiyu took his men away. For the next few days, Zhang Cuifang was particularly warm and enthusiastic towards Li Yuntian's family and did not cause any trouble. Li Yuntian was relieved to see this. It seemed that the other party had completely corrected himself this time. However, there is one thing worth mentioning, that is, Heiyu's investigation into the blood relationship between Zhang Cuifang and Yi Qianyu has yielded results. Yi Qianyu is not Zhang Cuifang's biological daughter. And she has no blood relationship with Yi Nanshan at all. Li Yuntian, who knew all this, finally understood everything. No wonder Zhang Cuifang and his wife had ignored his wife and children in the past 5 years. And when he asked for compensation, they wanted the villa first and did not consider Yi Qianyu and Tian at all. Li Yuntian kept this matter to himself, but he also asked Heiyu to do his best to find out Yi Qianyu's real biological parents. Tiantian's kindergarten was finally determined to be the starting point kindergarten, and Li Yuntian found various excuses to convince Yi Qianyu. On this day, a family of 3 came to a shopping mall. Tian would report to kindergarten tomorrow, and they had to buy some new clothes and school bags. The little guy was very happy. At Qidian kindergarten, if Tian wears too poorly, the teachers and classmates will look down on him. If he wears too well, our family can't afford it. I really don't know what you are thinking, why you insist on sending Tian to Qidian. In the mall, Yi Qianyu complained, frowning and looking a little worried. It's okay. Just consider it a gift for my daughter. I haven't given her a decent gift since I came back. It's a bit expensive, but I can just find a part-time job after I find a job and earn more money. Li Yuntian said this, and at the same time he was secretly delighted in his heart, because he heard the 3 words, "our family," that Yi Qianyu just said. Obviously, Yi Qianyu had already regarded him as a family member invisibly. This is a good start. The family entered a children's clothing store. As soon as they entered, Tiantian's eyes lit up when he saw the princess dress on the model, and then he ran over happily. "Daddy, I want this little skirt." "Buy it," Li Yuntian said. If his daughter likes something, he will buy it without bargaining. The clerk came up to greet the customer excitedly. The store's treasure had been sold, and the sales performance for this month was completed. At this moment, a little girl in bright and beautiful clothes ran in, pushed Tian away, grabbed the princess costume with an excited look on her face. "Dad, I'm wearing this. It's so beautiful." Tian, who was pushed away by the little girl, saw the other person's beautiful clothes, clasped her hands together in inferiority, and silently returned to Li Yuntian. She has lived a hard life with her mother since she was a child, so she is more discerning and sensible than her peers, and always endures things silently when encountering problems. Li Yuntian's eyes flickered when he saw this and he felt extremely guilty. He felt sorry for his daughter's understanding. He actually hoped that his daughter could be a little more spoiled. "Hey, isn't this Yi Qianyu? What have you been doing recently? Why don't you come to my restaurant to work as a dishwasher?" A voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man. His arm was held by a seductively dressed woman. When Yi Qianyu saw the middle-aged man, her expression changed slightly and she subconsciously moved closer to Li Yuntian. The middle-aged man looked at Li Yuntian's family with disdain, then his eyes wandered over Yi Qianyu unscrupulously. He sneered, and said to the clerk, "Pack this dress for me, my daughter wants it." "Sir, I'm sorry, but our store only has one of this princess dress per month. It's purely handmade, and this gentleman just wanted to buy it." The clerk spoke somewhat awkwardly, pointed at Li Yuntian, and smiled apologetically at the middle-aged man. "Then they haven't paid yet. I'll give it to you. You don't have a very good eye for sales. Do you think this family is rich? Any piece of children's clothing in your store costs thousands of dollars. Can they afford it?" The middle-aged man said arrogantly, then glanced at Li Yuntian's family with contempt. The clerk looked embarrassed and subconsciously looked at Li Yuntian with a questioning look. "Qianyu, who is this?" Li Yuntian asked Yi Qianyu. "His name is Zhang Kai. He's the owner of a restaurant where I used to work part-time. Let's go. We don't have to buy such expensive clothes every day," Yi Qianyu said, seeming a little nervous. "Dad, Tian doesn't want that little skirt anymore." Tian spoke and looked at the middle-aged man fearfully. When Li Yuntian heard this, his eyes flickered and then he said to the clerk, "I want that dress, I'll swipe the card now." As he said that, he took out a bank card and handed it to the clerk. "What's wrong with you? My daughter wants this dress, did you hear it?" Zhang Kai raised his eyebrows and glared at Li Yuntian angrily. At the same time, the charming woman next to him glanced at Li Yuntian with disdain, then took out a bank card and stuffed it directly to the clerk, and said to the clerk, "Waiter, ignore him. We want the clothes. How dare a man whose wife works as a dishwasher in our restaurant snatch the clothes that our daughter likes? How ungrateful. When buying things, you should always follow the first-come first-served rule, right? We came here first and we want to buy. What does it have to do with you? Who is being ungrateful? Don't you know?" Li Yuntian said, his eyes cold. "You are looking for trouble on purpose, right? Do you have to make yourself unhappy?" Zhang Kai looked annoyed, then glanced at Yi Qianyu and said in a commanding tone, "Yi Qianyu, take your husband away quickly and stop getting in my way here. What kind of quality is this? You don't have any vision at all. A worker is trying to snatch things from the boss. Why is he pretending?" The charming woman also had a look of disgust on her face. Li Yuntian's family were dressed very ordinary, all cheap goods, no wonder she looked down on them. "You two better shut up. Your daughter is right in front of you. Aren't you afraid that your ugly faces will lead her astray?" Li Yuntian said in a cold voice. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's daughter was the same age as his own, he would have been unable to resist teaching them a lesson based on the couple's words. "What the hell is it to you how I talk? What qualifications do you have to teach me how to talk?" Zhang Kai cursed, his face flushed, and then he spoke to Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianyu, quickly ask your husband to apologize to me, and then you and your family get out of here immediately. Boss Zhang, please be more respectful when speaking to our family. Yi Qianyu said angrily. She wanted to leave, but how could she leave in this situation? Zhang Kai's words were too insulting, and she couldn't stand it. You've grown up. With your poor family, do you think you deserve my respect? Your husband is so short-sighted that I'm giving you enough face by not beating him up. Zhang Kai scolded, with an arrogant look on his face, and glared at Li Yuntian with disdain. A poor dishwasher wants the boss's respect. What a piece of shit, the charming woman also said sarcastically. Hearing this, Li Yuntian couldn't help himself and slapped Zhang Kai in the face. You are seeking death, I will help you. Pa. A slap sounded. Zhang Kai turned around on the spot, his left face was swollen and red. You dare to hit me? Are you looking for death? Do you know who I am? Zhang Kai became angry instantly after he came to his senses. He clenched his fists and rushed towards Li Yuntian. At the same time, the enchanting woman also grabbed Li Yuntian with both hands. Pa. Pa. Li Yuntian unexpectedly slapped the two guys to the left and right. At this moment, Zhang Kai and his wife were both stunned. One of them had a swollen face and his eyes were invisible, while the other had half of his face red and his makeup was all over the floor. Yuntian, don't cause trouble. Yi Qianyu finally reacted and hurriedly grabbed Li Yuntian with a nervous look on her face. Nix, do you know who I am? You are dead. I am going to kill you today. Zhang Kai cursed, but when he was looked at by Li Yuntian, he immediately stopped cursing. The couple stood aside and stared at Li Yuntian with resentment. Swipe the card, password is 123456. Li Yuntian glanced at the two of them, then said to the clothing store clerk. Yes, sir. The clothing clerk spoke hurriedly, with a look of fear on his face. Seeing that his daughter's favorite children's clothes were about to be bought, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, picked up his mobile phone and called for help, while staring at Li Yuntian and said. Just wait here if you dare. If I don't kill you today, I'm not named Zhang. It's up to you. Li Yuntian said in a flat tone. At this time, the clothing store clerk had already packed the clothes. She had an incredible expression on her face. Then she walked respectfully to Li Yuntian, bowed and said. Hello, sir, here's your card. Also, this is our store's Supreme membership card. From now on, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all items you purchase in our store. Hearing this, Zhang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously looked at Li Yuntian. Could this person be someone special? A rich second generation? You know, he often brings his daughter to this children's clothing store to buy clothes, and he is not even qualified to get the Supreme membership card. Waiter, are you mistaken? Is this guy worthy of your store giving him a Supreme card? He is just an employee. Sir, please don't be rude to our Supreme members. Otherwise, I will report to the headquarters and you will be blacklisted in all our branches in Los Angeles from now on. The clerk looked at Zhang Kai with a warning look on his face. You know, even now, the clerk was still nervous. When she swiped the card just now, she glanced at the balance on the card. She swore that she had never seen such a long number in her life, and she couldn't count it at all at a glance. This is impossible. His wife is just a dishwasher and he is just an employee at most. Why do you give him a Supreme card? Zhang Kai looked unwilling. He didn't believe that the man in front of him, who was wearing cheap clothes, could be worth a lot of money. I'm sorry, sir. Our store has the right to keep customer information confidential. I can't tell you why. The clerk said, looking at Zhang Kai with disdain. This customer who can buy the entire shopping mall with one card is not so arrogant. Why are you, a restaurant owner, so arrogant? Qianyu, let's go. Don't let these two flies affect your mood. Li Yuntian held his daughter and pulled Yi Qianyu and prepared to leave. Dad, I want my clothes, you have to get them back for me, you can't let them go. At this time, Zhang Kai's daughter was crying and acting coquettishly, and Zhang Kai spoke to Li Yuntian with a fierce look on his face. Stop right there. Who told you to leave? You hit me and now you want to run away. No way. Dad, Tian is scared. Tian lay on Li Yuntian and whispered, hugging Li Yuntian tightly. Li Yuntian patted his daughter's back gently, then turned and looked at Zhang Kai. Seeing Li Yuntian turning around, Zhang Kai subconsciously took a step back. After receiving those 2 slaps just now, he knew that his fighting power was no match for the other party. Then what do you want? Li Yuntian said, his eyes gradually turning cold. Yuntian, forget it, don't cause trouble. On the side, Yi Qinyu gently pulled Li Yuntian and said in a low voice. What do I want? It's simple. Get down on your knees and apologize right now, and then let my wife and I slap you twice, and this matter will be over. When Zhang Kai heard what Li Yuntian said, he thought the other party was afraid, and immediately spoke arrogantly. Give us the clothes too. Are you, the daughter of a poor worker, worthy of wearing this dress? The charming woman also rushed to say, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Heh. Li Yuntian laughed when he heard that and handed Tian to Yi Qinyu, fearing that he would scare his precious daughter if he did that. What? Are you scared? Haha, kneel down quickly and kowtow to me again. Zhang Kai looked proud, thinking that Li Yuntian was going to apologize to him. Bang. Who would have thought that Li Yuntian would kick Zhang Kai directly, causing him to fly out and knock over several clothing racks, and then he fainted on the spot. Husband. The charming woman was shocked and turned pale with fear. She immediately rushed to Zhang Kai. When he wakes up, tell him that I'll spare you this time. If you don't cherish it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Li Yuntian said this in a cold tone, then left with his wife and daughter. After Li Yuntian left, the charming woman and her daughter shook Zhang Kai hard to wake him up. Hubby, wake up, don't scare me. Cough cough. Zhang Kai woke up, looking confused at first, but then his expression became ferocious. He looked around and said through gritted teeth. Where's that grandson? I'm going to kill him today. Honey, he's gone. Are you okay? Why don't we go to the hospital first, said the charming woman. Why should I go? He's just a lousy worker who beat me up and ran away. I can't swallow this humiliation. Does he know that killing him is as easy as killing an ant? Zhang Kai said. He had never felt so aggrieved before. He had to vent his anger. Sir, that gentleman gave you a chance, and you didn't suffer a big loss. I think we should just let it go. The clerk at the side said, which was kind enough. After all, after looking at the balance of Li Yuntian's bank card, she knew that Zhang Kai in front of her was nothing in front of him. Bullshit. You bitch, that bastard was causing trouble in your store and you just watched him go. I think you must know him and are deliberately protecting him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kai started cursing at the clerk. When the clerk heard this, she stopped talking. She originally wanted to remind Zhang Kai again, but now it seemed that her kindness was taken for granted, so there was no need for her to make herself unhappy. Zhang Kai was furious while making a phone call, urging his men to come quickly. Today he was determined to let the other party know how terrible the consequences would be if they beat him. At this time, Li Yuntian was in a corner of the mall, accepting Yi Qianyu's lecture with an expression of admitting his mistakes. Look at you, you've only been back for a few days, and you've caused so much trouble. It's just a piece of clothing, we don't wear it every day, is it worth it to fight with others? Besides, this dress is very expensive. We don't need to wear it every day. She's not a princess. If she wants a building after you spoil her like this, will you buy it for her? You have a lot of money. Yi Qianyu said angrily that she couldn't stand Li Yuntian's habit of causing trouble, but some things should be tolerated, it's not a big deal. Li Yuntian kept lowering his head. He really wanted to say that his precious daughter was a princess. Let alone a building, even the stars in the sky, he would find a way to get them down for his daughter. But he couldn't say it, because he knew that if he did, it would only make his wife angrier. Dad did nothing wrong. Dad beat the bad guys to protect Mom and Tian. Dad is a hero. Tian retorted, standing up for Li Yuntian. Oh, my dear girl, you still love your daddy. When Li Yuntian heard this, his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey, and he kissed his daughter hard on the face. You too, father and daughter, ah. Yi Qianyu said with regret. Tian, tell daddy, why were you so scared just now? Li Yunqian asked while hugging Tian, because he felt that his wife and daughter were in a state of some abnormality after Zhang Kai appeared just now. That bad guy wanted to bully my mom before, but Tian beat him away. He was a big bad guy. Later he beat Tian too. So my mom stopped working for him. Tian said. When Li Yunqian heard this, his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent and his face was terribly cold. He really regretted that he had been too gentle just now. Yunqian, don't be impulsive. It's all over. I didn't lose anything. Yi Qianyu said hurriedly when she saw that Li Yunqian's face was not right, fearing that Li Yunqian would turn around and cause trouble for Zhang Kai again. I'm sorry, I will never let you and your daughter suffer any injustice again. Li Yunqian said, his heart full of guilt. Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about. How can you live without being wronged? Yi Qianyu said with a red face, and took the initiative to pull Li Yunqian away. Li Yunqian secretly sent a message to Heiyu. The men who just wanted to die, destroy him for me. He knew that Heiyu was watching his every move. At the same time, Zhang Kai, with a group of brothers, was arrogantly searching for Li Yunqian in the mall. Suddenly, a group of Luocheng soldiers with real guns and live ammunition rushed out and surrounded them. My lords, what's going on? Zhang Kai was almost frightened to death and said with a pale face. Humph. What's going on? You've provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. What do you think is going on? Zhang Heng walked out of the crowd and said with an angry look on his face. They dared to bully Yun Shuai's wife and daughter. This was outrageous. Isn't he just a part-time worker? When Zhang Kai heard what Zhang Heng said, he instantly realized that Li Yunqian's identity was not simple, and his face turned pale with fright. Working for a job? How dare you say that? I, the commander of Luocheng, don't dare to say a word in front of that master. How dare you, an ant? Zhang Heng said, then waved his hand. Take them all away. Commander, I was wrong. Please let me go. I didn't know that person was so powerful. Zhang Kai immediately knelt on the ground and cried. Zhang Kai, you've deceived me, Commander, we are innocent, we know nothing. The group of brothers called by Zhang Kai spoke one after another, and they looked at Zhang Kai with eyes that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. But Zhang Heng didn't bother to pay attention. Unjust. Daring to have the thought of disrespecting Yun Shuai is a serious crime. When Li Yunqian and his family returned home, they saw Zhang Cuifang coming out to greet them with a happy look on her face. This surprised Li Yunqian and his family, because they didn't see her so enthusiastic yesterday. Qianyu, Mom has good news for you. Tomorrow is your grandma's 70th birthday. She just called your dad and said that she regretted kicking you out of the Yi family. She hopes you can come back and let the Yi family compensate you for the grievances you have suffered in the past 5 years. I also told you not to worry. The Yi family will definitely not use you as a bargaining chip this time. You can do whatever you want when you return to the Yi family. Zhang Cuifang said, and these words instantly made Yi Qianyu burst into tears. Grandma. Yi Qianyu burst into tears, venting all the grievances in her heart. Li Yunqian was moved when he saw this. Did the Yi family know his identity? Did they want to take this opportunity to curry favor with him? As for the so-called regret and change of heart, he didn't believe it. If their Yi family hadn't wanted to cooperate with the Wong family before, they wouldn't have forced Yi Qianyu to marry Wang Yuanchang, and his daughter wouldn't have had an accident. In particular, Yi Beidu, the head of the Yi family, even secretly sold his beloved daughter to the Sun family in order to curry favor with the Qingqing Sun family. Li Yunqian has always remembered these things. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qianyu valued family affection, he would have dealt with the Yi family long ago. What's going on now? Qianyu, don't cry. Since the Yi family let you go back, it's a good thing and you should be happy. Li Yunqian comforted her. No matter what conspiracy the Yi family had, he felt distressed when his wife cried. Yes, Qianyu, don't cry and hurt yourself. You have to dress up beautifully to meet your grandma tomorrow. Zhang Cuifang said, her eyes full of excitement. There were some things she didn't finish saying. The old lady had called Yi Nanshan before, and from what she said, it seemed that she wanted to restore Yi Nanshan's status in the Yi family and give her a job. This was what excited her the most. In this way, the 5 million she owed was nothing at all. If Yi Nanshan enriched himself a little bit in the Yi family, the 5 million would be enough. By the way, Li Yuntian, there is something I need to tell you first. That day you beat up the old lady and Qian Yu's uncle. The old lady said that the Yi family was wrong, so she won't care about it. But what I mean is that you'd better apologize to the old lady in person tomorrow. Zhang Cuifang glanced at Li Yuntian and said that she admitted that she was very grateful to Li Yuntian yesterday, but now her family has regained its status in the Yi family, and what Li Yuntian did to help her yesterday is nothing in her eyes. Moreover, she began to dislike Li Yuntian. If Yi Qianyu returned to the Yi family, she would have a chance to marry into a wealthy family in the future, but the prerequisite was that she had to find a way to drive Li Yuntian and his little girl out first. Well, there's no problem with that, Li Yuntian said. It was just an apology, a small matter. His wife had finally returned to the Yi family. What did it matter if he felt wronged? Thank you, Yi Qianyu said, looking touched. She knew that with Li Yuntian's temper, he made such a decision entirely for her. Don't be polite to me, Li Yuntian said. Zhang Cuifang excitedly pulled Yi Qianyu to prepare for tomorrow, leaving only Li Yuntian and his daughter in the living room. Tian, why do you look unhappy? Aren't you happy that your mother is back to the Yi family? Li Yuntian felt that his precious daughter was not in a good mood, so he asked while hugging her. Tian doesn't like them. They call Tian a bastard. Tian said in a low voice, lying on Li Yuntian's shoulder. Li Yuntian felt a pang in his heart and gently patted his daughter on the back. It's okay. If Tian doesn't like them, we can just meet them less often in the future, Li Yuntian said. Yeah. Tian nodded. Late at night, Li Yuntian called Heiyu and asked about the situation of the Yi family. Boss, the Yi family has not developed very well in the past few years and can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. But I recently received news that Yi Long, the son of Yi Beidu, the head of the Yi family, seems to have recently broken through to the emperor level and was promoted to the commander of an army in the South China Sea. I heard that he will return home in glory this month, Heiyu said, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was just an emperor, a small figure. If it weren't for Marshal Yun's order to keep an eye on the Yi family, he wouldn't even bother to look at such a small figure. You should know that there are 3,000 emperor-level soldiers in the entire Northwest Army. Emperor-level soldiers may be considered strong in other armies, but in their Northwest Army, they are just average. Has the Yi family really changed their minds? Li Yuntian frowned. Currently, only Zhang Heng knew his identity in Luocheng. Logically, the other party should not say much. Keeping an eye on the Yi family and send someone to investigate Yi Long. Also, tell the Council of Elders that the conferring ceremony will be held next month. Also, ask them to prepare a wedding dress for the princess, Li Yuntian ordered. Boss, has my sister-in-law agreed? Heiyu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Not yet, but I think it's almost there, Li Yuntian said with a smile. Yi Qianyu's attitude towards him has changed a lot in the past few days. Then congratulations in advance, boss. I'll invite all the brothers to come to the wedding, Heiyu said. Haha, whatever, let whoever they want to come, no need to pay attention to the imperial rules, Li Yuntian said. He said that he would give Yi Qianyu a wedding, and this wedding would definitely shock the entire empire. The next day, the Yi family decorated the house with lights and was filled with joy. Although the Yi family has declined, it still has some connections and many guests come. Old Madame Yi sits in the main seat in the hall, welcoming every guest who arrives. When she saw Li Yuntian and his family coming, old Lady Ye's face darkened instantly, but then she seemed to have thought of something and immediately pretended to be cheerful and went to greet them. Qianyu, you are finally here. Grandma has been waiting for you since early morning, old Madame Yi said in a somewhat cordial tone. Grandma. Yi Qianyu's defense was instantly broken. She really loved her family. Even though she was kicked out of the Yi family 5 years ago, she would come to visit her grandmother from time to time, although they didn't meet each other every time. At this time, the Yi family was already full of guests. The guests were surprised to see that old Madame Yi actually came to greet Yi Qianyu in person. You know, Yi Qianyu had been kicked out of the Yi family 5 years ago. However, it seemed as if they had thought of something. Many people looked at Yi Qianyu with eyes full of pity and contempt. It seemed that the Yi family wanted to use Yi Qianyu as a tool to curry favor with a wealthy family again. You should know that before Yi Qianyu got into trouble, she was known as the most beautiful woman in Luo City, and many young masters from aristocratic families coveted her. At that time, the Yi family was able to negotiate a lot of business deals with the help of Yi Qianyu's beauty. However, Yi Qianyu suddenly became pregnant before marriage, which disappointed many young masters. They were so angry that they broke off cooperation with the Yi family. The Yi family also took their anger out on Yi Qianyu and drove her out of the family. Some time ago, Wang Yuanchang, the eldest son of the Wong family, suddenly wanted to marry Yi Qianyu. This gave the Yi family hope for rise, and they immediately welcomed Yi Qianyu back to the Yi family. But who would have thought that the Wong family offended a big shot and collapsed overnight? This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Yi family. What's going on? I haven't heard that the Yi family has been in contact with any noble family recently, someone whispered. I'm afraid it's not a noble family in Luocheng. You know, who in Luocheng doesn't know the style of the Yi family? Who doesn't know Yi Qianyu's dark history? Wang Yuanchang was so bad that no one dared to marry her, so the Yi family found an opportunity. If you ask me, the Yi family must have set their sights outside of Luocheng this time. That's right. With Yi Qianyu's beauty, as long as the Yi family conceals her dark history, she can still marry into a nice wealthy family. There was chaos all around, so the Yi family didn't hear the discussions, but with Li Yuntian's strength, he heard every word. His face darkened and he glanced at old Madame Yi, hoping that the Yi family would not seek death this time. Otherwise, he would not mind taking ruthless action. You know, Yi Qianyu has no blood relationship with the Yi family. Qianyu, I've wronged you over the years. Grandma has thought about it and decided that you can go to work at the Yi family company tomorrow. I'll give you the position of sales director as compensation. Old Madame Yi said. Grandma, no need for compensation. I'm satisfied as long as I can be with you. Yi Qianyu was shocked and glanced at Yi Qianrong beside her. You know, the other party is the sales director of Yi's company, how could she agree? Oh, Qianyu, don't be polite. Your grandma is also kind-hearted. If you don't accept it, she will be sad. Zhang Fong said hurriedly, and kept winking at Yi Qianyu. Sales director, that's a good position, why doesn't this silly girl accept it? Humph. Yi Qianrong on the side snorted lightly, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes, but then a look of mockery appeared. It's just a sales director. Just give it to her. When the Yi family uses you to achieve their goals, the position of sales director will still be hers. In fact, the Yi family has its own little plan. Ever since they knew that Li Yuntian and Zhang Heng were comrades in arms, the Yi family wanted to use this relationship to take over some official projects from Zhang Heng. You know, as the commander-in-chief of Luocheng, Zhang Heng has great power. Only the Wong family didn't care much about Zhang Heng's position as a leader before, but for a small family like the Yi family, one Zhang Heng was enough for them to rise. Moreover, another important point is that Yi Long, the talented son of their Yi family, is coming back, and it is said that he will bring his own army with him. That will bring honor to the family. The Yi family's plan is to use Li Yuntian to take over some projects from Zhang Heng, and then leave Li Yuntian alone when Yi Long comes back. By then, with Yi Long's emperor-level strength, even if Zhang Heng wants to regret it, he has to consider whether he can withstand the wrath of an emperor-level strongman. So, now that old lady Yi has agreed to make Yi Qianyu the sales director, it is just a delaying tactic. When Yi Long comes back, Yi Qianyu will go back to where she came from. Qianyu, just accept grandma's kindness. In the future, your father will be his logistics manager again, and your mother will come to work in the company. Our family should help each other. Mrs. Yi said. This made Yi Nanshan and Zhang Cuifang very happy, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Their family's hard days were finally over. Thinking of this, Zhang Cuifang glanced at Li Yuntian, wanting to show that she was trying to make old Madame Yi happy, so she said to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian, now in front of all the guests, you should offer a glass of wine to the old lady and my eldest brother to apologize, as an apology for your previous rudeness. Upon hearing this, the scene instantly became quiet, and everyone looked at Li Yuntian. It was no secret that Li Yuntian had beaten old Madame Yi. Many noble families in Luo City knew that the wild man Yi Qianyu was a reckless man with great strength. Zhang Cuifeng asked Li Yuntian to apologize in front of so many people, which was undoubtedly an attempt to deliberately embarrass him. "Mom, why are you like this? You don't have to apologize in front of so many people, right?" Yi Qianyu's eyes panicked and she looked at Li Yuntian guiltily. She thought he was apologizing in private, but who would have thought it would be like this? It was really embarrassing. At this time, old Madame Yi sat up high. She had originally thought of apologizing in private, but when Zhang Cuifeng mentioned it, she was happy to do so. After all, she had embarrassed herself last time, and this time she wanted to embarrass Li Yuntian as well. As for offending the other party, sorry, with Yi Qianyu here, if the company wants performance, Li Yuntian will have to help even if he doesn't want to. It can be said that this time, the Yi family has Li Yuntian under control. It's okay, I apologize. Li Yuntian smiled at Yi Qianyu. For the sake of his wife, what does it matter if he loses face? Yuntian. Yi Qianyu's eyes turned red and her heart was filled with emotion. Oh, if you ask me, Grandma is our elder. If you really want to apologize, you should kneel down and apologize. This will also show the filial piety of us as younger generations. Just as Li Yuntian raised his glass to apologize, Yi Qianrong suddenly spoke, her tone full of gloating. Yes, Li Yuntian, you should kneel down and apologize. As a junior, it is a good thing for you to kneel down and wish your elder a happy birthday. Zhang Cuifeng said quickly. She wanted to take this opportunity to please the old lady. Maybe if she could make her happy, she could even become a small leader in the company. Li Yuntian stopped where he was holding the wine glass, his face looking a little ugly. He could tolerate an apology, but as for kneeling, no one in the entire empire was qualified to make him kneel. Commander-in-Chief Zhang of the Luoqing army has arrived to wish Madame Yi a happy birthday. At this moment, a roll call was suddenly heard outside the door, and everyone present was shocked. You have to know that all those present are from small families in Luoqing. Zhang Heng is a big shot to them. They didn't expect that he would come to celebrate old Madame Yi's birthday in person. Everyone in the Yi family was also surprised. Commander Zhang's personal presence gave the Yi family enough face. Haha, that's enough, Yuntian doesn't have to apologize. It's all over. Let's go and welcome Commander Zhang first. Old Madame Yi said. The Yi family wanted to ask Zhang Heng for help in the future. It would be a bit bad to let the other party see his comrade in arms being so embarrassed. Li Yuntian also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Heng's timely help was a good thing and he was rewarded handsomely. Haha, old lady, I wish you a happy birthday. Zhang Heng walked into the Yi family surrounded by a large family of the Yi family. He was originally afraid that his sudden arrival this time would displease Yun Shuai, but when he saw Li Yuntian's admiring eyes, he immediately felt relieved. I came to the right place this time. The arrival of Commander Zhang brings honor to the Yi family. Old Madame Yi said, glancing at the guests present with a look of pride on her face. But who would have thought that just as a group of people sat down, another voice was heard outside the door. The patriarch of the Luoqing Chen family and the eldest son of the Chen family wish Madame Yi a happy birthday. The Chen family. Old Madame Yi was surprised, but then her face turned happy. The Chen family was considered a big family in Luoqing, much stronger than their Yi family. Please come in. Please come in. Old Madame Yi said hurriedly. Although she didn't know why the Chen family came here, the fact that the head of the Chen family and the eldest son of the Chen family came in person was a great honor. Many guests present were also surprised. Is the Yi family going to become rich? Grandpa Yi and my father were chess friends for many years. Although he is no longer with us, madam, our two families cannot cut off contact because of this, said the head of the Chen family. As you should, as you should. Master Chen, please take a seat. Old Madame Yi said, finally knowing the reason. But then, a scene happened that shocked everyone present. Just as old Madame Yi was about to announce the start of the birthday banquet, a noise was heard outside the door again. The governor of Qingzhou wishes Madame Yi a happy birthday and presents her with a pair of jade rui. The commander of the Qingzhou army wishes Madame Yi a happy birthday and presents her with a longevity painting. The Zhang family of Qingqing wishes Madame Yi a happy birthday and presents her with a pine tree. The Bai family of Qingqing wishes Madame Yi a happy birthday and gives her a piece of gold jewelry. For a moment, the entire Yi family fell into silence, and everyone's face was shocked. The governor of Qingzhou, the commander of the Qingzhou army, the Zhang family of Qingqing, each of these is a high-ranking figure to them, so why are they all coming to give gifts? Is the Yi family really going to become rich? Li Yuntian was also stunned for a moment. He could imagine that the Qingzhou governor and the Qingzhou army commander gave him gifts just to curry favor with him, but why did those families join in the fun? Sir, the governor and the commander have both sent gifts. Those noble families are always paying attention to the movements of these two adults. Although they don't know why the two adults sent gifts, they will not miss the opportunity to curry favor with the two adults. Of course, if there are really important people in the Yi family, they can also show up. Zhang Heng on the side explained to Li Yuntian in a low voice that as the commander of the Luoqing army, he knew all about these. Haha, no wonder. Li Yuntian laughed. At this time, old Madame Yi and the patriarch of the Yi family stood there in a daze for a long time without coming to their senses. It was only after the guests next to them reminded them that they came to their senses. Mother, it's Long Air. Long Air is coming back. These big shots must have received the news and want to make friends with Long Air. Yi Beidu said excitedly. In his eyes, his son has become an emperor-level strongman and is considered a big shot. The people who came to give gifts today must have come to make friends with their son. Yes. Longer. The Yi family really has a dragon. The Yi family is going to rise. Old Madame Yi's eyes were filled with tears of excitement, and she quickly asked people to take all the gifts. At this moment, the expressions of the Yi family members present were filled with pride. Old Madame Yi stood in front of a pile of gifts, looking arrogant and imposing. After today, who dares to say that their Yi family has fallen? The birthday banquet began with laughter and joy, and all the guests rushed to toast Madame Yi. In their opinion, the Yi family is really going to become rich, so shouldn't they quickly curry favor with them? At the banquet, Yi Qianrong suddenly whispered a few words into old Madame Yi's ear, and then looked at Yi Qianyu provocatively. Yi Qianyu was a little confused for a moment, but she ignored it. At this moment, old Madame Yi spoke. Qianyu, it's like this. Qianrong just told me that she has a project on hand and can't leave for the time being, so let her continue to be the sales director. But don't be disappointed, the position of deputy director is still yours. Grandma, it's okay. I can do anything. Yi Qianyu said quickly. She didn't feel disappointed. After all, for her, being able to return to the Yi family was already a great satisfaction. Hey, Qianyu, work hard when you get to the company and don't let Grandma down. Zhang Cuifang said, and then continued to speak to Madame Yi in a fawning manner. Mom, do you think I can change my job? I have learned a lot of accounting knowledge in the past few years. I feel I can be the financial director of our company. Unexpectedly, old Madame Yi glanced at Zhang Cuifang indifferently, and then spoke. Don't worry about your work, stay home and wait for the company to arrange it. By the way, Nanshan should continue his current position. I was confused just now and didn't understand the company's situation. The logistics manager has been doing a good job. We have no excuse to remove him. Ah. Zhang Cuifang was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. She lost her job. Mom, how could you do this? I used to be a logistics manager. Yi Nanshan on the side was also anxious. But Madame Yi said directly, although our Yi family's company is a family business, we must also pay attention to fairness and justice. We can't let the employees feel cold. Let's leave it at that for now. After saying that, he ignored everyone and just ate his meal. At this moment, Zhang Cuifang and his wife were both frowning. After all this trouble, they had gained nothing. What they didn't know was that at this time, Madame Yi's mentality had changed because of the gifts from big shots like the governor of Qingzhou. She even wanted to kick Yi Qianyu out immediately. But she took back what she had said in front of so many guests in a blink of an eye, which was a bit embarrassing, so she just asked for the position of sales director back. To be honest, she didn't know that her grandson Yi Long was so capable. If she knew, she wouldn't have thought of asking Zhang Heng to help their Yi family. Any one of these big shots who gave gifts to the Yi family today is several times more powerful than Zhang Heng to help them. She had even asked Yi Beidou to prepare return gifts, and was going to personally go to the families that had given the gifts to express her gratitude tomorrow. She still had to protect her grandson's face, and by the way, she would also like to see if she could find some cooperation for the Yi family. In the evening, Li Yintian and his family returned home. Except for Li Yintian and his daughter, the other three looked sad. Yi Qianyu was going to start work tomorrow as the deputy sales director of Yi's company, and she was worried that she would not be able to do the job. Zhang Cuifang and Yi Nanshan were upset because they saw that the Yi family was about to become prosperous, but they couldn't get any benefit from it. No. I won't give up. I must get Li Yintian and that little bastard out as soon as possible. With so many big shots coming to the Yi family to give gifts today, the Yi family must be getting better. Late at night, Zhang Cuifang spoke to Yi Nanshan, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Although we didn't get anything, we have Qianyu. When the time comes, we can choose one of these wealthy families and let Qianyu marry into the family. Then our family will be strong. Early the next morning, Yi Qianyu went to work at the Yi family company, while Li Yintian stayed at home to take care of his daughter. At the Yi family company, Yi Qianrong came to the company early in the morning dressed up carefully. In her formal attire, she looked like a strong woman. Director Yi, I heard that Yi Qianyu will come to work in the company today. In the office, several employees who usually tried to curry favor with Yi Qianrong were talking at once. Although Yi Qianyu was also a daughter of the Yi family, they did not shy away from it. Moreover, they also knew about the conflict between Yi Qianrong and Yi Qianyu, so they often said bad things about Yi Qianyu in front of Yi Qianrong. Yes, the old lady saw that she was living a miserable life, so she just gave her a bite to eat. Yi Qianrong said with a look of disdain. I heard that she will be our deputy director of sales after she comes. She doesn't know anything. I hope she won't give us blind orders after she comes, someone said worriedly. She. Ha. What's a deputy director? Don't forget who is in charge of the sales department. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yi Qianrong's eyes when she heard this, and then she continued. Moreover, whether she can secure the position of deputy director depends on whether she can pass my test. If she fails, not only will she not be able to be deputy director, but she will also have to pack up and get out immediately. I, Yi Qianrong, do not keep incompetent people under my command. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel happy, knowing that Yi Qianrong would not let Yi Qianyu have an easy time. At the same time, they were also very curious about the test that Yi Qianrong mentioned. Sister Qianrong, what kind of test is it? It shouldn't be some simple test. What if she passes it? Asked a female employee who had a good relationship with Yi Qianrong. Haha, that's simple. If she wants to stay in the company, she must achieve sales of 20 million within a month. Otherwise, she will go back to where she came from. Yi Qianrong said with a gloating look on her face that a sales performance of 20 million was the total sales performance of their sales department last year. It was impossible for her to achieve this in just 1 month even with the company's resources, let alone Yi Qianyu. Haha, then she will leave the company after only 1 month. I guess she is still thinking about coming back to the company to continue to bully others. The employees around said sarcastically. It all depends on her foresight. If she can curry favor with our sister Qianrong within this month, maybe sister Qianrong will give her a chance to stay in the company and do some odd jobs. Yi Qianrong's heart moved when she heard this. It would be a good idea to keep Yi Qianyu and let her work for her, do odd jobs or be a cleaner. Then she could give her a lesson when she had nothing to do in the future. Okay, everyone go away. If Yi Qianyu comes later, ask her to come to my office to find me, and ask her to make me a cup of coffee. Yi Qianrong said with a smug look on her face. She had already thought of how to humiliate Yi Qianyu in this month. 10 minutes later, Yi Qianyu entered Yi Qianrong's office holding a cup of coffee. Qianrong, they said you have something to talk to me about. Yi Qianyu asked with a humble look on her face. She knew that this opportunity to work in the Yi family company was hard won, so before coming here, she had decided that no matter what happened, she would lower her attitude and seize this opportunity. What did you call me? Yi Qianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because grandma gave you a deputy director. This is a company, not the Yi family. Do you have any workplace rules? Yi Qianrong's face darkened and she scolded Yi Qianyu, then glanced at Yi Qianyu and continued in a preaching tone. I forgot that you haven't had a proper job for 5 years. You probably have the temper of an ordinary person. Let me tell you, the E family company is a listed company. You'd better change your bad temper and don't embarrass Grandma. No, it's not like that, Director Yi, I don't have a bad temper. Yi Qinyu explained quickly, her eyes flustered. Nothing. Who taught you to refute when your boss is giving you a lecture? Do you take me, the director, seriously? Yi Qianrong said with pleasure in her eyes. How could she continue to humiliate Yi Qinyu like this before? Director Yi, I was wrong. I will never make this mistake again. Yi Qinyu said, feeling aggrieved. She knew that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for her. But she had no choice but to endure it. Humph. That's more like it. Yi Qianrong snorted coldly, her eyes full of pride, and she continued speaking. By the way, Grandma has given you a deputy director position. The employees in our department are all dissatisfied with you. Although you and I are sisters, I only support the principal in the company. So, in order to make the employees obey you, you must sign a 20 million order for the company within a month. 20 million. Yi Qinyu's heart trembled. Where had she heard of such a large amount in the past 5 years? She panicked on the spot. That's right, 20 million. I sign more orders every month than this. You don't think it's difficult, do you? Of course, you can also refuse it, but you will make Grandma lose face. You will not embarrass Grandma in the company, right? Yi Qianrong said, her eyes full of pleasure. No, I accept. I won't embarrass my Grandma. Yi Qinyu quickly agreed when she heard this. She didn't want to let her Grandma down. That's good. You can go out and sort out the company's documents today, and start taking orders tomorrow. Yi Qianrong said. Yi Qinyu nodded, and after leaving the office, she frowned. What should she do to sign a 20 million order? Yi Qinyu returned home in the evening. She had been sorting documents all day, and as soon as she entered the house, she was so tired that she lay down on the sofa with a sad face. Mom, hug me. Tian ran over with his arms open. What's wrong? Did you have a good time at work today? Did the Yi family make things difficult for you? Li Yintian walked behind Yi Qianyu and gave her a gentle massage. Yi Qianyu's body suddenly stiffened and her face turned red, but she did not refuse. Instead, she spoke. No, everything is fine today. It's just that I haven't worked in a big company for 5 years, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Come on, I believe you will adapt quickly. Li Yintian said, his eyes flickering. His intuition told him that his wife must have a hard time at Ye's company today. Find out what happened to my wife at work today, quickly. In the evening, Li Yintian secretly sent a text message to Heiyu. After a while, Heiyu replied. Boss, Madam worked as a cleaner at the Yi family company today. And Yi Qianrong asked Madam to sign a sales contract worth 20 million within a month. I checked and found that the sales of the Yi family company last year was only 20 million. That bitch Yi Qianrong is bullying me. After seeing Heiyu's reply, Li Yintian's face darkened. Yi Qianrong was becoming more and more daring in bullying his wife. Then he smiled disdainfully. He thought a 20 million order would be difficult for his wife. This was really too much of an underestimation. Okay, make your arrangements like this next. Li Yintian instructed Heiyu. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, a major event occurred in Los Angeles that shocked the entire city. When the people of Luocheng woke up, they suddenly found that the streets were renovated with the sound of gongs and drums everywhere. Outside Luocheng, the Qingzhou army, the 1st Legion of Qingzhou, set up camp overnight and took over the defense of the Luocheng army. The whole city of Los Angeles was filled with a sense of tension. But soon the news came out that an important figure was going to hold a conferring ceremony in Los Angeles, and on the day of the conferring, the 6 elders of the Council of Elders gathered in Los Angeles. At this moment, the whole city of Los Angeles was in an uproar. The big man held a ceremony to be crowned, and the 6 elders gathered in Luo City. This is just a dream. The highest authority in the empire is the Council of Elders, and each of the 6 elders in the Council of Elders is a high-ranking figure. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the sky of the empire. Normally, Any visit of any elder to a certain place would attract a large crowd of people, not to mention that this time all 6 elders gathered in Luo City. This has never happened since the founding of the empire. This is simply hitting the jackpot. All of a sudden, all the powerful aristocratic families in Qingzhou sent people to Luoqing to participate in this grand event. From that day on, people living in Los Angeles had a look of pride on their faces. There is no other reason. There is a bigman who wants to confer a title in their Luoqing, which means that the bigman is from their Luoqing. The 6 elders gathered in Luo City. In the entire empire, except for the capital, there was no other city where the 6 elders could be present in person. Just based on these, the people of Los Angeles have reason to be confident and proud. At the same time, the Yi family also received the news. The entire Yi family was filled with joy and excitement. It's Long Heir, it must be Long Heir's general awarding ceremony. My Yi family is going to be prosperous. Madame Yi said excitedly, her body shaking with excitement. Longer must have made great contributions in the army, otherwise, it would be impossible for the 6 elders to come to Luoqing in person. Yi Beidou said. Longer too, why didn't you tell us about such a big thing earlier? We could have prepared in advance. Old Madame Yi spoke with a complaining tone, but her expression was full of pride. Mother, have you forgotten Longer's identity? It must be a military secret and he is not convenient to tell us. Yi Beidou said. He had already imagined everything. Yes. Yes. It must be like this. My Yi family can finally rise to prominence. Old Madame Yi said excitedly. Beidou, you should start notifying all the noble families right now and tell them that the day before the enthronement ceremony, our Yi family will hold a celebration dinner and invite them to attend. Remember, this time, don't invite ordinary noble families, you must invite noble families with a history of more than 1,000 years. Madame Yi thought for a moment and told Yi Beidou with a proud look on her face that the Yi family must take advantage of the opportunity of her grandson's title this time to become the first family in Luo City. Okay, I'll do it right away. Yi Beidou said excitedly. The news of the Yi family's actions soon spread, and for a moment, countless noble families were shocked. The Yi family has given birth to a dragon. The ceremony was actually to confer the title of general to Yi Long, the son of the head of the Yi family. Suddenly, countless noble families in Luo City came to visit that day, hoping to build closer relations with the Yi family in advance. Even some noble families outside Luo City took the initiative to send people to deliver gifts. After all, the governor of Qingzhou had given gifts to Madame Yi on her birthday, so it was hard not to believe the news that suddenly came out of the Yi family. Li Yintian looked strange when he got the news. The Yi family had too much imagination, didn't they? The empire made such a big fuss to confer a title on a weakling of the war emperor level. Are all the Yi family members stupid? Boss, do you want to warn the Yi family? Hey, you said. No need, they are just clowns, don't bother with them. Li Yintian ordered. Even though the Yi family is having a great time at the moment, they are just having fun on their own. None of the truly powerful families are going to visit the Yi family. Those who go are just a mob. Have you booked the car I asked you to order? Li Yintian asked. His wife had gone to work, so he had to prepare a gift for her. It's ordered. It will be delivered this afternoon. Hey, you said. At the same time, at the Yi family company, Yi Qianrong kept her face up all day, with no concealment of pride and excitement on her face. Director Yi, are the rumors outside true? A group of employees surrounded Yi Qianrong and asked. Haha, it's just a rumor, but my brother has indeed become a war emperor and will soon be promoted to a general. Yi Qianrong said with a look of pride. Real. Director Yi, I envy you so much. This is a grand event that the entire empire is watching. On that day, the Yi family will surely become the most dazzling family in the empire. Director Yi, the Yi family is going to be prosperous. Director Yi, please don't forget about us employees in the future. The surrounding employees all fawned over Yi Qianrong, their eyes full of envy and flattery. Yi Qianrong raised her face, enjoying the flattery of the crowd, her heart filled with pleasure. She knew that her identity would be different from before, and she would become a real princess of the Yi family. Don't make random guesses about this matter, but don't worry, you are all old employees of the company, and I remember your efforts. Yi Qianrong said. The employees around expressed their gratitude and flattered the Yi family in various ways, because they understood that if the Yi family became prosperous, ordinary people like them would also benefit from it. By the way, why didn't Yi Qianyu come today? Yi Qianrong asked after looking around the office. Director, Yi Qianyu went out to discuss a deal today. It's a big deal worth 2,000. Will she have to run around day and night? An employee said with some gloating. Yi Qianrong frowned when she heard this, then spoke. Call her and ask her to come back. Find some unused materials and ask her to sort them out. Why, Director? Everyone was puzzled. Humph. The 20 million I set for her yesterday may be difficult for her, but don't forget that the Yi family is different now. If she uses the name of the Yi family, maybe she can really sign it. Yi Qianrong snorted coldly and then continued speaking. Go down and tell those partners that if Yi Qianyu comes looking for them, tell them to ignore her. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that the Yi family is different now. There is no telling how many aristocratic companies want to curry favor with the Yi family. Yi Qianyu's 20 million order might actually be signed by the other party. In the evening, Yi Qianyu finally sorted out all the information before getting off work, and she was so tired that her back and waist ached. A hint of anxiety flashed across her face. It had been 2 days and she still hadn't reached any target for her 20 million yuan in sales. She didn't know if she could achieve it in a month. Mom. As soon as Yi Qianyu walked out of the company, she saw Tian running towards her happily. All of a sudden, all the fatigue of the day disappeared. Baby, are you happy at school today? Yi Qianyu said while hugging Tian, and at the same time smiled at Li Yuntian who followed. I'm happy. Tian got to know so many children. Tian said. Why did you and your daughter come to pick me up today? Yi Qianyu asked Li Yuntian. My daughter missed you, so I brought her here, and also to see where you work. Li Yuntian said. Hey, Yi Qianyu, I was wondering why you got off work so early today. It turns out your husband and child are here. At this moment, Yi Qianrong walked over slowly, glanced at Li Yuntian with disdain and disgust in her eyes, and then she continued to speak to Yi Qianyu. It's understandable that you left work early if you had something urgent to do, but I don't know if you slacked off at work today. I have to warn you, the Yi family company is a large enterprise, not the kind of shady place you worked in before. You can't be careless about any work. Director Yi, I have sorted out all the information. Don't worry, I am not fooling around. Yi Qianyu said quickly, her eyes a little nervous. It's best if you don't fool around. If I find out there's a problem tomorrow, don't blame me for not giving you face. Yi Qianrong snorted coldly and was about to leave, but she seemed to have thought of something and turned back to continue speaking. I heard that your man spent half his life savings to buy a villa in Yunding Mountain Villa. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Yi Qianyu, but you shouldn't waste money like this. Look at you, Hentang Highlands is probably 2 hours away from our company, right? If you get off work late one day, you might not even be able to catch the bus. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Qianyu's face when she heard this. It was indeed true. The Yi family company was in the city center, and Hentang Highlands Villa was in the suburbs. The distance was too far. You don't have to worry about this matter, right? How my wife goes to work has nothing to do with you, right? Besides, the environment of Hentang Highlands is good. Some people who want to live in it may not have the chance yet. Li Yuntian said with a raised eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianrong's face instantly darkened. She glared at Li Yuntian with resentment and spoke. As Yi Qianyu's leader, I am teaching her common sense. Who told you to be so nosy? What do you, an unemployed vagrant who doesn't even have a job, know? What's wrong with Hentang Highlands? I'm afraid only short-sighted people like you think it's an honor to live there. How ignorant. If it were in the past, Yi Qianrong would indeed be a little envious of Hentang Highlands, but not now. The Yi family is about to rise, and from now on, let alone Hentang Highlands, she can live wherever she wants. After saying that, Yi Qianrong walked towards her car without waiting for Li Yuntian's response. She was driving a red Maserati worth more than 1 million. Yi Qianyu, don't blame me for being nosy. If Li Yuntian hadn't appeared 5 years ago, you would probably be doing better than me now. Look at you now, besides living well, what else do you have? You don't even have a car to go to work. You really brought shame to the Yi family. After getting in the car, Yi Qianrong stuck her head out and continued to talk to Yi Qianyu with a tone full of disdain. At the same time, she deliberately stepped on the accelerator to show off her Maserati. Yi Qianyu looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond while hugging Tian. She had indeed caused a lot of trouble to the Yi family in the past 5 years, but she did not regret it because she had a daughter. Moreover, Li Yuntian is back now, and their family is reunited. She has never thought about becoming rich and powerful. What she wants is for her family to be safe and happy. Who said my wife doesn't have a car? You're driving a junky sports car and you're qualified to lecture my wife. You're so shameless. At this time, Li Yuntian spoke and took out his mobile phone to send a message. Unexpectedly, when Yi Qianrong heard this, her face suddenly turned gloomy and she cursed at Li Yuntian. What do you know, a piece of trash? My car is worth more than 1 million. You know nothing. What's wrong with Yi Qianyu having a car? With the little savings you have left, what kind of car can you buy for her? Do you know that a car is also a symbol of status? Don't think you can call a car just because it has 4 wheels. If the car you buy for Yi Qianyu is too cheap, I advise you not to let her drive it out, so as not to embarrass our Yi family. But who would have thought that Li Yuntian ignored Yi Qianrong at all, and spoke to Yi Qianyu sincerely? Wife, I told you that I would make it up to you and Tian. As your husband and Tiantian's father, I hope to give you and your daughter the best in the world. As soon as Li Yuntian finished speaking, a trailer drove over, pulling a car covered with black cloth. At that moment, countless people around looked over. Yi Qianrong originally wanted to leave, but when she saw this scene, she stopped and said in a mocking tone. It's just a broken car, but you made such a big fuss about it. Li Yuntian, I now know how you tricked Yi Qianyu into buying her 5 years ago. Shut up. If I hear you talking nonsense again, believe it or not, I will make sure you can never speak again. Li Yuntian's eyes turned cold, his patience was limited. After being warned by Li Yuntian, Yi Qianrong wanted to refute in dissatisfaction, but when she thought that the other party was a warrior who dared to kill people at will, she immediately held back, but her eyes became more resentful and vicious. At this time, Yi Qianyu was stunned. Her first reaction was that Li Yuntian was spending money indiscriminately again, but then she was deeply moved. Since Li Yuntian came back, he has been taking care of the mother and daughter wholeheartedly. Although he spends money recklessly, it is all spent on her and her daughter, so even if she is angry, she can't think of blaming him. Wife, open it and take a look. This is the gift I prepared for you to go to work. Li Yuntian pushed Yi Qianyu to the front of the car and said gently. Mom, let's open the gifts quickly. Tian loves opening gifts the most. Tian clapped his hands excitedly. Yi Qianyu's eyes became moist, then she pulled up a corner of the black cloth and pulled it down with force. In an instant, a dazzling red car appeared in front of her. Wow! The people around also exclaimed in admiration. It was a bright red supercar, a customized Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. All of a sudden, the people around took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and looked at Yi Qianyu with envy in their eyes. Yi Qianyu also stood there in a daze, covering her mouth with one hand, tears streaming down her face. Yi Qianrong, who was still thinking about how to mock at this moment, blushed deeply. The customized Bugatti Veyron cost dozens of times more than her Maserati. On the street, Yi Qianrong's eyes were filled with jealousy and malice as she watched Yi Qianyu being frantically photographed by passers-by with their mobile phones. She stared at Yi Qianyu, gritting her teeth. Why? Why could Yi Qianyu own a Bugatti Veyron that even she would envy? Was she worthy of it? The princess of the Yi family is Yi Qianrong. The protagonist who is being watched by everyone should be her, not that bitch Yi Qianyu. Wife, let's go home. Li Yuntian opened the car door and pushed Yi Qianyu in, then glanced at Yi Qianrong with disdain and spoke. Please move your junky car out of the way. You are right. A car is also a symbol of status. With your status, your car is something you can show off. But in front of my wife, it is just garbage. You. Yi Qianrong gritted her teeth in anger, her face flushed red. She glared at Yi Qianyu with resentment, then drove away quickly. Thank you, Yuntian. Yi Qianyu's eyes were dazed and her expression was full of emotion. What are you thanking me for? I said I would give you and our daughter the best in the world. This is what I should do. Li Yuntian said, then reached out to hug Yi Qianyu and whispered. I'm back, and I will never let you and your daughter suffer any injustice again. From now on, I will always be by your side and love you forever. Yuntian. Yi Qianyu cried and hugged Li Yuntian tightly. At this moment, the barriers between them were completely gone. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss, the crowd around started to cheer. Yi Qianyu's face turned red instantly and she lowered her head. Li Yuntian was feeling a little impulsive and was just about to do something when a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Dad, Mom, don't you want Tian anymore? Tian is angry. You want to hug him but you don't hug him. Li Yuntian quickly laughed and forgot about this little guy. Yi Qianyu also let go of Li Yuntian with a red face and glared at Li Yuntian with dissatisfaction, making her embarrassed in front of her daughter. Let's go. Let's go home. Li Yuntian picked up Tian, got into the sports car, and the family left amid the envy of passers-by. Yuntian, is this car also Heiyu's? Yi Qianyu asked Li Yuntian in the car. She thought that this time Li Yuntian was borrowing Heiyu's car for loading. No, I bought this for you. Li Yuntian said. This time he didn't make any excuses. How is this possible? Yi Qianyu was shocked. A sports car worth tens of millions, but she knew that Li Yuntian didn't have much savings. Qianyu, there are some things I want to tell you when the time is right. Can you give me some time? I said I would give you the best, but now is not the time. Li Yuntian said affectionately. Okay, just don't leave without saying goodbye. Yi Qianyu said. When the family returned home, they were surprised to see a black Maybach parked in front of the villa and a bodyguard in black standing next to the car. When the bodyguard saw Yi Qianyu driving a supercar to a stop, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. It was a customized version of Bugatti Veyron, and he could naturally tell it with his keen eyesight. You know, even his boss might not be able to buy it. Li Yuntian and his family took a curious look, then ignored them and entered the villa. In the hall of the villa, a handsome young man was sitting on the sofa, and Zhang Fong and his wife were sitting next to him, talking to him in a flattering manner. When she saw Li Yuntian and his family coming back, Zhang Fong immediately stood up and gave instructions to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian, take Tian out for a while. We have something to discuss with Qianyu. Mom, is there anything that can't be discussed in front of Yuntian? Do you have to ask him to leave? Before Li Yuntian could even open his mouth, Yi Qianyu had already spoken. What's wrong with you, kid? There are guests here, and Li Yuntian is not suitable to stay at home. Let him out first. Zhang Fong's face darkened. Aunt Zhang, no thanks. This is Qianyu, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Yueqiang, and I'm from the Qingqing Han family. At this time, the young man spoke. He stared at Yi Qianyu with fiery eyes. As for Li Yuntian on the side, he simply ignored him. Han Yueqiang walked towards Yi Qianyu and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yi Qianyu. But unexpectedly, his hand was held by Li Yuntian in advance. Han family, I wonder what brings you to our house. Li Yuntian said. Let go. Stay aside. I'm talking to Qianyu. Who do you think you are? Han Yueqiang's face suddenly darkened and his tone was cold. Li Yuntian, take the child upstairs quickly. Young Master Han is a big shot, and not someone a little gangster like you can mess with. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Fong also spoke, her eyes full of gloating. Qianyu is my wife. What do you want from her? Also, please don't call her Qianyu. I am the most jealous person. Li Yuntian said slowly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. When Han Yueqiang heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at Li Yuntian coldly and spoke. Do you know who you are talking to? I heard Aunt Zhang say that you are very good at fighting, right? But do you know that in my eyes, you are not even as good as an ant? Hee, I didn't know about that. This is the first time I heard someone dare to talk to me like that. Li Yuntian smiled, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Yi Qianyu was afraid that Li Yuntian would not be able to resist beating Han Yueqiang and causing trouble, so she quickly spoke. Mr. Han, I wonder what you want to talk to me about. My husband has a bad temper and speaks harshly. I hope you don't take it to heart. Humph. For Qianyu's sake, I'll spare you this time. Han Yueqiang snorted coldly, then spoke to Yi Qianyu. Qianyu, I heard from Aunt Zhang that you want to sign a 20 million order recently. I came here for this matter. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed in Li Yuntian's eyes. He had already warned him once just now that Han Yueqiang wanted to destroy his Han family. Of course, if Yi Qianyu hadn't called him husband, he would have been unable to hold back and taken action. You know, this is the first time Yi Qianyu calls him husband. Really? Yi Qianyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was really troubled by this matter. Of course, Qianyu, young Master Han, is the eldest son of the Qingqing Han family, and he has a very noble status. A mere 20 million is nothing in his eyes. He is not like some people who become so arrogant after buying a shabby villa that they lose their sense of self. Zhang Cuifang said, glancing at Li Yuntian with disdain. Mom, please say less. Yi Qianyu looked at Zhang Cuifang with some dissatisfaction. Now she couldn't bear to hear others say bad things about Li Yuntian. Mr. Han, do you know about the products of the Yi family company? 20 million is not a small amount of money. Of course, if you are willing to sign, I will go back to the company to print the contract immediately. Yi Qianyu said to Han Yueqiang. I don't know, but if I can help you, Qianyu, let alone 20 million, I would be willing to give 100 million. Han Yueqiang looked at Yi Qianyu affectionately, not hiding his intentions at all. Seeing Han Yueqiang flirting with his wife so boldly, how could Li Yuntian hold back? He simply grabbed the man by the collar and threw him out. Bang! Han Yueqiang fell to the ground, completely stunned. Was he thrown out? Then, his face turned ferocious. He was the eldest son of the Han family. He was a godlike existence in a small place like Luocheng. Who would have thought that he would be insulted like this? What a shame. At the same time, Zhang Cuifang and her husband in the room were also stunned. They looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief. Then they reacted and rushed towards Han Yueqiang. Li Yuntian, you are crazy. Do you know who Mr. Han is? If you want to die, don't drag our family down with you. Zhang Cuifang yelled. Han Yueqiang also stood up suddenly, stared at Li Yuntian, and said with gritted teeth. You're dead. I must kill you today. Do you know what you've done? You're just an ant, and you dare to challenge a lion. Li Yuntian stood at the door, his face extremely cold, and spoke in a chilly voice. Let your father come and apologize to me in person, otherwise the Han family will no longer exist. How dare you? Do you know what you are talking about? I am the eldest son of the Han family in Qingqing. Do you know how terrifying the Han family is to you? Han Yueqiang roared with a ferocious look on his face. At this moment, his bodyguards also ran over. Li Yuntian, why don't you kneel down and apologize to young Master Han? Even if your buddy Zhang Heng was here in person, he wouldn't have the guts to hurt young Master Han. Zhang Cuifang's body was shaking with anger. She had finally established a connection with the Han family and wanted to marry Yi Qianyu to them in exchange for wealth, but who would have thought that it would be ruined by Li Yuntian? Mom, what do you want to do? Yi Qianyu said, hiding behind Li Yuntian. She was not stupid, so she naturally guessed what her mother's plan was to bring Han Yueqiang home. Shut up. I'm doing this for your own good. Young Master Han is a handsome man and won't look down on you as a poor woman. If you marry into the Han family, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Zhang Cuifang scolded, gritting her teeth in anger. Qianyu, haven't you been hurt enough by Li Yuntian and his bastard in the past 5 years? Your mother and I are doing this for you. Yi Nanshan also spoke, with a look of disappointment on his face. You two are really forcing me. Are you selling her out for Qianyu's sake? Also, I've said before that Tian Tian is not a bastard. Do you want to die? Li Yuntian spoke with a cold face, his eyes full of murderous intent. He was really fed up with Zhang Cuifang and her husband. He had tolerated their previous troubles for Yi Qianyu's sake. But this time, it was really too much. While I was still alive, you dared to find another man for Yi Qianyu in front of me. How could he bear it? I think you are the one seeking death. Li Yuntian, you hit me, do you think you still have a chance to survive? Han Yueqiang gritted his teeth and said, then gave orders to the bodyguard. Destroy him. Mr. Han, look over there. The bodyguard said hesitantly, pointing to the red supercar parked at the door. Han Yueqiang looked over with a look of disdain on his face, but when he took a closer look, he was stunned. Bugatti Veyron, he could afford it, he had one in his garage. But the one in front of him is a customized version. You know, it is impossible to ask the manufacturer to customize it, even if his father comes in person. For a moment, Han Yueqiang's heart trembled, his face turned pale, and he looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief. Is this car his? Who is the other party? How can he afford a customized Bugatti Veyron? The reason why Han Yueqiang came to find Yi Qianyu was because he heard the rumor about the Yi family. A dragon appeared in the Yi family. So he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Yi family in advance, so that their Han family could also benefit in the future. But now it seems that the rumors are somewhat wrong. The Li Yuntian in front of him is obviously not a simple person. Li Yuntian, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Han? You owe our family something, and we don't want you to compensate us now. Take your little bastard and leave Luocheng. Don't delay Qianyu's chance to marry into a wealthy family. At this time, Zhang Cuifang and her husband had not noticed anything unusual about Han Yueqiang and kept shouting. That's right. Li Yuntian, our Yi family is going to be prosperous. The existence of you and your bastard will only bring discredit to our Yi family. And discredit to Qianyu. Yi Nanshan also spoke, with a look of pride on his face. Dad, Mom, how could you do this? Yi Qianyu looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that her biological parents would say such things. Have you said enough? Li Yuntian spoke with a murderous look on his face, his eyes swept across the faces of Zhang Cuifang and the other two, and then continued. I have given you two several chances, why didn't you cherish them? Do you know that the wealth and glory you want is actually within your reach? Shut up. What do you mean by easy access? Just your shabby villa? Who are you slandering? How dare you say that? Zhang Cuifang cursed with disdain in her eyes. Young Master Han, tell your men to kill him quickly and don't let him embarrass himself here. Yi Nanshan urged Han Yueqiang. Han Yueqiang trembled when he heard this, and a terrible guess came to his mind, that is, he might have hit a wall this time. You, who are you? Han Yueqiang asked Li Yuntian. You know the Sun family, right? Li Yuntian said lightly. Boom. Han Yueqiang's mind was buzzing, his heart was filled with fear, and his face turned pale in the blink of an eye. The Sun family. The top family in Qingcheng. The sky of Qingcheng. But overnight, the Sun family was gone. This matter has long become a taboo in Qingcheng. And now, Li Yuntian mentioned the Sun family. Could it be that the Sun family was destroyed by him? For a moment, Han Yueqiang was shaking all over. He was finished. What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked for his family? Mr. Han, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and let your men kill Li Yuntian. Zhang Cuifang said to Han Yueqiang with a puzzled look. But who would have thought that as soon as Zhang Cuifang finished speaking, Han Yueqiang slapped her in the face. Shut up, you bitch. How has my Han family offended you? Why do you want to harm my Han family? Han Yueqiang roared. Mr. Han. Zhang Cuifang was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief, but then she saw a scene that shocked her. Han Yueqiang suddenly knelt down in front of Li Yuntian, then kowtowed and said. Master Li, I was wrong. I was deceived by this bitch. Please forgive me and the Han family. For a moment, Zhang Cuifang and her husband both widened their eyes in disbelief. In their eyes, the eldest son of the Han family, who was so high and mighty, actually took the initiative to kneel down to Li Yuntian. How was this possible? Why does Li Yuntian rely on this? Young Master Han, what's wrong with you? Li Yuntian is just an ant. In front of your Han family, you can kill him with just a flick of your finger. Yi Nanshan said in disbelief. Shut up. You really want my Han family to die? Ah-san, beat him to death for me. Han Yueqiang roared. He hated Zhang Cuifang and her husband to death in his heart. If it weren't for these two people, would he have offended Li Yuntian? Following Han Yueqiang's order, his bodyguards attacked Zhang Cuifang and her husband directly. For a moment, Zhang Cuifang and her husband screamed in pain, and they did not dare to resist at all because they were afraid of the Han family. At this moment, they were more confused. Why did it turn out like this? Li Yuntian was just a piece of trash. How could he make the young master of the Han family kneel down? Seeing her parents being beaten, Yi Qinyu surprisingly did not stop at this time. It was obvious that she was heartbroken this time. Sir, please give the Han family a chance. The Han family will do their best to make up for this mistake. Han Yueqiang begged for mercy, feeling terrified. I just told you to ask your father to come and apologize to me in person. Are you deaf? Li Yuntian spoke slowly, his eyes still cold. Yes, sir, I will ask my father to come to Luoqing to apologize to you right away. Han Yueqiang said hurriedly, feeling both terrified and relieved. Judging from Li Yuntian's attitude, maybe the Han family can escape the disaster. At this time, Zhang Cuifang and her husband were completely stunned and couldn't understand what was going on. Asking the head of the Han family to apologize in person, young Master Han agreed without even thinking about it. What is going on? Are they dreaming? And you too, leave here from today, otherwise, I won't let you go next time. Li Yuntian glanced at Zhang Cuifang and her husband and said, then closed the door. Yi Qinyu opened her mouth but finally held back and said nothing. She knew that after what had happened, letting her parents live in the villa was the greatest injustice to Li Yuntian. Mr. Han, what's going on? Why are you afraid of Li Yuntian? Zhang Cuifang, who was beaten black and blue, asked Han Yueqiang. Why do you say that? You two are just pig brains. Your son-in-law is the real big shot, but you don't flatter him. Instead, you find another man for your daughter. I have never seen idiots like you. Han Yueqiang cursed, his heart filled with rage, and he started punching and kicking Zhang Cuifang and her husband. How is this possible? Li Yuntian is just a retired soldier with a little savings. How can he be a big shot? Zhang Cuifang shouted with an incredulous look in her eyes. Idiot, open your dog eyes and take a good look at this. This customized Bugatti Veyron costs tens of millions. Even my Han family is not eligible to buy this kind of car. But now it is parked in front of your house. Aren't you surprised? Han Yueqiang pointed at the red supercar and looked at Zhang Cuifang with contempt. What? The Han family is not eligible to buy it. Zhang Cuifang was shocked instantly and felt full of regret when looking at the supercar in front of her. Yi Nanshan on the side also had a pale face and an expression of disbelief. What on earth did they miss? Yuntian. My good son-in-law, Mom was wrong. Please open the door and let me in. Zhang Cuifang came to her senses and banged on the door and cried, feeling extremely regretful. At this time, Li Yuntian was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Instead, he pulled Yi Qinyu into the room and told her the truth of his investigation. I know. I knew it a long time ago, but I always thought that even if I was adopted, they had raised me up so much that they had feelings for me. Yi Qinyu cried and said that she was not Zhang Cuifang's biological daughter, and she had known this for a long time. But she never cared because the other couple had raised her. Therefore, even though she was kicked out of the Yi family and her parents ignored her for 5 years, she did not complain at all. Even 5 years ago, when her parents arranged blind dates for her with many young men from aristocratic families, she had no complaints at all. Because she wanted to repay the favor. But she really couldn't accept what happened today. Her daughter and husband were there, but Zhang Cuifang and her husband were still thinking about marrying her into a wealthy family. What was this for themselves? They were clearly treating her as a tool. Yi Qinyu burst into tears and hugged Li Yuntian tightly, her face full of grief. Li Yuntian patted Yi Qinyu's back gently and comforted her in a low voice, feeling very uncomfortable. If Yi Qinyu didn't have feelings for Zhang Cuifang and her husband, she would have dealt with them long ago. Zhang Cuifang and her husband did not continue to stay outside the villa crying and shouting because they were taken out by Heiyu. Li Yuntian has given them opportunities many times, but they did not cherish them. Who can they blame? Half an hour later, the head of the Han family knelt outside the door of the villa, and Han Yueqiang's legs were broken by his men. The head of the Han family was extremely terrified at this moment, because since he received his son's call for help, he received a call from the governor of Qingzhou right after. The other party only had one sentence. If that gentleman does not accept your Han family's apology, the Han family will cease to exist after today. How could he not be afraid? Li Yuntian walked out with a calm look in his eyes. Sir, the Han family is wrong. Please forgive the Han family and give them a chance to make amends. The head of the Han family cried and screamed, his forehead was red from knocking his head. You're just scared. The Qingqing Han family is so powerful. You dare to steal my wife. You are really brave. Li Yuntian said sarcastically. Although he knew that the fault was not with the Han family, he was still angry. Sir, the Han family doesn't dare. It's all this unfilial son's stupidity. Please give the Han family a chance. The head of the Han family said this, then pulled Han Yueqiang over and started beating him up. Forget it. Tomorrow, you go to the Yi family company in person and sign a 100 million yuan order with my wife. I will not pursue this matter any further. Li Yuntian gave the order, then turned and entered the villa. Thank you, sir, for not killing me. Thank you, sir, for not killing me. The head of the Han family shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with tears, and he finally felt relieved. 100 million in exchange for a chance for the Han family to survive is worth it. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Yi Qianyu drove his supercar to work and happened to meet Yi Qianrong when he arrived downstairs of the company. This must have made Yi Qianrong very angry. She bit her lips until they turned purple. She immediately found an excuse to send Yi Qianyu out to collect orders. In the Yi family company, Yi Qianrong regained her proud and arrogant face and accepted the flattery of many employees. Director Yi, I have already called our partners. If Yi Qianyu wants to discuss orders with them, tell them to ignore her. An employee said in a fawning manner. Humph. That's good. In a month, I want this bitch to get out of the company. Yi Qianrong said, gritting her teeth. Even if Yi Qianyu tries her best, she probably won't be able to sign a 20 million order. Someone spoke up. Of course not. She can't use the Yi family's name. The familiar partners have received our message. Unless she finds a new partner, it is estimated that she will not be able to sign a 100,000 yuan order. After hearing these words, Yi Qianrong's unhappiness gradually disappeared, and her face was filled with pride. So what if Yi Qianyu drives a better car than her? After all, he is just an ordinary person, how can he compare with her? In a month, she will be the center of everyone's attention. Then won't she be able to choose any supercar or mansion she wants? Just as Yi Qianrong was enjoying everyone's flattery with a proud look on her face, a staff member hurried in and shouted with a look of surprise. Director Yi, hurry up. A big client has arrived. The head of the Qingqing Han family and a group of heads of aristocratic families have come to our company. They said they want to cooperate with our company and specifically asked for you, Director Yi. What? What did you say? The Qingqing Han family. A group of family heads. Seriously? Yi Qianrong had a look of disbelief on her face, but then she smiled in her heart. It was obvious that these noble families were here to curry favor with the Yi family. She might not have to wait for a month before she would be the center of attention. Really? I've seen those people on TV before. They're all big shots. They're all waiting in the reception room. So what are you waiting for? Prepare the contract, quickly. I'll go meet them in person. Yi Qianrong shouted with a look of ecstasy on her face. She never expected that she would be the first person to benefit from the Yi family. But then she figured it out. She was the princess of the Yi family and was still single. Those noble families tried to curry favor with her first, obviously hoping to form an alliance with the Yi family through her. Qingqing Han family. Yi Qianrong's body trembled with excitement. If she married into the Han family, wouldn't she become a real phoenix in the future? However, when she was about to reach the reception room, Yi Qianrong slowed down. Her status was different now, and there would be more people pursuing her in the future. The Han family was not enough to make her lose her composure. In the reception room, Patriarch Han and a group of heads of aristocratic families were waiting quietly. Those people were called by Patriarch Han on his own initiative. Li Yintian only wants 100 million, but the Han family cannot fail to understand the rules. Moreover, if this matter is handled well, maybe they can get close to Li Yintian, so the head of the Han family is determined to show his ability this time. Oh, bosses, sorry for the long wait. I have prepared the contract. The Yi family is very happy to cooperate with you. Yi Qianrong spoke enthusiastically, in a graceful and neither humble nor arrogant manner. Director Yi, you've come at the right time. My Han family is signing a contract worth 100 million yuan. The head of the Han family said hurriedly. My Zhou family has 50 million. I'll give you 30 million. A group of heads of aristocratic families surrounded Yi Qianrong in an instant. Don't worry, bosses. I will sign one by one. Yi Qianrong said, her heart ecstatic and her fingers trembling with excitement. Any amount mentioned by those present would exceed the amount earned by the sales director of her Yi family company last year. How could she not be excited? Seeing Yi Qianrong signing one contract after another, at this moment, the head of the Han family, who had received the contract, suddenly changed his expression, and suddenly grabbed Yi Qianrong and spoke. Wait a minute. Who are you? Why is the signature Yi Qianrong's? For a moment, Yi Qianrong was stunned, but then she forced a smile and said. Master Han, I am Yi Qianrong, Director Yi of the Yi family company. Aren't you here to sign a contract with me? Are you kidding? We need to find Director Yi Qianyu to sign a contract. Who do you think you are? The head of the Han family's face darkened and he almost messed up the job. Hearing this, the smile on Yi Qianrong's face froze, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in her heart. Asking Yi Qianyu to sign a contract. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Yi Qianrong said with a sullen face and a somewhat blaming tone. Boss, I think you are not clear about the situation of our Yi family. I, Yi Qianrong, am the princess of the Yi family. Yi Qianyu was kicked out of the Yi family a long time ago. If you want to cooperate with my Yi family, only I am qualified to sign a contract with you. Yi Qianyu is just a small follower, she doesn't deserve it. As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became quiet. Patriarch Han and others looked at Yi Qianrong with a sneer and contempt in their eyes. Yi Qianrong did not notice anything unusual about the crowd at all. She took the contract from the head of a noble family with an arrogant look, signed her name on it, and spoke slowly. Boss, I can pretend that the misunderstanding just now did not exist. I can give you face. Your cooperation with the Yi family will continue and will not be affected by this incident. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to give us face? We are here for Miss Yi Qianyu. Who wants to cooperate with your Yi family? The head of the Han family cursed and grabbed the contract and tore it apart. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? The Yi family? They're nothing. You are still the princess of the Yi family. Even if you are the Empress Dowager of the Yi family, you are just an ant in front of us. Hurry up and invite Miss Yi Qianyu out. Otherwise, your Yi family will be drowned by our anger, said the heads of many aristocratic families present, each with a gloomy face, looking at Yi Qianrong with eyes full of disdain. Hearing these words, Yi Qianrong's face instantly turned red, and she clenched her fists in anger. Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianyu again. Why? All of these people are here to see Yi Qianyu. Aren't they here to curry favor with her? Bosses, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Yi Qianrong said, gritting her teeth, her heart filled with anger. Bang. Who would have thought that the head of the Han family would slap him directly in the face? Who gave you the courage to speak to us like this? Open your dog eyes and take a good look at who we are. The head of the Han family cursed, and several heads of aristocratic families on the side also spoke up. This is really outrageous. Is this how the Yi family provokes us? Where is the patriarch of the Yi family? Get out. Does he want the Yi family to be exterminated? For a moment, Yi Qianrong was stunned. She stood there in a daze, her mind going blank. She suddenly realized that the people in front of her were all big shots. Any one of them could destroy her family under normal circumstances, not to mention that she had angered so many of them now. Suddenly, Yi Qianrong panicked, her body trembled violently and her face turned pale. Even those employees who usually surrounded her and fawned over her were now nervous. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Yi Qianrong and looked at her with suspicion. Could it be that what the other party had been saying about the Yi family becoming prosperous was a lie? At the same time, they were also shocked. So many powerful people came to see Yi Qianyu. Isn't this too dreamy? At this time, Yi Beidu heard the noise and rushed over. After seeing the big shots present, his heart trembled suddenly. Everyone here is a big shot who he doesn't even have a chance to say a word to on weekdays. Bosses, what's going on? You coming to my Yi family company in person will bring honor to our Yi family. Yi Beidu said, feeling excited and nervous. He looked at Yi Qianrong inquiringly, wanting to know what had happened. Are you the head of the Yi family? Stop talking nonsense to us and quickly invite Miss Yi Qianyu out. We want to sign a contract with her. The head of the Han family glanced at Yi Beidu and said. It's just a small Yi family, but you are so arrogant and let a bitch fool us. Yi Beidu, do you want to go bankrupt? A head of a noble family said, with an angry look on his face, and slapped the contract in his hand directly on Yi Qianrong's face. Yi Beidu was stunned on the spot, his heart filled with fear. These big shots in front of him, any one of them was someone he wanted to curry favor with, and now they all wanted to destroy his Yi family angrily. How could he not be afraid? He glared at Yi Qianrong fiercely. This girl was too presumptuous. It was okay for her to show off her power as a young lady on weekdays, but she dared to be presumptuous in front of so many important people. Wasn't she deliberately looking for trouble for the Yi family? Don't be angry, bosses. I will send someone to invite Yi Qianyu back. Yi Beidu said with a smile, and then started cursing at Yi Qianrong. You bastard, who gave you the guts to offend the bosses? Don't you know who you are? Apologize to the bosses right now. Yi Qianrong's face turned pale, and she bowed slowly to the Han family head and others, then spoke. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent and acted impolitely in front of you bosses. I beg you bosses not to bear a grudge against me. Humph. What an idiot. Master Yi, I suggest that you kick this brainless idiot out of the company directly, so that he won't bring trouble to your Yi family in the future. Master Han said, glancing at Yi Qianrong with disdain. Yes, Boss Han is right. Yi Beidu nodded repeatedly, then glared at Yi Qianrong angrily and started cursing. Get lost now. Don't come to the company from today on, stay at home and accompany your grandma. Yi Qianrong turned pale instantly and shed tears of grievance. The company didn't want her anymore, so where could she act so arrogantly in the future? Yi Beidu ignored Yi Qianrong and bent down humbly to ask the head of the Han family and his group to leave. After everyone left, only Yi Qianrong and the employees who usually tried to curry favor with her were left in the room. TSK. He's been bragging in front of us all day long about the Yi family giving birth to a dragon, and we almost believed it. He's so shameless. A female employee who had the best relationship with Yi Qianrong mocked. That's right, you still have the nerve to look down on Yi Qianyu. You are clearly a piece of trash, why do you look down on others? I think she's just jealous. Her ability is only enough to brag in front of us. Everyone spoke up, looking at Yi Qianrong with contempt. What did you say? You are so bold, do you still want to work in the company? I tell you, even if I am no longer in the company, it would be easy for me to fire you. Yi Qianrong yelled at everyone with a vicious look on her face. Bah! Bitch, I don't want to do this anymore, a male employee cursed and turned away. Why are you acting like a rich girl? Yi Qianyu is also a rich girl, but she's never been so arrogant. Everyone mocked and left one after another. Oh! Yi Qianrong held her head and screamed. Shame! Shame! She is the real princess of the Yi family, why did it become like this? Yi Qianyu had been kicked out of the Yi family a long time ago. Don't those bosses even know this? Until now, she was still dreaming about her princess dream, thinking that it was the people like Mr. Han who made a mistake, and it was not really because of Yi Qianyu. In Yi Beidu's office, he carefully made tea for Mr. Han and others, but his heart was actually full of doubts. These big shots came to their Yi family, obviously wanting to get closer to them, but why did they have to find Yi Qianyu to sign a contract? Who in the entire Luo City doesn't know that Yi Qianyu has been kicked out of the Yi family? Thinking of this, Yi Beidu asked cautiously. Bosses, what did Yi Qianyu do to make you insist on signing a contract with her? There is one thing you may not know. Yi Qianyu is no longer a member of my Yi family. The implication is that if you want to get closer to the Yi family, signing a contract with Yi Qianyu is obviously useless. On the contrary, it will only make the Yi family disgusted. Humph. It's good that Missy has left your Yi family, so she won't be dragged down by you. The head of the Han family sneered. What dragon came out of the Yi family? It's all the Yi family's imagination. You idiots, the real dragon has been driven out of the Yi family by you. Boss Yi, from now on, I advise you to be nicer to Miss Yi Qianyu. Although the company belongs to your Yi family, you have to understand that with our orders, Missy can completely set up a new company. The head of the Han family continued, his tone full of warning. So, I advise you not to have any inappropriate thoughts and serve Missy well in the company in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Beidu was shocked, but then he became angry. Serving Yi Qianyu? Why? He was the head of the Yi family. Of course, he couldn't say these words to their faces, for fear of offending Patriarch Han and others, so he could only nod repeatedly. However, he was even more confused about this matter. Could it be that Yi Qianyu had said something outside that was unfavorable to their Yi family? After a while, Yi Qianyu returned to the company. What shocked Yi Beidu was that the big shots in front of him all stood up after Yi Qianyu entered the office, and they were as reserved as elementary school students. Ms. Yi, we are here to cooperate with the Yi family. Please give us a chance to sign these contracts. The head of the Han family said respectfully. Yi Qianyu signed the contract in a daze and didn't react until the head of the Han family and others left. A contract with a total value of 500 million yuan was signed by myself just like that. This feels so dreamy. Uncle, what is going on? Yi Qianyu looked at Yi Beidu and asked. Humph. Don't you know what you've done? Are you still pretending? Yi Qianyu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but no matter how hard you struggle now, all your efforts will be wiped out when Yi Long comes back. Yi Beidu said with a sullen face. A trace of grievance flashed across Yi Qianyu's face. She had no idea what she had done wrong. However, after all, a big deal was signed, and Yi Qianyu's mood soon improved. She took the initiative to call Li Yintian to tell him the good news. After get off work in the afternoon, she took Li Yintian and her daughter to the mall and bought 3 sets of clothes for Li Yintian. At the same time, the Yi family. There were cries and shouts everywhere in the Yi family's old house. Old Madame Yi sat on the armchair with a gloomy face. On her left were Zhang Cuifang and her husband, who both had bruised faces and noses, and on her right was Yi Qianrong, who looked aggrieved. Mom, please help me. This beast Li Yintian had me kicked out of his house and beat us. He simply doesn't take the Yi family seriously. Zhang Cuifang cried, tears streaming down her face. Grandma, Yi Qianyu stole my clients and orders worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She also kicked me out of the company by my dad. I am so pitiful. Yi Qianrong said. How outrageous! How outrageous! How dare this pair of dogs be so bold? Don't they know what they are doing? Old Madame Yi was furious and banged the ground hard with her cane. Madame Ye's roar instantly stopped Zhang Cuifang and the others from crying, and they all stood by with proper manners. You said that loser Li Yintian actually made the eldest son of the Han family kneel down to him in person. He also bought a limited edition car. Old Lady Yi looked at Zhang Cuifang and asked. Yes, Mom. I wonder if Li Yintian is hiding something from us. Or maybe his background is not simple. Zhang Cuifang said. After begging Li Yintian in vain, she came to the Yi family. Although she didn't know who Li Yintian was missing out after all. The Yi family was about to rise, and she didn't want to miss it. And Qianrong, you said that Patriarch Han came to the company in person to find Yi Qianyu to sign a contract. The total amount is 500 million. Old Madam Yi continued to ask. Yes, Grandma, I don't know what Yi Qianyu said to those people. It's like they were bewitched by a ghost and only recognize Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianrong said, still feeling extremely resentful in her heart. What's going on? Old Madam Yi frowned and muttered to herself. Logically, this situation shouldn't happen, right? You know, the Yi family is about to rise, and those people should come to curry favor with the Yi family. Why would they find Yi Qianyu and Li Yuntian? Mom, I heard Li Yuntian say the word Sun family to young Master Han, and young Master Han was so scared that he immediately knelt down. Do you think this is the reason? Zhang Cuifang said with a twinkle in her eyes. Sun family. Qingqing Sun family. Old Madam Yi was slightly startled, but then she thought of something, her face suddenly turned gloomy, and she cursed with gritted teeth. How dare you, Li Yuntian, snatch the opportunity from my Yi family? Mom, do you know what the reason is? Zhang Cuifang asked quickly. I should have guessed it. Old Madam Yi said, gritting her teeth in anger, and then spoke. Beta gave the blood type of that little bastard to the Sun family, hoping to use the little bastard's eyes to replace the Sun family princess's eyes. Once that thing succeeds, my Yi family will definitely be able to rely on the Sun family and soar to the sky. But, isn't that little bastard a mismatch? Otherwise Li Yuntian wouldn't have rescued her. Zhang Cuifang looked confused. Humph. You have all been deceived by Li Yuntian. Old Madam Yi sneered, then continued speaking with a scheming look on her face. In my opinion, the operation should have been successful. The little bastard's eyes should have been replaced. Or maybe the princess of the Sun family doesn't need to replace her eyes at all, but something else. Li Yuntian must have facilitated this matter, and then gained the friendship of the Sun family. Think about it carefully. A villa in Yunding Mountain Villa is worth tens of millions. How can a loser like Li Yuntian, who has been a soldier for 5 years, afford it with his retirement pay? After Mrs. Ye's analysis, everyone came to their senses. Everything was explained. Li Yuntian had clung to the Sun family, which was why he could scare Han Yueqiang and why he could make so many heads of aristocratic families look for Yi Qianyu to sign contracts. Bastard. He took away the opportunity of our Sun family. Yi Nanshan cursed. Li Yuntian, I thought he loved Qianyu and that little bastard so much, but it turns out he sold out the mother and daughter a long time ago. Yi Qianrong gritted her teeth in anger. No, I want to go find him. We raised that little bastard. Why should Li Yuntian take him away halfway? Everything he has now should belong to us. Zhang Cuifang said with a ferocious face. Idiot. Stop right there. Seeing that Zhang Cuifang was about to go find Li Yuntian, old Madam Yi quickly spoke and continued. What can you do to him if you go? You can't beat him. Don't forget, the Sun family is standing behind him. After hearing these words, Zhang Cuifang was stunned. Grandma, are we going to endure this? I can't endure it. Yi Qianyu took away my position as sales director and everything I had. I can't endure it. Yi Qianrong said. Endure? Humph. Of course we can't endure it. When my dear grandson Longer comes back, all our losses will be returned. Old Madam Yi sneered. The 6 elders gathered in Luoqing to confer the title of general on my beloved grandson. What a great honor. When the time comes, we need to deal with Li Yuntian. Do you think the Sun family will step in? Hearing this, the eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up. Yes, after the conferring ceremony, their Yi family was no longer the same. At that time, wasn't a little Li Yuntian like an ant in front of their Yi family? Let them run wild for a few days. Don't go out these days. Decorate the house well. Long Air is coming back soon. Maybe the 6 elders will come to our Yi family by then. Madam Yi ordered. This is a big deal. All the grievances will be dealt with after this big deal is over. Yes, the investiture ceremony is a big deal, and we can't be careless about it. Everyone responded, each with an excited look on their face. They only had to endure for a few days at most, and by then, all the grievances they had suffered would disappear. The Yi family was immersed in their own fantasies, but it was a pity that the Yi family had long since fallen into decline and had no close family ties within Qingqing. Otherwise, they would know that the Sun family is gone. As time passed, Los Angeles became increasingly tense because the consecration ceremony was approaching. There was also an additional army outside Luo City, which was the personal guard of the Council of Elders. The whole city of Los Angeles was immersed in the joy of celebration. June 7th, the day of the consecration ceremony. The whole city of Los Angeles is waiting for this day. That day, Li Yuntian privately found Yi Qianyu's best friend Shen Wenqin. Shen Wenqin looked reserved and nervous when she saw Li Yuntian. She did not have the arrogance she had when she first met Li Yuntian at all. The Shen family is quite powerful in Luoqing, so she knew the news that the Sun family and the Wong family were destroyed. Outsiders don't know some of the truth, but she guessed it. Both of these families were destroyed by Li Yuntian. Do you know my identity? Li Yuntian looked at Shen Wenqin and said. I have some guesses, but they always seem unrealistic. Shen Wenqin said, looking nervous. Don't be nervous, you are Qianyu's best friend, I won't harm you. Li Yuntian said with a smile, then waved his hand, and 2 Suzaku army soldiers came in carrying a box. Please find a way to get Qianyu to wear this dress on June 7th. I think only you can do this. Please. Li Yuntian said. What is this? Shen Wenqin was curious. The princess wedding dress. Li Yuntian said. Boom. For a moment, Shen Wenqin stood there in a daze, her mind went blank. She looked at Li Yuntian with shock in her eyes. The man in front of me is Yun Shuai. The king of the Northwest. The hero that countless girls in the empire dream of. Shen Wenqin cried, her heart filled with emotion and envy. No wonder Qianyu waited for you for 5 years. Any woman would be willing to wait for a man like you for 5 years, right? No, not everyone is like Qianyu. She still doesn't know my identity. Li Yuntian said. Hearing this, Shen Wenqin was stunned again. Not everyone is like Qianyu. Yes, if she had experienced everything that Yi Qianyu had experienced, could she have waited for 5 years? Enduring 5 years of contempt and humiliation, and living a hard life with her daughter, what woman in the world can do this? The day of the conferment ceremony is getting closer and closer, and everyone is busy. The Yi family is anxious to renovate the family manor, and Yi Qianyu is busy at work. On the contrary, only Li Yuntian, the owner, is idle all day, sending the children to school and picking them up from school. Boss, the Elders' Council sent someone to ask if the ceremony will be broadcast live nationwide on the day of the ceremony. Heiyu found Li Yuntian and said. Tell them that it's not necessary. Just announce it to the world. They are not celebrities, so why make it so ostentatious? Li Yuntian said calmly, with a murderous look in his eyes. Although he looks different now than he did 5 years ago, if he is seen by his enemies, his revenge plan will be ruined. 5 years ago, his mother died tragically in front of him and he was hunted for thousands of miles. He always remembered the revenge. Imperial capital, Li family. One of the 3 great royal families of the empire. Over a period of 5 years, Li Yuntian mobilized most of the Northwest Army's secret forces and finally found out the identity of his enemy. That's a royal family. Although Li Yuntian now believes that he has the ability to destroy a royal family, the price he would have to pay is too high. Now he has a wife and daughter, and the Northwest Army under his command has only risen in recent years. It can be said that he has no foundation. If he were to go to war with a royal family now, he would win in the end, but the losses would be too great. He doesn't want to. Moreover, his wife and daughter are ordinary people. Although he arranged for Zhu Chue to protect them personally, he dared not take the risk to be safe than sorry. Okay, boss. Heiyu responded, and seemed to have thought of something, then continued speaking. By the way, boss, Yi Long from the Yi family will be back the day after tomorrow, and he will lead a personal guard of 1,000 men. Humph. The South China Navy has become more and more presumptuous in recent years. They haven't fought many wars, but their travels are quite grand. Li Yuntian snorted coldly when he heard this, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. A mere emperor is worthy of having a personal guard of 1,000 men. Boss, they are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Why are you angry with them? Any war emperor among our Northwest Army brothers can be the commander of the entire South Sea Legion. Heiyu smiled and said that Marshal Yun was strict in disciplining his troops and hated such flashy scenes the most. Of course, the Northwest Army had been fighting all year round and did not have the time to engage in such ostentation. Even though Li Yuntian did not mobilize too many troops this time because of a call from his daughter, the generals of the Northwest Army were still secretly called over by Heiyu. Don't worry about him, he's just a clown. If the Yi family doesn't jump out to provoke me this time, let them be. Li Yuntian ordered. Heiyu left silently. At this time, the Yi family was filled with laughter and joy. The Yi family's dragon was about to return. The most glorious moment of the Yi family is coming. Soon the Yi family will become the most dazzling family in the entire Luocheng, and even the entire Qingzhou. In order to renovate the Yi family's home and hold a party before the enthronement ceremony, it can be said that the Yi family spent a huge amount of money this time. Everything had to be the most expensive. All the dishes for the dinner were made by famous artists, and the tables and chairs were made of precious wood. Moreover, the entire Yi family also followed the ancient custom and customized a set of expensive ancient costumes for each person. It can be said that this time the Yi family completely emptied their capital. Both the company and the Yi family compound were mortgaged. If it were the Yi family of the past, they would never dare to do this. But now it's different, the Yi family is about to become rich, and once the conferring ceremony is over, countless wealthy families will come to the Yi family to curry favor with them for cooperation. By then, maybe any random cooperation project will be able to make back the money they have spent. Beidou, spread the word. From today on, the Yi family will hold a buffet. Anyone who comes to our Yi family only needs to say a word of congratulations, and we will let them eat as much as they want. Old Madam Yi called Yi Beidou over and gave specific instructions. Mother, isn't this too wasteful? Besides, our family doesn't have much money now. Yi Beidou's face looked a little ugly. Confused. What do you know? This time, the Yi family may become one of the top families in Qingzhou, so from now on, our Yi family must have the appearance of a top family. Old Madam Yi rolled her eyes at Yi Beidou and said, then continued. Besides, I heard from Long Air that he will bring back a personal army of 1,000 men. If we make it too shabby, it will make him, as a general, lose face in front of his subordinates. Mother is right. She is very considerate. Yi Beidou was full of admiration and quickly ran out to make arrangements. When the news of the Yi family's banquet spread, the whole city of Luo was in an uproar. The noble families and ordinary people were extremely shocked. Considering the rumors they had heard recently, they easily guessed that the upcoming enthronement ceremony was related to the Yi family. So all of a sudden, many aristocratic families and celebrities in Los Angeles went to visit the Yi family. However, some of the aristocratic families with a little background were confused. Is the Yi family crazy? Is this the end of their life? When Li Yuntian heard the news, he was stunned for several minutes. To be honest, if he didn't know that he was the one who was about to be awarded the title, he would have really believed that the rumors about the Yi family were true. You are trying to kill yourself. Li Yuntian was speechless. After the conferring ceremony, when the Yi family found out that it had nothing to do with their family, all the members of the Yi family would probably go crazy. He lost his house, his company, and was heavily in debt, not to mention that he had ruined many of the aristocratic family businesses. The Yi family is completely hopeless. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On the next afternoon, when Li Yuntian picked up Tian from the kindergarten and was about to leave, he was stopped by someone. Hey, Tian Dad, don't leave in a hurry. There is something I want to tell you. The person who spoke was a young woman. She was dressed in formal attire, but her face was covered with a thick layer of powder, and she looked arrogant. Teacher Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Yuntian asked. He knew the other person. What he didn't notice was that Tiantian's eyes looked a little timid and flustered at this moment. The woman's name is Lu Li, and she is the head teacher of Tiantian's class. Lu Li walked over in high heels, looked Li Yuntian up and down with some contempt, and then spoke. It's like this. The kindergarten is organizing a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. There's something I need to inform you about in advance. It's about Tian. Tian. What's wrong with Tian? Li Yintian was a little confused and touched his daughter's head, but Tian Tian lowered her head at this time, looking as if she had done something wrong, and did not respond at all. It's like this. Tian Tian broke her classmate's pencil case at school and even beat him up. This behavior is very bad. She was unwilling to apologize to her classmate in person. Luli said slowly. Now that the parents know about this, they're making a fuss. What I mean is, go back and counsel Tian Tian tonight, and at the parents' meeting tomorrow, have her apologize to her classmates in public, and this matter will be over. Do you beat your classmates every day? Li Yintian frowned slightly. He knew his daughter very well. She would usually endure it when being bullied, let alone fight back. After hearing Lu Li's words, Li Yintian looked at Tian Tian in confusion. Tian Tian looked as if he had done something wrong and said nothing. Yes, Tian Tian's father, don't blame me for being nosy. I can understand that you and Tian Tian's mother are busy at work, but the family education of children cannot be ignored. Tian Tian's bullying personality will continue for a long time, and no children will play with her in the kindergarten. Luli said, glancing at Li Yintian with disdain. When she conducted a previous occupational survey on students' parents, she knew the information about Tian Tian's parents. His mother worked and his father was an unemployed vagrant. I really don't know how such a family sent their child here. It's the same in the kindergarten. They want all kinds of cats and dogs, Luli muttered to herself. This is impossible. Tian Tian doesn't bully others normally and is very obedient at home. Li Yintian frowned, feeling that something was wrong. How is that impossible? The child is not the same at home and at school. I have been teaching for several years. Do I understand children better than you? Are you saying that I misunderstood your child? Luli raised her eyebrows and said, looking a little unhappy. That's not what I meant. Don't be angry, Teacher Lu. Li Yintian said with a smile. After all, the other party was Tian Tian's teacher. He couldn't put on airs as the King Yun's Hui of the Northwest here. Luli rolled her eyes at Li Yintian, then thought for a moment and spoke in an ordering tone. Also, let me remind you that the father of the kid beaten by Tian Tian is not an ordinary person. He is a director of the education department. So I suggest that after Tian Tian apologizes, you bring some gifts and visit his home in person to give his parents a proper reply. After saying that, Luli turned and left. At this time, Li Yintian had an ugly look on his face. Regardless of whether his daughter had done something wrong or not, as a teacher, Lu Li's way of handling the matter was obviously unfair. Has she ever thought about how much damage it would do to a child's self-esteem if she made him apologize in public at a parent-teacher meeting? Moreover, since he has already apologized, why do you still want me to go and make amends? This way of handling things cannot even be described as fair, it is simply bullying. Tian Tian, tell your daddy if you hit that classmate. Li Yintian picked up Tian Tian and asked in a gentle tone. Tian Tian didn't hit Zhang Xiaofan. It was Zhang Xiaofan who hit me with the pencil case and broke the pencil case, not me. Tian Tian said aggrievedly, his little eyes red as if he was about to cry at any time. It's okay, Tian Tian, don't be afraid. Dad knows. Li Yintian said quickly, his face gradually darkening. There's nothing wrong with children fighting, but Luli was confusing right and wrong, which made him a little angry. When he returned home in the evening, Li Yintian told Yi Qianyu what happened today. Tian Tian, tell your mother, did you hit your classmate? Children should not lie. Yi Qianyu called Tian Tian over and asked seriously. Tian Tian didn't lie. It was Zhang Xiaofan who bullied me. He beat me and broke my pencil case, and then I started crying. Teacher Lu asked me to apologize, but I did nothing wrong. Tian Tian said aggrievedly. Okay, don't worry about it. Let me handle it tomorrow. Li Yintian said, hugging his daughter with heartache. How are you going to deal with it? Are you going to use violence again? Yi Qianyu glared at Li Yintian, then frowned slightly and continued. That child's father is a director of the education department. He is powerful and we can't afford to offend him. So, you want our precious daughter to apologize? Li Yintian looked surprised. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that we should call Teacher Lu and resolve this matter privately. Then Tian can apologize and it will be over. They are just kids. They might fight today but end up playing together tomorrow. Yi Qianyu said with an evasive look in her eyes. She knew her daughter did nothing wrong, but sometimes that's just the reality. There are some people you just can't afford to offend, and you have to just bear with the anger. Li Yuntian was a little angry when he heard this, but when he thought of Yi Qianyu's current personality, his heart softened and he stood up and hugged his wife and daughter tightly. I'm sorry for making you suffer all these years. I'm still here. No need to say sorry. It's all in the past. Yi Qianyu blushed and quickly pushed Li Yuntian away. Wife, leave Tiantian's matter to me this time. Don't worry. I won't do anything tomorrow. I will reason with them. Our daughter did nothing wrong. She can't apologize. Li Yuntian said with an unquestionable tone. Yi Qianyu wanted to refute, but after hearing Li Yuntian's tone, she felt more confident and nodded. Well, don't be so stubborn. At worst, we can change Tiantian's school. The tuition at that kindergarten is expensive anyway. Li Yuntian was a little amused when he heard this. He didn't expect that his wife still cared about tuition fees. Qianyu, wait a few more days. After a few days, I will let you know that from now on, you and your daughter don't have to care about anything and don't have to suffer any grievances, Li Yuntian said silently in his heart. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, Tian put on his clothes obediently and waited in the room as if he had done something wrong. Dad, I've thought about it. I will apologize to Zhang Xiaofan today. Next time he bullies me, I will just avoid him. Tian said to Li Yuntian sensibly as Li Yuntian had just finished packing. Li Yuntian's heart ached when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Be good, Tian. You don't have to apologize today. Have you forgotten that Daddy is a hero? Daddy has your back today. You don't have to be afraid. Li Yuntian picked up his daughter and said with a flickering look in his eyes, he was the daughter of the king of Northwest, she had done nothing wrong, yet she still had to apologize to others. He wanted to see who dared to accept this apology. It would be good if Lu Li and Zhang Xiaofan's parents were sensible today. If not, don't blame him for acting like the king of the Northwest. When she arrived at the kindergarten, Lu Li was talking to a beautifully dressed woman with a fawning look on her face. After seeing Li Yuntian and his daughter, Lu Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Ms. Zhang, this is Tiantian's father. I had already agreed with him yesterday that his daughter would publicly apologize to Xiaofan at today's parent-teacher meeting. Lu Li said to Zhang Caixia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Caixia glanced at Li Yuntian with an arrogant look in her eyes and spoke with a disdainful tone. Pay more attention to your children in the future and don't bully them for no reason. There are some people that ordinary people like you can't afford to offend. I will return the same sentence to you. Li Yuntian said with a cold face, and walked into the kindergarten carrying his daughter. What's wrong with this guy? What kind of character is he? He's just an unemployed vagrant. How can he be so blind? Teacher Lu, how can he say such things to me with his status? This is outrageous. Zhang Caixia shouted sharply, her face turning blue with anger, but Li Yuntian ignored her and walked away. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Li's face. She glared at Li Yuntian's back with some hatred, then quickly spoke to Zhang Caixia with a smile. Ms. Zhang, please don't be angry. Tiantian's father may know what happened. It's normal for him to be a little dissatisfied. But don't worry, the apology at the parents' meeting today will proceed normally. He is a small person and knows the importance of things. Tian, Dad, what's wrong with you? How did you talk to Ms. Zhang just now? Do you know who you are? As the parent-teacher meeting was about to begin, Lu Li specifically sought out Li Yuntian and started scolding him as soon as she opened her mouth with a rude attitude. Is there any problem? What does my identity have to do with what I said to her? Teacher Lu, what you said yesterday. Li Yuntian raised his eyebrows, but was interrupted by Lu Li halfway through his words. Forget it, I don't have time to deal with you. When the parent-teacher conference starts, take Tian up to apologize and don't cause any more trouble for me. After saying that, Lu Li left regardless of Li Yuntian's response, as if Li Yuntian was at her mercy. Li Yuntian's face darkened when he saw this. This Lu Li was simply a rotten apple in the teaching profession. In the blink of an eye, the parent-teacher meeting was about to start, and Li Yuntian took Tian Tian to their seats. Humph. Rubbish. Zhang Caixia walked past with a little boy, glanced at Li Yuntian with disdain, and snorted coldly. Haha, the big trash is taking the small trash with him, Lai Lei. The little boy also made a funny face at Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of murderous intent in his heart. Dad, Mom doesn't allow you to hit people. Tian Tian held Li Yuntian's little hand, looking nervous. Don't be afraid, Tian Tian. Dad won't hit you today. Li Yuntian took a deep breath and sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what would happen in today's parent-teacher meeting. The parent-teacher meeting began, and Lu Li walked into the classroom proudly amid the applause of parents and children. She first exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes, and after accepting the compliments from many parents, she stretched out her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then she looked at Li Yuntian and said with a warning look in her eyes. Next, there is something that needs to be witnessed by all the students and parents. Yi Tian Tian often bullies Zhang Xiaofan at school and even broke Zhang Xiaofan's pencil case. He also refused to apologize despite the teacher's dissuasion. This is a very egregious act. After discussing with Tiantian's father, Yi Tian Tian has agreed to publicly apologize for Zhang Xiaofan and reflect on himself at the parents' meeting. Everyone welcomes this. After Lu Li finished speaking, many parents in the classroom looked at Li Yuntian and his daughter, some with curiosity and some with disgust. Obviously, no one would like their child's classmate to be a bully. When Tian Tian heard this, her face suddenly became frightened and she held Li Yuntian's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Li Yuntian said, then strode towards the podium. For a moment, everyone looked at Li Yuntian with interest. Was this parent going to apologize on behalf of his child? Lu Li was also surprised, but she reacted quickly and spoke quickly. When a child does something wrong, adults also have some responsibility. Since Tiantian's father is willing to apologize on his behalf, that's fine, but doing so will only encourage the child's bad temper. Have you said enough? Li Yuntian glanced at Lu Li. His cold eyes made Lu Li stand still, as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Hello, children and parents. I am Tiantian's father. Li Yuntian said to the many parents in the classroom. The facts that Teacher Lu just said are somewhat different from what I learned from the child, so I want to make things clear in front of everyone. Hearing this, Lu Li's face changed slightly, and she looked at Li Yuntian coldly. In the classroom, Zhang Xiaofan's mother Zhang Caixia also had cold eyes and a sneer on her lips. Tian Tian, Dad, what do you mean by this? Lu Li spoke somewhat indignantly, but was interrupted by Li Yuntian halfway through her words. I heard from Teacher Lu that on Tuesday, Tian Tian and Zhang Xiaofan had an argument. Tian Tian broke Zhang Xiaofan's pencil case and beat Zhang Xiaofan. So I want to ask the children present here, you were all there at the time, can you tell me if what Teacher Lu said is true? Li Yuntian said with a smile as he looked at the children in the classroom. I hope the children who saw this can tell me what happened. Hearing what Li Yuntian said, Lu Li couldn't help but sneer, her eyes full of contempt. Asking a group of children. Isn't that too naive? Zhang Caixia couldn't help but sneer and shook her head in disdain. The classroom was silent, and no child stood up. Tian Tian, Dad, why don't you just apologize and stop acting like a clown and wasting everyone's time? Lu Li said sarcastically. And just at this moment, a little girl raised her hand. At that time, Zhang Xiaofan hit Tian Tian with his pencil case. Tian Tian dodged for a moment, and he broke the pencil case himself. After the little girl finished her words, there was a sudden commotion in the classroom. The expressions of many parents changed, and they looked at Lu Li with some scrutiny. If things were really as the little girl said, then there was something wrong with the character of Teacher Lu. Who told you to talk? Did you see it clearly? Lu Li scolded the little girl with a gloomy face. The little girl was a little scared and quickly lowered her head, but her mother frowned, glanced at Lu Li, and spoke. What? Doesn't my daughter even have the right to speak? Are the rules of Qidian kindergarten so strict? Lu Li's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Then, another child raised his hand and said, Zhang Xiaofan is usually very bad and often bullies his classmates. He beat Tian Tian and broke his pencil case, and then he started crying. Tian didn't beat him at all. Gradually, more and more children started speaking. That's right, Zhang Xiaofan is so annoying. He always pulls my skirt. I get bullied by him the most every day. He also pulled my braids, which hurt. In an instant, all the parents in the classroom changed their expressions and were in an uproar. Who could have thought that things would turn out like this? Originally they wanted to watch the show, but now it's different. It concerns their own children. Who can tolerate this? Lu Li's face turned pale. She didn't expect that so many students would stand up and speak for Tian. Moreover, the way those parents looked at her at this moment was very strange. It was conceivable that if she did not handle this matter well, she might be complained by a large group of parents later. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan did not look as if he had realized his mistake. Instead, he rolled his eyes at the students who were talking. Zhang Caixia was so angry that her face turned blue, and she stared at Li Yuntian with resentment. I hope you can give me an explanation in front of everyone, Li Yuntian said to Lu Li. As a teacher, you confuse right and wrong. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? That's right, Teacher Lu, we hope you can explain it. The parents present also spoke up. Lu Li gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't expect that the situation that she thought was under control would turn out like this. This is her territory. Just when many parents in the classroom were clamoring for Lu Li to give them a yes, a voice rang out. What's there to explain? What are you arguing about? It's just a fight between kids, it's just a small matter, why do you take it so seriously? Zhang Caixia spoke up, looking arrogant. I forced Teacher Lu to do this. Is there a problem? My husband is the director of the education department. What's wrong with my child being naughty at school? My child is crying, I want an apology, is that too much? After a few words, the classroom gradually became quiet and many parents quickly covered their children's mouths. Although the families who can send their children to school here are wealthy, most of them are businessmen, and there are only a few who are truly powerful. Seeing this, Lu Li immediately became confident and started talking while staring at Li Yuntian. Tian Dad, do you still need me to explain this to you? If not, please get out. Don't waste our time. Wait. Who asked him to go out? He hasn't apologized to my child yet, and he dared to go out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Caixia spoke with a proud look on her face. The silence of the parents in the classroom made her feel happy. This is power. Li Yuntian smiled when he saw this. He really didn't expect that such a small thing could develop into this. Are you sure? Have you thought about the consequences? Li Yuntian asked. Oh. Are you threatening me? Do you know what you are doing? Teacher Lu, fire Yi Tian for me later. Zhang Caixia said proudly. Okay, Ms. Zhang. Lu Li responded quickly, then looked at Li Yuntian with a gloating look and said in a sarcastic tone. Now, even if you kneel down and apologize, it's too late. I warned you long ago to be obedient and lower your head, but you refused to listen. You deserve it. When Tian heard that she could not go to school, she panicked. She ran to Li Yuntian in tears and hugged her father's thighs. At this time, many parents in the classroom looked at Li Yuntian with sympathy and sighed in their hearts. Some things are like this. Even if you are right, the result may not be in your favor. At this moment, Li Yuntian's face was terribly gloomy, his heart was full of anger and murderous intent. He looked at Lu Li and Zhang Caixia coldly and sneered. Good, very good. Tisk, of course I'm good. Zhang Caixia said with disdain. Li Yuntian narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Heng's number. I'm at Chidian Kindergarten. I'll give you 10 minutes to ask the director of the education department and the director whose child is Zhang Xiaofan to come over to see me immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, the classroom was quiet and everyone's eyes were on Li Yuntian. Ha ha ha, you are deliberately trying to make me laugh, right? Are you feeling embarrassed so you called to show off? Zhang Caixia suddenly spoke with a smile, her eyes full of contempt. You want the director of the education department to come over to see you in 10 minutes. Who do you think you are? Do you know how high of an official the director of the education department is? Tion Dad, you'd better stop embarrassing yourself here. I thought you were an unemployed vagrant who couldn't find a job for the time being, but now it seems that there's something wrong with your IQ. Luli also had a look of sarcasm on her face. Li Yuntian smiled and shook his head, sitting in his seat holding his daughter. He had promised his wife that he would not hit anyone today, but he wanted to make Luli and Zhang Caixia suffer more than if they were beaten by himself. Oh, you still have the nerve to sit here? Your face is thicker than the city wall. Do you want to be a shameless dog? Zhang Caixia said sarcastically. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and a middle-aged man appeared in the classroom, attracting everyone's attention. Dean, why are you here? Luli hurried over upon seeing this. Who is Mr. Li Yuntian? Who would have thought that the middle-aged man ignored Luli and asked everyone in the classroom? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Luli stood there awkwardly, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. It is me. Li Yuntian said lightly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurried over, and then bowed to Li Yuntian in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. Chidian Kindergarten will definitely make every effort to rectify the situation and satisfy you. For a moment, the classroom was silent. Everyone looked at Li Yuntian with incredible eyes. They had heard what the other party had said on the phone before, and they thought it was a bit of bragging. Although the director of the education department did not come, the principal of the Chidian Kindergarten did, and the effect was enough to shock them. It was unbelievable that the principal of Chidian Kindergarten actually apologized to Li Yuntian in person. Director, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to apologize to him? He is just an unemployed vagrant. Luli said with a pale face and trembling voice. Even Zhang Caixia frowned and spoke to the middle-aged man. Director Wong, please clarify the situation before apologizing. My husband is Zhang Hai, the director of the education department. Shut up, both of you. Who would have thought that Director Wong would scold the two of them upon hearing this, and then continue to bend down and beg for mercy from Li Yuntian? At this time, Director Wong was extremely frightened. He was having a good time with his secretary in the office when he received a call from the director of the education department. He started to curse at him. It took him a lot of effort to figure out the whole story, which was that their Chidian Kindergarten had offended a big shot who could make the director of the education department give up everything and apologize with just a few words. How can he not panic? Director Huang's attitude made Luli and Zhang Caixia panic. They looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief and were extremely shocked. Does he have another identity? What are you apologizing for? You didn't do anything wrong. Just wait here. I called the director of the education department, not you. Li Yuntian glanced at Principal Huang and said. This sentence frightened Director Huang so much that his face turned pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. He stood obediently beside Li Yuntian waiting. Seeing this scene, Luli felt her legs go weak and she pointed at Li Yuntian and asked tremblingly. Who are you? Pa. In response, Director Huang slapped her. You bastard, you bitch, who gave you the courage to point at Mr. Li? Director Huang roared. If Li Yuntian hadn't been here, he would have picked up a bench and beat Luli. Luli was stunned and stood there motionless. Director Huang, is there some misunderstanding? My man Zhang Hai is the director of the education department and will be promoted to deputy director soon. Who is this man? Why do you respect him so much? Zhang Caixia said to Director Huang, still unwilling to give up. She didn't think that Li Yuntian in front of her had the ability to make her husband bow his head. Humph. Zhang Hai. Nothing. He will soon be one. Director Huang sneered. What? This is impossible. Zhang Caixia stood up suddenly, her face full of panic. The classroom was silent. Everyone looked at Li Yuntian nervously, shocked. During this period, Luli and Zhang Caixia wanted to apologize to Li Yuntian several times, but were ignored by Li Yuntian. Don't be impatient, the best is yet to come. Li Yuntian said lightly. The footsteps sounded again, and everyone looked towards the door. For a moment, they were all shocked. The first person to come in was Zhang Heng, the commander of the Luocheng army, followed by the director of the education department and a middle-aged man with a swollen face, who was Zhang Hai. Husband. Zhang Caixia screamed in fright when she saw her husband's appearance. What did you do, bitch? You wish I was in trouble, don't you? Zhang Hai rolled up his sleeves and slapped Zhang Caixia twice in the face. Zhang Caixia's face was as swollen as his. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to touch me in front of Mr. Li? Zhang Heng roared at Zhang Hai, then kicked Zhang Hai hard. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Mr. Li. Bang. Zhang Hai knelt on his knees and cried to Li Yuntian. Mr. Li, I deserve to die. I failed to discipline my children. Please forgive me this time. At the same time, the director of the education department also hurried to Li Yuntian, bowed, and begged for mercy in a panic. For a moment, all the parents present were stunned. The director of the education department bowed and apologized in public, Zhang Hai knelt down and begged for mercy, and the commander of the Luocheng army accompanied him personally. What is the identity of this Li Yuntian? Now tell me again, your child hit my child. Do you want my child to apologize? Do you want to fire her? Li Yuntian asked, glancing at Zhang Caixia. I. Zhang Caixia's eyes were filled with fear and she quickly knelt in front of Li Yuntian and begged for mercy. I was wrong, Mr. Li. I looked down on you. Please forgive me. I apologize to you. I deserve to die. On the other side, Lu Li also knelt down quickly and kowtowed continuously. Mr. Li, I was wrong. I was forced. In fact, I favor Tian Tian in my heart. Lu Li cried. You bastards. How dare you ask Mr. Li's daughter to apologize and fire her? Do you want to die? Zhang Heng was furious and looked fiercely at the director of the education department. Can you still do your job as director? Mr. Li, I was wrong. I will definitely rectify the education industry in Los Angeles and will never let something like this happen again. The director of the education department said quickly, then looked at Zhang Hai and yelled. Zhang Hai, from now on you will be dismissed from all your positions. Pack up your things and go home immediately. Zhang Hai turned pale when he heard this and quickly begged Li Yuntian for mercy. The classroom was filled with the cries of Lu Li and Zhang Caixia for mercy. At this moment, the two of them were regretting their decision so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known that Li Yuntian had such an amazing background, they would have tried their best to curry favor with him. Now, one of them is completely unemployed and banned from the education industry, and the other one's husband has lost his job as a result. The family is no longer the same as before. If you two know you are wrong, then apologize to my daughter. Li Yuntian said. We apologize, we apologize. Lu Li and Zhang Caixia nodded repeatedly and knelt down to apologize to Tian Tian. At the same time, Zhang Caixia pulled her son Zhang Xiaofan over and made him kneel down and apologize. I won't apologize. My father is a high-ranking official and she is just a little trash. Why should I apologize to her? Zhang Xiaofan's face was grim. Pa. Zhang Hai, who was standing by, slapped him and cursed. You little bastard, I always spoil you, you really are a jerk to me. Wow. Zhang Xiaofan burst into tears immediately, looking aggrieved. Li Yuntian frowned slightly, but looked at Zhang Heng and gave instructions. Handle it according to the rules. Yes. Zhang Heng responded quickly, feeling relieved. You know, he was almost scared to death this time. The last time someone bullied Yun Shuai's daughter, several families were wiped out overnight. This time, he was ready to kill a lot of people, but he didn't expect Yun Shuai to give him so much face. In fact, it was not that Li Yuntian was giving Zhang Heng face, but that he always remembered Yi Qianyu's advice not to hit people. Moreover, this matter was originally a small matter, and he would not make a big deal out of it. A moment later, Li Yuntian took his daughter out of the kindergarten. After this incident, Tian Tian was no longer suitable to go to kindergarten. Fortunately, the conferment ceremony is about to take place, and at that time, the Northwest King's daughter will have someone specially sent by the Empire to teach her. To put it bluntly, it is not an exaggeration to build a kindergarten specifically for Tian Tian and have all the teachers in the kindergarten serve Tian Tian alone. When he returned home at night, Li Yunqian did not tell Yi Qianyu what had happened. He just told her that the matter had been resolved peacefully and let it go. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the conferment ceremony. On that morning, firecrackers were set off at the gate of the Yi family before dawn to celebrate, and gongs and drums were beaten. The Yi family's dragon is coming back. All members of the Yi family marched towards the Los Angeles airport in a mighty manner. They hired several motorcades and were so impressive that they attracted people from all over the city to watch on the roadside. These few days will be the most glorious moment for our Yi family. The entire Qingzhou will be paying attention to our Yi family. Madame Yi said with pride. From now on, the Yi family will soar to the sky. That's right. I will soon be the most noble princess of the Yi family. Because my brother Yi Long is a great hero. Yi Qianrong said proudly. Li Yunqian, Yi Qianyu, I will make them kneel before me and admit their mistakes. Haha, these are just small matters, Qianrong. From now on you should broaden your horizons. Old Madame Yi said to Yi Qianrong, full of doting. From now on, let alone that trash Li Yunqian, even his good brother Zhonghang and his backers, the Sun family, will not dare to bring bad luck to my Yi family. Old Madame Yi said, her eyes full of majesty. Everyone in the Yi family looked proud when they heard this. Yes, from today on, the Yi family will no longer be ordinary. At the airport, a military plane slowly landed. On the plane, soldiers in armor got off the plane one after another. They did not leave, but stood in the airport very disciplinedly, forming a square. Seeing this scene, the Yi family members were extremely excited. Even the friends and relatives who came with the Yi family were excited and flattered every member of the Yi family. It's my brother. My brother is out. Yi Qianrong pointed at a figure that appeared at the plane door. He was a young man in white armor, with sharp eyes and heroic spirit. Welcome General Yi back home. In an instant, 1,000 soldiers at the airport shouted in unison, and the sound shook the sky. The young man was Yi Long. A powerful warrior who had just broken through to the emperor level, and one of the 108 generals of the South Sea Corps. Now he has returned with 1,000 strong guards, returning home in glory. Yi Long stood at the door of the plane, looking at the formation of thousands of people below, feeling extremely excited. Even though this scene had been rehearsed thousands of times while at the South China Sea Naval Base. But today's experience was the most satisfying and exciting for him. Because he is back. He is back with glory. The king is back. He knew that his return this time would attract everyone's attention and he would become the only protagonist in the entire Los Angeles. Stand up. Yi Long shouted. Thank you, General. 1,000 soldiers responded in unison. Good. The real dragon of the Yi family is back. Good. Old Madame Yi shouted excitedly in the distance, tears in her eyes. Ever since Mr. Yi passed away and handed the Yi family over to her, she has been waiting for a long time for the Yi family to rise. Finally, the day she had been waiting for came. She could even imagine how the descendants of the Yi family would praise her in the countless years after her death. During the time when she was in charge of the Yi family, she led the Yi family from decline to the peak. What an honor this is. In the distance, Yi Long walked over quickly. Grandma, Dad, Sister. Yi Long shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, my dear grandson is finally back. I missed him so much. Old Lady Yi laughed and led everyone to welcome Yi Long. Seeing that everyone from the Yi family was about to approach Yi Long, old Madame Yi suddenly stopped, then gave a dry cough and spoke to Yi Long. Everyone in the Yi family, welcome General Yi Long back. Everyone in the Yi family shouted loudly, half bent their bodies, and looked respectful. Grandma, Dad, this is not allowed, get up quickly. Yi Long said hurriedly, but he was also very excited in his heart. He did not expect that his family would give him such a noble etiquette. Longer, you are the true dragon of the Yi family and a hero of the empire. You deserve this gift. Old Madame Yi said with a serious look on her face. Long before she came, she had discussed all this with the Yi family. She knew that there must be countless eyes watching them at this moment. Therefore, this time the Yi family must show the momentum of a noble family. Grandma, you are too polite. The Yi family gave birth to me and raised me. Everything I have was given by the Yi family. The word hero should be given to you. Yi Long said politely, his eyes slightly red. Haha, that's what you said. Let's go home. Old Madam Yi waved her sleeves, looking indescribably domineering. Yi Long accompanied the Yi family slowly out of the airport. Along the way, countless people who followed the Yi family congratulated them loudly. Everyone in the Yi family looked up with great pride. Brother, it's great that you're back. You have to make the decision for me. Yi Qianrong ran to Yi Long and said coquettishly, then told him all about how Li Yunqian and Yi Qianyu bullied her. Qianrong, your brother just came back. Why bother him with such a small matter? Old Madam Yi scolded. It's okay, Grandma, they're just two clowns. Yi Long said with a smile, his eyes disdainful. He knew Yi Qianyu's background, so he had no good impression of Yi Qianyu since he was a child. Send 100 people to bring those two villains, Li Yunqian and Yi Qianyu, to the Yi family. Yi Long ordered his men. Haha, you still love your sister. Old Madam Yi said with a smile, feeling very satisfied. Everyone in the Yi family was smiling, except Zhang Cuifang and her husband, who looked embarrassed. They wanted to just capture Li Yunqian and ignore Yi Qianyu. After all, they still wanted to marry Yi Qianyu into a wealthy family. But they don't dare now. The Yi family returned to the Yi family in a mighty manner, shocking countless people. The Yi family is about to rise. All of a sudden, countless heads of noble families came to visit with gifts. Of course, some families with a solid foundation are just here to watch the fun and fight the emperor-level powerful men, especially the aristocratic families in Qingcheng. Which family doesn't have 1 or 2 emperor-level powerful men in charge? At the same time, outside Luocheng, at the Qingzhou army's base, the Qingzhou governor and the Qingzhou army commander Wang Meng were having a huge fight. Marshal Yun's enthronement ceremony is imminent, and a little bastard dares to be so presumptuous. Qinghai, why don't you let me drive those women from the South China Sea out? Wang Meng looked indignant. Luocheng had long been sealed off by their Qingzhou army. Before Yi Long and his party arrived in Luocheng, Wang Meng and Qinghai had already received the news. Without thinking, Wang Meng was about to order Yi Long to wait a few days before returning to Luocheng, but was stopped by Qinghai. Hee, General Wang, you don't understand this. As far as I know, the Yi family has repeatedly provoked Marshal Yun. Qinghai said with a smile. This is outrageous. Why are you trying to stop me? I'm going to bring people to destroy the Yi family right now. Wang Meng glared. Don't be impatient. Why are you so rushing? Just listen to me first. Qinghai frowned and pulled Wang Meng to continue speaking. Look, it's hard for Yun Shuai to deal with the Yi family because of Madame Yun Shuai's relationship. But this time, the Yi family is confident. I guess the Yi family will definitely make trouble again. As the saying goes, if God wants someone to die, he will first make him crazy. If the Yi family dares to act so presumptuous in front of Marshal Yun again this time, humph. According to the military rules, those who commit crimes against their superiors will be beheaded. Qinghai said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Haha, you literati are really insidious. By then, even if Marshal Yun can't bear to deal with the Yi family, we will have a reason to deal with the Yi family. Wang Meng laughed and understood Qinghai's meaning. At Hentang Manor, Li Yunqian was playing games with his daughter, feeling very happy. Because today, under his arrangement, Shen Wenqin took Yi Qianyu to try on the princess wedding dress. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Qianyu and him getting married tomorrow. He said that he would give Yi Qianyu a wedding that attracted everyone's attention, and he did it. Boss, there are 100 South Sea Marines outside. They were sent by Yi Long. They said they were here to capture you and your sister-in-law. They were captured by the Suzaku army. Do you want to destroy them? Heiyu entered the villa and said to Li Yunqian with a cold face, a rubbish war emperor dared to send people to capture Yun Shuai. He doesn't want to live anymore. Leave it to the governor of Qingzhou to deal with. The guilty will be punished, and the innocent will be exiled to the frontier and not allowed to return for 10 years. Li Yunqian frowned and said, this Yi family is really endless. Boss, why are you becoming more and more soft-hearted? Heiyu said. According to the past, all of these 100 South Sea Navy soldiers who committed insubordination would be executed. Haha, you'll know when you have a wife and children in the future. Li Yuntian said with a smile. As the two were talking, Li Yuntian's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Shen Wenxin. Brotherly, Qianyu was called away by her mother, and I didn't stop her. Shen Wenxin said. It's okay, I'll bring her back. Li Yuntian said, and then gave instructions to Heiyu. Prepare the car and go to Ye's house. The Yi family was extremely lively at this time, with guests constantly coming to congratulate them. Yi Qianrong kept saying all kinds of bad things about Yi Qianyu and Li Yuntian to Yi Long, and Yi Long's face became colder and colder. The Yi family was full of guests at this time, and when Yi Qianyu arrived, she instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Yi Qianyu's heart trembled, and she took a deep breath and walked towards the main table in the middle, where the core members of the Yi family sat. She just received a call from her mother, saying that Yi Long was back, and that Yi Long was now the leader of the South Sea Legion and a war emperor with an extraordinary status. Yi Long was very dissatisfied with her and Li Yuntian, and asked her and Li Yuntian to come to the Yi family to apologize immediately, otherwise they would bear the consequences. So, Yi Qianyu came. Yi Long's identity was too high for her to reach, and she was afraid. At this time, everyone in the Yi family looked at Yi Qianyu with disdain, and Yi Qianrong's expression was full of gloating. What made Yi Qianyu even more desperate was that the way her parents looked at her at this moment was so strange and cold. Grandma, Mom, Dad. Yi Qianyu greeted, standing alone beside the table, looking very humble. Don't call me Grandma. I can't afford to have a granddaughter like you. Old Madam Yi said with a sneer. Qianyu, don't blame Mom for being ruthless. Today is your last chance, so don't be confused. Zhang Cuifang said sarcastically. Yi Qianyu's heart ached, and she felt extremely heartbroken. Humph. Yi Qianyu, don't you recognize me? At this time, Yi Long snorted coldly and looked at Yi Qianyu with some disgust in his eyes. I know him, brother Yi Long. Yi Qianyu said quickly. Ha. You still remember to call me brother. I thought you were so successful now that you didn't even recognize my family members. Yi Long said sarcastically. Not only does she not recognize us, she doesn't even take our Yi family seriously. Yi Qianrong said disdainfully. No, I didn't. Yi Qianyu explained. Shut up. I don't want to hear your explanation. A cold light flashed in Yi Long's eyes, and then he continued to speak. Since you took the initiative to admit your mistake, I'll give you a chance. Now, hand over all your contracted clients to Qianrong. They are coming for me. How can you, a wild child picked up by someone else, sign a contract with them on behalf of the Yi family? Who gave you the courage? Yi Qianrong had a gloating expression on her face at this time and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Qianyu, in the end, you still have to rely on your strength. Do you think you can rest easy just because you snatched my client with some despicable means? Ha! Childish. Things that belong to me, even if you snatch them away temporarily, will eventually return to me. I didn't use any despicable means. Yi Qianyu shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Shut up. I said I don't want to hear your explanation. Didn't you hear what I said clearly? Yi Long roared, and the terrifying aura forced Yi Qianyu to surrender. In an instant, Yi Qianyu's face turned red and she felt it was extremely difficult to breathe. How could an ordinary person like her withstand the aura of a powerful war emperor? You have to do whatever I say. You have no right to refuse. Yi Long said, and then continued. Now, in front of everyone, you toast Qianrong and apologize for your mistake. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianrong looked proud and sat up straight, as if declaring her sovereignty, saying that she was the real princess of the Yi family. Yi Qianyu's body trembled and shook all over. She didn't understand. She was obviously not wrong, so why should she apologize? You can also choose not to apologize, but you have to think carefully about the consequences. Yi Long said with a cold face. Qianyu, apologize quickly and don't make any more mistakes. Yi Long has sent 100 people to capture Li Yuntian. You don't stand a chance. Zhang Cuifang persuaded her that she actually hoped Yi Qianyu would apologize. This way, she could marry Yi Qianyu off under the name of the Yi family and gain benefits for herself. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu's face turned pale instantly, her eyes were filled with fear, and she looked at Yi Long pleadingly. Please, don't hurt him. I apologize. I'll apologize right away. I said, you only need to obey my orders. You have no right to interfere with other matters. Yi Long said. When Yi Qianyu heard this, he picked up a glass of wine with a pale face and walked up to Yi Qianrong. Qianrong, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Puff. Who would have thought that Yi Qianrong would directly pick up the wine glass and splash it on Yi Qianyu's face? Humph. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yi Qianyu, from the very beginning you chose to go against me, you've already lost. Yi Qianrong said proudly. Yi Qianyu lowered his head to hide his embarrassed look. Get out of here. You disgraceful thing. Today I will choose a husband for you, and you will have your wedding night tonight. Just consider it as the last good thing our Yi family will do for you. Yi Long scolded with a look of disgust on his face. Qianyu, why don't you thank brother Yi Long quickly? This is your chance. Zhang Cuifang said excitedly. I don't want to, brother Yi Long, I beg you, I don't want to get married, I already have children and a husband. Yi Qianyu panicked and begged quickly. Pa. Who would have thought that Yi Long would slap him directly? Asshole. Don't you think you haven't embarrassed my Yi family enough? If it weren't for your scandal 5 years ago, how could my Yi family become the laughingstock of Luocheng? Yi Long scolded, his expression looking extremely ugly. From now on, just forget about that wild man and your bastard. The Yi family shouldn't have such a stain on their lives. No. Brother Yi Long, I beg you, don't hurt them, they are innocent. Yi Qianyu begged for mercy, tears blurring her eyes. At this moment, no one in the Yi family paid any attention to her. They all looked very pleased. At this time, Li Yuntian just entered the gate of the Yi family. When he saw Yi Qianyu's face covered with water stains and a red mark, he instantly became angry. Boom. The terrifying murderous aura erupted instantly, the Yi family's gate was directly shattered into pieces, and several South China Sea guards standing guard nearby flew backwards. Asshole. Bold. Presumptuous. Everyone in the Yi family roared in anger, but before they could come to their senses, Li Yuntian had already appeared in front of Yi Qianyu. Who hit you? Li Yuntian asked, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yuntian, hurry up and take Tian away with you. Don't worry about me. Yi Qianyu said hurriedly. Wife, tell me who hit you. Li Yuntian asked. How dare you? You are Li Yuntian. You destroyed the gate of my Yi family. Do you want to be destroyed? At this moment Yi Long reacted and his face suddenly became ferocious and murderous. He was a powerful warrior emperor, but his front door was destroyed by others. If this got out, where would his face be? Did you hit her? Li Yuntian looked at Yi Long suddenly. Humph. Just teach her a lesson. If she doesn't listen, a slap in the face will be considered light. Yi Long sneered. Bang. In an instant, Li Yuntian kicked Yi Long away, then appeared under Yi Long's body and punched him again, causing Yi Long's body to float directly into the air. The next moment, Li Yuntian stomped his foot and appeared above Yi Long's body, then stepped down hard. Oh. Bastard, you are looking for death. Yi Long reacted and roared. A terrifying aura burst out instantly, and he wanted to smash Li Yuntian's body with one punch. He was a powerful war emperor, but he was humiliated like this just because of his carelessness. How could he bear it? But who would have thought that when his fist hit the bottom of Li Yuntian's foot, it broke into pieces with a crack? Boom. The next moment, Li Yuntian stopped on the ground, and Yi Long was stepped on by him. For a moment, the entire Yi family compound was quiet, and everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. They didn't react at all to what was happening. To be more precise, it happened too fast and they didn't have time to process it. Yi Long of the Yi family, the battle emperor of the South Sea Corps, was actually trampled under the feet of Li Yuntian. How is this possible? Li Yuntian, how dare you? What are you doing? Get off Yi Long quickly. At this time, Everyone in the Yi family reacted and scolded him. Do you want to rebel? I, Yi Jialonger, am a powerful war emperor and a general of the South Sea Corps. Do you want to be exterminated? Everyone in the Yi family roared angrily, but they all stopped halfway through, with a look of disbelief on their faces. The true dragon of the Yi family, the powerful war emperor, but now he is being trampled under the feet of Li Yuntian. At this moment, they were completely awake and their faces turned pale. What is Li Yuntian's strength? How can he trample Yi Long under his feet? Ah! Who are you? Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? I am one of the 108 generals in the South China Sea Army, in charge of an army. You are seeking death. Yi Long roared, and was only shocked by Li Yuntian's strength, but then he felt extremely angry and humiliated. He was a general of the South China Sea Corps, but he was actually trampled underfoot by others. This was a great shame and humiliation. Looking for death? Yes, you are indeed looking for death. Li Yuntian said with a cold face, and then yelled at the door. Blackfeather. I'm here. Hey, you responded and came over so fast that even Yi Long's eyes narrowed suddenly. Kill all those 100 men. Li Yuntian ordered. Yes. 100 people. Damn it, you dare. They are my men, soldiers of the Southern Navy. If you dare to kill them, no matter who you are, the Southern Navy will definitely wipe out your entire clan. Yi Long roared, feeling a little apprehensive and frightened. Who was Li Yuntian? Why did he feel like he was also a soldier? Humph. Li Yuntian snorted coldly, then looked at Yi Qianyu. Qianyu, come here, he just slapped you, now you have to give it back to him. Yuntian, don't, just let him go. His identity is too special. Yi Qianyu said hurriedly, her heart already at a loss. Yi Long, who is of noble status, is actually being stepped on by Li Yuntian. What should he do? Asshole. I'm the leader of an army, and you dare let a woman insult me. Yi Long roared. Crack. Who would have thought that Li Yuntian would break Yi Long's arm with one kick? In an instant, Yi Long screamed. Ah. You're done. You dare to break one of my arms. I'm going to kill you. Yi Long roared, then shouted loudly. Where is the South China Sea Navy? Kill them. As a result, there was silence at the scene and no one responded to Yi Long. Seeing this scene, Yi Long was immediately panicked. Where were his 1,000-man personal guards? Boss, all 900 Southern Marines have been captured. Should we kill them or keep them? At this time, Zhu Chue came to Li Yuntian and said. This is impossible. Yi Long roared, his heart was shocked. All his men were captured. Send him to the frontier and never allow him to return. Li Yuntian ordered. Yes. After hearing this, Yi Long finally got scared. The frontier, the bitter cold land in the northernmost part of the empire, is desolate and miserable, with wild beasts roaming everywhere. It is not a place for humans to stay at all. And more importantly, the person who has the power to exile people directly to the frontier must at least be the governor of a state. You, who are you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the South China Navy by doing this? Yi Long asked with a terrified look on his face. Hearing Yi Long's words, a hint of disdain flashed in Li Yuntian's eyes. He ignored Yi Long and looked at the people of the Yi family. You guys are so brave. Li Yuntian said in a cold voice, with a murderous look on his face. How many chances have I given you, the Yi family? Why do you insist on seeking death? Li Yuntian, I admit that you are very powerful, but you have to know what you are doing. The person you are stepping on is a hero of the empire. He is the one who will be conferred a title by the 6 elders. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Old Madame Yi said with a gloomy expression. She was a little afraid of Li Yuntian's strength, but more angry. That's right, Li Yuntian, it's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize now. Otherwise, when Yi Long bestows the title tomorrow, you can just wait for your clan to be exterminated. Yi Beidu scolded. When talking about tomorrow's conferring ceremony, everyone in the Yi family gradually regained their confidence and started to scold Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian, get off my brother immediately. Then tomorrow your whole family must kneel down and apologize to our Yi family at the conferring ceremony. This is your last chance. Yi Qianrong shouted. So you are so stupid? Li Yintian laughed. He thought that the news spread by the Yi family before was just to take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that this group of idiots actually thought so? Yi Long, an emperor-level being, is just trash. Is he worthy of being conferred a title by 6 elders from the Council of Elders in person? At this moment, Yi Long was also confused. The conferment ceremony? What was going on? How could he not know? To be honest, the Yi family took everything for granted. After Yi Long came back, they did not mention the conferring ceremony, thinking that Yi Long wanted to give them a surprise. But the fact is that Yi Long knew nothing at all. Haha, you guys are a bunch of idiots. No wonder the Yi family is in decline. Li Yintian laughed. Presumptuous. Asshole. Everyone in the Yi family roared in anger. Li Yintian, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are stronger than me? The South China Sea Legion will definitely seek justice for me for what happened today. Yi Long shouted. Li Yintian glanced at Yi Long coldly, and his cold eyes made Yi Long frightened in an instant. What do you want to do? I tell you not to do anything stupid. If you don't want your family to be exterminated, get off me now and kneel down to apologize to me. Yi Long shouted. Li Yintian, you have no chance. You don't even realize that you are about to die. I'm afraid that your biggest backer, the Qingqing Sun family, won't dare to stand up for you this time. Old Madam Yi sneered. Qian Yu, why don't you quickly persuade Li Yintian to kneel down and apologize to us? This is your last chance. Zhang Cuifeng also spoke. At this time, everyone in the Yi family had no idea of the seriousness of the matter and was still dreaming. Ha! You all want to die, I will grant your wish. Li Yintian smiled, then ordered Zhu Chue. Tomorrow, take the Yi family to the ennobling ceremony. Yes. Zhu Chue responded, looking at the Yi family with eyes full of pity. She really wanted to see the expressions of the Yi family members when they knew the truth tomorrow. The investiture ceremony is your biggest trump card, right? Then tomorrow I will destroy your trump card in front of you. Li Yintian sneered, then left with Yi Qianyu. At this time, the Yi family compound was silent. Everyone watched Li Yintian leave, too scared to make a sound. Among the guests present, some smart ones had flickering eyes at this time, as if they had sensed that something was wrong and were sneaking out. Bastard, how can he be so arrogant? Yi Beidu roared after Li Yintian left. Bang. With a loud bang, Yi Beidu was slapped away by Zhu Chue. You're disrespectful to my boss. Damn it. A cold light flashed in Zhu Chue's eyes. How dare you? You are just a subordinate of Li Yintian, and you dare to be so presumptuous. Everyone in the Yi family roared. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Zhu Chue snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and countless figures instantly appeared on the walls surrounding the Yi family compound. Keep an eye on them, don't let them run away. Suzaku ordered. Yes. Many Suzaku army soldiers responded. Who are you? I am a general of the South China Sea Corps. Have you considered the consequences of offending me? Yi Long said to Zhu Chue. But what responded to him was Suzaku's disregard. In the blink of an eye, only the Yi family members were left in the Yi family compound, which was full of guests and very lively just a moment ago. But now it's bleak. The expressions of everyone in the Yi family kept changing, showing fear, anger, and confusion. Why did Li Yintian dare to treat their Yi family so boldly? Is he really not afraid of death? Asshole. Li Yintian. I will remember you. I will pay you back 1,000 times for today's shame. Yi Long roared to the sky. Both of his hands were disabled, but with his current strength and status in the South China Sea Legion, it would not take long for his hands to be healed. At that time, he will definitely lead his army to Luo City. The king returns. Longer, are you okay? Now that things have come to this, you should tell us what tomorrow's conferring ceremony is all about. Old Madam Yi asked with concern. Grandma, I'm fine. This little injury can't do anything to me. Yi Long said, gritting his teeth. Of course, even if something happened, he couldn't go out now. The Yi family was surrounded, and his current strength was not enough to deal with the Suzaku army present. Grandma, what is the conferring ceremony all about? I don't understand what you are saying. Yi Long asked. What? Everyone in the Yi family was shocked when they heard this. Longer, isn't this conferring ceremony prepared for you? Asked old Madame Yi, her voice trembling. Longer, now is not the time to joke. The Yi family has suffered such a great humiliation. Put aside all the military secrets and tell us the truth. Yi Beidou said. Yes, brother. Our family has been preparing for tomorrow for a month. We can't let anything go wrong now. Yi Qianrong also spoke. Her face was pale. Her princess dream depended on tomorrow. Listening to the Yi family members talking at once, Yi Long also learned about the conferring ceremony. The 6 elders of the Imperial Council of Elders came to Luo City in person. This was simply the most grand investiture ceremony in the history of the empire, but how come he knew nothing about it? For a moment, Yi Long was stunned. He could not imagine who could have such a great reputation to be personally conferred a title by the 6 elders. At this time, everyone in the Yi family fell silent, looking at each other with pale faces. Tomorrow's conferring ceremony actually has nothing to do with their Yi family. How is this possible? Their dream of becoming a top family was shattered. Grandma, Dad, don't worry. With my current status, even without this conferring ceremony, my Yi family will be able to prosper in the future. Yi Long spoke. I will call my comrades in the South Sea Corps later and ask them to come over overnight to help me. He's just Li Yuntian. I want him to know what a terrifying existence he has offended. After hearing Yi Long's words, everyone in the Yi family seemed to regain their confidence, and they all shouted and threatened. This made the surrounding Suzaku soldiers very angry, and they wanted to start a massacre immediately. But they remembered Li Yuntian's order to take the Yi family to the enthronement ceremony tomorrow, so they could only endure it. Zhu Que, who was standing at the door, looked at the Yi family with a sneer and shook his head slightly. The boss was right. They were really a bunch of idiots and were still dreaming at this time. Li Yuntian brought Yi Qianyu back home. Although Yi Qianyu witnessed Li Yuntian stepping on Yi Long, she was still frightened and scared. How about our family escape tonight, leave Luocheng, and find a small city to hide our identities? Yi Qianyu said to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian could no longer hold back the impulse in his heart after hearing this, and hugged Yi Qianyu into his arms. Qianyu, believe me, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Just have a good night's sleep now. You will know everything tomorrow. Yi Qianyu's body trembled, but she finally nodded. It might be that Li Yuntian's hug made her feel at ease. Time passed little by little, and Los Angeles was exceptionally quiet late at night. But outside Los Angeles, planes were landing one after another. They were all generals of the Northwest Army. At this moment, each of them was wearing a brand new military uniform and looked excited. Arrange it immediately and give Yun Shui a surprise tomorrow. Qing Long gave instructions to the many generals of the Northwest Army. In an instant, all the Northwestern troops entered Los Angeles. Red rose petals fell from the sky, and countless flowers were placed on both sides of all the roads in Los Angeles. The entire city of Los Angeles seemed to have turned into a city of roses overnight, full of romance and poetry. Early the next morning, Yi Qianyu was taken away by Shen Wenxin. The other party had a mysterious look on her face and her eyes were full of envy. Wow! What is this? After walking out of the room, Yi Qianyu looked at the roses all over the city with a look of surprise. Isn't it a conferring ceremony? Why is it so romantic? Yi Qianyu asked curiously. Maybe the big shot who was awarded the title is getting married today. Shen Wenxin said with tears in her eyes. At this moment, I guess any woman would envy Yi Qianyu, right? How romantic. The bride must be very happy today, right? Yi Qianyu said absent-mindedly. When she was young, she also fantasized about her own wedding. But now, she no longer fantasizes. She already has Tian Tian and Li Yuntian, although Li Yuntian said he wanted to hold a wedding ceremony. But, for her, being together as a family is enough. Qianyu, the bride will not only be happy today, she will be happy for the rest of her life. Shen Wenxin looked at Yi Qianyu and said, then took Yi Qianyu away. In the villa, after watching Shen Wenxin take Yi Qianyu away, Li Yuntian and Tian, one big and one small, walked out stealthily. Tian, your mission today is very important. Tell Daddy, can you complete it? Li Yuntian said with a serious face. Report to Dad, Tian promises to complete the task. Tian shouted, his little face full of determination. As the sun rises in the east, all the residents of Los Angeles have woken up. They are shocked by the roses all over the city. There are roses everywhere and the fragrance of flowers everywhere. The whole city of Los Angeles seems to have turned into a fairy tale world. Is today a conferring ceremony or a wedding? Someone asked in shock. It's possible that they will be held together. Maybe the person being conferred the title will take this opportunity to get married. It's so romantic. Using an entire city to hold a wedding. The bride is so happy. Countless people envy her. In the center of Los Angeles, a sacred and solemn platform has been built, symbolizing the majesty of the empire. Before the conferring ceremony started, countless people had already arrived. Heads of aristocratic families, media from all walks of life, and celebrities. All the big shots who were rarely seen in the past were present at this moment. This was a grand ceremony that attracted worldwide attention, and the attention of countless top families in the entire empire was focused on the watching. If Li Yuntian had not asked in advance not to be too ostentatious, the heads of all the top families in the empire would probably have arrived long ago. Pass the order down. No photos or videos can be taken at today's ceremony. Tell the media that they can report on Yun Shuai's coronation, but they must not spread any photos of Yun Shuai's family. The third elder gave instructions to the governor of Qingzhou. Li Yuntian is the pillar of the empire and the patron saint of the empire's northwest border. Therefore, the empire did a very good job of keeping everything about Li Yuntian confidential. Everyone only knows Yun Shuai, but apart from the 6 elders of the empire and some adults, the only people who have actually seen Li Yuntian are the enemies of the empire. Moreover, not to mention, after today, Li Yuntian's wife and daughter will also show up. If the enemy knows this, they will probably try to retaliate against Li Yuntian's wife and daughter. They can't deal with Li Yuntian, but they will not let go of any chance to attack Li Yuntian. Therefore, the empire attaches great importance to this ceremony. Buzz. A horn sounded on the platform, and the 6 elders of the empire arrived one after another. The crowd cheered. You have to know that even in their lifetime, few ordinary people would have the chance to meet one of these 6 people. Not to mention that I met 6 of them directly today. Of course, with the appearance of the 6 elders, the real protagonist has not yet appeared, which makes countless people full of doubts. Who will accept the imperial title? The 6 elders have all arrived, but that person hasn't come out yet. Isn't he being too arrogant? Countless people were guessing, expecting, and excited. Their intuition told them that the protagonist who was to receive the title today must be of an incredibly powerful background. At the same time, the Yi family and their entourage were also led away by the Suzaku army. Seeing the drastic changes in Luoqing, everyone in the Yi family was filled with envy and jealousy. How great it would be if the person who was awarded the title was Yi Long from their Yi family. In this way, their Yi family will definitely become the focus of everyone's attention today. At the same time, they also had doubts in their minds, that is, what did Li Yuntian mean by having people take them to the conferring ceremony? A group of people from the Yi family were taken to a corner of the ceremony. As soon as they arrived, they attracted countless gazes, some curious, some mocking, and some sneering. This made the Yi family members feel embarrassed and extremely ashamed and angry. When a few of my friends from the South China Sea Navy arrive, I'll see who dares to underestimate my Yi family. Yi Long snorted coldly, his eyes full of coldness. Yesterday he had called several good generals of the South China Sea Corps and asked them to come overnight. Once they arrived, he would make sure that Li Yuntian would be killed without a burial place. When the Yi family heard this, they forced themselves to face the people around them with proud expressions. They understand that the humiliation they suffer now will make them feel proud later. As the trumpets sounded on the conferring platform, the guards of the Imperial Council of Elders pushed through the crowd and cleared a path to the platform. Suddenly, the crowd became excited because they knew that the real protagonist was about to appear. They looked around curiously, wanting to know who could have such a great honor. Send word to the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Army, Marshal Yun, to come forward and confer the title. Boom. As a voice came from the high platform, the whole city of Los Angeles was boiling in an instant. It turned out to be Yun Shuai, the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Legion, the defending King of the Northwest, the great hero of the Empire. It turned out to be his investiture ceremony. Suddenly, cheers broke out from the crowd all around, and they roared with excitement. Because they guessed the real purpose of this conferring ceremony. That means Yun Shuai will be crowned king. The only king bestowed with a title in the Empire in 300 years. No wonder the 6 elders came in person. Looking at the entire empire, perhaps only Marshal Yun could have such honor. At this moment, countless people present were shouting various names of Li Yuntian in celebration. Li Yuntian's deeds have long become a legend in the empire. They could not have imagined that today they would have such a great honor to witness the important moment when Yun Shuai was crowned king. At this moment, countless people in Luocheng regretted in their hearts. If they had known that it was the ceremony for Marshal Yun to be crowned king, they should have prepared for it. Previously they thought that this conferring ceremony was grand enough, but now after knowing the truth, they feel it is a bit simple. How could it be so easy for Yun Shuai to be crowned king? There were too few people watching the ceremony, and the momentum was too small. The whole country should celebrate. Li Yuntian, wearing armor and a mask, walked slowly towards the platform. The excited crowds on both sides shouted and knelt on one knee to show their respect. Greetings, Marshal Yun. Congratulations to Yuntian for becoming king. Earth-shaking shouts rang out. These were the most sincere voices in their hearts. Because they know that the reason they have the stable life they have now is all because there is a patron saint on the most dangerous northwest border of the empire. That's Yun Shuai. He guarded the northwestern frontier of the empire for 5 years. During these 5 years, he led the northwestern army to defeat enemy armies many times, and no enemy could cross the border. At the most glorious moment, defeating the coalition forces of 6 enemy countries with the strength of a single army, such an amazing record was simply a miracle. How could they not respect such a hero? As Li Yuntian walked onto the platform, the 6 elders came forward one after another, their faces filled with joy. The Grand Elder of the Empire, Sheng Tian, held the crown in both hands and spoke to Li Yuntian with excitement. With the approval of the Imperial Council of Elders, from today on, he will be the Commander-in-Chief of the Northwest Army and the King of the Northwest. Grant the Northwest King's Palace, and all the 9 states in the Northwest will be under the jurisdiction of the King of the Northwest. Within the Empire, the power of the King of the Northwest is only under that of the Council of Elders. He has the right to participate in any matter in the Empire, and the Council of Elders has no right to interfere with the actions of the King of the Northwest. I hope that the King of the Northwest will stay in the Kyushu region of the Northwest forever and protect the peace of the Empire. In an instant, countless exclamations were heard. Anyone with a little intelligence can understand the meaning of the Great Elder's words. In other words, from now on, the Northwest Palace will be the second power institution in the Empire after the Council of Elders. Moreover, the King of the Northwest is in charge of the 9 states in the Northwest, and the Council of Elders has no right to interfere with the actions of the King of the Northwest. This clearly tells the world that the King of the Northwest can obey orders but not decrees in the future. This is simply an enormous honor. The 4 royal families that have existed in the Empire for a long time do not have these powers at all. In other words, from today on, the King of Northwest will be the one with the greatest power and the highest status among the 5 thrones of the Empire. Of course, the person who was conferred the title was their hero, Yun Shuai, so everyone present did not feel it was unfair, but were happy instead. In the entire Empire, only Marshal Yun has such power and status. We congratulate the King of the Northwest and pay our respects to the King of the Northwest. The crowd knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, and the emotions were fanatical. Even Li Yuntian was extremely surprised. Originally, he didn't care much about the throne of the Northwest, but who would have thought that the Council of Elders would give him so much face and give him such great power and status? This made it so that even if he wanted to rebel, he would be too embarrassed to do so. I, Li Yuntian, accept the Empire's canonization and will guard the Northwest forever from now on. As long as I am here, I will never let the enemy cross the Empire's border. Li Yuntian said seriously that this was his promise. Li Yintian's voice spread throughout Los Angeles through the radio, and at this moment countless people cheered excitedly. The real name of the King of the Northwest is Li Yintian. They were extremely excited. Not only did they know the real name of the King of the Northwest today, but they also witnessed the most grand coronation ceremony in the history of the empire. They would be able to see the real face of the King of the Northwest later. You know, in the past, the King of the Northwest always wore a mask, and what was shown on TV was always his majestic back, and no one had ever seen his real face. But today, they saw it. Of course, among the fanatical crowd, only the Yi family was extremely quiet. They were all pale and trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear and regret. Li Yintian, he is actually Yun Shui. He is the King of Northwest. At this moment, many members of the Yi family collapsed to the ground in fear, and old Madame Yi even fainted from fear. Son-in-law, the King of the Northwest is my good son-in-law. Let me out. I want to witness my son-in-law's coronation ceremony. Zhang Cuifang and her husband shouted excitedly and tried to break out, but were ruthlessly stopped by the Suzaku army. How dare you? Do you know who I am? My daughter is the woman of the King of the Northwest, and I am the mother-in-law of the King of the Northwest. Zhang Cuifang roared. Humph, if it was a month ago, you would have had such an opportunity, but now, you have missed it. Suzaku snorted coldly. For a moment, Zhang Cuifang's face was filled with regret, her face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground. Yes, she missed the opportunity. He remembered what Li Yintian had said before, if you behave like a good grandmother, even if you are pretending, I will ensure that you will live a prosperous and wealthy life for the rest of your life. But she destroyed it. At the same time, the Yi family felt extremely regretful. They thought of what Li Yintian said yesterday. I gave you several chances, but why did you choose to die? In the hotel where the conferring ceremony was held, Yi Qinyu wore a bright red wedding dress and looked at her beautiful self in the mirror, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. When Xin, what is this dress? It's so beautiful. Yi Qinyu said. In fact, she had already guessed that this should be a wedding dress, but she didn't know the details. Her eyes became moist at the thought that she would never have the chance to walk down the aisle. Qinyu, how about we play a game? I'll give you a big surprise later. Shen Wenxin said. Then, regardless of Yi Qinyu's objections, he put a blindfold and headphones on the other person. Qinyu, I'm going to take you for a walk next time. Don't take off your headphones and eye mask, otherwise I'll be angry. Shen Wenxin said, and then played a song for Yi Qinyu's headphones. Wenxin, what are you going to do? Stop playing, I'm a little nervous. Yi Qinyu said, feeling a little uneasy, but still let Shen Wenxin pull her away. At the same time, at the conferring ceremony, the great elder Sheng Tian suddenly spoke. Citizens of the Empire, there is something that requires your cooperation. I would like everyone to be quiet for 10 minutes to welcome our other protagonist today. Princess of the Northwest. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. At this moment, they all understood that the rose petals in Luo Cheng were prepared by the King of the Northwest for the Princess of the Northwest. It's so romantic. I didn't expect that the most powerful hero in the world would have such a tender side. The scene gradually became quiet, and no one made a sound. On the avenue leading to the ceremony platform, Shen Wenxin slowly appeared holding Yi Qinyu's hand. At this moment, the air seemed to be quiet and the whole scene was silent. The person in the red wedding dress is another protagonist today, the Princess of the Northwest. So beautiful. At this moment, there are no words to describe Yi Qinyu's beauty. Perhaps only a beauty like this is worthy of being the great hero of the empire. Yi Qinyu followed Shen Wenxin step by step. Wherever they passed, people on both sides of the road bowed, their eyes full of blessings. Qinyu, my daughter. Woo. In the crowd, Zhang Cuifang just shouted loudly, trying to attract Yi Qinyu's attention, but her mouth was immediately covered by Suzaku. At the same time, countless murderous eyes in the entire square looked over here, full of anger. If you want to die now, I will grant your wish. Zhu Chue said, gritting his teeth, with a murderous look on his face. Zhang Cuifang's eyes were filled with horror as she watched Yi Qinyu's back gradually recede into the distance. She had ruined her dream of wealth and glory. At this moment, the Yi family members were already in despair, their faces were pale. It turns out that the Yi family's real opportunity has always been with them, but they did not cherish it. In the crowd, Yi Qianrong had a dazed look on her face and kept shaking her head. She didn't believe this was true. She was obviously the princess and the protagonist who was being watched by everyone. But now, Yi Qianyu, whom she had always looked down upon and targeted, turned out to be the person she dreamed of. Yi Qianyu was brought to the platform, and then Shen Wenqin left. When Xin, where are you going? Can I take off the blindfold? Yi Qianyu asked. At this moment, the 6 elders of the empire remained silent and watched this scene with a smile. Li Yuntian walked forward slowly. At the same time, Tian, dressed in a princess dress, ran out from the corner of the platform with a ring in her hand. Li Yuntian took off Yi Qianyu's blindfold and headphones, then knelt on one knee with a ring in his hand. Yuntian, where are you? Oh my god, what happened? Yi Qianyu looked at everything unfamiliar around her, her eyes filled with panic. Qianyu, I said I would tell you everything when the time is right. Now is the time for me to confess. Li Yuntian said, looking at Yi Qianyu affectionately. I am Yun Shuai, the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Army. I have now been conferred the title of King of the Northwest by the Empire. Today is my conferment ceremony, and it is also the day when my promise to hold a wedding for you will come true. Yi Qianyu, will you marry me? For a moment, everyone present held their breath, but they were shouting in their hearts. Marry him. I. Yi Qianyu panicked, tears streaming from her eyes. She was afraid that all this was not real, that this was just a dream. Everything happened so suddenly that she couldn't accept it all at once. Mom, please agree to it. If you don't agree to Dad, what should I do? Tian on the side shouted hurriedly, making the little guy anxious. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. At this moment, the crowd in the square was also shouting and the emotions were high. Haha, Ms. Yi, just agree to the King of the Northwest. We 6 old men will personally act as matchmakers. If you don't agree, we will lose all our face. The great elder Shengtian said with a smile. Several other elders also spoke up, their tones filled with kindness. They were probably more concerned than anyone else about Yi Qianyu marrying Li Yuntian, because in their opinion, Li Yuntian had a wife and daughter, and from then on they had a bond, so he would no longer have the idea of rebelling. I do. Yi Qianyu said with tears in her eyes, and then threw herself into Li Yuntian's arms. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, 5 years, a full 5 years. She didn't ask for Li Yuntian's noble status, nor did she care whether Li Yuntian was the king of the Northwest. What she cared about was that the men in front of her loved her and gave her a wedding that she would never forget. The crowd in the square cheered, the sound was deafening. Boom. 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 At this moment, powerful auras burst out from all around the platform. They were the generals of the Northwest Army. Commander-in-Chief of the Qinglong Corps of the Northwest Army, congratulations to the King of the Northwest on his wedding. Commander-in-Chief of the Northwest Army Xuanwu Corps, congratulations to the King of the Northwest on his wedding. 3,000 warriors of the Northwest Army congratulate the King of the Northwest on his wedding. Figures appeared all around. They were all strong men from the Northwest Army. At this moment, they all knelt on one knee to congratulate Li Yuntian on his wedding. Governor of Qingzhou Qinghai and Commander of the Qingzhou Army Wang Meng congratulate the King of the Northwest on his wedding. In the distance, Qinghai and Wang Meng also shouted in unison. All the people in the square started to speak up, their voices shaking the sky. Congratulations to the King of the Northwest on his wedding. At this moment, the entire city of Los Angeles was cheering and congratulating Li Yuntian on his wedding. Amid the congratulations, Li Yuntian put the ring on Yi Qianyu's hand. From now on, you are my wife and the love of my life. Li Yuntian promised. The two embraced each other amidst the blessings and then kissed. Oh! Shame on you. Tian on the side quickly covered his eyes. At the same time, in this extremely lively and festive occasion, only the Yi family members were pale and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Even Yi Long, who was full of confidence at the beginning, was now dazed and looked terrified. What on earth did the Yi family do? What on earth did they miss? The enormous wealth was forcibly pushed out by their Yi family. The wedding was over, Yi Qianyu was named Princess of the Northwest, and Tian Tian was named Princess of Yongnan. It can be said that this time the empire gave Li Yuntian enough face. On this day, the whole city of Los Angeles was partying and celebrating. Li Yuntian and his family returned to the villa amid congratulations. As for the Yi family, he didn't even look at them from beginning to end. In the evening, Li Yuntian, who was a little drunk, returned from outside the city. The generals of the Northwest Army were partying outside the city. As the protagonist of the day, he had to entertain them. Fortunately, these guys were sensible and did not give Li Yuntian too much alcohol, otherwise the big event that night would not have been accomplished. Li Yuntian ran to Yi Qianyu's room with a happy face, thinking that he could do something. But when he saw his daughter lying in the middle of the bed, his face dropped. What? Are you unhappy? Someone wants to do something bad, but there is a little light bulb. Yi Qianyu was amused by Li Yuntian's appearance, but her face was blushing at this time, and she was obviously very nervous. Hee, that's not the case. Li Yuntian smiled awkwardly and prepared to turn around and leave. Where are you going? Yi Qianyu asked hurriedly. I'm going back to my room to sleep. I can't kick my precious daughter out, can I? Li Yuntian said with a wry smile. Since he came back, he has been sleeping downstairs while his wife and daughter sleep upstairs. You, just sleep here, our family will sleep together. Yi Qianyu said with a blushing face. Li Yuntian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this, and he stared at Yi Qianyu with fiery eyes. You are not allowed to have any other ideas. The child is here. Seeing this, Yi Qianyu glared at Li Yuntian fiercely. You mean, now that the child is gone I can have other ideas? Li Yuntian said with a flash in his eyes. You. Yi Qianyu's face turned even redder. She simply ignored Li Yuntian and went straight to bed and fell asleep. Hee. Li Yuntian smiled and went to bed. Although there was Tian Tian between them, the ambiguous atmosphere in the room became stronger and stronger. Go to sleep and don't think about anything else. Yi Qianyu said with a red face, burying her head in the quilt. Li Yuntian smiled silently. Although he hadn't accomplished anything big, it was pretty good for him now. Because this was the first time that the three of them slept together, his heart was filled with happiness at this moment. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. When Tian Tian woke up, she found her parents sleeping with her, and she jumped around on the bed happily. Dad, will you sleep with me and Mom every day in the future? Tian Tian asked with an innocent look on his face. Yes at this stage, but when Tian Tian grows up, he won't. Li Yuntian said. Seeing this, Yi Qianyu glared at Li Yuntian fiercely. The child is still young. What does this guy mean by saying these things? Are you so anxious? The family of three got up one after another, and at noon, Heiyu came to the villa. Boss, the Yi family and some people from the noble families in Luo City are all kneeling outside Hentang Manor. They are here to apologize. Heiyu said, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. People from other families. Li Yuntian raised his eyebrows. Yes, they have troubled the princess and Princess Tian Tian before, so they came here to apologize. Heiyu responded. Humph. You have a keen eye. Li Yuntian snorted coldly. He had originally thought that he would have time to personally settle accounts with those who had bullied his wife and daughter, but he did not expect that these people would actually come and plead guilty on their own initiative. The Yi family will imprison the Yi family compound and will never be allowed out. As for the others, those who bullied my wife and daughter will all have one arm cut off and be exiled to the frontier, and their families will have half of their property confiscated. Li Yuntian ordered that he was too lazy to meet those people. They were just a bunch of ants and not worthy of him meeting them in person. Yes. Heiyu responded and left. Yi Qianyu heard all the conversation between Li Yuntian and Heiyu, but she did not stop them. The Yi family had already broken her heart, and she knew that this outcome for the Yi family was already very good. Outside Hentang Manor, a crowd of people were kneeling on the ground. When they heard about Heiyu's execution, except for the Yi family, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The Yi family members all looked pale and desperate. No. I want to see my daughter, I want to see my son-in-law, I'm the mother-in-law of the King of the Northwest, the mother of the princess of the Northwest. He can't do this to me. Zhang Cuifang shouted with a crazy look on her face. She didn't want to be trapped in the Yi family forever. She didn't want to lose the wealth and glory. Originally, she thought that as long as she cried in front of Yi Qianyu, the other party would soften his heart and maybe forgive her. But who would have thought that she didn't even have the chance to meet Yi Qianyu? If I had known this would happen, I would have never done it. Heiyu snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and the Suzaku soldiers present took the Yi family away one after another. At this moment, the Yi family members were filled with remorse. They were trapped in the Yi family forever. From then on, all the Yi family members would eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep in the Yi family compound until their death. In fact, this result is already very light. At least the Yi family was not exterminated. But they regret it and they feel sad. Originally, the Yi family shouldn't be like this. Pa. Old Madame Yi slapped Yi Qianrong hard, her face full of hatred. Grandma. Yi Qianrong was stunned, her expression full of disbelief. Don't call me grandma, I don't have a granddaughter like you. If it weren't for your jealousy, why would Qianyu be so indifferent to the Yi family? Why would my Yi family be like this? Old Madame Yi scolded, her body shaking with anger. Is it because of me? Yi Qianrong looked incredulous. Yes, if it weren't for you, the Yi family would have definitely prospered this time, said old Madame Yi. Ha ha, is it because of me? Ha ha ha. Yi Qianrong laughed. Anyway, the Yi family no longer had any chance of rising, so she just gave up. Old thing, don't just blame me. Do you dare to say that you really treat Yi Qianyu as your own granddaughter? If it weren't for your indulgence of me, why would the Yi family be in this state? You still have the nerve to blame me, bah. Old immortal thing. Yi Qianrong cursed, her dream of being a princess was shattered, and now she didn't care about anything anymore. You bastard, what did you say to me? How dare you scold me, you don't know the difference between respect and inferiority. Old Madame Yi widened her eyes with an expression of disbelief. What's wrong with scolding you? The Yi family is finished. From now on, all of us will be trapped in that small courtyard and die of old age. What else do I care about? Yi Qianrong said, respect and inferiority. It will be useless in the future. You bastard, I'll beat you to death. Old Madame Yi cursed and raised her cane to hit Yi Qianrong. You old immortal, you dare to hit me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yi Qianrong roared, and moved her hands left and right towards old Madame Yi, and the two of them entangled with each other. Seeing this scene, no one from the other Yi family members tried to stop it, their eyes were filled with indifference. Yi Qianrong was right in one thing. From now on, they will all grow old and die in the Yi family. All respects and upbringings will be of no use. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since Li Yintian's conferment ceremony. Because Luo Qing already knew about the existence of the King of the Northwest, this caused a lot of inconvenience in their family's life. There's nothing we can do about it, the people of Los Angeles are too enthusiastic. So Li Yintian and his family moved to Qingqing to settle down. At the same time, the entire empire was in an uproar over the enthronement of the King of the Northwest. They were shocked by the enormous power of the King of the Northwest, but also regretted that they could not witness the investiture ceremony in person. After all that was circulated were text and another photo of the King of the Northwest's back. The empire did a very good job of keeping the secret of Li Yintian's wife and daughter, because until now, no news about them has leaked out. On this day, Li Yintian summoned Heiyu and Zhu Que, his expression extremely cold. It's time to take action. The revenge for the extermination of the Fong family should be settled. Li Yintian said. The Ma and Song families, haha, they annexed the Fong family back then, now let them spit it out. When Li Yintian fled to Qingqing, he was taken in by his good brother Fong Yan. But in the end, his existence was revealed to the people who were chasing him by Fong Yan's fiancée Ma Rong, causing the Fong family to suffer heavy losses in their efforts to protect him. What made Li Yintian hate even more was that the Ma family and the Song family actually took advantage of that opportunity to destroy the Fong family. More than 300 people in the Fong family were all killed. Boss, tonight is the birthday of the old man of the Ma family. The key figures of both the Song and Ma families are present, including Ma Rong and Song Jia. He Yu responded. Haha, they seem to be living quite well. Li Yuntian sneered, then gave orders to He Yu. Prepare a coffin. I want to give them a big gift on behalf of the Fong family tonight. Yes. He Yu responded, his murderous intent boiling. Today, the Song family and the Ma family have become among the top families in Qingqing with the help of the assets they acquired from the Fong family. The comprehensive strength of the two families ranks in the top 10. Moreover, because the relationship between the two families is particularly close, even the Sun family, which had long been destroyed by Li Yuntian, was unwilling to be enemies with the two families when they were around. It can be said that the Qingqing business world today is dominated by the Song and Ma families. When the two families unite, no other family dares to compete with them. This day was the birthday of the old man of the Ma family, and the Qingqing Hotel, the most luxurious and high-end hotel in Qingqing, had already been booked. The banquet was already full before it even started, with countless celebrities from Qingqing coming to congratulate. Even the governor's office sent gifts. It can be said that the whole Qingqing was in motion when the old man of the Ma family held a birthday banquet, and it was a huge event. As the sky gradually darkened, the huge banquet hall was brightly lit and people were coming and going. On the deepest stage in the banquet hall, Mr. Ma was wearing a bright red tang suit, with a look of joy on his face. Grandpa, I wish you a long life and happiness. A young couple walked over. The man was handsome and the woman was attractive. They were a perfect match. Haha, the golden dragon and phoenix of my Ma and Song families are here. The old man said excitedly, looking at the man and woman with eyes full of love. These two people are Song Jia and Ma Rong, one is the young master of the Song family, and the other is the daughter of the Ma family. 5 years ago, it was because of their matchmaking that the Song and Ma families were able to join forces to destroy the Fong family. Since then, the two families have soared to success and have now become the true overlords of Qingqing. During the banquet, with the arrival of Song Jia and Ma Rong, the whole hall became more lively, and countless guests came to greet them. There is no other reason, because these two people are now the powerful figures of the two families and have noble status. Song Jia and Ma Rong's faces were filled with pride. 5 years ago, who would have thought that these two young people could become some of the most important figures in Qingqing? The higher their achievements are now, the more they feel that their action of joining forces to destroy the Fong family was right. At the same time, outside the Qingqing Hotel, Ma Rong's younger brother Ma Chang was greeting the incoming guests at the door with a cynical look on his face. Master Ma, look. Damn, what is this guy carrying? A bodyguard said hurriedly to Ma Chang, then pointed in a direction. At one end of the street, Li Yuntian, dressed in black and with a white cloth wrapped around his arm, was walking slowly towards us. Behind him were 4 Suzaku soldiers carrying a pitch-black coffin. At the entrance of the banquet, many guests who had just arrived stopped and were shocked when they saw Li Yuntian and his group. What does this person want to do? On the birthday of the old man of the Ma family, he actually passed by here with a coffin. Is he looking for death? How dare you? Go break their legs. No matter if these bastards are here to cause trouble or just passing by, make them kneel down at the door and confess their crimes. Ma Chang said with a gloomy face. Everyone in Qingqing knew that his grandfather was holding a birthday banquet here today, and now a group of people appeared carrying a coffin. This was clearly a slap in the face of their Ma family. How could the Ma family ignore such a provocation? Upon hearing this, the 6 bodyguards quickly rushed towards Li Yuntian and others with murderous looks on their faces. Stop. The old man of the Ma family is holding a birthday party ahead. Do you want to die by coming here? You are so presumptuous. You are a bunch of ignorant people. You dare to cause trouble at Mr. Ma's birthday party. Do you want to be exterminated? The 6 bodyguards roared in anger and then took decisive action. They were all bodyguards hired by the Ma family at a high price. They were extremely powerful and one of them only needed to make one move to break all the legs of these people. Get out. Seeing that the 6 bodyguards were about to take action, Li Yuntian's eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out instantly. Boom. In an instant, the 6 bodyguards were all sent flying before they could even touch Li Yuntian, as if they had been punched in the stomach out of nowhere. They fell to the ground one after another, screaming in agony. For a moment, everyone at the banquet entrance was stunned, and they looked at Li Yunqian with incredible eyes. Just by saying, "Get out," all 6 bodyguards hired by the Ma family at a high price fell to the ground. How terrifying and powerful is this person? But the next moment, everyone felt a little sympathy for Li Yunqian, who beat up the Ma family's people and caused trouble at the old man's birthday. This guy is dead. No matter how powerful this person is, he is like an ant in front of the 2 giants, the Ma family and the Song family. How dare you? You are courting death. Who gave you the courage to hurt someone from my Ma family? Ma Chong was filled with anger as he led his men towards Li Yunqian. He didn't care at all about the strength displayed by Li Yunqian. Under the terrifying background of his Ma family, anyone with good skills is trash. Do you know what you are doing? You carried a coffin to my grandfather's birthday party. Do you want to be exterminated? If you know what's best for you, kneel down and confess your crime, or I'll make you ants regret coming into this world. Ma Chong walked towards Li Yunqian while cursing. At the same time, he took an electric baton from the bodyguard behind him and hit Li Yunqian on the head arrogantly. Bang! Just as Ma Chong was about to hit Li Yunqian with a stick, Li Yunqian kicked him hard, and Ma Chong fell flat on his face. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even the Ma family bodyguards who were originally preparing to join the attack were stunned where they were. The young master of the Ma family was beaten. Ma Chong was stunned. He never thought that the men in front of him would dare to hit him. You have to know that he is the eldest son of the Ma family. Even the enemies of the Ma family generally don't dare to think of hurting him. Because he was injured, there was no doubt that he was ready to fight to the death with the Ma family. Looking at the entire Qingcheng, who dares to do this? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I am Ma Chong, the eldest son of the Ma family. Ma Chong roared, his face looking ferocious. What a shame. He, the eldest son of the Ma family, was beaten in public. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Break all their legs. Ma Chong roared with a fierce look in his eyes. All of a sudden, a large group of Ma family bodyguards rushed towards Li Yunqian with murderous intent on their faces. Humph! Get lost! Li Yunqian roared and took a step forward. Suddenly, the ground shook and a terrifying air wave rushed directly towards the many Ma family bodyguards. Bang! 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 In an instant, the Ma family bodyguards fell to the ground like dumplings, screaming. At this moment, the entire street outside Qingcheng Hotel was quiet. Many people turned pale with fear. It's over. This time, the young man in black has really caused a big disaster. He has poked the sky of Qingcheng. Does he really not know what he is doing? Beating Ma Chong and provoking the Ma family is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Song and Ma families. This is like wanting to die without a burial place. Li Yunqian had a cold expression and walked towards Ma Chong step by step. You, don't come over here, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, you're dead. Your whole family is dead this time. You beat me and caused trouble at my grandfather's birthday party. This time, even God can't save you. Ma Chong shouted loudly, his face looked ferocious, and he was both afraid and angry. But Li Yunqian was obviously unwilling to talk to this kind of small fry, so he grabbed the other person's collar and walked towards Qingcheng Hotel as if he was carrying a chicken. The people around were frightened and moved away, making way. Asshole! Let me go. Do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? Ma Chong roared, his face full of humiliation. He had never been insulted like this in his life. But Li Yunqian ignored the other party. When he walked to the door of the banquet hall, he waved his hand and threw Ma Chong in. Bang! In the banquet hall, Ma Chong smashed a table, and the loud noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. All of a sudden, countless sounds of people gasping for air were heard. The young master of the Ma family was thrown in here. Who is so bold? Does he want to die? I heard that it's the old man's birthday in the Ma family, so I came here on behalf of my brother to give him a gift. Li Yunqian appeared at the entrance of the hall, then lifted the coffin behind him with one hand and threw it directly in. Bang! The black coffin landed accurately on the stage deep in the hall and stopped in front of the old men of the Ma family. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall was silent, and everyone looked at Li Yuntian with disbelief in their eyes. This guy is crazy. It's the old man of the Ma family's birthday, and you gave him a coffin. This completely offended the Ma family. Presumptuous. You bastard. You're causing trouble at my father's birthday party, young man. Do you want your entire clan to be killed? The Ma family members who had come to their senses roared in anger, each with an angry look on their face. This is a provocation. This is a shame. Sending a coffin to their old man's birthday party shows that they don't take the Ma family seriously at all. The Song and Ma families are one. Young man, do you know how much trouble you have caused? The old man of the Song family said in a cold voice, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this coffin is for your Song and Ma families. Li Yuntian sneered. For a moment, everyone in the Song and Ma families was angry. Provocation. This is a provocation. This is going to be a war. At the same time, the guests present were also frightened and provoked the Song and Ma families at the same time. This young man was so courageous. This is going to blow the sky away. How dare you? Come here, chop him into meat paste. The old men of the Ma family roared, staring at Li Yuntian fiercely. Suddenly, a large number of bodyguards rushed into the hall, each holding a weapon and with murderous looks on their faces. Cripple his limbs, don't kill him first. As for the 4 people behind him, kill them all, added Old Master Song. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of bodyguards from both families rushed towards Li Yuntian. Haha, grandson, I asked you to hit me before, do you know now what kind of trouble you have caused? Ma Chong shouted arrogantly with a look of satisfaction on his face. The people from the Song and Ma families also relaxed their expressions and looked disdainful. If you want to provoke these 2 families, it depends on whether you are worthy enough. Seeing a large number of bodyguards surrounding Li Yuntian and 4 other men, everyone seemed to see the scene of Li Yuntian with his limbs broken and crawling on the ground begging for mercy. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened with shock on their faces. Li Yuntian just waved his hand, and the 4 Suzaku army soldiers behind him moved instantly. They pounced on the bodyguards of the Song and Ma families like 4 ferocious tigers. All of a sudden, screams were heard, and the bodyguards of the Song and Ma families fell to the ground screaming, as if they were rabbits encountering their natural enemies. In the blink of an eye, the area within a dozen meters around where Li Yuntian stood was filled with fallen bodyguards. The 4 Suzaku army soldiers also returned behind Li Yuntian, as if they had not taken action just now. At this moment, the entire banquet hall was eerily quiet, without a single sound. Everyone felt a chill on their backs and was terrified. They looked at Li Yuntian with eyes full of horror. Who is this person? What is the origin? Gudong. Ma Chong swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and crawled to the back with a pale face. He was scared. The people from the Song and Ma families fell silent. They admitted that the young man in front of them was worthy of being their opponent. Young man, who are you? Why are you causing trouble at my birthday party? The old man of the Ma family spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'm just a man avenging his brother. Li Yuntian spoke slowly, then walked around the Song and Ma families and continued speaking. Do you still remember the Fong family? Boom. Suddenly, the faces of the people from the Song and Ma families changed drastically when they heard this, the Fong family. How could they not remember? The reason their 2 families were where they are now was all because of their wise move to destroy the Fong family. Of course they remember the Fong family. Compared with the changes in the Song and Ma families, the other people in the hall looked confused. What is the relationship between the Fong family and the Song and Ma families? Because the methods used by the Song and Ma families were rather sinister, not many people in Qingqing knew the truth about the tragic extermination of the Fong family. Everyone thought that the Fong family was being retaliated by their enemies. Who are you? The Fong family disappeared 5 years ago. What are you looking for from the Song and Ma families? Mr. Ma pretended to be calm and said that the truth about the demise of the Fong family must never be revealed, otherwise it would deal a heavy blow to the reputation of both families. Oh, why did I come to you? I am delivering a coffin to both of your families on behalf of my brother Fong Yan. Don't you understand? Li Yintian said sarcastically, his eyes extremely cold. After hearing Li Yintian's words, there was a commotion in the hall instantly. Many people looked at the Song and Ma families. Could it be that the destruction of the Fong family was related to the Song and Ma families? Asshole! Young man, stop talking nonsense. If you want to provoke our two families, just say so. It's really shameless to find some irrelevant reasons to discredit our two families. Mr. Ma roared, his face flushed with anger. The people from the other two families also scolded him. Fong Yan was once my beloved. You shameless men, you are using the name of my beloved to smear my Ma family. What is your intention? Ma Rong said with tears in her eyes. It immediately aroused the sympathy of countless people. Yes, Mr. Fong and Miss Ma were a match made in heaven. I'm afraid Miss Ma must have been very distressed when the Fong family was destroyed. This young man has gone too far. If he wants to deal with the Song and Ma families, he should fight them openly. Using these despicable means is too despicable. Oh, is he worthy of being a rival to the Song and Ma families? The people brought by the two families today are just ordinary bodyguards. Their foundation has not been touched at all. Everyone present was talking about it, and the Song and Ma family's expressions gradually eased after hearing these words. Young man, no matter what your reason is for coming to our two families, the feud has already been formed. Are you ready to be exterminated? Mr. Ma sneered with a look of disdain. No one has dared to provoke our Song and Ma families for many years. It seems that it is time to show the world the terrifying power of our two families. Old Master Song also added. Everyone present looked at Li Yintian with eyes full of disdain and pity. The only outcome of fighting with the Song and Ma families is death. Are you guys too fanciful? I came here today just to tell you a result, not to listen to your nonsense. Li Yintian said in a cold tone. Starting from tonight, everything you got in the Fong family will be gone from you. 3 days. I will only give you 3 days. During these 3 days, I will let you know what despair is. Also, within these 3 days, you must issue a statement, explaining the truth behind the annihilation of the Fong family, and then wait to be exterminated by me. After Li Yintian finished speaking, the entire hall became quiet again. Many people feel as if they are dreaming. What do they hear? This young man actually wants to wipe out the Song and Ma families in 3 days. Is he crazy or has he come to the wrong set? Can you destroy such huge families as the Song and Ma families just by saying so? At this moment, many people had mocking expressions on their faces. Many people from the Song and Ma families were so angry that they laughed. Haha, young man, your ignorance is beyond my imagination. Anyone can say big words, but have you ever considered the consequences of saying these words? The old man of the Ma family sneered. Do you think that if you offend our two families, we will let you live through the night? Li Yintian sneered and shook his head, then turned and left, and the voice rang out at the same time. From now on, prepare yourself for fear. Asshole! How dare you? Who gave you the courage to leave? Suddenly, the angry cursing from the Song and Ma families and Li Yintian's cold attitude made them feel extremely humiliated. But Li Yintian was walking further and further away, and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The old man of the Ma family was so angry that his expression was ferocious and he shouted loudly. Gather the men and bring him back to me immediately. If the Song and Ma families don't show their might, do you really think we are sick tigers? Contact the governor's office and seal off the city. Even if we have to dig 3 feet deep into the ground today, we must find this bastard. The key figures of the two families roared in anger and picked up the phone to call for help. Someone caused trouble at the birthday party of the old man of the Ma family, but the enemy left calmly. If this gets out, where will the face of the two families be? The guests in the hall were all very cautious, their hearts filled with shock. The Song and Ma families were angry, the sleeping lion had awakened, and the sky of Qingqing was in chaos. Just as the Song and Ma families were calling for help on the phone angrily, a figure ran in hurriedly. Oh no, 2 old men, the 6 factories that our 2 companies jointly invested in have just been sealed by the Qingzhou army. In an instant, the hall was quiet. You, what did you say? Ma Rong rushed up to the person and asked loudly. The 6 factories jointly invested by the 2 companies were exactly the 6 factories that they occupied from the Fong family back then. It's closed. All employees in the factory were driven out by the Qingzhou army. The gate is sealed and heavily guarded, the visitor said again. How is this possible? What right does the Qingzhou army have to blockade our factory? Ma Rong's face changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, a member of the Song family's phone rang and he quickly answered it. What? The Tax and Commerce Department is asking to inspect the company's taxes now. At this moment, the faces of both families changed. The tax issue cannot withstand investigation. The 2 families once used their own companies to launder the Fong family's money. Dad, the 6 nightclubs under our Song family's name have also been closed down. They said they found prohibited items. At this time, the head of the Song family also received a call and hurriedly spoke. There are also several casinos run by my Ma family. A group of people just came and smashed them all. My Song family's elite bodyguards encountered a group of men in black on the way here, and they were all injured. What? For a moment, the key figures of the Song and Ma families were all in a state of panic. The old man of the Ma family was so shocked that he stood up from the armchair with a pale face. He was filled with shock. Could it be that young man did all this? Who was he? You know, even if the 2 families join forces, they can't do all this in such a short time. At this moment, the eyes of the guests in the hall flickered. They originally thought that this was a chance for the Song and Ma families to show their power again. But who would have thought that the Song and Ma families suffered multiple blows in succession before they could even take action? This was too shocking for them. Could it be that the Song and Ma families had really hit a wall this time? As the industries of the Song and Ma families suffered successive blows, the faces of the people from the 2 families changed. They no longer had the arrogance they had before, but were instead filled with shock and fear. In the hall, the guests began to leave secretly. They had already seen some clues from what happened tonight. That was the young man from before. His background must be extraordinary, otherwise he would not have caused so many blows to the Song and Ma families in such a short period of time. This time, I'm afraid the sky in Qingqing will change. Who is he? Said the old man of the Ma family with a gloomy face. What happened that night was so embarrassing for both families. You must know that since the Sun family was destroyed, the Song and Ma families have become the #1 force in Qingqing, the sky of Qingqing. But who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation not long after they took the top seat? This is too hard to accept. Let's go back and discuss it. After all, the current loss is just some money. Our 2 families still have a solid foundation, so the sky won't fall. Mr. Song spoke. The most critical issue at the moment is to find that young man and find out his identity. The Song and Ma families left in a hurry. They had to leave because all the people present were well-known figures in Qingqing and it would be too embarrassing to stay any longer. In the hall of the Ma family, the core figures of the 2 families gathered here. They all tried to inquire about Li Yuntian's identity through their own channels and wanted to know which force had attacked them tonight, but the results were all the same, there was nothing to tell. The governor's office has not responded yet. It seems that our 2 families have really run into trouble this time. Mr. Ma said this gloomily, his eyes full of anger. Why doesn't the governor's office respond to us? Haven't we given them enough benefits over the years? What on earth do they want to do now? Ma Rong couldn't help but speak up, her tone filled with anger. It's so embarrassing. Even now, we can't even find out any information about that person. Song gritted his teeth in anger. I should have guessed who he is, a person who has been ignored by us, a person we all thought was dead. Old Master Song said, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Who? Everyone asked. Ma Rong, have you forgotten? Why did our 2 families have the opportunity to destroy the Fong family? Old Master Song said to Ma Rong. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Rong's face changed immediately, and she said in disbelief. It was him. How is this possible? How could he escape from that group of people chasing him? She remembered Li Yuntian's identity. Fong Yan had introduced him to her before. Li Tian. A good friend of dialect. It was because she discovered that there was a group of mysterious people in Qingqing searching for Li Tian everywhere that she took the initiative to find that group of mysterious people and betrayed the Fong family. You have to know that the group of mysterious people were all masters, and even the powerful Fong family suffered heavy losses in front of them. How could an ordinary young man escape when being hunted by such a group of people? It's him. It's actually him. How did he survive? Ma Rong murmured to herself, recalling the young man she met tonight. Although his appearance had changed a lot, there were still many similarities. Li Tian. It's him. He survived. Suddenly, everyone present knew Li Yintian's identity, and everyone looked incredulous. He was a stray dog back then, and it's only been 5 years. How come he has such powerful energy? He made our two major families so anxious overnight. The old man of the Ma family was a little bit unbelievable. You have to know that these two families were among the best families in Qingzhou even 5 years ago. During these 5 years, the development of their two families could be said to have been rapid, and they have become the top 10 families in Qingqing. And why did the ants that were hunted down by others grow faster than the two families in the past 5 years? Assholes. I didn't expect that we would be forced to be helpless by an ant back then, someone roared. Yes, 5 years ago, Li Yintian was not even as good as an ant in their eyes. Ronger, can you still contact that group of mysterious people back then? Old Master Ma asked Ma Rong hurriedly. I can't get in touch with them. I even checked the identities of those people, but there's no clue. Ma Rong shook her head, feeling a little regretful. If she could get in touch with those mysterious people, then this matter would be easier. Humph. What are you afraid of? Now that you know his identity, are you still afraid that you can't kill him? Our two families only lost money, but our foundation is still there. If it doesn't work, please ask a few elders to come out and kill this grandson directly. Song just snorted coldly, with a murderous look on his face. No, they are all in seclusion. We can't ask them to take action unless the family is destroyed. Grandpa Ma quickly refused. Hee hee. It's just killing one person, why do we need to ask our two families for help? Have you forgotten the help we asked for back then? Old Master Song said with a sneer. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Dark Knight Court. One of the 3 major assassin organizations in the Empire, it is very powerful, with members spread all over the Empire. It is rumored that there are at least 10 top-level war emperors in charge. They are the Dark Knight King and his 9 palace masters. When the Song and Ma families joined forces to deal with the Fong family, they asked a hall master from the Dark Knight Court for help. They relied on a sneak attack from the other side and killed the strongest person in the Fong family. Yes. How could we forget about them? If we ask them to take action, our two families don't have to do anything to get rid of that grandson. Song just said with surprise. The next morning, the core figures of the Song and Ma families had just discussed how to deal with Li Yintian, but Li Yintian's second wave of offensive had already arrived. As soon as the stock market opened that day, the share prices of Song and Ma companies fell all the way to the limit. At the same time, all their partners issued statements to sever cooperation with them. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. In an instant, the many years of business operations of the Song and Ma families in the Qingqing business circle were all wiped out in just half a day. Damn it. Damn it. Who is he now? Why does he have such terrifying power? In the Ma family's hall, the old man of the Ma family roared, his face turning purple with anger. This is too much. Many of those partners survived by relying on donations from our two families. I didn't expect that they would betray us. Ma Rong had a ferocious expression. As for the other families in Qingqing, they deserve to die even more. They took advantage of the situation and sold off the stocks of our two companies. For a moment, the core figures of the two families were extremely angry, and at the same time, they also felt a sense of powerlessness. Because up to now, they haven't even found out Li Yintian's specific information, let alone his specific location in Qingqing. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying. Found it. Finally found this grandson. At this moment, Songjia shouted with excitement on his face. I asked Ten Lang to find the location of that grandson. He is in Qingyun Villa. Qingyun Villa is a high-end residential area in Qingqing. Like the Hentang Villa in Luoqing, it is full of villas. And the scenery of this place is beautiful, so Li Yuntian and his family settled here. But what the outside world doesn't know is that there is also a Suzaku army living in Qingyun Villa, including Heiyu and Suzaku. It can be said that Li Yuntian's family is under the protection of the Suzaku army. Any stranger who approaches the villa where Li Yuntian lives will be targeted by the Suzaku army. Haha, I thought he must be someone of great importance, able to use such terrifying power, but he only lives in a low-end neighborhood. Ma Rong said with a sneer, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. I think he should be a pawn used by some powerful force to deal with our two families. The old men of the Ma family analyzed. Their two families are now at their peak in Qingqing and firmly sit in the top spot. But a tall tree attracts the wind, and they must have been targeted. Humph. No matter who he is, he will be dead after tonight. Song Jia said with a sneer. He has already notified the killers of the Dark Knight Court. After all, he is just an ant. Once he dies, the forces behind him will either stop or fight us head-on. Then, it will be time to fight for real, said the old man of the Ma family. Our two families have a deep foundation. What kind of storms have we not experienced? This time we were just tricked. By tomorrow, all the families in Qingqing will know who the uncrowned king of Qingqing is. The core figures of the two families spoke up one after another, and they felt confident because this time they had asked 3 War Emperor-level powerhouses from the Dark Knight Court to take action. So, Li Yuntian is definitely going to die. When everything is over, I will make those fence-sitters pay for their stupid actions. Let them know how tragic the consequences will be if they betray our two families. Ma Rong said, gritting her teeth. The whole Qingqing was very quiet throughout the whole day. All entertainment activities of the noble families were cancelled, and they watched the situations of the Song and Ma families with trepidation. It was really terrifying. Within one day, such huge families as Song and Ma were cut in half, and all their assets were gone. With such a big move, who wouldn't be scared? Similarly, they are also investigating Li Yuntian's identity through various channels. They want to know who this mysterious young man is and why he has such terrifying power. As expected, they gained nothing. One family even had connections in the Council of Elders, but the response they got was, if you don't want your family to be exterminated, don't investigate this person. After this news spread, all the major families in Qingqing were shocked and panicked. Of course, they all tacitly did not tell the Song and Ma families about this news, because they felt that the Song and Ma families were doomed this time. The destruction of a behemoth will surely foster the rise of a group of families, so they are waiting for the last moment to pounce and take a bite of meat. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Outside Qingyun Villa in Qingqing, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared. They were like 3 shadows, blending into the darkness, faintly emitting terrifying murderous intent. The Song family is making a big deal out of nothing this time. Is it worth it for the 3 of us war emperors to take action to kill just a young man? Do they have too much money to spend? Said a black shadow with a mocking tone. Haha, if someone gives you money, you might as well make some. I heard that the target has a wife and daughter, so why don't you kill them all and treat them as gifts? Another person responded. The 3 of them didn't even hide their figures. They swaggered into Qingyun Villa and walked towards the villa where Li Yuntian lived. Hee, are we too ostentatious? Someone whispered, laughing at himself. To be ostentatious? It's okay. After all, it's the 3 war emperors who took action personally. It's just killing an ant. It doesn't matter if it's a bit ostentatious. Anyway, if someone sees it, just kill it. A black shadow said, his tone full of arrogance. At this moment, what the 3 of them did not notice was that as they moved forward, cold eyes flashed in the villas on both sides of the road, looking at the 3 of them as if they were looking at 3 corpses. Just as the 3 of them were moving forward slowly, 2 figures appeared in front of them, one on the left and one on the right. They were Suzaku and Heiyu. The 3 were stunned when they saw this, but then they sneered. They, the 3 war emperors, had arrived, but there were still ants blocking the way. Are they seeking death? But then, the conversation between Heiyu and Suzaku made their faces gloomy in an instant, and murderous intent burst out in them. The Song and Ma families are really brave. The boss didn't even think of using force to crush them, but they actually hired killers. Ha! Heiyu said in a teasing tone. Killers. Are they worthy? They are just 3 ants. Zhuchue glanced at the 3 people from the Dark Knight Court with disdain, then said to Heiyu. Are you going to do it or should I? Asshole. Presumptuous. You say we are ants, but do you guys know our true strength? The 3 of them roared, murderous intent soaring to the sky. Disable them and then massacre them, said one of them, and the 3 of them instantly rushed towards Heiyu and the other 2. Let me do it. You are a woman, so I have to give in to you. Heiyu said lightly, and walked towards the 3 killers slowly. Seeing Heiyu voluntarily seeking death without any preparation, the 3 of them immediately laughed. It seemed that the other party had no idea how terrifying their strength was. When the 3 assassins from the Dark Knight Court saw that Heiyu dared to take the initiative to fight, they sneered in their hearts. They quickened their pace, and one of them was even faster and rushed to Heiyu first. Ant, die, he roared and punched Heiyu. The other 2 killers had a hint of mockery in their eyes when they saw this. This ant should be content to die at the hands of a war emperor. But the next moment, their faces changed drastically and their eyes were full of disbelief. Just as the killer was about to hit Heiyu, a faint light flashed in Heiyu's hand and he instantly passed over the killer. Bang! The killer fell face down on the ground, blood flowing from his neck, and he died. A powerful war emperor and a top killer of the Dark Knight Court was killed by Heiyu with just one move. His 2 companions didn't even see clearly how Heiyu made his move. This is impossible. The 2 killers exclaimed, their faces filled with horror. As both were one of the 9 palace masters of the Dark Knight Court, they both knew each other's strength. They are top killers with the strength of war emperors. Even if they encounter a war emperor, they are sure they can kill him. But now, their companion was killed by someone in one move. In an instant, the 2 killers felt a chill in their hearts and their whole bodies felt extremely cold. They knew that they had met a master this time. Run! Without saying a word, the 2 men turned around and ran away in an instant, so fast that only a trail of afterimages was left behind. Did I let you escape? Heiyu raised his eyebrows. You dared to run away in front of him. These 2 killers actually didn't give him any face. Whoosh! In an instant, Heiyu disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was standing in front of the 2 killers. Puff! Heiyu casually swung the dagger in his hand, and a killer immediately covered his neck, making a hissing sound from his mouth, and then fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the only remaining killer turned pale instantly, trembling all over, and stood still in fear. Please spare my life, sir. I admit my crime. The killer knelt down in front of Heiyu instantly. You should know that the 3 killers tonight are the 3 hall masters of the Dark Knight Court, war emperor-level strongmen, and famous top killers in the Imperial killer world. But now, 2 of them were killed by Heiyu like killing 2 ants, and the other one was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. If this scene were to spread out, I'm afraid the entire assassin world in the Empire would be shaken. Forgive you. Do you deserve it? Heiyu said with a raised eyebrow. Does the Dark Knight Court want to be destroyed? They are so brave that they dare to take any job. Hearing Heiyu's words, the killer was so frightened that his body trembled, and his heart was horrified. The men in front of him actually recognized his origins at a glance, and his tone was full of disdain for their Dark Knight Court. Who is this person? You have to know that the Dark Knight Court is one of the 3 major assassin organizations in the Empire. It is a terrifying organization that dares to kill anyone in the Empire. Anyone who hears the name of their Dark Knight Court would be scared to death, but why is this person in front of him so disdainful? Puff! Without giving the killer a chance to speak, Heiyu waved his hand and killed the other person. It's boring. I thought it could help warm up. Heiyu curled his lips. These 3 people were too weak. Although he was also at the Battle Emperor level, the 3 assassins of the Dark Knight Court were only just entering the Battle Emperor level, while he had already reached the peak of the Battle Emperor level. What's going on? A voice sounded, and Li Yintian suddenly appeared. Boss. Heiyu and Zhuchue knelt on one knee upon seeing this. They were just 3 minions from the Dark Knight Court. I took care of them. Heiyu said hurriedly, feeling shocked. He thought he had been careful enough, and this place was still some distance away from Yunshuai's villa, but he didn't expect that Yunshuai could actually sense it. He felt ashamed when he thought about how he was so confident and looked down on the 3 assassins from the Dark Knight Court. In front of Yuan Shui, wasn't he the same as these 3 killers in his eyes? They are all ants. Boss, do you want me to go to the Dark Knight Court and destroy them? Hey, you asked. Forget it. They are also doing the job for money. Killing the 3 of them this time is a warning. If there is a next time, you will be responsible for what happens. Li Yunqian said lightly, then left. It's just a killer organization, he doesn't take it seriously. At the same time, people from the Song and Ma families were waiting for news from the Dark Knight Court. None of them had been in the mood to sleep since Li Yunqian caused a scene at the birthday party last night, and now they were all yawning with sleepiness. But in order to be the first to hear the good news that Li Yunqian was killed, they all held on. But until the next morning, no news came from the Dark Knight Court. They waited a whole night in vain. What's going on? It's just killing an ant, why is there no news yet? The old man of the Ma family said angrily. At his age, he couldn't stand not sleeping for 2 nights. Grandpa, maybe it's too simple. The Dark Knight Court didn't take it seriously. Maybe they've already killed everyone. They haven't thought of responding to us yet. Song just spoke quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who contacted for the killer this time. I'll call and ask. But at this moment, a figure rushed in. Master, Patriarch, this is bad. All the people from our 2 families who were away have been brought back. What? For a moment, all the 2 families in the hall were shocked, with horror on their faces. All the people from our 2 families who were doing business, traveling, or studying abroad have been brought back, and are now being escorted towards the family home by a group of mysterious people. The visitor said hurriedly, his face terribly pale. Suddenly, the hall became quiet, and everyone felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet, and their whole bodies became cold. All the people from the 2 families who were outside were brought back. You know, people from both families were spread all over the empire. The other party brought those people back in just 1 day. You can imagine how terrifying the energy involved was. You know, even these 2 families couldn't do this during their heyday. At the same time, they also realized that anyone who attacked them would be killed. At this moment, everyone remembered what Li Yunqian said at the birthday party. After 3 days, expect your clan to be exterminated. Are you ready to face the fear? At this moment, the people from the Song and Ma families were truly terrified. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would understand that this time the 2 families had hit a wall. Grandpa, what should we do? Song just said in a panic, looking at the 2 old men, Song and Ma. Please come out. This time, our 2 families have really reached a moment of life and death, said the old man of the Ma family with a sullen face. Also, send someone to Qingyun Villa to see whether Li Yunqian is dead or not. If he is not dead, ask him what he wants. Old Master Song also spoke. Somewhere in the empire, in an underground palace countless meters deep, is the headquarters of the empire's most feared assassin organization, the Dark Knight Court. At this moment, the palace was filled with murderous aura, with roars and growls constantly heard. Because the 3 hall masters of their organization were dead. They were 3 powerful war emperors, and they were all killed in 1 night. You know, since the establishment of the Dark Knight Court, there has never been such a heavy loss. This is a shame. This is a provocation. What on earth happened? Can anyone tell me what happened last night? The 3 war emperors went to kill an ant, why did they all get annihilated? In the center of the palace, on a huge throne, the king of the Dark Knight Court, the king of Dark Knight, was filled with murderous intent and rage. Could it be that they encountered a master? Or maybe the Qingqing Song family deliberately reported false information. The target is not an ant at all, but a strongman. Someone speculated with a gloomy face. So what even if he is a strongman? They are people from my Dark Knight King's court. Who gave him the courage to kill them? Isn't he afraid of my Dark Knight's revenge? The King of Dark Knight said coldly. The entire empire knows that the Dark Knight Court is vindictive. Anyone who dares to kill the Dark Knight Court will eventually suffer the Dark Knight Court's crazy revenge, and the consequences will be even more tragic. Therefore, there is a saying that has been passed down in the empire, if you find any assassin from the Night Court, they will kill you. The best solution is to wait to be killed, don't resist, don't run away. Otherwise, the result would be the annihilation of the entire family. Yes, this is a provocation to us, Dark Knight. We can't just let this matter go. Otherwise, if it gets out, how will other killer organizations in the Empire view us, Dark Knight? Someone said, his tone full of coldness. This revenge must be avenged. No matter how powerful that person is, or how great his background is, he must die. The Dark Knight cannot be insulted. We will set out to Qingqing immediately and start killing people. Angry roars rang out, and the King of Darkness and the other 6 Hall Masters were all furious, with murderous intent rising to the sky. No force in the entire empire can bear the wrath of the 7 War Emperors. On this day, 7 powerful War Emperors from the Dark Knight Court set out with murderous intent. They did not hide their presence, shocking countless people wherever they went. The entire assassin community of the Empire is in an uproar, and the strong men of the Dark Knight Court are moving out together. They are going to poke a hole in the sky. At this moment, all eyes gathered together. They wanted to see who was so bold as to provoke the Dark Knight Court. At the same time, Qingqing Ma family. The Song and Ma families were also furious because Li Yuntian was not dead, which shocked them at first. But when they sent people with gifts to try to make peace with Li Yuntian, they were turned away and were not even allowed to meet him. And Li Yuntian continued to speak. Let the Song and Ma families explain the truth behind the extermination of the Fong family, and then wait for their entire clan to be exterminated. This is a slap in the face. He rejected the gifts from both families in public and threatened them again. This is equivalent to stomping on the faces of both families in front of all the families in Qingqing. From ancient times to the present, these 2 families have never been insulted like this. Shame. This is a shame. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. He's just an ant. Does he really think he can control our 2 families? The old man of the Ma family roared with a ferocious expression. Doesn't he know the consequences of doing this? He wants to fight to the death with both my 2 families. The old man of the Song family also flushed. They had already given Li Yuntian enough face and thought that he would have a good talk with them, but who would have thought that the other party was determined to destroy both of their families? Grandpa, when will the elders in the family wake up? It's so frustrating. Our 2 families must fight back immediately and make sure that Li Tian is killed without a burial place. Ma Rong gritted her teeth. Let the entire Qingqing open its eyes and see that our Song and Ma families are still the kings of Qingqing. No one dares to mess with us. Tomorrow they will all wake up. Then, we will be able to completely turn the tables, said the old man of the Ma family. The strength of the Song and Ma families is that each family has 2 war emperors who are in seclusion. This is the true strength of the family and is more valuable than any wealth. After all, strength is king. As long as they have strength, they can get any wealth. Hearing the words of the old man of the Ma family, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time a hint of pleasure flashed through their hearts. Tomorrow is the 3rd day, and also the moment of the final battle. Everyone probably thought that the 2 families had no way out, but only they understood that they always had a way out. The outcome of this war without gunpowder was determined from the very beginning. That means both of them will be the final winners. The insults from the past 2 days were only temporary, because they were careless before, which led to the current situation. But when the 2 families' secrets are revealed tomorrow, everything will be turned upside down. Grandpa, good news. The King of Darkness will arrive in Qingqing with 6 Hall Masters tomorrow, and their target is also Li Yuntian's grandson. At this time, Songzhi received the news and said with surprise. What? Upon hearing this, the 2 old men from the Song and Ma family stood up suddenly, their faces full of excitement. The King of Darkness has arrived with 6 palace masters. 7 powerful war emperors, this is simply heaven's help for their 2 families. Ha ha ha, that's great, everything will be settled tomorrow. Li Tian is dead, said Old Master Ma with a big laugh. The Song and Ma families were also overjoyed and extremely excited. The 7 war emperors of the Dark Knight Court, plus the 4 war emperors of their 2 families, with this terrifying force, what can Li Tian use to dare to destroy their 2 families tomorrow? Pass the order down. Tomorrow, the Song and Ma families will hold a banquet and invite the heads of all the major families in Qingqing to attend the banquet, said the old man of the Ma family with a proud look on his face. Tomorrow he will let all the major families in Qingqing open their eyes and see the true strength of the Song and Ma families. Let those noble families regret it, and let those partners who betrayed their two families in the past 2 days be terrified. Upon hearing what Grandpa Ma said, the eyes of the Song and Ma families all lit up. Yes, tomorrow would be the moment for their two families to shine, and they had to let everyone in Qingqing see it. Tomorrow, the Song and Ma families will be the protagonists, and each of them will be the center of attention. And after this incident, no one will be able to shake the status of the Song and Ma families in Qingqing, which will be several times more noble than the previous Sun family. That night, all the major families in Qingqing received invitations from the Song and Ma families. For a moment, all the heads of the noble families were stunned. Given the current situation, it is obvious that the Song and Ma families have no way out. Why are they holding such an ostentatious banquet? Feasting in advance for the destruction of your own family? But because the two families still have their influence, they are not sure whether the Song and Ma families still have any trump cards. Therefore, it was difficult for them to decide whether to go to this banquet or not. If I go, what if the Song and Ma families are destroyed? Wouldn't that offend that mysterious young man? But if they don't go, and the Song and Ma families turn against each other tomorrow, their lives will be difficult from now on. Caught in a dilemma. That night, many heads of noble families tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At the same time, Li Yuntian, who received the news, was also surprised. What were these two companies planning to do? Is this to invite all the noble families in Qingqing to watch how their two families were destroyed? Of course, he had already received the news that the 7 strongest men from the Dark Knight Court were dispatched. It was just a killer organization, and it was quite famous in the country. But for him who had been fighting the enemies of the Empire for years, it was insignificant. To put it bluntly, any team of 1,000 men from his Northwest Army could destroy the 7 war emperors. After all, the strong men who came out of the battlefield were far from being comparable to the flowers in the greenhouse of the Dark Knight Court. Boss, do you want me to take care of those 7 trash on the way? Heiyu was eager to take action again. Forget it, when they come tomorrow, we can deal with them together with the Song and Ma families to save trouble. Li Yuntian said, and then continued to ask. How are the preparations going? There are a total of 321 coffins, all are ready. Heiyu responded. Send all the coffins to me tomorrow. 321 people died in the Fong family. Tomorrow we will use the people from the Song and Ma families to fill these coffins. Li Yuntian said in a cold voice. Fill them up, instead of one body for each person, because in his eyes, these two families did not deserve such treatment at all. Time passed slowly, and countless people were waiting for dawn and waiting for what was about to happen. Because they know that no matter what the result is tomorrow, it will definitely affect the future development of the entire Qingqing. Boom. 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 At noon on the 3rd day, 7 figures emitting powerful auras descended on the villa where the Song and Ma families lived. They are none other than the 7 great war emperors of the Dark Knight Court. At the same time, 4 powerful auras erupted from the back mountains of the Song and Ma families, 4 war emperors. For a moment, the heads of the major families who learned the news were all shocked and filled with shock. 11 powerful war emperors, this is a terrifying force that can destroy a city. Who would have thought that this was the strength of the Song and Ma families, and they had invited 11 strong men? At this moment, the heads of the major families rushed to the Ma family without stopping. What is there to hesitate about? The Song and Ma families have such a terrifying background, who can destroy them? Who dares to destroy them? The ending is obvious. This time, the Song and Ma families will win. At the Ma family compound, heads of various aristocratic families arrived one after another. Although there were a large number of people, it was not as lively and noisy as imagined. The heads of the noble families sat down one by one, their bodies tense and too frightened to make a sound. The core figures of the Song and Ma family sat on the main seats, sneering with arrogant expressions. In the hall behind them sat 11 powerful war emperors. You all have arrived just in time. I thought that none of you would be willing to come when we invited you. After all, our 2 families are going to be finished. Ma Rong, dressed in fancy clothes, walked through the yard and said with a sarcastic look on her face. Miss Ma, you're joking. How could we not come when the Song and Ma families jointly invited us? Yes, for such an important banquet, we should dress up properly. We are a little late now. The heads of the major families all smiled and spoke, their hearts filled with uneasiness. But among the crowd, there were some individuals with mocking eyes, looking as if they were enjoying a good show. They were the patriarch of the Han family and others. They had witnessed with their own eyes when Li Yuntian was bestowing the title in Luocheng, so they knew the ending from the beginning. Although they were forced to sign a confidentiality agreement and could not reveal Li Yuntian's identity, this did not affect their coming to the banquet and watch the show. Boss Zhang, the day before yesterday I heard from my subordinates that you had severed the cooperative relationship with our two families. I wonder if this is true or not. Ma Rong walked up to a middle-aged man and said with cold eyes. Ms. Ma, I am guilty. I had no idea what the statement was about the day before yesterday. It was issued by a small employee of my company. I have already kicked him out of the company. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Ha ha. Ma Rong smiled with a mocking look in her eyes. Humph. Since you are guilty, then go out and kneel down to confess. Today's banquet does not accept traitors. A cold snort sounded. It was Mr. Ma. At this moment, he looked indifferent. Yes, we know what everyone here has done in the past 2 days. Now we give you a chance to atone your sins. Go out and kneel down to confess your crimes. Otherwise, you probably don't want to bear the wrath of our two families, right? Old Master Song said with a sneer. Suddenly, many people in the compound stood up, walked out of the Ma family's gate, knelt on the ground, and begged for mercy. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. When they saw that the situation was not right, they immediately issued a statement to sever ties with the Song and Ma families. But who would have thought that the Song and Ma families had such a terrifying background? If they had known this, they would never have followed suit. Of course, there were also some people in the field who did not move, and simply ignored the threats from the two old men. Master Han, if I remember correctly, your Han family was the first to threaten to sever the cooperative relationship with our two families, right? Ma Rong walked up to the head of the Han family and spoke with cold eyes. Everyone else is out kneeling, why aren't you out? Well, yes. My Han family can't stand what you two families have done, so we are severing our cooperative relationship with you. Is there a problem with that? The head of the Han family said calmly. Asshole. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the Song and Ma families were furious. How dare someone say such words in front of them? Does the Han family want to be exterminated? How dare he? Even the heads of other families present were a little surprised. Why was the Han family so tough this time? Boom. In the Ma family's hall, a powerful aura burst out, heading straight for the Han family's patriarch. In an instant, the Han family's patriarch's face turned red and he felt difficulty breathing. Kneel down. A loud shout was heard. It was from a war emperor in the hall. He was one of the foundation stones of the Song and Ma families. Kneel down. Han Zion, you are so presumptuous in my Ma family's territory, why don't you kneel down and confess your guilt? Everyone in the Ma family shouted. Master Han, kneel down and confess your guilt immediately. Otherwise, after today, there will be no Han family in Qingqing anymore. Ma Rong said proudly. Humph. Kneel. I didn't say anything wrong, why should I kneel? Are the Song and Ma family so overbearing that you can't even let me say a word? Han Ziyan said through gritting his teeth, his face pale. To be honest, he was already scared at this moment. If he didn't know who the opponents of the Song and Ma families were this time, he would not have the confidence to stand here. How dare you? Master Han, my Ma family's background requires you to kneel, and you have to kneel. You have no choice. Ma Rong's face darkened and she scolded loudly. At this moment, her heart was filled with pleasure. In the past, although she had a high status in the Ma family, she was far from being able to scold the head of a noble family at will. But today, all the heads of the noble families in Qingqing were submissive before her, and the head of the Han family was scolded by her in public. This feeling was really great. Haha, background. Are you sure that your two families will be the last one laughing today? Han Ziyen sneered. What do you mean? Ma Rong asked with a changed expression. It means exactly what it says. You two families are too naive. Han said in a speech, and just went for it. Hearing this, the people from the Song and Ma families became even angrier. This was simply a provocation. The next moment, a powerful war emperor from the Ma family appeared in front of Han Ziyen. He had cold eyes and spoke with disdain. I'll give you one more chance, kneel or die. Master Han, kneel down quickly. A wise man will not suffer a loss in front of him. Yes, you have offended the Song and Ma families. The fact that you are still alive today is already considered as tolerance from the two families. Many heads of noble families around came to give advice, some of them were sincere, while others were just trying to take advantage of the situation, and struggle was everywhere. Haha, two old men, are you going too far? Patriarch Han just said something innocuous, and you made him kneel in public. Isn't that too much of a bully? At this time, the head of a noble family spoke up. He also knew the whole truth and knew Li Yuntian's identity. Yes, just one sentence made the head of a noble family kneel down. I'm afraid even the governor of Qingzhou wouldn't dare to do that, right? We all understand that you two families want to make an example of each other, but isn't it too early to rush to establish your authority now? Several heads of aristocratic families spoke up one after another, and they all stood with Han Ziyen. This is the benefit of knowing the answer in advance. They know that after today, the Song and Ma families will be finished. Seeing this scene, the people from the Song and Ma families were even more furious, while the heads of other families present had flickering eyes. Something is wrong. Why are Han Ziyen and the others so tough today? Do they know something? Aren't you afraid of death? Ma Rong said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Haha, we are afraid of death, so we know that those who know the times are the wisest. Han Ziyen said with a smile. What do you mean? Ma Rong asked, feeling a bit uneasy. At the same time, the eyes of the people from the Song and Ma families flickered. Did they forget something? The current situation clearly shows that their two families have the advantage. Why do people like Han Ziyen dare to stand up and seek death? Report. The enemy is coming, a group of unidentified people are heading towards us. Just then, a figure ran into the compound and shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone knew who had come, the mysterious young man. Humph. You've come at the right time. I thought he was too scared to show up. The old man of the Ma family snorted coldly, then stood up and walked out. People from the Song and Ma families also followed suit, and the 11 war emperors moved in an instant. Humph. Master Han, I hope you won't be scared to the point of losing your mind later. Ma Rong sneered and walked out. Outside the Ma family's gate, when they saw Li Yuntian arriving with a group of people carrying a coffin, everyone's faces turned blue with anger. Coffins. More coffins. And there are so many of them. At the same time, the heads of the major families present were also shocked. They looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief. Is this young man crazy? Or is he really confident? 3 days are up. Have both your two families thought it through? Aren't you going to tell the truth about how you exterminated the Fong family? Li Yuntian slowly appeared in front of everyone with a cold face. Hearing this, the Song and Ma families became furious and started cursing. They couldn't understand why the other party didn't see the 11 war emperors on their side. How dare they be so arrogant? However, the crowd around was in a commotion. In the past few days, many noble families had learned the truth of 5 years ago. The Song and Ma families joined forces to destroy the Fong family. This is true. Li Yuntian, don't think I can't recognize you just because you look so different. The Fong family was destroyed because of you. Do you still want to slander our two families? Ma Rong said with a cold face and gritted teeth. Li Yuntian looked at Ma Rong deeply. The person he hated the most after the destruction of the Fong family was undoubtedly the bitch in front of him. You will be the last one to die, remember my words. Li Yuntian said. However, the Song and Ma families sneered and looked disdainful when they heard this. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out. It was the King of Darkness. He was wearing a black robe and a mask. "Ant, the 3 palace masters of my Dark Night Court died because of you. Who killed them? Let him come out and die. The Dark Night Court does not allow any provocation." The 7 war emperors of the Dark Night Court all burst out with aura. The person they were waiting for appeared, and it was time to start a killing spree. Seeing the people from the Dark Night Court suddenly attack, the Song and Ma families did not think there was anything wrong and only sneered. They were hoping that the people from the Dark Night Court would take action. In this way, they would not have to use their own powerful forces to deal with the other unruly families. "Stop making noise. Black-feathered Suzaku, clean them up first." Who would have thought that facing the threats from the 7 war emperors of the Dark Night Court, Li Yunqian raised his eyebrows and said with a look of disgust, as if a few flies had disturbed his peace. Upon hearing Li Yunqian's order, Heiyu and Suzaku attacked instantly. "I was the one who killed those 3 pieces of trash you mentioned. I thought you, the Dark Night Court, would learn a lesson and not come here to die, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid." Kuroba taunted. "Presumptuous. You're looking for death." In an instant, several people in the Dark Night Court became angry. They did not expect that Heiyu in front of them would be so arrogant and had no awareness of his impending death at all. Facing Heiyu's verbal provocation, 2 of the 7 people from the Dark Night Court rushed out instantly. One of them was a 1.9-meter-tall burly man, and the other was a slightly plump middle-aged man. Both of them exuded a powerful aura, which shocked many people present. On the other hand, Black-feathered Suzaku and the other 2 were calm, just like ordinary people. Judging from the momentum alone, the 2 war emperors of the Dark Night Court are far superior to the 2 black feathers. "Ant, you will realize how ignorant your words were. A truly powerful person will never allow himself to be insulted or provoked. We will cripple your limbs first, then lock you in an iron cage and torture you to death." The 2 war emperors of the Dark Night Court said with a sneer. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them burst out with amazing aura again and rushed towards Heiyu and Suzaku respectively. But Heiyu and the other 2 remained calm. Seeing this scene, the Dark Night King and his people as well as the Song and Ma families all looked at each other with mocking eyes. "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of the powerful War Emperor? Do you think your life is too long?" But the next moment, the expressions on the faces of the Dark Night King and others froze, and they were all in disbelief. Just when the 2 war emperors of the Dark Night Court were about to hit the 2 black-feathered Suzaku, they moved. A faint light flashed in Heiyu's hand and passed across the opponent's neck. Juchue took the initiative to step forward and punch the opponent in the heart. Immediately afterwards, the 2 war emperors of the Dark Night Court stopped where they were, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Bang. Bang. The next moment, the 2 war emperors fell to the ground and their vitality disappeared. At this moment, the scene was quiet, everyone's eyes widened, some people even thought they were hallucinating and kept rubbing their eyes. Dead. The 2 war emperors of the Dark Night Court died just like that. He was killed in one blow. This is too unbelievable. He is the War Emperor. No matter how strong his opponent is, he can't die so easily, right? On the other hand, many of the Song and Ma families gradually turned pale and had a bad feeling in their hearts. At the same time, their background, the 4 war emperors, were all shocked and stood there in a daze. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the Dark Night King and others burst out with violent aura. "You 2 killed them. How dare you kill them? Killing my men in front of me, do you know what you are doing?" The King of Darkness gritted his teeth and growled. He had no fear, only anger. Because he is the strongest man in the Dark Night Court, with terrifying strength, he can kill a war emperor in one move. What made him angry was that Heiyu and Suzaku killed his men in front of him. This was a slap in his face. "I know that you 2 are quite powerful, but why are you so brave? Do you think I don't exist? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by me?" The King of Darkness roared with murderous intent. The other 4 Dark Night War Emperors also burst into anger and followed the Dark Night King out. They want to kill people in large numbers, to restore face for the Dark Night Court. Seeing this scene, the Song and Ma families gradually gained confidence. Haha, Li Tian, are these two the source of your confidence? If you offend the Dark Knight Court, your confidence will probably be gone. Ma Rong sneered, with a look of gloating on her face. A mere ant dares to compete with the bright moon. He overestimates his own abilities. The old men of the Ma family sneered. At this moment, the two families were filled with excitement and joy. Fortunately, they had joined forces with the Dark Knight Court. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort for the two families to get through this hurdle today. Now, the strongest enemy is about to be destroyed by the King of Darkness, and only Li Tian, an ant, is left. Can't the two families deal with each other at will? But who would have thought that in the face of provocation from the Song and Ma families, Li Yinqian just raised his eyebrows and gave orders to the black-feathered Suzaku. Quickly resolve the issue and don't waste time. Yes, boss. Black-feathered Suzaku responded, and the two of them instantly rushed towards the 5 people of the Dark Knight King. Looking for death. The King of Darkness became furious upon seeing this, and went straight up to them with his 4 men. This time, except for the King of Darkness, the other 4 used their ultimate moves every time they attacked, hoping to seriously injure or kill their opponents with one blow. When 5 War Emperors join forces to deal with 2 War Emperors, the outcome is obvious. But who would have thought that as soon as the two groups came into contact, Heiyu suddenly burst out with astonishing murderous aura, giving people a feeling as if he had crawled out of hell. At the same time, Zhuqiue was filled with murderous aura, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The aura of the two people immediately shocked the Dark Knight King and others, and their hearts were filled with horror. But before they could react, Heiyu and Suzaku took action. Their speed was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. As soon as they made contact, each of them killed an opponent. Then, they attacked again, and one of them killed another opponent. The 2 men arrived in front of the King of Darkness in the blink of an eye, and the 4 War Emperors they killed were still in attacking postures. If it weren't for the blood flowing from their bodies, I'm afraid no one present would know that they were dead. You. The King of Darkness was shocked, his eyes filled with shock. A strong man. A truly strong man. Any one of these 2 men is several times stronger than him. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret and fear. If he had known that his opponent was so strong, he should not have come. Seeing Heiyu and Suzaku rushing towards him from the left and right, the King of Darkness suddenly panicked. He wanted to escape, but it was obvious that he could not escape from these 2 strong men. Just when he was extremely anxious, he saw Li Yinqian not far away, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. Catch the leader first. Whoosh. The King of Darkness suddenly exerted all his strength and rushed towards Li Yinqian. It's all your fault, an ant. The behemoth that I have been managing for many years has been completely destroyed by an ant like you. The King of Darkness roared, wanting to catch Li Yinqian to threaten Heiyu and the other 2. But what he didn't notice was that when it saw his actions, black-feathered Suzaku stopped and looked at him as if he was a dead person. The King of Darkness looked at Li Yinqian, who was standing motionless, thinking that the other party was scared silly by him, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Kneel down. The King of Darkness roared and punched Li Yinqian. Just as it was about to hit Li Yinqian glanced at the King of Darkness indifferently. That look was terrifyingly cold, as if being stared into the abyss. Bang. Li Yinqian slapped out with one palm, and in an instant, the King of Darkness felt as if he was facing a mountain, and he flew backwards. His face was filled with horror and shock. A strongman. An unrivaled strongman. Bang. The King of Darkness fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, and looked at Li Yinqian in horror. Mercy, mercy. The King of Darkness struggled to say, but as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes dimmed. The King of Darkness, die. Outside the Ma family's gate, the scene was completely quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt cold all over, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and they were extremely shocked. If it weren't for the various senses of their bodies telling them that all this was really happening, they would probably have thought it was a dream. A nightmare. There are 7 powerful war emperors in the Dark Knight Court, among whom is the King of the Dark Knight Court, a famous top powerhouse in the Empire. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. All of them were killed in one blow. In the eyes of ordinary people, the powerful and invincible strong men were slaughtered here like ants today. Yes, massacre. Li Yuntian and his 2 companions killed the 7 war emperors of the Dark Knight Court, which was a massacre in the eyes of everyone. Because this just shows how powerful these 3 people are, so powerful that it is beyond their understanding. Gudong. Some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly and were frightened. Everyone looked at Li Yuntian, their eyes filled with curiosity and shock. Who is he? Such a powerful person should not be unknown in the empire. Of course, compared to the shock of other people present, the people from the Song and Ma families were filled with only fear and despair at this moment, and were so scared that their faces turned pale. The people of the Dark Knight Court died, all 7 war emperors died. However, they only have 4 war emperors as their backing, so it is obvious that they have no chance of winning. Several people from the Song and Ma families were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, trembling. You, who are you? Old Master Ma asked with a trembling voice. You don't deserve to know. Li Yuntian glanced at the other party and then spoke again. Now, do you still agree to the request I made earlier? There is no room for relaxation. Our 2 families are willing to pay any price in exchange for the chance to survive. Old Master Ma said with a pale face. He knew what Li Yuntian was talking about, that is, they revealed the truth about the extermination of the Fong family and then were exterminated. In other words, no matter what they do, they will not escape death this time. Yes, fill these 321 coffins with the bodies of your 2 families. I can allow some individuals from your 2 families to live. Li Yuntian said lightly. Upon hearing this, the Song and Ma families were horrified, angry and afraid. To fill up 321 coffins, at least this many people from both families died. How is this different from being wiped out? Assholes. Let's fight them. The Song and Ma families will never be insulted like this. At this moment, a war emperor from the Song and Ma families roared, bursting out with powerful aura and rushed towards Li Yuntian. At the same time, the other 3 war emperors also took action. Now they had no choice but to fight, otherwise they would surely die. Seeing this scene, although they knew there was little hope, many people from the Song and Ma families had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. But the next moment, they were in despair. Li Yuntian didn't even make a move, and the 4 war emperors from the Song and Ma families were killed by Heiyu and Suzaku in the blink of an eye. It was always a one-shot kill, without any exception. At this moment, the people from the Song and Ma families had completely given up hope. They had no hope. Sir, please spare us. Our Song family is innocent. We were deceived by the Ma family. We don't want to deal with the Fong family at all. At this moment, Mr. Song suddenly knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The other members of the Song family reacted one after another and knelt down to beg for mercy. Sir Li, please spare our Song family. If it weren't for that bitch Ma Rong who bewitched me, our Song family would never have taken action. Song Zhe cried, tears streaming down his face. Yes, it's this bitch. Our Song family didn't do much at the beginning. Most of the Fong family members were killed by the Ma family, said the head of the Song family. After hearing these words, the major families present were all horrified. Although they had guessed the truth, they were still shocked when the Song family said it themselves. You have to know that the Song, Ma, and Fong families had a very good relationship back then. The Fong family was the strongest and helped the Song and Ma families everywhere. No one could have imagined that the Song and Ma families would actually do such an ungrateful thing. On the other hand, everyone in the Ma family was angry. They looked at the Song family and gnashed their teeth. Asshole, Mr. Song, it was obviously you who came up with this idea in the first place, and that's why our Ma family agreed to it. Stop slandering us. The old man of the Ma family said, gritting his teeth, and at the same time knelt down and begged for mercy from Li Yuntian. Song Zhe, you unfaithful man, if it wasn't for you, would I have betrayed Fong Yan? Ma Rong was yelling and cursing like a shrew. The 2 families knelt on the ground, blaming each other, while also begging Li Yuntian for mercy. You regret it now. It's too late. When you go to hell, you should confess your sins to the Fong family. Li Yuntian said in a cold voice, waved his hand, and the Suzaku army rushed towards the Song and Ma families. No. You can't destroy us. Our two families shouldn't end like this. Old Master Ma yelled, looking unwilling. Li Yuntian, please forgive us. We really know we were wrong. Our two families are willing to wear mourning clothes for the Fong family and offer sacrifices to their tablets. Please forgive us. Ma Rong cried bitterly with a pleading look on her face. But their pleas for mercy were all ignored by Li Yuntian. Seeing the Suzaku army getting closer and closer to them, the Song and Ma families suddenly panicked and were afraid. No. Li Yuntian, our two families have been doing business in Qingqing for many years. If our two families go bankrupt, tens of thousands of people in Qingqing will be unemployed. If you destroy our two families, it will be equivalent to wiping out the hopes of tens of thousands of families. Old Master Ma yelled. He was anxious and tried every means to survive. Yes. Our two families are on good terms with the governor of Qingzhou. This is Qingzhou. If you dare to destroy our two families, you are slapping the governor of Qingzhou in the face. He will definitely not let you go. Ma Rong also rushed to speak. There is also the Imperial Council of Elders. Our two families have a close relationship with an elder. You can't destroy us. Both families were anxious and racked their brains to think of excuses to survive, hoping that Li Yuntian would be afraid. Asshole! Who said I won't let Lord Li go? Song and Ma, you are so bold to slander this governor. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and Qingzhou Governor Qinghai arrived. You two families have offended Lord Li, and you should be exterminated. Qinghai said with a cold face, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Fortunately, he came along, otherwise he would have almost been implicated by these two families. Sir Li, you can destroy the Song and Ma families if you want. As for everything they said, the Qingzhou governor's office will handle it. Qinghai said to Li Yuntian with a respectful look on his face. Seeing this scene, the Song and Ma families were completely desperate. Even a big shot like the governor of Qingzhou respects Li Yuntian so much, who else can they rely on? At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. If they had known that their clan would be exterminated because of their momentary greed, they would never have taken action against the Fong family 5 years ago. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. After the Song and Ma families made the choice to destroy the Fong family, they were destined to have such a result. The once arrogant Song and Ma families were destroyed. They had been glorious for 1,000 years and had a profound heritage, but Li Yuntian destroyed them in just 3 days. If it weren't for the fact that it would be too easy for them to be destroyed at the beginning, Li Yuntian might have been able to destroy both families with just a single sentence. Moreover, Li Yuntian sent people to flatten the locations of the Song and Ma families that day and built a huge tomb to commemorate the dead members of the Fong family. On this day, the entire Qingqing was completely speechless. They were terrified. When the heads of the major families returned home, they would not come to their senses for several days and would wake up from nightmares at night. They gathered all the family members overnight, especially some of the young men who held cross-dressing titles, and pointed at Li Yuntian's photo and warned them fiercely. In Qingqing in the future, never provoke this person. The next day, the companies belonging to the Song and Ma families resumed operations as normal, but what surprised the employees was that their leaders had been replaced. In the entire enterprise, no one from the Song and Ma families was strange. But the world of wealthy families is too far away from ordinary people. They have no idea what happened and will never know what happened. At the same time, looking at the entire empire, the assassin world received a piece of news, that is, the Dark Knight Court was destroyed. All 10 war emperors were killed and their heads were placed at the headquarters of the Dark Knight Court. This scared the other 2 killer organizations. You have to know that their strength is comparable to that of the Dark Knight Court. If someone can destroy the Dark Knight Court, he also has the strength to destroy them. When they learned that the 10 war emperors of the Dark Knight Court were killed in Qingqing, they hurriedly changed the organization's business scope. From now on, they will not accept any business from Qingzhou. Because they were afraid that they might accidentally provoke some terrifying existence and end up becoming like the Dark Knight Court. On this day, Li Yuntian and his family were preparing to go to the amusement park. Li Yuntian owed his wife and daughter too much in the past, so he decided to take his daughter to the amusement park once a week, and then take his wife for a walk in the mall and spend time with his family. Buzz. Li Yuntian and his family were walking on the community road when suddenly, a car roared behind them. The sound of the car was particularly urgent, coming closer and closer in the blink of an eye. Li Yuntian had a gloomy face and quickly pulled his wife and daughter behind him. You know, Yi Qianyu and his daughter were walking on the side of the road. If the car behind them didn't slow down, they might be hurt. What's going on? Are you blind? Why are you running around with a child on the street? Who will be held responsible if they get hit and killed? A somewhat angry voice sounded. It was from a fashionably dressed woman who was driving a Maserati worth over 1 million yuan and suddenly stopped next to Li Yuntian's family. Li Yuntian's face instantly turned cold when he saw this. This was in a residential area, where driving was prohibited. It was not their fault, but the other party's. What made him angry was that the woman in front of him had clearly done something wrong, but she still acted like a bully. She was really looking for death. Are you Yi Qianyu? The woman cursed and wanted to step on the accelerator to leave, but when she saw Yi Qianyu, she was stunned for a moment and spoke with some surprise. Bai Jie. Yi Qianyu asked subconsciously, and then spoke with some excitement. What a coincidence, it's really you, Bai Jie. What a coincidence. What bad luck. I didn't expect you to be qualified to live in Qingqing Manor. But unexpectedly, Bai Jie looked annoyed and said in a bad mood. She and Yi Qianyu were college classmates, and both were voted the class beauties by their classmates. But what made her jealous was that when she was in college, she came from a well-off family and her looks were no worse than others. But there are far more men pursuing Yi Qianyu than her, and several of the boys she likes are Yi Qianyu's suitors. This made her feel very uncomfortable. So when she saw Yi Qianyu again, Bai Jie's reaction was not as excited as Yi Qianyu's. Instead, she felt annoyed and even a little unlucky. Hearing Bai Jie's words, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Yi Qianyu's face, and the joy of meeting her classmates again was diluted a lot. Why are you living here too? Renting a house. Bai Jie looked at Yi Qianyu with some suspicion. She didn't think that Yi Qianyu could live in such a wealthy area with his ability. Are these your husband and child? Are you on the list of rich people? Yi Qianyu, I heard that you have been fooling around in society after graduating from college, and even had children. Your husband doesn't know about these, right? Bai Jie glanced at Li Yuntian and said with a mocking look in her eyes. It's not like that, Bai Jie, please listen to my explanation. Yi Qianyu spoke hurriedly, feeling a little embarrassed. Forget it, no need to explain. I know your character very well. Bai Jie raised her eyebrows and said, then looked at Li Yuntian and continued speaking. Are you the victim that Yi Qianyu found? Do you know about Yi Qianyu's past? She was always messing around in college, and after graduation, she got entangled with some gangsters in society. Did Yi Qianyu tell you about these things? Bai Jie, what are you talking about? Yi Qianyu looked incredulous. She never expected Bai Jie to say such a thing. At this moment, Li Yuntian's expression became increasingly cold. He looked at Bai Jie coldly and said in a cold voice. No matter what Qianyu did in the past, I love her and believe in her. But you almost hit my wife and child. Shouldn't you apologize to us first? Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Yi Qianyu was moved, but Bai Jie's face turned cold instantly. What are you apologizing for? You're blocking my way and you're right. I'm lucky I didn't kill you. Bai Jie said with a look of annoyance and immediately prepared to drive away. Apologize. I'll give you one last chance. Driving is prohibited in the community. You know who is right and who is wrong. Li Yuntian said as he stopped the car. You are a psychopath, you want to die. Do you know who I am? Do you deserve to let me apologize to you? Get out of here right now, or I'll hit you to death. Bai Jie was full of anger. She always drove to and from Qingqing Villa freely and no one dared to stop her. You're not going to apologize, right? Li Yuntian asked with a raised eyebrow. Buzz. In response, Bai Jie stepped on the accelerator. Yi Qianyu, who was standing aside, was so frightened that she hurried over to pull Li Yuntian over. At the same time, figures gradually appeared in the surrounding woods with murderous eyes. Bang. Who would have thought that Li Yuntian would punch Bai Jie's Maserati directly, causing the entire hood to deform instantly and the car to stall due to the stimulation? Bai Jia was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed and shouted. Her car was actually smashed by this man's punch. Is this a human being? Now, are you going to apologize or not? Li Yintian looked at Bai Jia coldly. His terrifying eyes made Bai Jia feel terrified in an instant. You lunatic. Bai Jia said subconsciously, feeling angry and scared. She was angry because her beloved car was damaged, but she was also scared because as a girl, if she was punched by the men in front of her, how could she bear it? What's that noise? What happened? The sound of Li Yintian smashing the junk car with his punch alarmed the security guards of Qingqing Manor, and they hurried over here. When Bai Jia saw the security guard, her eyes suddenly lit up and she ran over quickly. Security brother, please help me, this guy is a lunatic, I was driving properly and he suddenly came out and smashed my car, please help me. Ms. Bai, don't worry, we will definitely take care of it for you, said the leading security captain. He glanced at Li Yintian, then looked at the fist mark on the hood of the Maserati, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This young man is a master. Sir, please apologize to Miss Bai immediately. Qingqing Manor is not a place where you can mess around. Don't do whatever you want just because you have strong strength. If you dare to cause trouble in Qingqing Manor, you have to lie down even if you are a dragon. The security captain narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yintian. Although he was afraid of Li Yintian's exposed strength, Qingqing Manor was standing behind him, so he was not afraid at all. Apologize. You don't even ask what happened and you want me to apologize. Your estate has a clear rule that driving is prohibited within the community, and now someone almost hit my family with a car. Don't you understand who is right and who is wrong? Li Yintian said with a cold expression. Are you done yet? The rules of Qingqing Manor are for ordinary people like you. I can drive if I want to. Even if the boss of Qingqing Manor knows about it, he won't say anything to me. Who do you think you are? Why do you keep harping on this matter? Who would have thought that Bai Jia would rush to speak, with a look of annoyance on her face, and then continued. Besides, you said you almost hit your family, but that doesn't mean you didn't. Why do you want me to apologize? Do you deserve it? Yes, Miss Bai has privileges in our manor, and the rules of our manor do not include her. The security captain nodded and looked at Li Yintian before continuing. You damaged Miss Bai's car for no reason. You must apologize to Miss Bai and compensate her for this. Otherwise, we at Qingqing Manor have the obligation to seek justice for Miss Bai. Did you hear that? Apologize to me immediately. My car is worth more than 1 million yuan, and you must compensate me according to the price. Bai Jia said arrogantly with disdain in her eyes. Do you think you have me in your hands? Li Yintian said. What a joke. Who do you think you are? I'm just too lazy to argue with you, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just asking you to apologize and pay money. Bai Jia looked arrogant. That's right, sir, I advise you to do as you are told. Miss Bai's father is a partner of our boss. If you offend her, you will suffer a miserable end. The security captain said with disdain. Hee hee. Hearing this, Li Yintian smiled. The reason why he chose to settle in this manor was because of its good environment. But he didn't expect to encounter such a disgusting thing after only living there for a few days. Hey you! Li Yintian shouted with a cold face. Boss. Hey you hurriedly walked out of the woods, which scared the security guards because they didn't even notice that there was a person in the woods next to them. Find out who owns this community and tell him that I bought it. Li Yintian ordered. Yes. Hearing Li Yintian's words, Bai Jia and a group of security guards laughed instantly, with a look of sarcasm on their faces, looking at Li Yintian as if he were a fool. You bought it. Yi Qianyu, is your husband mentally normal? Is he doing this to make you laugh? Do you know how much this Qingqing Manor is worth? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Bai Jia had a sarcastic look on her face, her eyes full of disdain. Sir, please don't say such big words. You may think you are showing off by performing this act, but in our eyes, you are just a clown. The security captain also spoke up, and a group of security guards laughed unscrupulously. Boss, it's been bought. At this time, Heiyu came over and said after finishing his phone call. Seeing that Heiyu was cooperating with Li Yintian to show off, Bai Jie and others laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. These two people are simply hilarious. But suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard, and a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in everyone's sight. "Manager Lu, why are you here?" The security captain greeted him hurriedly upon seeing him. The other party was the general manager of Qingqing Manor, his leader's leader, a real big shot. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man did not respond to the security captain at all. Instead, he made a judgment, then hurriedly walked up to Li Yuntian and said respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Yuntian?" Li Yuntian snorted. "That's great. Hello Mr. Li, from now on Qingqing Manor is yours. I am the general manager of Qingqing Manor. If you don't mind, I will do my best to serve you in the future," Manager Lu said respectfully. For a moment, Bai Jie, the security captain and others were all petrified on the spot, their expressions frozen. They looked at Li Yuntian in disbelief. A high-end villa community worth more than 10 billion yuan, and the other party really bought it just because he said so. "Manager Lu, what are you talking about? Do you know this person?" Bai Jie asked with a look of disbelief. She thought that Manager Lu was deliberately cooperating with Li Yuntian in acting. "Yes, Manager Lu, do you know that this guy has a mental problem? He just boasted that he bought Qingqing Manor." "You'd better not help him cover up his lies," said the security captain. "Asshole. Mr. Li just bought Qingqing Manor. He is now the owner of Qingqing Manor. Who do you think you are? How dare you question Mr. Li?" Manager Lu looked at Bai Jie and others with anger and mocking eyes. Suddenly, Bai Jie was stunned, with a look of shock on her face. The security captain and others turned pale and trembled with fear. Really bought it? They looked at Li Yuntian, their hearts filled with regret. So, they had just offended their new boss. "I don't like this group of security guards. Tell them to pack up and leave immediately. Also, driving is prohibited in the community. This car violates the rules. Have someone smash it." Li Yuntian said calmly. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Manager Lu said quickly, then looked at the security captain and others and spoke in a cold voice. "Get lost now. Pack your things and get out of here right now. Don't dirty Mr. Li's eyes here." Upon hearing this, the security captain and several others quickly came to their senses and suddenly knelt down in front of Li Yuntian. "Boss Li, we were wrong. Please give us a chance to correct our mistakes. We can't lose this job." The security captain cried and was filled with remorse. Working as a security guard in Qingqing Manor has high salary and easy work, which is better than that of ordinary white-collar workers. They really don't want to lose this job. But Li Yuntian ignored the security captain's plea for mercy. Instead, he looked at Bai Jie and spoke in a mocking tone. "Now, should you apologize?" When Bai Jie heard Li Yuntian's words, a trace of humiliation flashed across her face. She still couldn't believe that this was true. A manor worth more than 10 billion was bought by Li Yuntian in the blink of an eye. You have to know that even if their family business is doing well, her father would not just take out so much money to buy a community like buying a pack of cigarettes. What made her even more uncomfortable was that this man was Yi Qianyu's husband. At this moment, she felt jealous and humiliated. She thought she could be high-profile in front of Yi Qianyu this time. But who would have thought that the result would be so embarrassing? Are you really Yi Qianyu's husband? How can a bitch like her be worthy of you?" Bai Jie asked unwillingly. Bang. But who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Li Yuntian appeared in front of her and slapped her in the face. "Keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I don't mind making you shut up forever," Li Yuntian said coldly. Bai Jie was immediately frightened and her face turned pale and her body trembled. "Apologize. And get as far away from me as possible," Li Yuntian said. "Yes, I'm sorry," Bai Jie said in a trembling voice, tears welling up in her eyes. She was afraid, but at the same time she hated it. Why? Why could Yi Qianyu have such a man to protect her? Why did she do that? "And my wife, apologize to her again for the insults you just said to her," Li Yuntian continued. Bai Jie suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Yuntian with a resentful look in her eyes. "Why? But what responded to her was Li Yintian's cold eyes, so cold that she didn't even dare to have the thought of resistance. "I'm sorry, Yi Qianyu, I apologize to you for what I said just now," Bai Jie said while enduring the humiliation, her lips bitten until they bled. She hated it. This was a shame. She looked down on Yi Qianyu and was jealous of her since she was in college. After graduating from college, when she learned that Yi Qianyu was pregnant before marriage, she was overjoyed. When she met him this time, she thought she could humiliate him proudly. But who would have thought that she would be the one who was humiliated in the end? "Get out. I hope you won't do stupid things again in the future. There are some people you should never dare to offend," Li Yintian said coldly. He saw the resentment in Bai Jie's eyes, but in his eyes, the other party was just an ant. Would he care about the resentment of an ant? Bai Jie left in disgrace, not even caring about her own Maserati. It was so embarrassing that she didn't have the face to stay any longer. At the same time, on the other side, the security guards were also dragged away by people sent by Manager Lu. They cried and begged for mercy, but unfortunately, it was too late. Next, Li Yintian took his wife and daughter to the amusement park. "You're spending money recklessly again." Yi Qianyu glared at Li Yintian. Although she now knew Li Yintian's identity, she knew that this little money was nothing to him. But she always felt it was a waste. No matter how rich she was, she should still be frugal. "I won't do that next time. This is to make it easier for the Suzaku army to enter the community. With them here, I'll be assured of your safety in the future." Li Yintian quickly said honestly, "The king of the Northwest is so honest in front of his wife. If this gets out, it will probably surprise many big figures in the empire." At the same time, in the suburbs of the imperial capital, thousands of miles away from Qingqing, there was an extremely luxurious and solemn mansion. This is the Li family of Zhongtian Palace. One of the 4 royal families in the empire. The 4 royal families can be said to be like giants in the Qin dynasty, looking down on all living beings. But now it's different, because there is an additional king of the Northwest above the 4 royal families. The status is higher than that of the 4 royal families. And they also have fiefdoms and the Northwest army, which makes the 4 royal families very jealous and dissatisfied. At this time, in a palace in the back mountain of the Li family, Li Zhen, the head of the Li family, walked into the hall slowly. There were 3 old men sitting above the palace, they were all the foundation of the Li family. "Father, second uncle and third uncle, what is it that requires me to come here in person?" Li Zhen asked, feeling confused. Now he has inherited the throne and become one of the most powerful figures in the empire, and he is very busy every day. The Shadow Guard sent a message that the Song and Ma families who destroyed the Fong family of Qingqing were destroyed. The Dark Knight royal court was also implicated, and all 10 war emperors died. An old man said. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen's expression immediately became serious. The Shadow Guards were a team secretly trained by their Li family. They were spread all over the empire and had terrifying strength. For something to be noticed by the Shadow Guard and to be told to him by his 3 elders back then, this matter must be extremely important. Asshole! Can't you remember what it was? Your romantic debt 5 years ago. The leading old man roared and glared at Li Zhen fiercely. Hearing this, Li Zhen suddenly came back to his senses, his face full of disbelief. He remembered that when he inherited the throne, in order to protect his reputation from being damaged, he used the Shadow Guards to do some things for him. That was when he was young. He concealed his identity and met a woman. He had a child with her and named her Li Tian. But in the end, because he was about to inherit the throne of Zhongtian, in order to prevent others from using the woman and child to plot against him, he sent his Shadow Guards to kill the mother and child. Father, what does this have to do with me? That bitch and that bastard are both dead. Li Zhen said without any sadness in his heart. Maybe he had already forgotten about the mother and son. He is dead. The Fong family of Qingqing took in that bastard, but he was severely injured by the Shadow Guards, and was eventually killed by the Song and Ma families. We all thought that bastard was dead. But now the Song and Ma families have been destroyed by a young man who claimed to be avenging the Fong family. Based on his age, if that bastard hadn't died, he would be the same age as this young man. The old man spoke slowly, and his words immediately made Li Zhen's face change drastically. This is impossible. That bastard is clearly dead. He can't be alive. And even if he is alive, he doesn't have the strength to destroy the Song and Ma families. Li Jin said this in an affirmative tone, even though the Song and Ma families were like ants in his eyes. But he knew that to an ordinary person, the Song and Ma families were like tigers and like the sky. Even if his bastard had survived, he would not have had the strength to destroy the Song and Ma families.